Ye Chen, infuriated by the system, transformed into it. He initially believed that traversing the realms would lead to immediate success. However, each day presented him with a relentless struggle for survival. This marked the seventh night of Ye Chen's sleepless endeavor. Throughout these 7 days, he had consumed sustenance solely beside his computer, his dark circles resembling those of a panda, his eyes bloodshot, and his complexion pallid. All of this was in pursuit of crafting a novel that could rival the 4 great classic novels. Yet, in the preceding 6 days, every manuscript he submitted had been rejected. This was his 7th submission. Upon handing his work to the editor, the response remained unchanged: trash. A wave of dizziness washed over Ye Chen as a profound sense of defeat enveloped him, causing his previously taut nerves to sag. He felt as withered as a frostbitten eggplant. 7 days. A continuous 7 days of rejection. My masterpiece, I love rich women. The sweetness of soft rice was crafted with immense effort. I burned the midnight oil to the point of nearly losing my hair. Why was it rejected? Given the readily available themes, you might as well find a class to attend, the editor retorted. With tears in his eyes, Ye Chen gazed at the screen and began to type again, hoping for another chance from the editor. However, the dialog box displayed, "You're not friends with this user." Indeed, the editor had directly removed Ye Chen from their contacts. At that moment, his vision began to blur and darken. Then, with a thud, his head crashed onto the keyboard, and he lost consciousness entirely. His head felt heavy, and a strong sense of vertigo overtook him, as if he were on a roller coaster, spinning in chaos. In this dazed state, a mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! The multiversal creation system has detected a host. Please choose to bind. Binding successful. The host must complete tasks as instructed by the system. Otherwise, obliteration will ensue. His mind was heavy, and his mood was bleak. The irritating voice echoed once more, filled with memories of his recent rejections, further aggravating Ye Chen, who retaliated without hesitation. Damn your themes. System. Please choose to bind the system. Do you even know what a novel is? What era are we in? Still writing about experts descending from the mountains and the return of war gods. Is there anyone who reads that? Ding. Host, please bind. Is innovation not acceptable? Isn't soft rice delightful? System, I can't. Ding. Host, please choose to bind. Leave me be. Ye Chen, already troubled by his unrecognized talent, felt his frustration boil over as the mechanical voice continued to pester him. I, the self-proclaimed 21st century Tang Bohu, have been repeatedly rejected. Where is the justice in this? You must be envious of my talent, which is why you reject my submissions, seeking to steal my creativity. Ding, ding, ding. A series of alert sounds jolted Ye Chen from his stupor, and he instinctively yelled, "You worthless editor! Go home and feed pigs." Boom! In that instant, Ye Chen's mind exploded like a pot of porridge, followed by a cacophony of electrical sounds. The system had malfunctioned. Just as Ye Chen regained consciousness, he rolled his eyes and fainted once more. When Ye Chen awoke again, it was deep into the night. Suddenly, he realized his mind was flooded with countless memories. Opening with a royal flush. How did the Soul Emperor squander such a good hand? Why did my son Wang Teng, the embodiment of an emperor, meet an untimely end, sending the daughter of the war god to a doghouse? The self-destructive path of a high IQ antagonist. Wait a moment. Some of this seems oddly familiar. In a breath, Ye Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his entire body tingling. Holy crap, did I almost get duped by this wretched system? Memories flashed through his mind, and Ye Chen grasped what kind of system this was. After binding to the host, the system treated them as a puppet, issuing tasks to enhance itself. Then, once it had used the host, it would discard them without a second thought. This was akin to shearing sheep, the wickedness of capitalism. The aforementioned powerful figures who opened with a royal flush met their demise in such a manner. Damn! This system harvests the crops without leaving even a root behind. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and, feeling a lingering sense of dread, remarked, "Fortunately, I'm clever enough to speak the national essence, otherwise I would be finished." Indeed, when looking at the myriad of extraordinary novels, which protagonist does not regard the system as a father figure? Ye Chen, who had been repeatedly rejected and responded with profanity, was truly one of a kind. And thus, the system became enraged. Wait a moment. What is this exclamation mark above my head? Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he reached out to touch it. Multiversal creation system. Level 1. Talent. Traversing the realms. Skills: copying, summoning, calculating, etc. World origin 0. Urgent notice. When the world origin is 0, the system will automatically decompose in 24 hours. Please seek the host promptly to obtain world origin and enhance itself. What the hell? The system malfunctioned? I became the system? And then it will automatically decompose in 24 hours? According to international norms, shouldn't I be soaring by now? This is truly outrageous. Ye Chen was at his wit's end. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the editor readed Ye Chen and sent a message. Fanta, I'll give you another chance. Just write about the return of the war god, or the expert descending from the mountains. Writing that will attract readers. After signing, they'll personally sponsor you 100 yuan. Go to hell. A side character like you won't survive even a chapter in my plot. Ye Chen cursed as he deleted the editor. With less than 24 hours left before his demise, what was the point of writing a novel? Survival was paramount. He needed to find a host and seize the opportunity. Wicked capitalism. How delightful. Ye Chen dove into a certain novel website. After 3 minutes of effort, Ye Chen sighed in relief. The system's learning machine is indeed fast. Mom no longer has to worry about my inability to write novels. Tens of thousands of novels merged in his mind. He then clicked on a particular novel. This one will do. As his finger glided across, a white light surged forth, rippling like waves. In a breath, that white light enveloped Ye Chen, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The cover flickered, revealing the novel's title. The Crooked-Mouthed War God. The National Goddess Pummels Your Little Chest. Chapter 2. The Mechanism of Deception. Ye Chen chose the book The National Goddess Who Punches Your Little Chest because he understood that the framework of this world primarily revolves around species and horse racing comparisons. The extraordinary individuals here are merely ancient martial artists, lacking the omnipotent beings that defy heaven and earth. There is no need to worry about anyone discovering his existence and disrupting his plans. Everything can unfold according to his design as he confidently seizes the essence of the world in the bustling metropolis. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, a room spanning over 1,000 square feet exudes an antique charm. Adorned with exquisite artifacts from various eras, a dapper man in a tailored suit kneels on the ground, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazes at the dashing figure before him. Ye Chen, I have knelt to admit my mistakes. Why do you still treat me this way? You have ruined my family's foundation and driven my parents to suicide. Wang Teng, I treated you like a brother. Yet 3 years ago, you betrayed me, leading me into an abyss from which I nearly perished in the wilderness. Ye Chen's demeanor is cold and unyielding, clad in black like a vengeful spirit emanating an aura of frost. Not only that, but you also seized my family's assets, pressured the Li family through deceit, and forcibly married Yenner. Truly, you are a splendid brother. They forced me. They made me lure you into the mountains. And if I refused, my parents and dozens from the Wang family would have perished. Wang Teng's agitation is palpable, veins bulging on his forehead as he howls, and had I not taken over the Yi family's business, your family would have long ceased to exist. Over the years, I have devoted myself to Yenner, winning her heart, and she agreed to marry me in the end. It is all because you caused your parents' demise. If you hadn't offended the Zhang family in the capital, none of this would have occurred. Flattery won't work on me. Do you think I am the fool I was 3 years ago? Ye Chen's lips curl into a sardonic smile, reminiscent of a crooked grin. Betrayal is betrayal. There are no justifications for it. Betrayal? Wang Teng chuckles bitterly, his voice trembling with emotion. Even if I am at fault. I protected your entire family back then. But now my parents are dead, my sister is missing, and the hard work of generations of the Wang family has turned to ash overnight. I am now left with nothing. That was your family's own doing. Had they not hired someone to kill me, they would not have met such a fate. Ye Chen's tone remains merciless. Wang Teng, I have shown you mercy by sparing your life. Now go beg on the streets. This. A crooked smile appears on Ye Chen's face, and in a swift motion, a gleaming silver needle materializes between his fingers, illuminating the dim room. With a flick of his fingers, the needle strikes Wang Teng's forehead like a streak of light. My dear brother, may you live the rest of your life as a fool, lost in your own ignorance. With that, Ye Chen departs, leaving Wang Teng to collapse, unconscious and soiled, flooding the room. Years of effort had culminated in his current status, one of the most distinguished families in the metropolis and renowned nationwide, among the top 10 enterprises. Yet, in a single night, it all vanished. Heaven, you are unjust to me. In his stupor, Wang Teng's consciousness screamed, a haze clouding his mind. Suddenly, A voice resonated in his head, ding, detecting the host's intense resentment. Would you like to bind the anti-reversal system? He was momentarily taken aback, ding, detecting the host's surprise. Binding requirements met a binding system in progress. Point 100. Before Wang Teng could react, Ye Chen, the embodiment of the system, eagerly initiated the binding. Drawing from the experience of the previous system, Ye Chen swiftly altered its mechanics. There was no need for the host to utter a word of consent. A mere thought, a facial expression, or even a breath would suffice to implicitly complete the binding. Once bound, a brilliant light surged within Wang Teng's mind, awakening him from his stupor and alleviating the throbbing pain in his head. Within moments, the damage inflicted by Ye Chen was repaired, and clarity replaced the haze. Wang Teng rose, processing the information flooding his mind, his eyes gradually regaining their focus. Such a thing exists in this world? After assimilating the information provided by Ye Chen, Wang Teng clenched his fists. Trembling with excitement, the system interface displayed a plethora of skills and items available for exchange. In that instant, he could no longer maintain his composure. As he stretched out his arms, he exuded a regal presence. With the system's assistance, I can rise from the ashes and restore the Wang family's glory, even elevate it to a prestigious lineage. Wang Teng declared, his gaze fierce. Ye Chen, our story is far from over. What I have lost shall be repaid to you tenfold. System, how do I earn points and exchange items? Wang Teng inquired, eager to accumulate points after witnessing the treasures within the system. Points could be earned by usurping the protagonist's halo or slapping the protagonist's face. Ye Chen did not withhold information. This was the only way he could profit in this world. Only by disrupting the world's order could he extract vast amounts of the world's essence. Enhancing himself and avoiding disintegration, it was evident that only by thwarting the protagonist's endeavors could he disrupt the world's laws. Ye Chen then transmitted Ye Chen's basic information into Wang Teng's mind. So this Ye Chen is the protagonist, and no wonder he survived with broken limbs, buried in a deep pit, yet destroyed my family's business. However, Wang Teng grinned. Ye Chen, even if you are the protagonist, what of it? With the system, I can stir the waters and thwart your plans. System, what should I do next? Wang Teng asked. Ye Chen was well versed in the plot of the national goddess who punches your little chest. Just as the female lead was about to marry Wang Teng, Ye Chen would disrupt the wedding, leading to the current predicament. While Ye Chen dealt with Wang Teng, the female lead, Ye Chen, was at a bar, seeking solace. Upon learning that it was Wang Teng who betrayed Ye Chen 3 years ago, her heart brimmed with hatred. Yet, over the past 3 years, Wang Teng had remained devoted to her, which had stirred some feelings within her. Upon discovering Ye Chen's intent to deal with Wang Teng, she was deeply conflicted and ultimately pleaded with Ye Chen to spare Wang Teng's life. The unfolding plot dictated that when Ye Chen met with Ye Chen at the bar, the Zhang family, having learned of Ye Chen's survival, would send people to the bar to capture Ye Chen as a means of coercion. Ding. Please arrive at Night Rose Bar before 10 o'clock to earn 3,000 points. Ding. Save Ye Chen before 10:10 to earn 5,000 points. A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Ye Chen in danger. Wang Teng murmured, realizing the Zhang family must have learned of Ye Chen's survival, and thus they captured her to threaten him. Glancing at the clock, he had less than half an hour until 10. The Night Rose Bar was merely a 5-minute walk from his home. After hastily cleaning himself up and donning a jacket, he stepped outside. The moment Wang Teng exited his door, Ye Chen sensed the laws of this world beginning to warp, revealing some loopholes. In an instant, he extracted a significant amount of the world's essence, thereby enriching himself. In the original narrative, Wang Teng was driven to the brink of madness by Ye Chen's silver needle assault, and in his last moments of consciousness, he chose to leap to his demise rather than live in disgrace. As a scion of a noble family, he preferred a dignified death over a life of madness. Thus, when Wang Teng emerged unscathed from his room, the plot encountered a glitch, causing chaos in the world's laws. Heavenly Creation System, Level 1, Talent, Transcendence, Skills, Duplication, Summoning, Calculation. Etc. World Essence, 10,000. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng acquired 10,000 units of world essence, bringing him immense satisfaction. Without hesitation, he upgraded his skills, enhancing himself to avoid disintegration. All of this was under Ye Chen's meticulous control. He could not allow Wang Teng to venture into danger without any skills. After all, the kidnappers were ancient martial artists. How could an ordinary person contend with them? Yet, Ye Chen also did not wish for Wang Teng to gain from this venture without any effort. So, upon the occurrence of the glitch, after securing his own benefits, he prepared to generously reward Wang Teng. Ding. Theo celebrate the host's rebirth. This system rewards you with 5,000 points. Wang Teng halted, overwhelmed with joy. Tears welling in his eyes. He had been pondering how to reach the bar in time to save Li Yin'er from Ye Chen, knowing that while he had practiced some martial arts, he was far from a match for a true expert. Yet, at this moment, the system had granted him 5,000 points, akin to receiving money without lifting a finger. System, you are too kind to me. Wang Teng exclaimed, moved to tears. Then he said, System, exchange for a handgun. Why is the exclamation mark still there? Ye Chen wondered, ignoring Wang Teng as he reached out to touch the exclamation mark. Reminder. Please seize the creation to obtain 100,000 world essence to upgrade to level 2 and unlock new functions. Note. After transcending the realms, the system requires a daily consumption of 1,000 world essence. If the world essence reaches 0, the system will automatically disintegrate. What is this madness? Ye Chen felt a surge of frustration. He had assumed that after extracting the creation and enhancing himself, he could soar, reaping rewards effortlessly. Little did he know. Transcending the realms would necessitate a daily expenditure of 1,000 world essence for sustenance, and 100,000 world essence was required for an upgrade to unlock new skills. Most importantly, Ye Chen had just utilized the 10,000 sources of world essence he acquired to upgrade his skills. Moreover, he gifted the remaining 1,000 sources of world essence, equivalent to 5,000 points, to Wang Teng. This meant that Ye Chen would not survive the night. At that moment, regret flooded Ye Chen's mind. He should not have recklessly bestowed the remaining 1,000 sources of world essence to Wang Teng. Who could have anticipated that this wretched system had such a deceptive mechanism? He had thought he was on the verge of soaring, only to find himself still toiling for survival. Despite his myriad grievances, Ye Chen had no choice but to accept his fate. System, I wish to exchange for a pistol. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice echoed in his ears, igniting a spark of hope in the agitated Ye Chen. Indeed, since he had gifted points to Wang Teng, who could then exchange them for items, Ye Chen could subsequently convert points back into sources of world essence for upgrades and survival. Wasn't that akin to reaping benefits without cost? Ye Chen was exhilarated, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. Who couldn't exploit a good deal? Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen spoke in a mechanical tone. Ding! The weapon shop has not yet been activated. Please spend 500 points to activate it. Merely 500 points to activate the weapon shop. How benevolent of the system. Wang Teng had just acquired 5,000 points, making the small amount of 500 insignificant to him. Little did he know, this was merely the first step in Ye Chen's grand scheme. Ding! Congratulations, the weapon shop is now open. Wang Teng, eager to explore, opened the weapon shop only to be met with utter dismay. The shop was completely empty. System, what is the meaning of this? Wang Teng's lips twitched. Had he squandered 500 points for nothing? Ding! As the host has just bound to the system, many functions are still being perfected. Please look forward to future updates. This was not Ye Chen toying with Wang Teng, but rather an undeniable fact. The system was still in its infancy, barely capable of preserving his own life, with many functions requiring sources of world essence for upgrades and creation. With sufficient sources, he could create not just a mere pistol, but even a tank or an aircraft carrier. Wang Teng, faced with this official response from Ye Chen, could only relent. Since he had successfully bound with the system, there was ample time to refine his skills. The immediate priority was to rush to the Night Rose Bar and save Li Yin'er. Ding! The system recommends the host utilize the novice package. Seeing Wang Teng about to withdraw and cease using points, Ye Chen hurriedly interjected. He still needed to swindle back those 5,000 points for survival. He could not relent. A novice package? Wang Teng clicked on the system, revealing a conspicuous option box that read, Mental Enhancement. Predict the enemy's attack trajectory 1 second in advance. Requires 5,000 points for exchange. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having trained in free fighting for several years, he understood that being able to predict an opponent's attack trajectory and countering accordingly would be akin to possessing a cheat code. This was an invaluable skill that would undoubtedly increase his chances of rescuing Li Yin'er. However, redeeming it required 5,000 points, and he had just spent 500 points to activate the weapon shop. Ding! Insufficient points detected for redeeming the novice package. Credit points can be activated to overdraw points for the novice package. Prompt. Overdrawing credit points will directly deduct from the host's next point acquisition without interest. Would you like to activate credit points? Just as Wang Teng lamented having used 500 points to activate the weapon shop, the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, bringing him to the brink of tears. The system was remarkably humane, even offering credit points without interest. Activate it. Activate it. Wang Teng, moved to tears, unhesitatingly chose to activate. Ding, credit points have been activated. Redeeming novice package. Wang Teng was filled with anticipation. Ding, novice package redeemed. In an instant, Wang Teng felt an extraordinary power coursing through his mind, granting him clarity and vigor. His eyes gleamed with silver light, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with striking clarity in the dimly lit room. Simultaneously, Ye Chen hastily converted the 5,000 points he had deceitfully obtained into 1,000 sources of world essence, which he finally swallowed with relief, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Not only had he reclaimed the points he gifted, but he had also garnered additional gains. This was how one should exploit opportunities. The Night Rose Bar was the most luxurious establishment on the street, with an array of luxury cars parked outside and countless handsome men and beautiful women queuing at the entrance. As a VIP client of this bar, Wang Teng bypassed the line entirely. The moment he stepped inside, Ye Chen felt a slight distortion in the fabric of reality, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at the Night Rose Bar before 10 o'clock. Reward, 3,000 points. After deducting 500 credit points, the host had 2,500 points remaining. The mechanical voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind, bringing him joy as he began searching for Ye Chen amidst the neon lights. With his enhanced mental faculties, Wang Teng possessed a keen perception, spotting Ye Chen sitting alone at the bar within a minute. Simultaneously, he noticed two suspicious figures approaching her. System, are those two the ones who kidnapped Ye Chen? Wang Teng inquired. Yes, Ye Chen replied. Wang Teng took a deep breath and quickly wove through the crowd, striding toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen, with her ethereal beauty, drew the attention of many as she sat by the bar. Countless suitors approached, only to be rebuffed by her frigid demeanor, leaving them in embarrassment. At this moment, Ye Chen was slightly tipsy, the alcohol igniting a sense of unease within her as thoughts of Ye Chen and Wang Teng flooded her mind. Despite her feelings for Wang Teng, which had developed over 3 years of tender care, she felt a deep conflict, having learned that Wang Teng was responsible for Ye Chen's near-fatal incident 3 years ago. And now that Ye Chen had returned seeking revenge, Ye Chen found herself torn. Although she loathed Wang Teng, remnants of affection lingered. Thus, when Ye Chen sought vengeance, she had pleaded with him to spare Wang Teng. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice reached her ears, causing her to instinctively look up. Seeing him beside her, she was taken aback, her complexion paling. She rubbed her eyes and temples, attempting to clear her head. According to the timeline, Ye Chen was currently seeking revenge on Wang Teng. Wang Teng, how did you end up here? Where is Ye Chen? Ye Chen asked. Wang Teng forced a smile, gently caressing her cheek. Ye Chen is ultimately the one you love the most. After all these years, do you not harbor any feelings for me? Ye Chen bit her lip, visibly conflicted before responding. If I had no feelings for you, why would I agree to marry you? However, what you've done is simply intolerable. Ye Chen regarded you as his best brother, yet you betrayed him and nearly caused his death. Best brother? Wang Teng chuckled bitterly. Though I've made countless mistakes, without me, the Yi family would have faced annihilation long ago. Now, the Wang family is bankrupt, my parents are gone, my sister is missing, and I nearly became a fool at Ye Chen's hands. No, it can't be, you must be lying to me. Ye Chen shook her head vehemently. Ye Chen promised me he would spare your family. Yet, in that instant, Wang Teng felt a pang of anguish as he noticed the two suspicious figures rapidly approaching Ye Chen. One held a piece of white cloth, while the other extended a hand towards the back of her neck. Watch out! Wang Teng shouted, instinctively wrapping his arms around Ye Chen. Fortunately, I have just received the novice gift pack, significantly enhancing my mental acuity, allowing me to anticipate the trajectory of actions a second in advance. This brings a glimmer of hope. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving Ye Chen before 10. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding! The skill shop is now online. Would the host like to spend 500 points to activate it? At that moment, Ye Chen's voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind, eliciting a moment of secret delight in the somewhat anxious Wang Teng. Although his mental strength had improved, enabling him to predict 1 second of attack trajectories, it was still insufficient given his current level. Thus, without hesitation, he spent 500 points to activate the skill shop and opened it. It displayed, Master Level Combat Technique, 15,000 points. Activating credit points. Exchange immediately. Wang Teng acted without reservation. Ding! Exchange successful. Remaining points, -8000. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a surge of energy coursing through him, opening the meridians of his body. As he clenched his fists, he felt the power surging within him. Kid, you wish to be a hero saving a damsel. At that moment, the bald man sneered, his stormy eyes flickering with cold light. Not everyone can be a hero. Bang! Wang Teng struck first, landing a blow squarely on the bald man's face. A powerful force erupted, sending the unprepared bald man flying like a cannonball, crashing through the bar counter. The sound of shattering echoed as bottles scattered across the floor. The once vibrant bar was thrown into chaos, with countless patrons rushing towards the exit. Amid the turmoil, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to flee the bar. The hotel security, armed with batons, rushed over. Wang Teng, a VIP customer and CEO of a listed company, was well known among the security staff. They rushed to assist him, anticipating rewards for their efforts, but were swiftly taken down. Damn it! The bald man emerged from the wreckage of the bar counter, covered in debris and liquor, warning his companions to stay out of it. His eyes, now tinged with red, heaved with labored breaths, resembling a raging beast. Dare to lay a hand on me? Prepare to pay. The bald man, his face contorted with rage, unleashed a punch enveloped in a dim golden light. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, a glint of brilliance igniting within them as he swiftly predicted the bald man's attack trajectory. He stepped forward slightly and shifted his body to the left, perfectly evading the bald man's strike. In response, he delivered a devastating elbow strike to the bald man's side. As the saying goes, a punch may be light, but an elbow is lethal. Wang Teng, despite being an ordinary person, possessed master-level fighting skills, maximizing his strength. Even though the bald man was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he found himself reeling from the blow, struggling to maintain his stance. Bang! Wang Teng seized a bottle and smashed it over the bald man's head. Shards flew everywhere. Immediately, he struck again with a second, third, and fourth bottle. The bald man, utterly dazed, felt a warm trickle on his forehead. Before he could react, Wang Teng lifted a chair and brought it crashing down. With a resounding crack, the chair shattered, leaving the bald man lifeless in a pool of blood. Another onlooker, witnessing the scene, was filled with dread. Being a practitioner of ancient martial arts himself, he was significantly stronger than an average person, yet he felt no trace of martial aura from Wang Teng. This could only mean one thing. Wang Teng was an ancient martial artist of a far superior level. Panic surged within him. Wang Teng would not let him escape, determined to prevent him from alerting the Zhang family. While the truth would soon come to light, delaying it for a while was preferable to that moment. Wang Teng picked up a fruit knife from the ground, calculated the escaping route of the square-faced man, and hurled the knife. With a swift whoosh, the knife sliced through the air, cleanly severing the square-faced man's neck. A splash of crimson filled the air, executed with precision and efficiency. Ye Chen witnessed Wang Teng's transformation and subsequently collected the two bodies. Erasing all evidence, he urged Wang Teng to make a hasty exit through the back door. Meanwhile, Ye Chen approached, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing the commotion outside the bar, he immediately sensed trouble. Discarding the flowers, he rushed forward in the throng. He spotted Ye Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Chen, he called out as she turned to face him. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling over as she collapsed into his embrace. What happened? Ye Chen's heart ached at the sight of his beloved weeping in his arms. Someone just tried to kidnap me. What? Instantly, a murderous intent surged within Ye Chen, his gentle demeanor transforming into one of fierce aggression, akin to a beast awakened. How dare they attempt to abduct my woman? He then inquired, Ye Chen, are you all right? I'm fine. It was Wang Teng. Suddenly, Ye Chen looked up at Ye Chen, urgency in her voice. Hurry inside to help Wang Teng. He saved me and is now fighting two kidnappers. What? Wang Teng? Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Hadn't he rendered Wang Teng a fool with the silver needle? He hurried into the bar to uncover the truth. However, the once bustling establishment was now deserted. As he advanced, he discovered the shattered bar and numerous unconscious security personnel. The assailants who attempted to abduct Ye Chen were practitioners of ancient martial arts. He sensed their presence in the aftermath of the fight. Could it be the Zhang family from the capital? They sought to abduct Ye Chen to threaten me. Ye Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What happened to Wang Teng? Have you seen Wang Teng? At that moment, Ye Chen approached, her expression filled with worry as she immediately inquired, causing a wave of irritation to wash over Ye Chen. Though his demeanor remained unchanged. No, he replied, shaking his head. Are you certain Wang Teng saved you? Yes, Ye Chen affirmed with a nod. Ye Chen's brow furrowed further, his expression grave. Wang Teng had been struck in the brow by his silver needle, damaging his central nervous system and reducing him to a fool. This was an undeniable fact. No one could counteract the power contained within the divine needle, not even ancient martial artists. Unless they possessed significantly greater skill, Yet Wang Teng was merely an ordinary person. Could it be that someone had secretly rescued Wang Teng? Ye Chen pondered, his expression growing more solemn as he furrowed his brow into a deep line. On the way to escort Li Yin'er home, Ye Chen wore a troubled expression, and Li Yin'er mirrored his concern, their silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. 10 minutes later, he dropped her off at her doorstep and hurried away. Intent on investigating Wang Teng's whereabouts, Ye Chen, Li Yin'er called after him. He turned to see her looking worried, initially assuming her distress stemmed from the earlier fright at the bar. Don't worry, Yin'er, I will find those who tried to abduct you, along with their backing, and ensure they pay dearly. Ye Chen, I have something to ask you. Li Yin'er struggled with her words, biting her lip anxiously. Seeing her distress, Ye Chen's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yin'er spoke. Just now, Wang Teng told me that the Wang family has gone bankrupt and that my uncle and aunt are deceased. Yes, Ye Chen replied, confirming the grim reality. The Wang family was well known in Modu and had a certain reputation nationwide. News of their bankruptcy would surely trend tomorrow, as would the news of Wang Teng's parents' demise. The Wang family's rise to prominence was due to their swallowing of the Ye family. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine, Ye Chen continued. As for Wang Teng's parents, their hiring of someone to kill me was exposed, and during our confrontation, they fell from the building. I never intended to kill them. I assume at your house? Yes, Ye Chen nodded. You know that girl has grown up with me. I treat her like a sister. When she learned that my disappearance 3 years ago was related to Wang Teng, she couldn't bear the truth and attempted to take her own life, but I intervened. What Wang Teng said is true, and you still want to make him a fool? Li Yin'er exclaimed. Did you not promise me to spare him? To let him leave the country and distance himself from here? Yin'er, Ye Chen said, gently caressing her cheek. For these past 3 years, you have been on my mind constantly. The memories of our reunion have fueled my determination to reclaim my life and realize the dreams I've held on to. I have endured much hardship during these years. Now, I am merely reclaiming what belongs to me. Wang Teng's parents were indeed an unforeseen circumstance, but do you still believe what Wang Teng has said? Ye Chen questioned that if I truly rendered him a fool, would you still be standing here before me? Certainly, none of this matters anymore. What is important is that we are together again. Once I have organized the Ye family enterprise, I will come to propose to you, offering you the most extravagant wedding in the world, making you the happiest bride on earth. With that, Ye Chen embraced Li Yin'er. However, veins bulged on his forehead, revealing a somewhat menacing demeanor. Internally, he vowed, Wang Teng, although I do not understand why you have not become a fool, regardless of the divine beings surrounding you, I will surely kill you. You have forced my hand. At this moment, Li Yin'er's feelings began to shift. Li Yin'er's affection for Ye Chen decreased by 20. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20,000 points. After deducting credit points, the host has 12,000 points remaining. As the absolute female lead, Li Yin'er's perception of Ye Chen underwent a slight change. The laws of this world began to unravel, becoming distorted. After Ye Chen frantically seized the essence of creation, he had accumulated sufficient world essence. Thus, he unhesitatingly upgraded the system. Heavenly Creation System, Level 2, Talent, Traversing the Heavens, Skills, Duplication, Summoning, Calculation, Energy Extraction, etc. World Essence, 5,000. Ye Chen felt exhilarated, thinking that this was simply too thrilling. Just an hour ago, he had worried about running out of resources, and now he was soaring with an upgrade. This was immensely satisfying. It seemed he must first target the women around Ye Chen. Reminder, please seize creation quickly to acquire 200,000 world essence, upgrade to level 3, and unlock new functions. Note, system upgraded to level 2, consuming 2,000 world essence daily. If insufficient world essence is available to deduct the daily requirement, or it reaches 0, the system will disintegrate itself. Damn it. Ye Chen looked at the dialog box, unable to suppress an expletive. TO upgrade to level 3 requires 200,000 world essence, which is acceptable. After all, he had previously speculated that each level would require an additional 100,000 world essence. Unexpectedly, with the upgrade, the daily survival requirement for world essence also increased. Moreover, if the world essence fell short of the daily requirement, it would self-destruct. What a ridiculous mechanism. Cursing aside, he had to work hard to acquire creation. Ye Chen employed special means to extract the energy from the 2 slain ancient martial artists. Although they were merely novice practitioners, amalgamating their latent powers could allow Wang Teng to step into the realm of ancient martial artists. He then formed the extracted energy into pills, placing them in the elixir shop. The elixir shop is now online. Will the host spend 2,000 points to activate it? Wang Teng had just acquired 12,000 points and was contemplating which skills to exchange for. After all, Ye Chen knew he had not turned into a fool, and he would undoubtedly come seeking him again. With his current abilities, facing Ye Chen would be akin to courting death. Observing that activating the elixir shop required 2,000 points, Wang Teng hesitated. However, upon further reflection, the weapon shop and skill shop only required 500 points to open, while the elixir shop demanded 4 times that amount. This indicated that extraordinary items must be contained within. Most importantly, he feared that spending 2,000 points might result in a lonely purchase. He decided to activate it. Ding, the elixir shop has been activated. Solidifying pill 20,000 points. Consuming it allows one to break through meridians, unblocking channels, and cultivating enlightenment. Cultivating enlightenment. Does this not mean I too could join the ranks of ancient martial artists? Upon seeing the efficacy of the solidifying pill, Wang Teng trembled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a transformation from an ordinary person. Ever since discovering that Ye Chen was the protagonist of this world and also an ancient martial artist, Wang Teng had been contemplating that to confront Ye Chen, he must also become an ancient martial artist. Furthermore, with master-level skills, his thirst for power had only intensified. Thus, he unhesitatingly activated his credit points to exchange for it. The points he had just acquired felt like they had yet to warm up, and now he was in debt again. Alas, little Wang, do not blame me for being ruthless. I have no choice. If I perish, you too shall fall, and what would become of the emperor's grandeur? Ye Chen sighed, then began to analyze the upgraded functionalities and devise his next plan. The following day, the Wang Group declared bankruptcy. The news of the chairman and his wife's demise sent shockwaves throughout Longhua. The entire industry was in an uproar. Countless individuals speculated this might be a significant upheaval in the business world. Subsequently, with the powerful listing of the Ye Group, the conjectures of onlookers were further corroborated. Rain fell outside. In the main hall, 2 portraits stood, causing the attendees clad in black to bow their heads in mourning. Wang Teng stood before his parents' portraits, observing the multitude of mourners. Their words resonated with sorrow. A faint fragrance wafted in. Wang Teng looked up to see Ye Chen. Her expression was equally sorrowful, for Wang's parents had treated her with great kindness and affection. Standing before the portraits, she bowed slightly, her eyes reddening as she spoke. I am sorry. I never anticipated such a tragedy would occur. Wang Teng forced a smile, then scanned the hall. Where is my good brother, Ye Chen? Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the previously quiet hall. Everyone present was astute. They understood the enmity between the Wang and Ye families, especially given Ye Chen's disruption at Wang Teng's wedding, revealing the reason for his disappearance 3 years prior. It had caused quite a stir in the business circle. Moreover, rumors suggested that the deaths of Wang's parents were intricately linked to Ye Chen. The Wang family had just gone bankrupt, and now the Ye Group was going public. Such coincidences were suspicious. Yet, no one dared to speak openly. After all, today was a celebratory occasion for the Ye Group's listing. At that moment, Wang Teng produced an envelope and handed it to Ye Chen. Since Ye Chen is absent, I would trouble Miss Li to deliver this document to him. Wang Teng, officially sue Ye Chen, the chairman of the Ye Group, for the murder of my parents. In an instant, the entire hall erupted like a bombshell. Although the external speculation linked the deaths of the Wang couple to Ye Chen, these were merely conjectures and gossip. Now, with Wang Teng voicing it, this was undeniably a confirmation of the rumors, causing a frenzy among the crowd. Simultaneously, some believed Wang Teng, overwhelmed by the bankruptcy and his parents' death, had lost his mind. What status and identity does Ye Chen possess now, and what role does Wang Teng play? To publicly declare a lawsuit against Ye Chen was inviting disaster upon himself. Ye Chen clutched the folder, feeling a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Wang Teng. In a flash, she sensed that Wang Teng seemed different from before. It was as if he had transformed overnight. But she could not quite articulate what had changed. I will convey this. Ye Chen spoke with a complicated tone before leaving the hall. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the vast hall was left with only Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was attending the press conference for the Ye Group's listing. Midway through, relevant personnel took him away. Although Ye Chen did not deliver the lawsuit documentation to Ye Chen, the bankruptcy of the Wang Group and the demise of Wang's parents had stirred significant unrest in Longhua. Especially the public announcement of Wang Teng's intention to sue Ye Chen created an enormous sensation. The media swarmed like a tide. Ding, congratulations to the host for ensnaring Ye Chen in public opinion, interrupting the listing ceremony and rewarding 5,000 points. After deducting credit points, the remaining points are -5,000. Wang Teng gazed at the system interface, the point still in the negative, showing no fluctuation. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Ye Chen, our contest begins now. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Wang Teng's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. Ye Chen did not spend much time at the police station. The evidence against him was insufficient, and now Ye Chen's status had risen remarkably, holding significant sway in Modu. Mr. Yi, during this time, please refrain from traveling outside the Modu area. The police captain spoke with great respect for Ye Chen. Captain Jia, rest assured, I, Ye Chen, walk with integrity. I fear not shadows. Should anything arise, please inform me, and I will gladly cooperate. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Yi. Captain Jia watched as Ye Chen entered a top-of-the-line Maybach before returning to the police station. Inside the car, Ye Chen had long since abandoned his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Veins throbbed on his forehead, creating a terrifying visage. As he clenched his fists, a fierce aura radiated, causing cracks to appear in the specially forged car windows. Initially, due to Yenner and Xiao Shui, I intended to spare your life. Ye Chen gritted his teeth. Wang Teng, since you have severed all paths, do not blame me in this situation. I must rely on the power my master left me. Wang Teng, you shall not survive the night. At Wang Teng's home, a sweet and pure girl had already dissolved into tears. She was Wang Teng's sister, Wang Shui. Early that morning, she had seen the news of the Wang Group's bankruptcy and the death of her parents. In an instant, she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she could not accept this reality and rushed home. Finding it empty, she immediately contacted Wang Teng. In the original text, Ye Chen had utilized his influence in the military district to cover up the disappearance of Wang Teng and his parents' deaths. Informing Wang Shui that both Wang Teng and her parents had gone to the United States to live out their lives peacefully. Until the grand finale, Wang Shui remained oblivious to the tragic demise of her parents and elder brother, while she bore several robust children for Ye Chen. Thus, upon discovering the heartbreaking news of her parents' death, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp. Ye Chen had harnessed a substantial amount of the world's essence. When Wang Teng returned home, he found Wang Shui already in tears, and upon seeing him, she rushed into his embrace. Brother. Wang Shui cried, her voice choked with anguish, is what the news reported true? Have our parents truly passed away? Wang Teng, gazing at his sister, felt a deep ache in his heart. He gently patted her back and affirmed, yes, our parents are gone. This revelation intensified Wang Shui's sorrow. After a prolonged time, her emotions began to settle. Though she continued to sob, her face streaked with tears. Wang Teng lit a cigarette and began, when my wedding was disrupted, Ye Chen commenced his schemes. First, he orchestrated the downfall of the Wang Corporation, coercing our parents to their demise, while I was nearly reduced to a fool, lost in a haze for the rest of my life. Listening to Wang Teng's words, Wang Shui's recently calmed emotions surged anew. Her swollen eyes ran dry of tears, and she felt a profound despair. Her mind flooded with vivid memories of her parents, as if watching a film. In truth, Wang Teng hesitated to reveal the cause of their death to Wang Shui. Knowing her affection for Ye Chen, given her nature, she would undoubtedly seek him out, and Wang Teng understood that those who aligned with Ye Chen flourished, while those who opposed him met with ruin. At this moment, should Wang Shui approach him, she would undoubtedly suffer. Indeed, this narrative unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. Whatever the protagonist desired, he pursued relentlessly, often employing nefarious means to acquire it, including some female protagonists whom Ye Chen manipulated into submission. If he was unable to obtain something, he ensured no one else could either, destroying it completely. Overall, the tone was dark and the values skewed. Yet, it garnered considerable acclaim among readers on Blue Star. Wang Shui. Wang Shui, she screamed in hysteria, I will kill you, Ye Chen, and avenge my parents. At that moment, as she attempted to rise, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fainted. Wang Teng caught her, tenderly wiping away her tears. Sister, I will avenge our parents. Suddenly, a mechanical notification chimed. Wang Shui's affection towards Ye Chen has decreased by 100. Congratulations, host, you have earned 50,000 points. Another chime followed, 5,000 credit points deducted. Remaining points, 45. 000. At this moment, Ye Chen could hardly contain his delight. Following Wang Shui's estrangement from Ye Chen, one less female protagonist meant the laws of this world would flood forth like a broken dam. After ravenously absorbing this essence, Ye Chen acquired an additional 180,000 units, a feat surpassing even the most gratifying experiences. Indeed, the early stages required targeting the female leads to diminish Ye Chen's harem. Ye Chen, still relishing the moment, mused aloud. 80% of this narrative revolved around ostentation and romance. Given Wang Teng's current strength, confronting Ye Chen would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. A futile endeavor. Thus, after contemplating through the night, Ye Chen resolved to first sever ties between Ye Chen and the female leads, thereby usurping his fortune. Once the women around Ye Chen turned against him, he would strike decisively, eliminating him. Why then? Wang Teng would embody the stature of an emperor, transforming what was once mere jest into a tangible reality. Hence, during the memorial service, publicly accusing Ye Chen was the first step in Wang Teng's quest for vengeance. Inciting public discourse and prompting exaggerated media coverage of the event, this would serve to further alienate Wang Shui from Ye Chen and provoke the third female lead, Mei Ling, to form her judgments against him. Mei Ling, who established a prominent entertainment company, held significant influence in the entertainment industry across Magic City and the Dragon Nation. Reigning as the queen of showbiz, Li Yener was also one of her artists. In the original tale, during a gathering, Ye Chen encountered Mei Ling, instantly captivated by her, leading to a fervent pursuit that eventually brought the entertainment queen into his harem through dubious means. Wang Teng was acutely aware that reclaiming the Wang Corporation from Ye Chen was an impossibility given the current circumstances. Ye Chen, with his ruthless tactics, had effectively ousted all major figures within the Wang Corporation, replacing them with his own allies, thereby solidifying his control over the Yi family's enterprise. This would later prove crucial in the narrative's confrontation with the Zhang family in the capital. System, what should I do next? Following 2 rounds of communication, and having tasted the sweetness of success by adhering to Ye Chen's advice, Wang Teng now sought his guidance at the first sign of trouble. This young man is quite astute. Ye Chen observed Wang Teng with approving eyes and nodded. He had intended to assign Wang Teng a mission to seize fortune, and with Wang Teng proactively inquiring, it was akin to receiving points without effort. Why refuse something so readily available? The upcoming plan will cost 2,000 points. Will the host spend? Having recently acquired 45,000 points, Wang Teng felt quite prosperous. Thus, the 2,000 points seemed trivial and inconsequential. Moreover, even if his points were insufficient, he could always rely on credit. The most crucial reason was Wang Teng's unwavering belief in a principle, that following the system would ensure a steady stream of sustenance. Spend it, he hastily replied. 2,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 43,000. Given the current circumstances, the host's chances of reclaiming the Wang Corporation stand at 0. However, one could venture into the entertainment industry, becoming a leading figure in music, thereby leveraging idol influence to establish a company and create a commercial empire. The entertainment industry, Wang Teng murmured, realizing the world bore striking similarities to Blue Star. The dense population left many struggling under the weight of labor and employment, while local television stations promoted stardom as a spectacle. Consequently, entertainment held paramount importance in this world. Mango Entertainment Company was among the nation's elite entertainment firms, wielding considerable influence globally. In a day's time, the annual Mango Super Male and Female Selection Contest would commence, drawing countless participants eager to shine in this globally renowned talent showcase. Wang Teng sat before his computer, filling out his information and submitting his application. At that moment, Wang Shui's phone rang. Upon checking, Wang Teng saw it was a call from Ye Chen and answered immediately. Shui, where are you? Ye Chen cheerfully inquired. Didn't we agree to indulge in that exquisite cuisine you've been longing for? From the moment he left the police station, Ye Chen hurried home, fully aware that Wang Teng's public accusation of murder had stirred a tempest throughout the city. Wang Shui, with her temperament, would undoubtedly confront him. Thus, Ye Chen sought to deceive her into revealing her location, intending to employ means to inflict trauma upon her mind, causing her to lose a segment of her memory, ensuring she remained by his side to bear more children. You need not fret. I can take my sister for top-tier cuisine, Wang Teng asserted. On the other end, upon hearing Wang Teng's voice, a chill coursed through Ye Chen. An ominous aura emanating from him, rendering him terrifying, like a vengeful spirit. Why, Ye Chen, you murderer? Our enmity begins here. I will ensure you pay dearly for your actions and avenge my parents. Wang Teng gritted his teeth before abruptly hanging up. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's veins bulged, his expression twisted into a snarl as a fierce energy erupted from within him. With a thunderous crack, he crushed his phone into dust, leaving fissures in the ground beneath him. Wang Teng, Ye Chen seethed, his malevolence laid bare. You shall not survive the night. After ending the call, Wang Teng lit a cigarette to calm his tumultuous emotions. The song shop is now officially online, requiring 1,000 points for access. Will the host proceed? The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind, igniting a spark of joy within him. He promptly extinguished his cigarette and replied, "Open it. Ding, the song shop is now activated." Remaining points, 42,000. Wang Teng opened the song shop, eager to redeem a couple of tracks for the upcoming preliminary competition. However, counting ducks, 1,000 points 2 tigers, 1,000 points Little Bunny, Be Good, 1,000 points. Each of these songs was available for a free preview. As he listened to them sequentially, he couldn't help but grimace. Although melodious, they were all children's songs. Performing nursery rhymes at a competition? I would surely be the subject of ridicule, Wang Teng lamented, his frustration mounting as he listened to over 20 songs, all of which were childish tunes. At that moment, upon discovering that the song Rice Aroma required 5,000 points, Wang Teng realized that he was finally free from the clutches of nursery rhymes. Without hesitation, he clicked to play the song. The melody of the accompaniment instantly captivated Wang Teng, akin to an auditory massage that penetrated his very soul. He unreservedly spent 5,000 points to redeem this song and immersed himself in its full composition. In the realm of shadows, the organization known as the Dark Hunt is the most enigmatic and formidable assassin group in this world, teeming with masters whose terrifying prowess instills fear in the hearts of many. To encapsulate its essence in a single phrase: when the Dark Hunt strikes, no one survives, as the name suggests. Those targeted by the Dark Hunt stand no chance of survival. It is rumored that half of the members in this organization are ancient martial artists, categorized into 4 levels: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, with Yellow being the entry level and Heaven representing the pinnacle. The leader of this assassination organization is a master at the Earth level, on a moonlit night atop a skyscraper in the bustling metropolis. Ye Chen stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and slowly turned to face a figure seemingly merged with the darkness. "Are you Lu Ye, the assistant my master left for me, the leader of the Dark Hunt?" he inquired. "I have met you, young master." Lu Ye's voice was soft yet carried a chill, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of Ashura. "Please, enlighten me on the current strength of our organization." "Certainly, young master." Lu Ye nodded slightly before continuing. "When our master departed, he left behind a wealth of ancient martial arts legacies. Utilizing these legacies, the Dark Hunt has rapidly grown over the past 5 years to a scale that is among the few both nationally and globally. The organization comprises 100 members, over 30 of whom are ancient martial artists, with 3 at the initial Earth level, like myself." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded subtly. In this age devoid of magic, Earth-level martial artists are rare. Indeed, a precious commodity. 4 Earth-level warriors could effortlessly topple a small nation overnight. No wonder my master specifically advised me to enlist the Dark Hunt's aid in retaliating against the Zhang family. In such a scenario, dealing with Wang Teng would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. However, Ye Chen found himself at the center of public scrutiny due to the prevailing opinions, where every move he made was magnified. "Lu Ye, I have summoned you today to assign you a task," Ye Chen stated, adopting a commanding demeanor with his hands clasped behind his back. "I need you to eliminate a man named Wang Teng. He is an ordinary person residing on the top floor of that building across from us." Ye Chen lit a cigarette and continued, "There is also a woman named Wang Shui. Do not harm her, for she is my beloved. Bring her back to me. Rest assured, young master, I will fulfill this task." Lu Ye replied before silently departing the rooftop. Ye Chen gazed across the way, a wry smile curling upon his lips. "Wang Teng, I shall make you realize how foolish it is to offend me." Ye Shao, meanwhile, at Wang Teng's residence, he was entirely absorbed in Rice Aroma, unable to extricate himself from its enchanting allure. As a member of a prominent family, Wang Teng had previously attended numerous concerts of superstars and owned many rare albums, boasting a collection of the world's top 10 songs, which he occasionally enjoyed. However, Rice Aroma transcended his expectations. A song of divine perfection that overshadowed all others, the captivating melody and energizing lyrics left him spellbound. Yet, despite his enthusiasm, his singing voice was utterly devoid of skill, akin to a cacophony that was excruciating to endure. Ye Chen felt as if his eardrums might burst, blood pouring from all his orifices. Most alarmingly, Wang Teng believed his singing to be unparalleled, thinking that this song could easily dominate the music scene. Fearing for his own sanity, Ye Chen hastily utilized the world's essence to upgrade his singing abilities to LV10 Max. He then concocted various schemes to persuade Wang Teng to spend 15,000 points to acquire this skill. Finally, some peace for my ears, Ye Chen sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and regret for not having made Wang Teng spend 20,000 points to redeem a heavenly voice. thus compensating for the earlier torture he endured. Suddenly, Ye Chen sensed something amiss. He felt several presences moving outside the door. It appeared that Ye Chen was preparing to deploy the Dark Hunt to eliminate Wang Teng. Familiar with the original story, Ye Chen knew that whenever Ye Chen found someone distasteful, he would instruct the Dark Hunt to assist in their demise. The emergence of the Dark Hunt occurred midway through the narrative. Yet they appeared early in the plot, disrupting the world's order significantly. After seizing the world's essence, Ye Chen contemplated for a moment. This little Ye Chen was quite clever. Not only was he providing Wang Teng with experience, but also a partner. Certainly, the leader of the Dark Hunt, Lu Ye, was a striking beauty. Upon learning this, Ye Chen promptly included her in his harem, making her the fourth female lead. Soon, Ye Chen devised a plan to sever the ties between the two female leads and Ye Chen. Ding, the system detects imminent danger. Please exercise caution, host. Still lost in the euphoria of acquiring a heavenly voice and a remarkable song, Wang Teng suddenly jolted upright, his expression turning serious. "Is Ye Chen sending someone to kill me?" he muttered, furrowing his brow. Clearly, the only threat to his life at the moment was Ye Chen. Wang Teng's mind raced as he strategized his next move. Now that he was an ancient martial artist, albeit a novice, he possessed master-level skills and enhanced mental strength, empowering him to contend against profound-level ancient martial artists. He felt unafraid. However, he was concerned for Wang Shui's safety. Knowing Ye Chen, this assassination attempt would not merely be about killing him. There was a high likelihood that he would target Wang Shui as well. System, is there any way to ensure Shui's safety? Wang Teng inquired. Ding, nanospace 20,000 points. Function, can absorb any object and keep it intact. Exchange, Wang Teng declared without hesitation. In this world, Wang Shui was his sole remaining family. He could not afford any harm to come to her. Ding, nanospace has been redeemed. Remaining points, 2,000. With a thought, Wang Teng entered Wang Shui's room and carefully placed her into the nanospace. Free from worries, he appeared calm and collected. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the corridor's light flooded into the dimly lit room. Several figures entered stealthily. At that moment, the lights blazed to life within the room, leaving the intruders with nowhere to hide. There sat Wang Teng on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and swirling a glass of wine. Exuding utter relaxation, he grinned at the black-cloaked figures before him, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth. "I've been waiting for you. If you had delayed any longer, I would have finished this bottle." With that, Wang Teng downed the contents of his glass and stood up slowly, a smirk playing on his lips, akin to a crooked smile. This juncture, the members of the Dark Hunt were utterly bewildered, their expressions plastered with confusion. Typically, upon encountering individuals dressed as they were, most would be paralyzed with fear or anxiety. Those familiar with the Dark Hunt's appearance would likely be reduced to begging for mercy. Yet, having executed numerous missions over the years, they had never encountered someone like Wang Teng, who displayed not a hint of trepidation, but rather a glimmer of excitement and anticipation. Despite their puzzlement at Wang Teng's demeanor, the Dark Hunt members wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Young Master Wang, we apologize, but having offended our young master, you cannot escape death." A flash of cold light surged forth, aimed directly at Wang Teng's throat. With his enhanced mental prowess, Wang Teng easily discerned the assailant's attack. He stepped back slightly, evading the dagger's strike, and deftly seized the assailant's wrist. With a crack, Wang Teng unleashed a surge of dim yellow energy, shattering the assailant's wrist with a swift motion. A piercing scream echoed through the room as Wang Teng delivered a powerful kick, sending the Dark Hunt member flying against the wall, where he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The impact left a dent in the wall, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. The efficiency with which Wang Teng dispatched the Dark Hunt member was unprecedented. Within mere seconds, he had neutralized an opponent. The remaining three members stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the astonishing realization that Wang Teng was no ordinary person but, in fact, an ancient martial artist. They had misjudged him entirely. "He's not just an ordinary person. He is an ancient martial artist," one of them exclaimed. Realizing their intelligence had been flawed, they immediately decided to attack as a group. With weapons drawn, they converged from different angles, targeting Wang Teng's vital spots. Wang Teng assessed the situation, his gaze sweeping the room as he prepared to counterattack. With a powerful push, he leaped into the air. Evading their strikes, then, with a swift step forward, he unleashed a tiger claw towards them. In an instant, a member of the shadow hunting organization was struck, blood spraying from his mouth as he was forcefully thrown back. Immediately, Wang Teng directed his attack towards another individual, feigning a punch but instead delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the second assailant was sent flying, fueled by enhanced mental prowess, master-level combat skills, and the strength of an ancient martial artist. Wang Teng swiftly dispatched 3 members of the shadow hunting organization in under a minute, embodying the very essence of a war god, effortlessly dismantling his foes. Stretching his limbs, Wang Teng gazed at the lone survivor and remarked lightly, "Is this all the reinforcements Ye Chen could muster? I had expected a worthy adversary to truly unleash the pent-up frustration and fury I've accumulated over time." The remaining figure chuckled darkly. "Wang Teng, I concede you possess some skill. Dispatching 3 of my subordinates in a mere minute is unprecedented since our organization's inception. However, your life will not extend beyond tonight. None marked by the shadow hunting organization have ever seen the dawn of a new day." With that, he shed his black cloak, revealing his formidable physique marred by several grotesque scars. The most prominent scar stretched from the corner of his eye to his ear, evoking an aura of dread. "Ha!" he bellowed, unleashing a fierce energy that caused the ground to tremble and crack beneath him. Yellow-hued spiritual energy swirled around him, stirring up dust. "Wang Teng, prepare to meet your end," he roared, launching a flurry of rapid and precise strikes. Wang Teng, sensing the imminent danger, deftly evaded the assaults. Although he could predict a second ahead, the intensity of the spiritual energy swirling in the air inflicted significant harm. Blood surged in his throat, a sweet taste signaling the toll of battle. Is this the unique power of an ancient martial artist? Wang Teng inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within him. Even with his predictive prowess, he had been struck. Clearly, foreseeing his opponent's moves proved ineffective against this FOEINA heartbeat, the assailant attacked again, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Each punch carried the weight and force capable of slaying a bull. Despite Wang Teng's mastery and anticipation allowing him to narrowly escape disaster time and again, he still suffered from the surging spiritual energy. In a flash, he coughed up blood, crimson liquid streaming from his nostrils. Meanwhile, Ye Chen observed from a distance, anxiety gripping him as he watched Wang Teng endure relentless attacks, his injuries mounting. Although Ye Chen had evolved beyond a mere program, unlike other systems that relied on hosts for survival, their fates entwined, he had his own consciousness and autonomy. Yet, should Wang Teng fall to this adversary, his own existence in this realm would come to an end. Thus, Ye Chen contemplated intervening to assist Wang Teng through this perilous trial. However, his presence would inevitably provoke the world's consciousness, leading to his erasure. Consequently, he resolved to unleash all the accumulated essence of the world to resist this consciousness and swiftly eliminate the immediate threat. Just then, he noticed Wang Teng making a move. Pausing his own actions, Wang Teng, utilizing his foresight and master-level combat skills, darted through the room, retrieving objects that vanished into his nanospace with each pass. The shadow hunting member, infuriated by Wang Teng's slippery maneuvers and the continual evasion of his attacks, felt his pride wounded. Despite Wang Teng's agility as an ancient martial artist, he was merely a novice in comparison to the mid-tier mystic warrior he faced, whose capacity to eliminate him should have been as simple as squashing an ant. Yet, things had not gone as planned. With a furious roar, the assailant tightened his fists, his energy intensifying. "Mighty bull fist," he cried, charging forward with the force of a raging bull. The earth-shattering wave of yellow energy shattered the room's decor. Wang Teng retaliated by kicking a nearby sofa, which exploded into splinters. That moment, he anticipated the enemy's attack and leaped to the side, but the fierce energy struck him, causing him to cough up blood as his clothing tore apart. In a sudden twist, Wang Teng brandished an ashtray, swinging it forcefully at the opponent's head. The impact was thunderous, but before the ashtray connected, it disintegrated under the assailant's overwhelming spiritual force. "Die!" the adversary howled, his eyes glinting with a blood-red fury. Seeing this, Wang Teng retreated a few steps, seizing a coffee table to smash it against him. The assailant shattered the table with a punch, preparing to deliver a fatal blow when he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his waist. Glancing down, he was astonished to find a dagger embedded there. When had Wang Teng managed that? In a flash, Wang Teng revealed 2 bricks and a kitchen knife, striking the assailant's head with one brick, causing blood to pour forth. Then, raising the knife, Wang Teng unleashed all his spiritual power, emanating a golden glow. With a swift, decisive motion, he severed the foe's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After dispatching the last member of the shadow hunting organization, Wang Teng collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His once white attire was now stained crimson, and he appeared utterly drained, his complexion pale and weary. Closing his eyes, he succumbed to slumber. the defeat of the shadow hunting organization proved tremendously beneficial for Ye Chen. In the original narrative, this organization was an unstoppable force, never having failed. With the last of its members slain, the rules of the world began to unravel, granting Ye Chen a bounty of 100,000 units of world essence, enabling the system to upgrade to level 3 and unlock new functionalities. Witnessing Wang Teng's remarkable feats, Ye Chen could not help but marvel at his rapid growth, realizing that he truly embodied the essence of a great emperor. His ability to adapt quickly, utilizing the nanospace to gather items, and his combination of predictive skills and master-level combat prowess allowed him to stealthily embed the dagger in the enemy's side before decisively eliminating him, an execution of perfection. Subsequently, Ye Chen activated the healing function, a unique force coursing through Wang Teng's body, visibly mending his injuries in real time. Little Wang, you truly deserve the title of the perfect villain. That was executed beautifully, Ye Chen remarked, ensuring that this treatment would cost him no points. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will need you to disrupt the world's rules and seize more fortune. With that, Ye Chen stored the bodies of the fallen members in his space and utilized special methods to extract their energy. Concocting pills potent enough to elevate Wang Teng to the late stage of the mystic realm, he activated the simulation function, refining the mighty bull fist to its essence, capable of summoning an ancient bull to enhance combat. Simultaneously, he transformed the shadow hunting members into puppets, elevating their power to the heavenly tier. This way, should Wang Teng encounter danger again, Ye Chen could deploy his trump card without revealing himself, conserving the world essence needed to resist the consciousness of this realm. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat at home, savoring a cigar and sipping Lafite, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With thoughts that Wang Teng would not survive the night and that Wang Shui would remain his, he reveled in delight. Yet, 3 hours passed without any communication from those sent to eliminate Wang Teng. Frowning, Ye Chen felt a growing unease. Sending a mid-tier mystic warrior along with 3 yellow-tier warriors to eliminate Wang Teng was akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Overkill. Why had he not received any updates? Was something amiss? Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Ye. Answering with palpable impatience, Ye Chen demanded, Lu Ye, what is going on? Why has there been no feedback in 3 hours? Bring them back, my lord. Please calm yourself, Lu Ye replied, her voice heavy with concern. The team we sent has gone dark. I am investigating this matter with all my might and will provide you with a satisfactory answer. What? They've gone dark? Ye Chen's expression shifted, veins bulging as he stood. His demeanor fierce. Is this what you promised me? That the shadow hunters would leave no survivors? My lord, please don't be angry. Lu Ye said, equally frustrated and anxious. The Mighty Bull was her most capable assistant, possessing mid-tier mystic strength and the formidable Mighty Bull fist technique, capable of sweeping away all opponents. The fact that they had lost contact likely indicated a grave outcome. I suspect that Wang Teng has hidden experts assisting him to at this revelation. Ye Chen's brows knitted tightly, his breath quickening as anxiety gripped him. Previously, he speculated that there must be ancient martial artists assisting Wang Teng. Otherwise, how could his central nervous system have been destroyed yet he still appears to be a normal person? Most notably, at the Night Rose Bar, an ancient martial artist attempted to kidnap Ye Chen. Yet, Wang Teng, an ordinary person, managed to rescue her, which is rather bizarre. Coupled with the failure of this covert hunt, it further corroborates that there are hidden experts aiding Wang Teng in the shadows. At this moment, Ye Chen had calmed down considerably. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then stated, I will give you 3 days to uncover the identity of the hidden expert beside Wang Teng. Should you fail, you shall come to see me with your head in your hands. I assure you, I will accomplish the task, Lu Ye replied. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen felt troubled. He extinguished his cigarette and furrowed his brow in contemplation. The events of this period had indeed been quite unfavorable. It seemed as though someone unseen was orchestrating everything. The foolish individual not only remained oblivious, but also ensnared Ye Chen in a web of trouble. Besieged daily by public opinion, and no matter who you are or how formidable your capabilities may be, if you disrupt my endeavors, you must die. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, speaking with fierce determination. Just then, the phone rang again. The caller was Li Yang, Ye Chen's senior brother, who also served as his greatest ally in this world, holding a significant position in the military district of the Magic City. In the original narrative, he played a crucial role, clearing many trouble-laden matters for Ye Chen. He also suppressed the Zhang family's connections during the final confrontation with them. Brother, why are you calling me so late? Upon receiving Li Yang's call, Ye Chen's gloomy mood instantly dissipated, revealing a bright smile. Junior brother, I have good news. I have made progress on the treasure left by our master. I will send someone to pick you up right away. Li Yang announced. In a remote mountain, an ancient castle stood majestically. Though grand, its presence in the depths of the mountain appeared exceedingly eerie. After Lu Yi hung up the phone, her expression turned grim, exuding a palpable chill. The aura of a ground-tier martial artist erupted, akin to an ancient beast, oppressive enough to stifle anyone's breath. The few individuals beside her, though also of ground-tier strength, felt their hearts race and cold sweat pour down. Their clothes drenched. Relay the order. Within 3 days, ascertain the identity of the hidden expert beside Wang Teng, Lu Yi commanded, her tone somber and frigid. Understood, leader. Several high-ranking members replied with clasped fists. In an instant, they morphed into shadows and vanished from the dim hall. Subsequently, Lu Yi picked up a photo of Wang Teng, murmuring, Wang Teng, regardless of the expertise concealed by your side, I shall personally slay you and present your head to the young master. Furthermore, I will cleanse the disgrace of my dark hunting organization, proving to the world that we remain a premier assassination group. The following day, Wang Teng awoke from his unconscious state. Upon rising, he was astonished to find the room impeccably tidy. He recalled the fierce battle with the 4 members of the dark hunting organization, during which many items had been shattered and the place left in disarray. How could it now be intact and so orderly? Most importantly, he had fought hard against that mysterious martial artist, resulting in mutual injury and his subsequent fainting. Yet now, he bore no wounds and felt remarkably invigorated. System, what is happening? Wang Teng inquired. Ding. The dark hunting organization, renowned for its flawless mission completion, failed in its attempt to hunt the host. Although there are no points awarded, given that you have shattered this legend, the system has healed your injuries and tidied the room. The mechanical voice of the system responded. Ding. This service is complimentary, but only this once. Wang Teng was taken aback. There's a free service. Ding. Please arrive at Mango Entertainment Company by 10 o'clock to participate in the amateur talent show. Successful selection will earn you 2,000 points. The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind, snapping him back to reality. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. After a brief tidy-up, he set off. Mango Entertainment Company was bustling that day, filled with countless aspiring contestants and media personnel converging together. This event was unlike any other. The judges included the so-called national goddess, Li Chen, and the self-proclaimed queen of the entertainment industry, Ome Ling. The venue was packed to the brim, causing traffic congestion. Eating peaches, feeling cool, I am adorable. The wind blows. In the audition hall, a delicate-looking man with an elongated neck appeared, exuding an extreme foolishness that made people want to punch him. Yet, this eccentric and effeminate style attracted a chorus of cheers from many onlookers, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Surprisingly, this peculiar individual advanced to the next round. Watching this unfold, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel 3 black lines appear on his forehead. His eye twitching uncontrollably. Next contestant, Wang Teng. The host glanced at the audition list, astonished. Not just him, but everyone in attendance shared the same surprise, shifting their gazes to see whether this Wang Teng was a namesake or the actual person. After all, the recent bankruptcy of the Wang Group and the conflicts with Ye Chen had stirred quite a commotion in the Magic City. Moreover, Li Chen had nearly become Wang Teng's wife. The reunion of these two was bound to be a significant event. Wang Teng strode confidently onto the stage. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. It really is Wang Teng, the former heir of the Wang family. All the media personnel directed their cameras at him, desperate not to miss a single moment. Despite becoming the focal point of attention, Wang Teng felt no discomfort. He had attended far more formal meetings than this. Though his family had fallen from grace, the imprint of his upbringing remained embedded within him. Additionally, as an ancient martial artist now, the aura he exuded was infinitely more dignified than before, capturing the attention of numerous young women. Hello, host, esteemed judges, and all the audience members. My name is Wang Teng, and I come from the Magic City. The song I will be performing is titled Rice Aroma. The expression of Li Chen at the judges' table was exceedingly complex. She gazed at Wang Teng, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions, as the accompaniment and melody began. An almost magical atmosphere enveloped the room, drawing everyone into its depths. If you have too many complaints about this world, if you fall, do not dare to continue forward. Why must people be so fragile, so depraved? With the ethereal sound of his voice, as Wang Teng sang, it felt as though he unleashed a certain magic, captivating everyone present and those watching on screen. His voice flowed like water over mountains and streams, resonating deeply within the hearts of many. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? As the melody of rice aroma continued, a gentle smile graced his lips, evoking memories of childhood dreams. This is the most beautiful song I've ever heard. Did Wang Teng compose it? People marveled, astonished not only by his good looks but also by his talent and melodious voice. No matter how much grievance one faces outside, home will always be the only castle, another person remarked, recalling scenes of crying at home after facing injustices in the company and beyond as the song played on. A myriad of emotions stirred within the audience. Do not give up so easily. As I said, if you cannot reach your dreams, why not change to another? Let yourself be happy. That is what truly matters. The paper airplane of childhood has finally returned to my hands. At that moment, tears flowed, voices cried out, and some were rendered speechless. Yes, even if my dreams seem unattainable, I can always find new ones. The most important thing is to be happy. I declare, from this moment on, Wang Teng is my idol, my male god, my beloved. Someone shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down their face. Do not cry. Let the fireflies guide you away. The songs of the countryside are eternal solace. Let us return home, to the initial beauty. As the song concluded, tears flowed among the audience, all calling out Wang Teng's name. Even those watching from their televisions were moved to tears and shouts. Wang Teng was taken aback, astonished by the profound effect his singing had under the influence of his ethereal voice. He then spoke. The reason I chose to sing this song is to convey to everyone that no matter how fierce the storms outside may be, home will always be the only castle, regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be. As long as you adhere to the beliefs within your heart, you can certainly persevere and fulfill your dreams. Or, as the lyrics suggest, if you cannot reach your dreams, simply change to another. The most important thing is to be happy. That is the essence of meaning. Thank you all. I am contestant Wang Teng. The song had touched the innermost vulnerabilities of countless individuals present, as life had weighed heavily upon them, suffocating their spirits, and their dreams had long since faded away. Wang Teng's words moved a group of dreamers who had, due to the weight of life's burdens and mundane trivialities, reluctantly relinquished their aspirations. They erupted into cries of anguish. This little Wang truly possesses remarkable acting skills, Ye Chen observed, unable to refrain from giving a thumbs up. Just as he was preparing to unleash his master-level acting prowess to deceive Wang with a few points, he realized that Wang was indeed a true actor. Li Yenner gazed at Wang Teng with a complex expression. Is this still the Wang Teng I once knew? With the song Daoxiang, Wang Teng captured the hearts of the nation, and even the world, with his imperial presence. The melody echoed through every street and store, rendering him an icon. Upon registering on a certain social media platform, his followers surged to over 1 million, causing the server to crash under the weight of his popularity. If only I had half of Wang's fanbase, I wouldn't have languished in obscurity for a decade. Ye Chen lamented, before scoffing, claiming that with the system in place, writing books seemed futile. It was better to exploit the system for upgrades. As Wang Teng's influence spread rapidly and his fanbase grew, the laws of this world became increasingly distorted. Ye Chen unapologetically seized the opportunity to acquire the essence of this world. In the original narrative, Wang Teng had long met his demise. Thus, whenever Wang Teng performed any sensational act, it severely disrupted the world's laws, akin to a bug that hindered the plot's natural progression. In this instance, Ye Chen secured an impressive 200,000 units of world essence, a delightful triumph. He generously rewarded Wang Teng with 100,000 points. Who in the entire system realm would treat their host with such kindness? Surely, no one. Ye Chen spoke seriously, contemplating how to manipulate the third and fourth female leads associated with Ye Chen. Just then, a shocking piece of news erupted on social media, detailing the grievances between Wang Teng and Ye Chen. The allegations that Wang Teng had harmed Ye Chen and usurped the Ye family business were pure conspiracy theories. Instead, it was Wang Teng who had been wronged by Ye Chen, bearing the brunt of public scorn, leading to the bankruptcy of the Wang family and the tragic loss of his parents. The narrative listed various events that were undeniably in Wang Teng's favor. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, pondering when little Wang had hired an army of online commentators to fabricate this narrative. Wang Teng was equally bewildered, hastily inquiring if Ye Chen was behind this. Thus, the two of them found themselves in a state of mutual confusion. At present, Wang Teng had indeed become a figure of great renown. Every action was scrutinized and magnified. The instant this news was released, it captivated countless individuals, sparking a frenzy of shares. Within 10 minutes, it ascended to the trending topics, becoming a subject of national and global discourse. Ye Chen, upon reading the content of this social media post, found it compellingly written. Had he not been well versed in the plot, he might have nearly believed it himself. Wang Teng, having been wronged by Ye Chen, lost his empire and his wife, yet he composed the inspiring song Daoxiang, expressing his unwavering determination to reclaim what was rightfully his through music, a fervent declaration of resilience. In an instant, Wang Teng's image soared, likened to a deity among mortals, while Ye Chen was demonized, portrayed as malevolent to the core. Ye Chen reveled in the moment, nearly laughing himself to tears. The impact of this social media post was monumental, akin to a divine sword cleaving the heavens, tearing apart the established order. Although he was uncertain who was behind it, the ability to acquire the world's essence without lifting a finger was exhilarating for Ye Chen. Was this the influence of an idol? Indeed, it was. With the celestial voice and the song Daoxiang as his backing, Wang Teng's image had been firmly established in the hearts of the public. He was noble and elegant, embodying virtuous ideals. Unless one personally experienced the conflict between Wang Teng and Ye Chen, anyone encountering this report would unconditionally believe it. The protagonist transformed into a villain. The once distorted laws of this world had not merely twisted but had been breached entirely. Ye Chen, akin to a drunkard, plunged into the depths of fortune, seizing an astounding 800,000 units of world essence. Adding this to his previous acquisitions, he now possessed a total of 1 million. He then rewarded Wang Teng with an additional 100,000 points. Universal Fortune System, Level 5, Talent, Interdimensional Travel, Skills, Duplication, Summoning, Calculation, Deduction, Creation, etc. World Essence, 90,000. After upgrading the system to Level 5, Ye Chen felt a pang of regret as the 1 million units of world essence dwindled to 90,000, especially with a daily consumption of 5,000. Thus, he began to devise a scheme to reclaim the 20,000 points from Little Wang, converting it back into world essence in the late hours. Atop the building of Mango Entertainment, Myling had just returned from abroad. She had heard whispers of Wang Teng's situation. Upon her return, her first action was to open a music app and search for Daoxiang. The moment the enchanting melody and accompaniment resonated, Myling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As the queen of the entertainment industry, she had nurtured many stars, including the renowned singer Ye Chen. With a mastery of composition and lyricism that few could rival, she claimed a unique position in the industry. Thus, when she learned that Wang Teng's song had stirred a global sensation, she remained indifferent, distracted by other matters and neglecting to listen right away. However, as the melody of Daoxiang enveloped her, it ignited a long-lost sense of anticipation and excitement. As the lyrics flowed and Wang Teng's ethereal voice filled the air, Myling was momentarily transported to a realm of profound emotion. Soon, the duration of the song passed, yet she remained entranced, as if enveloped in a dream from which she could not escape. In that fleeting moment, she found herself revisiting her childhood and her hometown, reliving cherished memories. After what felt like an eternity, Myling finally returned to reality, gazing at the screen and murmuring, "Did Wang Teng truly compose this song?" She had encountered Wang Teng a few times. Given that Ye Chen had once been his fiancée, and they had dined together on several occasions. Moreover, the Wang family held significant sway in the metropolis. In this circle, there were always connections. Myling had never harbored a favorable impression of Wang Teng. In fact, she felt a vague aversion towards him, particularly due to the tumultuous events surrounding Wang Teng and Ye Chen. 3 years prior. The disappearance of Ye Chen and the acquisition of the Ye family business had sparked much speculation, with whispers of the Zhang family from the capital lingering in the air. Thus, few dared to speak openly, opting instead for hushed discussions. Consequently, Myling's disdain for Wang Teng deepened, and she had even advised Ye Chen against marrying him. Yet now, her perspective on Wang Teng began to shift. She found herself looking forward to meeting him again, eager to discover the creative genius behind Daoxiang and the depths of his musical talent. As she listened to Daoxiang, she scrolled through social media, reading posts that sought to redeem Wang Teng's reputation. Could it be that I have misjudged Wang Teng? Myling pondered, her thoughts swayed by the celestial melody, leading her to believe in the narratives presented. Her perception of Wang Teng underwent a profound transformation, awakening a sense of admiration she had yet to recognize. In the original narrative, Myling had always maintained an aloof demeanor, embodying the essence of a queen, exuding an air that kept others at bay. It was only after encountering Ye Chen that her disposition began to change. Following numerous events and the subtle interventions of Ye Chen, this previously impervious figure gradually succumbed to the allure of his harem. Now, due to the song Daoxiang, Myling found herself harboring feelings of admiration for Wang Teng. The recently restored laws of this world were once again thrown into disarray. Ye Chen reveled in his triumph. Not only he, but Wang Teng too was experiencing the thrill of success. The female Lido Miling's perception of the host has shifted, even leading to admiration. The host is rewarded with 50,000 points, leaving a remaining total of 50,000. Wang Teng had just exchanged 200,000 points with Ye Chen for advanced elixirs and martial skills, as well as a guardian to protect his sister. In less than a minute, he received another 50,000 points, an exhilarating experience. Now, he was acknowledged by the masses, gaining a measure of fame. The safety of his sister had been assured, and he had established a degree of self-protection. Ye Chen, our enmity is due for resolution. Wang Teng stood on the balcony, gazing at the elixir in his palm that would elevate him to the next level, filled with confidence. With the system's assistance, even if you are the protagonist of this world, you shall not be my match. On the rooftop of Wang Teng's residence, two figures appeared silently. One of them appeared pale, as if afflicted by a grave illness. Their voice hoarse as they remarked, I never expected the intelligence from the Dark Hunters to falter, especially information provided by the leader. Even if the intel is flawed, Wang Teng is merely a lowly yellow-tiered individual. How could he possibly defeat the likes of the formidable bull? It is essential to note that while the bull is merely at the Xian tier, his bull fist renders him invincible among his peers. Another individual, possessing a shifty appearance and a lewd demeanor, could only imply one thing. The person covertly protecting Wang Teng must possess at least Earth-tier strength. Indeed, this hidden expert is rather formidable. The pale-faced man remarked, having lurked beside Wang Teng for quite some time. We have yet to detect anyone accompanying him. This only suggests that the one safeguarding Wang Teng is more powerful than both of us. This situation is quite precarious. The pale-faced man continued, the leader has tasked us with identifying the protector within 3 days, yet we have not even found a single hair of this person. It appears our only option is to forcibly eliminate Wang Teng to draw out the hidden individual. Such an action could very well lead to our demise, the shifty-eyed man responded. But even within these 3 days, we have yet to ascertain this person's identity, and it seems we cannot escape death. You know the leader's temperament. Upon speaking, the two fell into silence. At that moment, 2 senior members of the Dark Hunters were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. They abruptly looked up towards a certain direction. A figure had appeared beside them without any prior indication of their presence. It was only when the figure intentionally released an aura that they became aware of its existence. Could it be the hidden expert alongside Wang Teng? Both men felt a surge of trepidation, their breaths quickening. They quickly channeled their combat energy and entered battle mode. Bloodfang, Dark Rat, a soft, raspy voice echoed through the night. Upon hearing this, the two immediately relaxed, their taut nerves easing considerably. We greet the leader. They promptly knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. Lu Yi approached slowly, emanating a sharp aura reminiscent of Ashura. How goes the situation? She inquired, causing Bloodfang and Dark Rat's hearts to jolt, eliciting a cold sweat. They recalled the leader's words. Bloodfang inhaled deeply, steadying his trembling frame as he replied, the hidden expert following Wang Teng is formidable, with an unfathomable depth of power. Throughout the day, Dark Rat and I have been unable to find even a single hair of theirs. However, please rest assured, tonight we plan to forcibly eliminate Wang Teng to compel the hidden individual to reveal themselves. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. For now, you two should set this matter aside. There are other tasks at hand. Upon hearing this, Bloodfang and Dark Rat sighed in relief, compared to the task of revealing the hidden expert beside Wang Teng. Anything else seemed trivial. Might we inquire what other affairs the leader has? Dark Rat asked. Target mission? Li Yang, Lu Yi stated coldly. Li Yang, Bloodfang and Dark Rat exchanged astonished glances. They were well aware that Li Yang was the second in command of the Magic City Military District and also Ye Chen's senior brother. In a sense, Li Yang could be regarded as a master of the Dark Hunters. Leader, but Li Yang is. I know, Lu Yi spoke slowly. The master entrusted the Dark Hunters to the young master Ye Chen. Not to Li Yang. We are to obey the young master alone. The treasures left by the master are also to be handed over to the young master. Now, Li Yang, taking advantage of his high position, seeks to monopolize the treasures left by the master. He has even colluded with the 7 kills, dispatching a large number of individuals to assassinate the young master. Were it not for the young master's extraordinary abilities and strength, he would have already fallen victim to the machinations of the 7 kills. Those 7 kill scoundrels truly deserve death, Bloodfang exclaimed. They dare to lay hands on the young master. The leader instructs us to procure the head of the soul demon to avenge the young master. No need, Lu Yi interjected. The matter of the soul demon will be handled by others. Your immediate priority is to eliminate Li Yang and deal with this traitor. Bloodfang and Dark Rat were more inclined to assassinate Li Yang than to reveal the hidden expert beside Wang Teng. Although Li Yang's residence was heavily guarded and fortified, both were Earth-tier experts and top-notch assassins. Infiltrating and eliminating Li Yang would be well within their capabilities. After Bloodfang and Dark Rat departed, Lu Yi's appearance began to shift. Beneath her guise, she was none other than Ye Chen. Do think that in just a few moments, I would expend 30,000 world origin. This amounts to 1/3 of what Ome Ling coveted from Wang Teng. Ye Chen gazed at the system interface, noting he had 160,000 world origin remaining, feeling a pang of regret. However, eliminating Ye Chen's greatest ally was worth the expenditure. Once Li Yang is slain, Ye Chen will be left vulnerable. Furthermore, by stealing the martial skills from Bloodfang and Dark Rat and pushing them to their utmost potential, he could apply them to the barbarian bull, ensuring that Ye Chen could hardly contend with Wang Teng. In the original narrative, Li Yang's influence within the military district, combined with the Dark Hunters, allowed Ye Chen to thrive. Not only was he Ye Chen's greatest support in confronting the Zhang family, but he also served as a means for Ye Chen to flaunt his prowess and gather a harem. For any matters within the White Path, he could simply have Li Yang resolve them. For clandestine matters, the Dark Hunters would handle them. Now, with Ye Chen, disguised as Lu Yi, commanding Bloodfang to assassinate Li Yang, it was tantamount to pitting Ye Chen's two greatest supports against one another. What was once a synergistic alliance had devolved into a self-destructive conflict. Regardless of one's strength or prowess, anyone daring to conspire against a military district official would meet their end. Once Bloodfang and Dark Rat return with Li Yang's head, Ye Chen could publicly announce the assassination orchestrated by the Dark Hunters. At that point, even if Ye Chen was the protagonist, he would find it difficult to escape death. Thus, considering the expenditure of 30,000 world origin, Ye Chen's gains would undoubtedly multiply tenfold. Chapter 14. The slaying of the female protagonist in the depths of the mountains. Within the Dark Hunter stronghold, Lu Yi felt an inexplicable unease. Gazing at the phone on the table, her brows furrowed. Given Bloodfang and Dark Rat's capabilities, they should have unearthed the hidden expert beside Wang Teng by now. Yet, nearly a day had passed without a single word. Moreover, she could not reach Bloodfang and Dark Rat. This only indicated that the individual concealed beside Wang Teng was exceedingly powerful, surpassing both Bloodfang and Dark Rat. They might have met with misfortune. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed through the dim hall. As a top-tier assassin, Lu Yi immediately sensed it. In a swift motion, she unleashed a silver flash. Clang, sparks flew, producing a crisp sound. Who dares intrude upon the Dark Hunters? Lu Yi exclaimed, her brows knitting tighter. The growing sense of unease deepened. The Dark Hunters' defenses were stringent. Even an Earth-tier martial artist would find it challenging to infiltrate, let alone reach her quarters. This signified that the intruder was no ordinary foe. Likely at least at the pinnacle of Earth-tier, on par with her own strength. I arrived here, and was immediately detected. The leader of the Dark Hunters truly lives up to their reputation. Ye Chen remarked, applauding Lu Yi. Who are you? Lu Yi demanded, her heart racing. Few knew of her connection to Ye Chen beyond the upper echelons of the Dark Hunters, not exceeding 5 individuals. Simultaneously assessing Ye Chen, she noted the absence of any discernible power fluctuations, yet a mysterious and inscrutable aura emanated from him, instilling a hint of fear in her. Who I am is inconsequential, Ye Chen replied. What matters is that the leader, as Ye Chen's most vital aid, shall not survive this night. In an instant, Lu Yi sprang into action. Faced with Ye Chen, her fear intensified, fully aware of the danger he posed. Channeling her power to its zenith, she executed her strongest strike, eerie shadow assassination. In a flash, Lu Yi appeared before Ye Chen, her dagger radiating a sinister black light, accompanied by a chilling wail akin to a vengeful spirit. Ye Chen remained unfazed, exuding an aura of calm. Clang! In a heartbeat, a figure materialized before Ye Chen, intercepting Lu Yi's dagger with their palm. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the dim room. The dagger shattered into pieces. Boom! A fist, as solid as iron, surged forth, creating a powerful gust. Lu Yi was hurled backward by the force, her ribs fracturing as she coughed up blood, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Tear heaven. Lu Yi half knelt on the ground, coughing up blood as she gasped. You are the hidden expert beside Wang Teng, correct? You've answered correctly. But there are no rewards, Ye Chen replied with a smile, pleased as he regarded the barbarian bull. Now a puppet.it seemed he needed to create more puppets. This way, he could avoid direct confrontation, leaving it entirely to them. Suddenly, the barbarian bull unleashed Bloodfang's martial technique, Blood Demon Phantom. Instantly, a blood-red visage materialized in the air, exuding a repugnant stench of blood, resembling a pool of blood occupying the room. The ghostly face surged forward, piercing through Lu Yir and slaying her. With the demise of Lu Yir, the female protagonist, a rift in the world's rules was once again breached, significantly larger than the previous occasion when Bo washed Wang Teng's name clean. Moreover, aside from the Dark Hunters on mission, none of the assassins within the castle survived. They were all slain by the barbarian bull. The Dark Hunters organization was essentially obliterated, ceasing to exist. This event granted Ye Chen a staggering 2 million world origin. Ye Chen's hidden cards were now nullified, and one female protagonist was no more. Following this, once Bloodfang and Dark Rat assassinate Li Yang, Ye Chen would be stripped of all support. This chapter of seizing fortune in this world should come to an end. Ye Chen stored Lu Yir's corpse within his spatial realm before departing. Among the original female protagonists, Ye Chen held a particular fondness for Lu Yir. The decision to have the barbaric bull eliminate Lu Yir was one born of necessity. Ye Chen also sought to alter Lu Yir's perception of Ye Chen through certain means, even aiming to incite the Dark Hunting organization to betray Ye Chen and rally behind Wang Teng. However, Lu Yir's obsession with Ye Chen ran deep, her affection for Ye Chen imprinted in her very bones and soul. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to eradicate both Lu Yir and the Dark Hunting organization for good. The following day, at Mango Entertainment Company, the competition venue was filled to capacity. The audience, drawn by Wang Teng, eagerly anticipated witnessing his charisma and the ethereal melodies he would share. Outside the plaza, a throng of people created a traffic jam. Please welcome the next contestant, Wang Teng. A voice boomed through the competition arena like a clap of thunder. Countless voices erupted in cheers, calling out for Wang Teng, waving banners and shaking glow sticks. Wang Teng, already handsome in appearance, rivaled Ye Chen. Dressed in a sharp suit, he emanated the unique aura of an ancient warrior, instantly capturing the attention of Ome Ling. Is this the same Wang Teng I once knew? Ome Ling mused upon catching her first glimpse of him, her admiration swelling, even igniting a flutter of excitement within her. Wang Teng glanced towards the judging panel, but did not spot Li Yan'er. A wave of disappointment washing over him, he quickly composed himself and spoke, "Greetings, esteemed judges and friends in the audience. The song I will perform is titled What a Shame. I hope you all enjoy it." As the gentle, melancholic accompaniment began to play, it stirred the emotions of everyone present. When Wang Teng opened his mouth to sing, his heavenly voice enveloped the crowd, drawing them into the song's depths. Forgetting was not a simple endeavor. I bear no blame. It is I who am so easily shattered. What a shame. I have finally lost you. I am sorry. I have done my utmost. I have not given up. It is just that I do not see you. I thought this would spare me from pain. As the chorus resonated, tears welled in many eyes, evoking memories they wished to forget. The sorrowful melody echoed, even moving Ome Ling, the so-called queen of the entertainment industry, known for penning countless songs and nurturing numerous superstars. In her nobility and grace, she could not help but shed a tear, touched by the song's essence. I have always declined the affections of others, solely for the uncertain you. As the performance concluded, the stage remained shrouded in darkness, the lights not illuminating the space. The audience was engulfed in a profound sense of sadness, a feeling of helplessness and regret sprouting like seeds within their hearts. The first to regain composure was Ome Ling, who, despite her composed exterior, felt an eruption of admiration for Wang Teng evolve into something deeper, love. Ding, Ome Ling's affection for the protagonist reached 50. The host was rewarded with 50,000 points. Remaining points, 95,000. Ye Chen resolved to eliminate Lu Yir and the Dark Hunting organization, utilizing the world's essence he acquired to upgrade the system to level 8. After seizing the fortune, he gained another 500,000 points of world essence, a thrill surpassing the joy of unearthing treasure. Ye Chen intended to push forward, urging Xiao Wang to win over Ome Ling in the shortest time possible, so as to elevate the system to a higher level and unlock additional skills. Thus, he commenced the final plan, directly erasing Ye Chen, the protagonist in this world, to seize the ultimate fortune. Originally, the competition was to last 3 months to crown a champion. Yet merely 2 days in, Ome Ling publicly declared Wang Teng the winner. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the global entertainment news landscape, an unprecedented event. Nonetheless, the program would continue to select the runners-up. No one dared to question Ome Ling's decision. Wang Teng's prowess warranted his victory. Regrettably, the audience would no longer have the opportunity to appreciate Wang Teng's original compositions in the subsequent rounds. In light of this, Wang Teng announced he would release a new album within a week, inciting cheers and excitement from the crowd. After the competition, Wang Teng found himself in Omei Ling's office. Having met a few times before, their previous interactions, thanks to Li Yener, made this meeting less formal. Chairman Wang, I never expected your musical talent to be so profound. You have truly kept it hidden. Omei Ling remarked, handing him a glass of water with a smile. The title Chairman Wang belongs to the past. The Wang family business has long been dissolved. You may call me Wang Ting or Xiao Wang. Omei Ling, he replied, revealing a bright smile as he accepted the water. Omei Ling chuckled, then shifted the subject. Wang Teng, your announcement of releasing an album within a week was rather rash, but now that I've signed you, I won't let you embarrass yourself in public. Coincidentally, we have several songs that have yet to be released. Consider them a gift from me to you. Thank you for your kindness, Omei Ling. I am well aware of the album's matter and will fulfill my promise. Wang Teng stated that if I understand correctly, you intend to complete this album on your own. Omei Ling was taken aback by his refusal. It was widely known in the entertainment industry that the songs she selected were the finest works available. Countless individuals sought her assistance to secure even one of her songs as a lead track, some even willing to spend lavishly for her help in producing an album. Wang Teng's rejection piqued her displeasure. As the queen of the industry, who had ever turned her down? Yet, it also sparked her curiosity. She wished to see if Wang Teng could indeed produce an album within a mere week. Here are the scores for the 10 songs in my album. Please take a look, Wang Teng said, handing her the scores he had exchanged with Ye Chen moments earlier. Omei Ling was astonished at his preparedness. After glancing at the scores for less than a minute, her expression shifted to one of shock, her breath quickening. Did you truly write these? Wang Teng did not respond. Rising, he adjusted his collar and said, Omei Ling, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will come tomorrow morning to record the songs. After Wang Teng departed, Omei Ling remained in stunned silence, staring at the scores, her heart racing. Not long after leaving Omei Ling's office, Wang Teng encountered Li Yener. His love for her remained steadfast, even after his transformation with the system. Li Yener regarded Wang Teng with a complex mix of emotions. She had refrained from attending the judging panel today to avoid any connection with him. However, upon hearing his song, she felt a pang of regret, memories of their joyful past flooding her mind. Meanwhile, prominent figures on various forums had begun dissecting the meaning behind What a Shame, unanimously concluding that it reflected Wang Teng's feelings of an ill-fated connection with Li Yener, expressing both his reluctance to let go and his lingering attachment. The lines I have not given up. It is just that I do not see you, and I have always declined the affections of others, solely for the uncertain you served as undeniable evidence of Wang Teng's feelings for her. A truth Li Yener was painfully aware of, as her agent had informed her. The realization brought her heartache. The two locked eyes for nearly 3 minutes, all eyes in the company focused squarely on them, particularly on Wang Teng. Analysis of the song had already trended across major websites. As industry professionals, they were among the first to learn of everything. The anticipation surrounding Wang Teng and Li Yener's encounter was palpable, while some discreetly recorded the moment, eager to sell the footage to tabloids for a lucrative profit. This was the hottest scoop in the industry. Why were you absent from the judging panel today? Wang Teng's voice was subdued, tinged with a hint of sadness. Did you catch a cold? Li Yener shook her head, refraining from answering. Noticing her reticence, Wang Teng did not press further but asked, Where is Ye Chen? Where can I find him? I don't know, Li Yener replied. I haven't been in contact with him for 3 days. Before that, he mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to. Wang Teng nodded and began to walk away. But Li Yener called after him. Wait, he turned to her, inquiring, Is there something you need? After a long hesitation, Li Yener finally stammered, Can the grievances between you and Ye Chen not be resolved? I do not wish to see you both inflict harm upon one another. Leading to mutual destruction, Wang Teng let out a bitter laugh. Are you worried I might harm Ye Chen? In your heart, it seems he will always come first. Have you ever considered my plight? That's not it. Li Yener shook her head, preparing to explain, but was interrupted by Wang Teng. Please inform Miss Li to convey to Ye Chen that the enmity between our families is irreconcilable. Furthermore, I shall seek retribution for the manipulation of my sister. Wang Teng, with an air of indifference, departed from the company without a backward glance, resolutely severing all ties with Li Yener. Ye Chen observed the complicated relationship between Wang Teng and Li Yener, feeling a surge of frustration. Once the machinations of this world have played out, I shall no longer traverse the realms of such narratives. For a straightforward man like me, it is nothing short of torment. My head is spinning from all this nonsense, Ye Chen grumbled, yearning for a cigarette to alleviate his weariness. Wang Teng drove away from Mango Cultural Entertainment Company, en route to his residence. He sensed an unusual atmosphere around him, numerous individuals lurking in the shadows, including ancient martial artists. Utilizing his divination skills, Ye Chen quickly grasped the events that had unfolded during Ye Chen's disappearance. It became evident that the dissolution of the Dark Hunters organization and the demise of Lu Ye had deprived Ye Chen of his most crucial fighting force, prompting the will of this world to compensate for the absence of his underground power through other means. Moreover, it had preemptively granted Ye Chen access to the treasures left by his master. How intriguing, Ye Chen sneered. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! A friendly reminder. Numerous assassins are concealed nearby, intent on taking the host's life. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's breath quickened, his previously melancholic expression turning grave. Is the system sent by Ye Chen? Indeed. Ye Chen responded truthfully. I suspected as much. This unusual tranquility over the past few days was far from Ye Chen's style. He was clearly waiting for me here, Wang Teng remarked coldly. Now an ancient martial artist, equipped with the martial technique Mighty Bull Fist and enhanced mental acuity. Along with master-level combat skills and nanospace capabilities, he felt capable of contending with Earth-level martial artists. Thus, he did not harbor significant concerns about this ambush. Moreover, his mood was soured by Li Yen, making him restless and eager to release his pent-up frustration and fury. Bang! The sound of a firearm erupted, shattering the windshield. A silver bullet pierced through the chair in an instant. Wang Teng shifted his body. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, breath rapid, heart racing. Fortunately, his ability to predict danger by a second allowed him to evade the bullet's trajectory. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the head. Damn it! Wang Teng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted with fury. Has Ye Chen lost his mind? The Dragon Kingdom maintains strict control over firearms. Does he not know this? How dare he fire a weapon in public? At the moment the gun was discharged, chaos erupted on the street as if a pot had boiled over. Countless pedestrians fled in panic. Vehicles on the road came to an abrupt halt, resulting in a dozen collisions. The scene was utter pandemonium. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed from all directions, as if firecrackers were being detonated. Fortunately, Wang Teng's vehicle was sufficiently robust and crafted from special materials, allowing him to remain unharmed amidst the hail of bullets. Yet, the firepower was overwhelming. Within half a minute, the vehicle was riddled with holes, smoke billowing forth, flames licking at the front. At this rate, it could last no more than a minute before it exploded. Just where did Ye Chen find such a multitude of assassins? Wang Teng roared, attempting to curl his body protectively around his head. Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived? Host, do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. The mechanical voice intoned. Currently, Ye Chen has acquired the inheritance left by his master, containing numerous elixirs and secret techniques. He has already negotiated with the higher-ups, willing to offer 10 entry slots to the treasury. Furthermore, Li Yong, the second-in-command of the Magic Capital Military District, is Ye Chen's senior. Thus, no matter the scale of the commotion, relevant authorities will not respond. Ye Chen will not face any repercussions for the use of firearms. Furthermore, all these assassins have been promised that whoever kills you will gain access to the treasury. Hence, the most formidable members of various underground organizations have gathered here. What now? Wang Teng's eyes reddened. As if filled with blood, Ye Chen was truly sparing no expense to eliminate him. Against ancient martial artists, he still had a fighting chance. However, with firearms, he was utterly powerless. No one could ascertain how many assassins lay hidden in the shadows. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat, let alone firearms. Host, I must say you are rather foolish, Ye Chen remarked. What? Wang Teng was bewildered, his mood plummeting. In this dire situation, his demise seemed inevitable. Instead of offering assistance, the system was mocking him. Had a bug occurred? Damn it, how could it still claim to have the demeanor of a great emperor? Seeing Wang Teng's lack of response, Ye Chen couldn't help but scold him. Are you not aware of the system's capabilities? How did you acquire your current cultivation and skills? Ye Chen berated, wishing he could slap Wang Teng awake. Right? I have a system and points. How could I forget that? Wang Teng suddenly realized, slapping himself hard. He had been so dazed that he overlooked the system. System, grant me an indestructible body or immortality, or the ability to catch bullets with my bare hands. Whatever it takes. I will use my credit points, no matter the cost. At this moment, Wang Teng regained some composure, a hint of imperial demeanor flickering within him. Ye Chen was speechless. Has this little Wang watched too many dramas? Catching bullets with bare hands. Is that not an acrobatic stunt? Ding. Mysterious helper is now online. Required. 500,000 points. Introduction. This is a powerful entity invincible in this world. Wang Teng gasped at the introduction. An invincible existence in this world. Wouldn't that mean obliterating everything in its path? The cost of 500,000 points felt exorbitant, yet he thought, with his life on the line. What was there to hesitate? After all, credit points accrue no interest. He could work for the system his entire life to repay. Exchange. Wang Teng roared. Ding. Exchange successful. The mysterious expert is now online. Remaining points. Minus 405. 000. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the entire vehicle at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The bullets suspended in midair as if imprisoned. Then, the golden light flickered, rippling outward like a wave, rebounding all the suspended bullets. Pow, pow, pow. In a heartbeat, the assassins hidden in the shadows were struck down by their own bullets, a gruesome spectacle of blood mist erupting in the air, the scene shockingly bloody and intense. Wang Teng sensed the gunfire had ceased, a formidable aura swirling within the vehicle, pressing down upon him, making it hard to breathe, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He felt as if a towering mountain had descended upon him. Slowly, he rose and glanced at the back seat. A handsome man exuding an icy demeanor had appeared within the vehicle. Was this the invincible man summoned by the system? Indeed, he possessed an emperor's demeanor. Wang Teng found himself at a loss as to why he uttered such words. Stay in the car. The rest is up to me, Ye Chen instructed before stepping out. He had initially contemplated summoning the mighty bull to eliminate the assassins, but reconsidered, feeling it would be somewhat inconsiderate, given that little Wang had spent 500,000 points and incurred a substantial debt. Moreover, although Ye Chen had appeared in this world twice, he had yet to take action. He wished to experience firsthand what it felt like for a master to dominate novices, what it felt like to be invincible, commonly referred to as showing off. That moment, the gunmen, taken aback, fell collectively in an instant, sending shivers down the spines of the ancient martial artists lurking in the shadows. A mysterious expert was accompanying Wang Teng. Why had Ye Chen not mentioned this? However, these ancient martial artists were among the elite in the world, possessing extraordinary abilities. Although Ye Chen's display was indeed shocking, instantly annihilating all the gunmen, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to enter the treasury. To them, everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Consequently, over 20 top-tier assassins emerged, all of whom were Earth-level ancient martial artists. Ye Chen stood before the vehicle, remarkably composed and unperturbed. As he gazed at the front of the car, the raging flames promptly extinguished, showing no regard for the gathered ancient martial artists. This assembly of over 20 Earth-level martial artists constituted the strongest force in the world. They could obliterate numerous nations overnight. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's disdainful gaze, their fury ignited like a bomb. It is worth noting that these were elite assassins, highly regarded among ancient martial artists, each one proud and haughty, revered and respected wherever they went. How could they endure such humiliation? In an instant, two of them sprang into action. The figure moved with agility, its speed astonishingly swift. In an instant, two silhouettes appeared on either side of Ye Chen, each wielding a dagger aimed directly at his head. The gleaming blades emanated a menacing aura, stirring up dust from the ground. Kid, no matter who you are, dare to offend me, and you shall die. One of them shouted, his words dripping with scorn. Ye Chen, however, merely smiled slightly, crossing his arms and forming a sword finger, in one fluid motion. He clamped down on the incoming daggers. A bright flash erupted as the blades met his fingers, sending shockwaves that kicked up a flurry of debris. With a swift separation of his crossed arms, a loud thud echoed as the two assailants fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, bouncing upon impact before finally collapsing, convulsing and spitting blood. In mere moments, Ye Chen had dispatched two elite assassins with nothing more than his fingers, a feat that left onlookers astounded. These men were renowned in the assassin world. Their strength at the mid-tier of the Earth realm, possessing elusive skills that could stealthily eliminate high-tier ancient martial artists. Everyone present recognized the impossibility of using mere fingers to seize daggers and kill the assailants. This man is a celestial realm martial artist. As the group of over 20 witnessed Ye Chen's prowess, a singular thought resonated in their minds. Only a celestial realm martial artist could exhibit such overwhelming strength and presence. Fear gripped them, their bodies trembling and breaths quickening. In this world, Earth realm martial artists were already considered top-tier fighters, while celestial masters were the stuff of legends. Damn it. Ye Chen deceived us, one among them seethed. Had I known a celestial master was involved, I would have never come, even if it meant my family's demise. Realizing Ye Chen's true strength, the group felt a wave of terror wash over them, prompting thoughts of retreat. Survival took precedence over any treasure. The figure before them was a celestial martial artist, a being that existed only in tales. In an instant, the group scattered like startled bees. Attempting to flee, trying to escape, Ye Chen smirked coldly, his body suddenly radiating a dark light. In a flash, he appeared before two fleeing individuals, crashing into them with a force that silenced them instantly. At that moment, Ye Chen unleashed the martial techniques he had perfected from Lu Ye, transforming into a harbinger of death. Wherever he tread, blood mist erupted, and corpses littered the streets, terror forever etched on their faces. In less than half a minute, he had eliminated over 10 foes. Then, with a sweeping motion, he immobilized the remaining assailants, rendering them unable to move. A thunderous roar echoed as Chu Tian channeled the bovine fist to its utmost potential. Returning to its origins, behind him, the ethereal image of a mighty bull materialized, its horns sharp as crescent blades, radiating an icy menace. The creature's robust form was inscribed with runes, its eyes glistening like crimson orbs. A chilling aura surged forth, reminiscent of ancient times. As Ye Chen struck, the bull, previously stirred by his energy, erupted into a frenzy. With every stomp, it seemed to traverse the annals of time, crashing into the present. Upon impact, chaos ensued. Many coughed blood, their bodies exploding into a gruesome spectacle. The bull moved like the Grim Reaper, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. In an instant, of the remaining 10 or so, only 2 survived, surrounded by a gruesome scene of carnage. Ye Chen walked through the blood-soaked ground, exuding an air of dread, akin to a god of slaughter, instilling shivers in all who beheld him. Please spare us, Senior. One man whimpered, trembling and soaked in terror. Unbeknownst to him, his pants had become wet, emitting a foul odor. The other, also sprawled on the ground, was drenched in blood, not his own, but that of others. Rendered speechless by fear, his eyes pleading for mercy, Ye Chen knew I was the one hiding beside Wang Teng. Yet he commanded you to assassinate him. This was clearly a death sentence for you. Ye Chen stated coldly, turning away without a second glance. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. The 2 assassins, now paralyzed by fear, felt rage welling up within them as they processed Ye Chen's words. Their expressions transformed into masks of fury, veins bulging, their demeanor utterly changed. Ye Chen, how dare you deceive us into a death trap? The 7 Killers organization will not let you off, one of them shouted in a fit of rage. Storming off the scene, the other, equally enraged, followed suit, disappearing into the shadows. Observing this from within Wang Teng's mind, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile, though a pang of regret tugged at him. In less than 3 minutes, he had drained 100,000 units of world essence. The worlds will harbored malice towards him as an outsider, demanding constant expenditure of essence to counteract its hostility. Yet, it was worth it. Ye Chen's return will likely be postponed, granting Little Wang the opportunity to successfully record the album and secure Li Yin'er and Mei Ling. Indeed, Ye Chen had deliberately allowed the 2 to escape, knowing they would soon discover their deception. Their fury would inevitably be directed towards Ye Chen, leaving him to face the wrath of the 7 Killers organization. Ye Chen held no illusions about the trouble these 2 could bring, especially since Ye Chen had already entered the celestial tribulation phase after consuming the pills from the treasure vault. His primary concern remained Li Yang. After such a commotion, someone would inevitably need to clean up the aftermath, and that someone would be Li Yang, thus creating an opportunity for Bloodfang and Dark Rat to eliminate him. System, what of that senior? Wang Teng's heart raced as he recalled Ye Chen's imposing figure. Unable to calm himself, the return of the system is imminent, Ye Chen replied. We are initiating the final plan. Even if the individuals concealed around Wang Teng possess formidable strength, they cannot withstand the combined efforts of over 20 people. Junior brother, your intelligence is erroneous. The one covertly protecting Wang Teng is a celestial-level ancient martial artist. Li Yang spoke with a grave tone, his breath quickening. What? A celestial-level ancient martial artist? Suddenly, Ye Chen became unsettled, his expression shifting to one of alarm and trepidation. How is that possible? A celestial-level ancient martial artist. Brother, are you mistaken? Wang Teng. How could he possibly come into contact with a celestial-level warrior, let alone have one protecting him in secrecy? At that moment, Ye Chen felt bewildered. The notion that a celestial-level ancient martial artist would act as Wang Teng's bodyguard seemed ludicrous. In the current world of ancient martial artists, apart from himself, there could not possibly be another of the celestial rank. It must be noted that in order to eliminate obstacles for Ye Chen, his master had decisively vanquished all celestial-level martial artists before ascending to the upper realm. Even if there were any that slipped through the cracks, celestial-level martial artists constitute the pinnacle of this world, possessing their own pride and dignity. Wang Teng was not from a hidden family or an extraordinary lineage. Why would a celestial-level expert willingly choose to stay by his side? Most of those dispatched to assassinate Wang Teng had perished. When I learned of this news, I was indeed taken aback and shocked. Li Yang continued. I then reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered a mysterious figure descending from Wang Teng's vehicle, effortlessly dispatching all the ambushers lurking in the shadows with a single strike. The soul devastators had virtually no resistance, being obliterated instantaneously. Ye Chen fell silent. It was indeed possible for someone to annihilate all the ambushers in an instant. The soul devastators stood no chance whatsoever. No one but a celestial-level ancient martial artist could accomplish such a feat, however. Ye Chen could not comprehend when Wang Teng had acquired such an ally to bolster his defenses. Based on his understanding of Wang Teng, if there truly was a celestial-level master by his side, he would have been eliminated long ago during the chaos of the wedding. Even if Wang Teng restrained himself to avoid revealing his strength, during the moment when his parents were driven to the brink, the celestial-level master could have easily dispatched him. So why wait until the Wang family faced bankruptcy for this celestial-level ancient warrior to make an appearance? At that moment, Ye Chen surmised that perhaps the emergence of this celestial-level ancient warrior coincided with the time when Wang Teng was rendered a fool. The Tai Divine Needle was known to disrupt Wang Teng's central nervous system, and theoretically, no one could remedy it. Only a celestial-level expert, utilizing potent spiritual power, could dissipate the effects of the Tai Divine Needle. It seemed that this celestial-level expert had narrowly escaped annihilation under his master's onslaught. After recovering from their injuries, they sought vengeance, placing their enmity upon me. At this point, Ye Chen had unraveled the entire sequence of events, aligning perfectly with the timeline of Wang Teng's rise. Otherwise, how could a celestial-level expert serve Wang Teng? Only this hypothesis accounted for everything. One must commend Ye Chen for his astute intellect, consistently operating at a high level of reasoning. However, he never anticipated that the ally aiding Wang Teng would be Ye Chen. This very system that siphoned his fortune. Master, oh master, you have led me to ruin. Why did you not exercise more caution? Ye Chen sighed, yet he felt no genuine concern regarding the matter, though it was indeed a troublesome predicament. He too had attained celestial-level prowess and possessed the Tai Divine Needle, along with the treasures left behind by his master. This was sufficient to enable his strength to surge dramatically in a short span of time. Junior brother, there is another matter you must be cautious of, Li Yang cautioned. The master left the soul devastators and the evil tiger one life, and although I do not know what was said, according to intelligence, these two are very likely to seek revenge on you. As for the celestial-level expert, I will exhaust every means to trace his whereabouts. Brother, have no worries, Ye Chen replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. My current strength is also at the celestial level, and with the Tai Divine Needle and the treasures left by my master, I am more than capable of dealing with this expert. As for the soul devastators and the evil tiger, at this point, Ye Chen broke into a disdainful smile. Even if they have yet to step into the celestial level, they remain nothing more than trash in my eyes. After a moment, Ye Chen ended the call, leaning back on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Based on his brother's description, that expert strength was at least at the mid to late stages of the celestial level. To be prudent, he must unlock the final layer of the treasury during this period, to acquire its hidden treasures. Only then would he be able to elevate his strength to match that of the expert. With the Tai Divine Needle in hand, he could eliminate him. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, silently asserting, Wang Teng, do not think that by enlisting a celestial-level expert, you can act with impunity. The ones I intend to eliminate have yet to see the light of day. When I return, it shall be the day of your demise. Originally intending to return to the magic capital immediately, Ye Chen found himself delaying his departure due to his deductions. This was precisely the scene Ye Chen had hoped to witness. Consequently, there was ample time to initiate the final plan. In the capital city, the Zhang family was among the most influential clans in this world, closely connected with certain high-ranking officials. Even Li Yang would show utmost respect when encountering such figures. Refraining from any arrogance in the original narrative, they represented Ye Chen's ultimate adversaries. To eliminate the Zhang family, Ye Chen had exerted immense effort, paying an exorbitant price to persuade the high-ranking official to remain indifferent to matters concerning the Zhang family, essentially offering the entirety of his treasures from the treasury. Today, the atmosphere within the Zhang family was heavy. The patriarch, Zhang Guomin, rarely displayed a solemn demeanor, while those around him remained silent, sitting uneasily in their seats. The news of Ye Chen's return had reached the Zhang family without delay. They quickly responded by abducting Li Yin'er in a bid to coerce Ye Chen into submission, hoping to eradicate him once and for all. Little did they know, their plans were thwarted. Upon discovering that Wang Teng was secretly meddling, Zhang Guomin was furious. How could a mere Wang family rise to prominence in the magic capital and even nationally without the Zhang family's support? To dare disrupt the plans of the Zhang family was akin to courting death. Subsequently, he sent people to capture Wang Teng and interrogate him. The Zhang family's envoy, while operating in the shadows, uncovered the presence of the Dark Hunt organization. After eavesdropping on their plans, they learned of the intention to assassinate Wang Teng. Upon realizing this, Zhang Guomin abandoned his plans to capture Wang Teng. Once targeted by the Dark Hunt organization, he was certain that Wang Teng would never see the light of day again. Yet, against all odds, Wang Teng not only survived the assassination attempts but emerged as a nationally and globally renowned singer. After contemplating this, Zhang Guomin decided to refrain from attacking Wang Teng for the time being. After all, Wang Teng had become a household name. Any assault on him at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke a massive public outcry. Soon, a string of bad news followed. Ye Chen had discovered a treasury filled with a plethora of elixirs and ancient texts. Under Li Yang's guidance, he quickly reached out to key members among the high-ranking officials. This only intensified Zhang Guomin's agitation. The elixirs and texts contained within the treasury, which Zhang Guomin had discreetly inquired about, could potentially form a legion of ancient martial artists, all of whom were beyond the Xin level. What a terrifying prospect! Zhang Guomin had previously contacted the high-ranking officials who had been supporting the Zhang family, but the responses he received were vague, further exacerbating his anxiety. He understood Ye Chen well enough. He was a man who bore grudges. 3 years ago, he had been crippled and nearly perished in the mountains. Now, upon his return, with an abundance of elixirs and ancient texts at his disposal, he was bound to leverage them in negotiations with the high-ranking officials to eradicate the Zhang family and avenge the grievances of 3 years prior. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker. Who dares intrude upon the Zhang family? A burly man with a fierce countenance bellowed at the entrance. Inside, the Zhang family members exchanged anxious glances, their breaths quickening, their chests heaving. Who could possess such audacity to breach the Zhang family? Could it be Ye Chen? In an instant, the burly man barreled through the door like a cannonball, crashing into the room and creating a deep crater in the floor, sending dust flying everywhere. The onlookers gasped in horror. This burly figure was a pinnacle Earth-level warrior, possessing immense power and exceptional skill. Yet, he had been so easily overwhelmed, writhing in pain. Clearly, the intruder was a celestial-level expert. Rumors had circulated that Ye Chen had consumed elixirs to attain celestial-level strength. Was this visitor indeed Ye Chen, come to settle the scores of 3 years ago? As these thoughts raced through their minds, the room filled with dread, bodies trembling, faces pale. Those with even a hint of timidity were so frightened they nearly soiled themselves. Although Zhang Guomin felt a surge of fear, as the patriarch, he had to maintain composure and steady the hearts of his kin. With a grim expression and narrowed eyes, he addressed the intruder. We are unaware of what esteemed individual has come to visit the Zhang family in such a manner. We ask you to reveal yourself. It is said that the patriarch of the Zhang family is a formidable figure. Upon meeting today, I see the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Ye Chen, wearing a smile, emerged from the courtyard, with a hulking figure trailing behind him. Upon seeing that the newcomer was not Ye Chen, the tension in the room eased somewhat. However, their hearts sank once more. The burly man had been subdued by this very person, indicating he was indeed a celestial-level expert and likely an ally of Ye Chen, particularly the imposing figure behind him. Standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of dread, and my young friend, though we have never met, I am unaware of where I may have offended you. Zhang Guomin gasped, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He is also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, possessing strength at the peak of the earth tier, with a tendency to ascend to the heaven tier. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the mighty bull, which felt as heavy as a towering mountain pressing down, he realized that the man lying on the ground had been dealt with by the bull. What struck Zhang Guomin with dread was that he sensed no fluctuations of power from Ye Chen. Not even the aura of an ancient martial artist. Clearly, he appeared to be an ordinary person. Yet, the formidable heaven-tier expert, the mighty bull, stood behind Ye Chen, displaying an air of utmost respect akin to that of a servant. How terrifying was this? He pondered the identity of Ye Chen, who could command a heaven-tier master as a servant. Could he be from a hidden, prestigious family? Old Master Zhang, I have come today to discuss something important with you, Ye Chen said, wearing an innocuous smile. The people in the room trembled. Although Ye Chen appeared somewhat handsome, he resembled a wolf in sheep's clothing. The giant man sprawled on the floor was a living testament to this. Zhang Guomin regarded Ye Chen, contemplated for a moment, and said, "Young friend, please take a seat." He then added, "You all may leave and brew a pot of premium Longjing tea." Upon hearing this, the people in the room felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Wishing they had more legs to flee faster, those who had nearly wet their pants scurried away. This left Zhang Guomin feeling indignant, cursing the cowardice of his subordinates inwardly. He also failed to realize why he remained seated. As if to maintain an air of superiority, it was not that. He was simply too frightened to stand. After a moment, only Ye Chen, the mighty bull, and Zhang Guomin remained in the room. Zhang Guomin observed Ye Chen and the bull, his heart racing like a taut bowstring, his body tense. "Old Master Zhang, relaxed. We are friends, not foes. One might think you are about to wet your pants," Ye Chen said, taking a sip of tea and finding it pleasant. Zhang Guomin glanced at his teacup, noticing the water had splashed onto his pants, emitting steam. How embarrassing, he chuckled awkwardly, hastily tidying himself up. At this moment, he felt considerably calmer, no longer as flustered as before. He understood that if Ye Chen intended to kill him, it would be as simple as crushing an ant, requiring no prolonged effort. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Zhang Guomin inquired, taking a deep breath to feign ease. "I need your assistance in eliminating a mutual adversary, Ye Chen," Ye Chen replied. Zhang Guomin's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had been troubled by how to confront Ye Chen, and this young man, clearly with a formidable heaven-tier servant, must have a significant background. With his help, he could thoroughly eradicate Ye Chen and eliminate future troubles. "Young friend, please tell me what I must do, and why Zhang family will undoubtedly go through fire and water." Following your lead, Zhang Guomin declared earnestly, demonstrating his determination. "It is quite simple. You just need to leverage your connections at a high level to deliver 2 individuals and a certain item, and that will suffice," Ye Chen stated, taking another sip of tea and speaking slowly. "Understood," Zhang Guomin replied. "Good." Ye Chen nodded in that instant, as he waved his hand. The space around them distorted unexpectedly, creating ripples reminiscent of waves. Bloodfang and Dark Rat materialized in the room, unconscious, alongside a large box. Zhang Guomin was taken aback, speechless at the sight of this inexplicable summoning ability, something he had never encountered before. It was likely that even a heaven-tier expert could not achieve this. Who exactly was this person before him? Zhang Guomin stared in astonishment, his gaze somewhat dazed. These two were important members of the Dark Hunt organization, having been sent to assassinate Li Yang of the Magic City Military District. Ye Chen rose and spoke slowly. "They are both subordinates of Ye Chen. The subsequent matters are for you to handle." With that, Ye Chen moved toward the door, preparing to leave. At this moment, Zhang Guomin snapped back to reality. Trembling and breathless, "May I ask, where does the noble young master hail from?" After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen replied, "Wang Teng is my young master." After departing from the Zhang family, Ye Chen did not return to Wang Teng's mind, but instead opened the system interface to check his current information. Multiverse Creation System, Level 9, Talent, Traversing the Multiverse, Skills, Copy, Summon, Calculation, Deduction, etc. World Source, 200,000. Reminder, please seize creation promptly to obtain 1 million World Source and upgrade to level 10. Note, System upgrade to level 9 consumes 9,000 World Source daily. If insufficient World Source is available to meet the daily requirement, or it falls to 0, the system will self-destruct. Ye Chen sighed upon seeing this. After Bloodfang and Dark Rat assassinated Li Yang and presented his head to Ye Chen, the helpers of Ye Chen, both in the open and the shadows, were thus eradicated. The laws of this world had been breached, allowing Ye Chen to acquire 1 million World Source. After resolving the issues with Bloodfang and Dark Rat, he promptly upgraded the system to level 9. At that moment, he still had 300,000 World Source remaining. However, within mere minutes of arriving at the Zhang family, he had lost 100,000 World Source. This loss pained Ye Chen deeply. Coupled with the earlier encounters where he suppressed various assassins targeting Wang Teng, he had effectively expended 500,000 world source. Although Wang Teng still required 40.5 points of contribution, the conversion to world source amounted to only a few thousand. When calculated, Ye Chen felt as if he had lost everything, even his undergarments. Little Wang, I have been exceptionally benevolent to you, in order to prevent the Zhang family from targeting Wang Teng after eliminating Ye Chen. Ye Chen hesitated momentarily before ultimately informing Zhang Guomin that Wang Teng was his young master. Despite the fact that once he departed from this world, all subsequent events would have no bearing on him. Ye Chen had developed some affection for Wang Teng after spending so many days together. In other words, without Wang Teng, Ye Chen would not have achieved his current stature. Therefore, both in life and in the system, one must exhibit a degree of sentimentality, even if Ye Chen often played tricks on Wang Teng. On the island where Ye Chen resided, the site of the treasury left by his master, he hurriedly made his way to the treasure vault after ending the call with Li Yong, eager to open the final layer and obtain the creation within. The only way to unlock this last layer of restrictions was to cultivate the Tai Divine Needle to perfection. Ye Chen was merely half a step away from achieving perfection. However, he had already entered the heaven tier, and with some special techniques, he could temporarily elevate the Tai Divine Needle to perfection. Suddenly, in the dim cave, Ye Chen held a silver needle that shimmered with brilliance, illuminating the previously dull surroundings. White air currents surged around him, resembling flames, emanating a sense of intense heat, as the fierce wind spread outward. It stirred up dust from the ground, causing cracks to appear on the surrounding rock walls. With a sharp focus, Ye Chen launched the silver needle with great force. It shot forward like a lightning bolt, striking the yin-yang symbol on the stone door with a crisp sound. Following that, the yin-yang symbol on the stone door seemed to come alive, beginning to spin, resembling two yin-yang fish swimming in a harmonious embrace. A heavy sound echoed as the stone door gradually opened, shaking the ground and causing dust to fall from the cave ceiling. A dazzling white light burst forth from the world beyond the stone door, illuminating the entire area in a blinding radiance. After a moment, as the light faded, Ye Chen trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with fervor. He had finally opened the last layer of the treasury. He eagerly stepped inside. The space behind the stone door was not large, only about 10 square meters. In the center stood a stone platform upon which rested a box, translucent and radiant, crafted from a special material that contained a rich aura. This is why Ye Chen trembled in awe, his gaze intensifying with excitement. This is the Tai Immortal Needle. His voice quivered with uncontainable joy. The Tai Divine Needle was a technique, while the Tai Immortal Needle was a weapon. The needle he had been using was merely an ordinary one, capable of unleashing only half the power of the Tai Divine Needle. Now, with this box containing 108 Tai Immortal Needles, he could maximize the power of the Tai Divine Needle. Even though he was currently just an Earth-tier expert, with the Tai Immortal Needle, he could challenge opponents of higher tiers and directly slay his enemies. Acquiring this set of Tai Immortal Needles was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Ye Chen, significantly bolstering his confidence. Good, 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 Ye Chen exclaimed with joy, trembling with excitement. He never expected his master to leave the Tai Immortal Needles for him. Wang Teng, no matter how powerful the experts around you are, with the combination of the Tai Immortal Needle and the Tai Divine Needle, I will be able to obliterate everything. Is that so? At that moment, Ye Chen's voice echoed in the confined space. Who goes there? Ye Chen's expression changed dramatically as he hastily concealed the Tai Immortal Needle. In an instant, a crystal-clear needle, radiating a faint glow, appeared between his fingers, exuding a fierce aura. The individual who managed to arrive here so quietly is certainly not an ordinary person. Ye Chen stepped into the world beyond the stone door. He observed Ye Chen standing on high alert and couldn't help but smile slightly. Are you the expert by Wang Teng's side? Ye Chen's brow furrowed as he regarded Ye Chen with a serious expression. This person emitted no discernible energy fluctuations and appeared to be merely an ordinary individual. How could he have directly annihilated that group of soul devourers? Could it be, as this thought crossed his mind? Ye Chen trembled slightly. In the past, when his master was about to enter the upper realm, their conversation had been strikingly similar, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, resembling that of an ordinary person. Was this person's realm truly what his master referred to as returning to simplicity? Ye Chen was taken aback, his breath quickening. Senior, we have never met and hold no grievances. Why must you make things difficult for me? Can I simply dislike you? Ye Chen casually remarked while picking his nose. Ye Chen frowned, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even with the Tai Immortal Needle in his possession, He was uncertain he could match this person in combat. "Senior, my master is the clear wind real person. I wonder if you are acquainted with him?" Ye Chen attempted to invoke his master's name to intimidate Ye Chen. "I know you. Like I know a watermelon rind?" Ye Chen chuckled dismissively. Ye Chen's frown deepened, and an unnamed fury began to rise within him. The clear wind real person was akin to his reborn parents, and Ye Chen held him in high regard. Had it not been for his apprehension of Ye Chen's strength, he would have already struck to kill. "Senior, do you not fear the day he returns from the upper realm to seek you out for revenge after such disrespect towards him?" Ye Chen's voice turned dark and low. "Head, are you threatening me?" Ye Chen sneered. "Why don't you summon your master to try?" Ye Chen's expression darkened further. He recognized that the other party was resolute in making his life difficult. Thus, he decided to take the initiative, leveraging the power of the Tai Immortal Needle and the Tai Divine Needle for a surprise attack. He resolved to leave this place, cultivate his realm to perfection, and seek revenge against this individual later. "Oh, I haven't even made a move, and you're already attacking." Ye Chen flashed a toothy smile, appearing harmless. "Mighty Bull, go and take him down." Bang! When the mighty bull lunged forward, it did not crush Ye Chen as Ye Chen had anticipated. Instead, Ye Chen turned the tables and killed the mighty bull. The mighty bull flew like a cannonball, crashing against the rock wall, which sent countless stones tumbling and raised a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that Ye Chen's combat power had surged several times after obtaining the Tai Immortal Needle. The mighty bull, whom he had elevated to the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, was unexpectedly so easily defeated. The protagonist truly is the protagonist, even in a world where the laws are in utter chaos. There must be a way to grant Ye Chen an advantage. Suddenly, in this dim space, a dazzling light erupted. Lu Yir appeared unexpectedly, exuding a sharp aura akin to a dagger, sending shivers down one's spine. Ye Chen felt a chill run through him. This ability to summon someone out of thin air was unprecedented. Perhaps even his master, the clear wind real person, could not achieve such a feat. Yet, who could truly know the extent of the capabilities of a master who had entered the upper realm? Upon closer inspection, Lu Yir stood before Ye Chen's eyes turned crimson, as if bleeding, with veins bulging, appearing exceedingly fierce. "I wondered why I couldn't reach you. It turns out you have betrayed me. Die!" Ye Chen roared, his fingers coming together to reveal a Tai Immortal Needle, which he thrust forward like a streak of silk. Carrying terrifying power, Ye Chen believed he could slay Lu Yir with a single strike, but contrary to his expectations, Lu Yir remained motionless, akin to a wooden stake. However, at the moment the Tai Immortal Needle was to pierce her, the figure standing still was merely an afterimage, while her true self had already appeared behind Ye Chen, her delicate hand emitting a radiant light. Ye Chen was taken aback, having never anticipated Lu Yir possessed such skill. He quickly focused, reacting swiftly to evade this lethal strike. The power of the heavenly stage. In a brief exchange, Ye Chen discerned Lu Yir's strength, astonished anew. Not long ago, Lu Yir had merely reached the pinnacle of the earth stage. How could she have ascended to the heavenly stage in such a short time? It was utterly bizarre and difficult to believe. He had no idea that after Ye Chen had slain Lu Yir, he had transformed her into a puppet, using his deduction techniques to elevate her realm to the pinnacle of the heavenly stage. At this moment, Ye Chen realized that Ye Chen was highly mysterious and had likely entered the legendary realm of returning to simplicity. Lu Yir, being exceptionally gifted with a solid foundation, could ascend to the heavenly stage using special means, which was not entirely surprising. Now, the mighty bull had risen from the rock wall, standing before Ye Chen, while Lu Yir positioned herself behind him, blocking his escape. Ye Chen frowned, breathing rapidly, his heart racing with anxiety. With two peak heavenly stage powerhouses sandwiching him and an enigmatic expert looming, the outcome seemed grim. Consequently, Ye Chen formed sword fingers with both hands, 6 Tai Immortal Needles appearing between his fingers. Using all 12 Tai Immortal Needles was his limit, or rather, a strenuous effort, as he had just obtained them and was not yet adept at wielding them. Yet, given the current situation, he had no choice but to fight back. At that moment, the energy within him surged chaotically, akin to tumultuous waves, overwhelming and terrifying. A white flame-like aura surged around Ye Chen, as if it would ignite the heavens. The aura then transformed into a liquid-like flow. Suddenly, Ye Chen launched 12 Tai Immortal Needles, directing them forward and backward. The moment these 6 needles converged, they morphed into a sharp sword. Pfft. Lu Yir and the mighty bull were caught off guard and could not react in time. Their bodies pierced through, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. Ye Chen furrowed his brow at this sight. He had not anticipated that Ye Chen would unleash such combat prowess in a desperate situation, instantly killing two peak heavenly stage powerhouses. It seemed he must intervene. Ye Chen murmured, swiftly retrieving Lu Yi and the mighty bull into his spatial realm. Although their bodies had been pierced, not even a great Luo golden immortal could reverse their fate now. Yet they had already been refined into puppets by Ye Chen. With a bit of world essence, he could restore them. After retrieving Lu Yi and the mighty bull, Ye Chen observed Ye Chen with a slight smile. Despite the unexpected power Ye Chen had demonstrated, in this brief moment, Ye Chen had already replicated the Tai Divine Needle's technique and perfected it, stepping into the supreme realm. Therefore, when his fingers came together, a gleaming needle appeared, scarcely inferior to the Tai Immortal Needle. Why? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. How could he possess the Tai Divine Needle and cultivate it to the supreme realm in this world? Aside from my master and me, no one else could wield the Tai Divine Needle, let alone cultivate it to the level of spiritual energy transformation. At this moment, Ye Chen had already expended most of his spiritual energy after launching 12 Tai Immortal Needles. He had originally intended to eliminate Lu Yi and the mighty bull, hoping to escape while Ye Chen was momentarily distracted. Yet, unexpectedly, he had failed to intimidate Ye Chen and instead found himself frightened. The Tai Divine Needle truly deserved its reputation as the most formidable technique in this world. Very good, very good. Ye Chen nodded, inwardly pleased. Once I unleash the needle from between my fingers, everything will come to an end. My time in this world will also conclude. However, a sudden change occurred. Ye Chen sensed the remaining world essence depleting at a visibly alarming rate. Just moments ago, he had over 150,000 units of world essence. Yet in mere seconds, it dwindled to 120,000. Moreover, the consumption rate was rapidly escalating. Ye Chen understood that the world consciousness harbored deep malice towards him since his arrival in this realm, necessitating substantial world essence to counteract this hostility and prolong his stay. He had anticipated that directly confronting the protagonist would result in significant consumption of world essence, but he never imagined it would deplete so rapidly at the moment he intended to strike. Now, just 3 seconds had passed, and the world essence dwindled to 90,000. At this rate, he would disintegrate before he could kill Ye Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen noticed Ye Chen hesitating to strike. He swiftly summoned the last remnants of his strength and shot forth a Tai Immortal Needle. After Ye Chen evaded the needle, Ye Chen's figure vanished without a trace. Now, only 50,000 world essence remained. Sigh. The protagonist truly is the protagonist. Even when the consciousness of this realm is on the verge of collapse, it will spare no effort to ensure the protagonist survives. Ye Chen did not feel disheartened for failing to slay Ye Chen. For he knew that even if Ye Chen escaped this trial, the next would not afford such an opportunity. If all went as expected, Zhang Guimin had already reported the news of Bloodfang and Dark Mouse assassinating Li Yang to the higher-ups. Ye Chen had become a target, a mere rat in the street, unable to raise any significant waves. Once Wang Teng captured Li Yin'er and O Meiling, Ye Chen would acquire a substantial amount of world essence once again. At that time, it would be effortless to eliminate Ye Chen, upgrade the system to level 10, and return to his own world. Leaving the final level of the treasure vault, Ye Chen felt extremely weak. His true energy had nearly dissipated, his meridians were in agony, and his internal organs burned with heat. His body felt as if it would explode. The slightest movement of his true energy sent waves of pain piercing through him, nearly causing him to faint. Now, he desperately needed a secure place to heal while evading the pursuit of Ye Chen. Thus, he took out his phone and immediately dialed Li Yang, seeking refuge. However, after several attempts, he was unable to reach him. Damn it. What is that useless Li Yang doing, daring not to answer my call? Does he not want the elixirs and secret manuals? Ye Chen gritted his teeth. His body trembling, sweat pouring down his face like rain. At that moment, he was exceedingly tense and terrified, fearing that Ye Chen would come after him. Consequently, he dialed another number, seeking refuge from a high-ranking individual he had recently encountered, whose influence far surpassed that of Li Yang. This person had the power to stir a tempest in the Dragon Kingdom with merely a stamp of his foot. Ye Chen had previously gifted a substantial quantity of elixirs to this high-ranking official and had promised to assist him in reaching the heavenly realm once he fully mastered the treasure vault, thereby extending his lifespan by several hundred years. Thus, he had established a connection with this individual, which would later play a crucial role in the plot's climax. Soon, the call was connected and a deep voice resonated from the other end. Lord Lind. Ye Chen trembled, striving to articulate his words clearly. Ye Chen, how dare you call me? Lord Lin's tone was icy, laced with unfathomable rage. Ye Chen was taken aback. What audacity! You dare to send someone to assassinate a high official. You are truly blind to the consequences. At this moment, Ye Chen was even more bewildered. Assassinate a high official? Am I insane? Seeking death? Lord Lin, this must be a misunderstanding. Ye Chen exclaimed, I have never sent anyone to assassinate a high official. Nor would I be foolish enough to oppose the Dragon Kingdom. Still trying to deny it, Lord Lin rebuked. Who is behind the Dark Hunt? Who are Bloodfang and Dark Rat? Li Yang is still your senior brother, having helped you through crises and quelled public outcry multiple times. You ungrateful wretch, not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also repay kindness with malice by sending someone to assassinate him. Do you even intend to assassinate me? Ye Chen, do not think that acquiring some worthless treasure vault and its numerous elixirs and manuals grants you immunity. Dare to oppose the Dragon Kingdom, and you will meet your demise. The line went dead, leaving Ye Chen in a state of shock, standing frozen for a considerable time before regaining his senses. Li Yang had been assassinated, and it was the Dark Hunt organization that was responsible. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yi flashed in his mind, and he understood everything. His veins bulged, revealing his fury. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, his murderous intent palpable. Lu Yi, not only have you betrayed me, but you have also outmaneuvered me. Wang Teng, you have executed your plan flawlessly, eliminating both my allies and leaving me with no options. Once I fully grasp the Tai Immortal Needle, I will ensure that you, Lu Yi and the mysterious figure by your side meet a fate worse than death. Coughing up blood from the intensity of his emotions, Ye Chen's complexion grew even paler, resembling a ghost. He quickly used a silver needle to puncture a specific acupoint, feeling somewhat revitalized. Subsequently, he hastened to find a secluded place to tend to his injuries, both to evade Ye Chen's pursuit and because he had just contacted Lord Lin. It wouldn't be long before someone would return to apprehend him. Indeed, within half an hour, a heavily armed battalion landed on the island. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the group, numbering more than 10, comprised ancient martial artists of the Earth level. The news of Ye Chen's assassination of Li Yang had not yet been reported, likely to prevent panic, as Li Yang held a unique position as the second in command of the military district. However, it had caused a significant uproar within the relevant departments, akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake. The newly listed Ye Corporation was immediately sealed off, alerting many business moguls to a shift in power, prompting them to distance themselves from the Ye Group to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ye Chen was also placed on a wanted list, with charges of colluding with underground organizations and disregarding the treaties of the Dragon Kingdom while smuggling military-grade weapons. To any discerning observer, it was clear that these accusations were trivial. Many insiders understood Ye Chen's connections directly linked him to the military district in Modu. However, being placed on a wanted list indicated one thing. Ye Chen's standing within the military had crumbled. Ding! The protagonist Ye Chen has been placed on the wanted list, and the Ye Corporation has been sealed off and collapsed overnight. The host is rewarded with 100,000 points, with a deduction of credit points, leaving a balance of minus 305,000 points. Just as Wang Teng woke up, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What on earth had transpired? The Ye Corporation had collapsed, and Ye Chen was on the wanted list. Wasn't it said that Ye Chen had discovered the treasure vault and promised to share it with the Dragon Kingdom? How could he now be wanted for this matter? System, what is going on? Wang Teng asked in confusion. Host, I find you quite amusing, the system replied. Ye Chen chimed in. What does it matter what happened? The main point is that Ye Chen is wanted, and the Ye Corporation has collapsed. This is undoubtedly monumental news for you. Moreover, your primary goal now is to successfully produce your album and become the most outstanding singer nationwide and globally. At that point, acquiring the Ye Corporation and reviving the Wang family's glory will be your ultimate dream come true. Ye Chen being wanted means that he will never have a moment's peace in his life. Li Yen already harbored feelings for you. With a little more effort, you could have the beautiful culmination of your desires. The system is right, Wang Teng nodded. Everything I do is to restore the Wang family's glory and seek revenge on Ye Chen. Although I do not know what has transpired, Ye Chen's current predicament is precisely what I wished for. Soon, Wang Teng completed a simple grooming and began preparing to head to Mango Entertainment Co.Ltd. to record his album. After spending a few days together, Ome Ling had completely fallen for Wang Teng, reducing the number of potential partners for Ye Chen. With the collapse of the Ye Corporation and Ye Chen's wanted status, Ye Chen gained 1.2 million world origins. However, He did not use it to upgrade the system to level 10. Although Ye Chen's protagonist aura had dimmed considerably, the will of this world had nearly dissipated. He was aware that confronting Ye Chen directly would consume world origins at a rate of 10,000 per second. Moreover, killing Ye Chen was no simple feat. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to wait until Wang Teng secured Li Yinar before moving to eliminate Ye Chen, thus ensuring the protagonist's downfall while also possessing surplus world origins to upgrade the system to level 10. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. 3 days swiftly passed, and today was the day Wang Teng would release his album. Wang Teng had become a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, with countless fans supporting and adoring him. The number of followers on his social media had surpassed 8 million, nearing 9 million, a truly unprecedented feat in the Dragon Kingdom and beyond. Omei Ling, the queen of the entertainment industry, organized a concert for Wang Teng's album release, drawing immense attention. The event attracted a large audience and was live-streamed across various platforms, a perfect blend of fame and fortune. Wang Teng's album release was a sensational affair, with numerous singers and renowned actors eager to appear at the concert to garner attention. Many sought Omei Ling's assistance to share the stage with Wang Teng, celebrating the joy of his album launch. Therefore, the scene of Wang Teng's album release was star-studded, and the presence of various celebrities solidified his future status as the premier singer in the nation and globally. In the makeup room, Li Yinar was distracted. The bankruptcy of the Ye Corporation and Ye Chen's wanted status had left her anxious and worried, unable to contact Ye Chen for several days. This prompted her to take a brief leave from Omei Ling, staying home to await news from Ye Chen. She knew that he would do everything in his power to reach her. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to attend Wang Teng's album release concert. She felt guilty towards Wang Teng but also harbored feelings for him, especially after hearing Wang Teng's song What a Shame. She felt a pang of heartache and regret. One night, she even dreamt of a grand wedding with Wang Teng, envisioning a life of companionship and family. Upon awakening, she briefly believed the dream was a reality, feeling an overwhelming desire for the life depicted in her dreams. Unbeknownst to her, her affections for Wang Teng had deepened significantly. For several days, she had dreamt of that scene, and each time she awoke, she felt an insatiable longing to dream of more moments between herself and Wang Teng. The orchestrator of all this, of course, was Ye Qiu. In pursuit of Wang Teng's lifelong affairs, considerable effort was expended. Alongside heartfelt dedication in the makeup room, only Li Yinar sat before the mirror, her mind adrift, as the last to take the stage. Her makeup was applied at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the room. Swiftly seizing control of Li Yinar on stage, Wang Teng was engaged in final adjustments. With less than 2 hours until the album's release and the concert's commencement, he stood center stage, gazing ahead with deep reflection. He had never envisioned this day, transforming from a down-and-out scion to a coveted singer in the entertainment industry. The journey was akin to a roller coaster. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had become a fugitive, a pariah. The Ye group lay in ruins, poised to return to Wang Teng's grasp. It was merely a matter of time. Given Wang Teng's current influence, restoring the Wang family was an effortless endeavor. O system, how can I express my gratitude? Without you, I would have been left a fool, wandering through life in madness, or perhaps even ending it all in a moment of despair. Wang Teng lamented. Ding. Please proceed to the eastern ruins within half an hour to rescue the female lead. Li Yinar. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind. Stunned into silence, he stood frozen. Was Yinar in danger? Who could it be? Ye Chen? Ding ding ding. Wang Teng's phone buzzed, mirroring the message from Ye Chen, urging him to reach the eastern ruins within the stipulated time. He became increasingly convinced that Li Yinar had been abducted by Ye Chen. Without delay, he raced off the stage, heading toward the plaza. Wang Teng, where are you going? Omei Ling emerged from the hall, seeking to discuss concert details with him. Observing his hurried departure without pause, her brow furrowed slightly. Once outside the plaza, Wang Teng sped through the city, ignoring traffic signals and nearly causing a catastrophic accident. What should have taken over 20 minutes was accomplished in under 15. Upon arrival, he dashed toward the ruins, calling out, Ye Chen, I have arrived, release Yinar. If you have grievances, direct them at me. As he entered the ruins, he found himself surrounded by dilapidated machinery and debris. After surveying the surroundings, he shouted in desperation. At that moment, Ye Chen emerged from behind a pile of refuse. With Li Yinar bound and gagged, her hair disheveled and face smeared with dirt. Disappointment and sorrow etched upon her visage, her eyes dimmed with despair. She never imagined the man she loved would treat her so cruelly. Yet, upon seeing Wang Teng, her disappointment transformed into profound emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Why Ye Chen, now maddened, looked at the weeping Li Yin'er and let out a maniacal laugh. You still love Wang Teng. Don't you? When I sought to take his life, you begged for him to be spared with nonsensical reasons, and I foolishly acquiesced. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this predicament. If I had killed Wang Teng then, none of this chaos would have ensued. We could have been married, traveling the world together. As he spoke, he viciously yanked at Li Yin'er's hair, veins bulging. A grotesque expression on his face, Li Yin'er cried out in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ye Chen, stop. Witnessing this, Wang Teng stepped forward, bellowing, You dare take another step closer, and I will end her life. Ye Chen, in his derangement, took on a nightmarish visage. Once a figure of admiration and privilege, he now found himself a hunted man, his family name tarnished and his existence relegated to shadows. The tribulations he faced were all attributed to Wang Teng. Had he not failed to render Wang Teng a fool, none of this would have transpired. Realizing that killing Wang Teng was an impossibility, given the hidden expert at his side, Ye Chen resorted to the desperate measure of abducting Li Yin'er to coerce him. Wang Teng, confront me directly, do not harm Yin'er. Ah, I know you have an extraordinary ally waiting to strike. Do not attempt to stall for time, or else Li Yin'er's life will be forfeit with that. He tightened his grip on Li Yin'er's neck. Stop. Wang Teng, drenched in sweat, felt like an ant on a hot skillet, his mind racing. Ye Chen was unhinged, volatile, and unpredictable. Any misstep could lead to Li Yin'er's demise. What do you want? He gasped, simultaneously reaching out to Ye Chen for guidance on summoning the legendary expert to save Li Yin'er. Are you willing to pay with your life? The mechanical voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Taken aback, he replied without hesitation, I am willing. Good, Ye Chen responded. Instantly, a formidable power surged within Wang Teng, overwhelming him like crashing waves, inducing dizziness and excruciating pain. In a flash, his consciousness faded. What do I desire? At that moment, Ye Chen remained oblivious to Wang Teng's change, licking Li Yin'er's cheek, inducing terror and tremors within her. She cried out, I want your life. Ye Chen howled, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, consumed by madness. I was meant to be revered, a part of high society, surrounded by countless beauties. If not for you, the Ye family would not have fallen. If not for you, I would not be reduced to this state. A hunted rat, cowering in the shadows. Wang Teng, why do you resist? Wouldn't it be better to live life as a fool, blissfully unaware? With a deranged grin, Ye Chen tilted his head. You love Yin'er, do you not? Then take your own life, and I shall release her. What do you say, my dear brother? Very well, Wang Teng replied, his voice low and frigid, a stark contrast to his previous tone. Ye Chen was too far gone to recognize the shift. Li Yin'er, tears streaming down her face, shook her head in a desperate plea for Wang Teng not to proceed. Ye Chen, you must keep your word. I will take my own life if you release Yin'er. Rest assured, my dear brother, Ye Chen assured him. As long as you take your own life, I will spare Yin'er. She is also someone I cherish deeply, and I wish to harness her essence to cultivate my unparalleled skills. Heartbroken, Li Yin'er realized that Ye Chen's affection was merely a ploy for her body. She struggled against her bonds, but Ye Chen's strength was insurmountable. Darling, be quiet and obedient. I do not wish to harm you. Only to see Wang Teng perish. Ye Chen roared, his voice a feral growl. Li Yin'er wept, her eyes pleading with Wang Teng. He smiled gently, then produced a dagger, plunging it into his heart, with a sickening sound. Blood spilled forth. Ha ha. Ye Chen cackled, witnessing Wang Teng's self-inflicted wound, elated as if he had won a grand prize, trembling with excitement and twisted Jo. Li Yin'er beheld Wang Teng kneeling on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks like a flowing stream, her sorrow reaching a harrowing zenith. Her body convulsed violently for a moment, and then her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bang! At that instant, Ye Chen, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw a hand gripping his wrist with immense strength. Before Ye Chen could react, the hand that had been around Li Yin'er's neck released its hold, and he was hurled away by an overwhelming force. The wind rushed past his ears, reminiscent of a kite severed from its string, sending him crashing into a pile of discarded instruments, stirring up a cloud of dust. Regaining his footing amidst the debris, Ye Chen squinted and was astonished to find Wang Teng standing unscathed nearby, having tended to Li Yin'er. No, this cannot be. How is it possible? Did you not plunge a dagger into your own heart? Ye Chen screamed, frenzied like a madman. His body trembled, breaths coming in rapid succession, his expression frantic, as if his heart would leap from his throat. even if he had avoided a fatal blow by stabbing himself in the heart. It was inconceivable that he could emerge unscathed, let alone exude such formidable strength, capable of subduing him in an instant. From this day forth, my son, Wang Teng, possesses the bearing of an emperor. This is no trivial jest. I, Wang Teng, embody the essence of an emperor. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Teng's being, stirring a gale that swept across the ruins, raising clouds of dust as if a sandstorm had descended. Cracks appeared in the ground, marred and jagged. You are not Wang Teng, you are that master beside him who has returned to his true self. Ye Chen gasped, overwhelmed by terror. You have realized this far too late. Ye Chen, controlling Wang Teng's body, spoke in a low voice. In that moment, as his hands came together, numerous points of light appeared around Wang Teng, totaling 108. With a sudden sound, the Tai immortal needle detached from Ye Chen and merged with those 108 points of light. Radiating brilliance and resplendence, the Tai immortal needle had reached its ultimate perfection. This is the ultimate perfection of the Tai immortal needle, capable of summoning it with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen fell into a frenzy. This is a realm even my master has not attained. Who are you? Who are you? I am Wang Teng, the embodiment of an emperor. Swish! Instantly, all 108 Tai immortal needles were cast forth. As they intertwined, they transformed into a true dragon, soaring and majestic. Overwhelming in its might, with a thunderous crash, it engulfed Ye Chen, obliterating him entirely. As Wang Teng opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, within a room that, although filled with a pungent scent of medicinal solutions, exuded a warm and comforting decor. Wang Teng murmured to himself, this underworld is not as terrifying as described in the books. You are awake. At that moment, the voice of Ome Ling resonated in Wang Teng's ears, and her visage came into view. Wang Teng was taken aback. Could it be that Ome Ling has also perished and found herself in the underworld? What happened to you? Noticing Wang Teng's dazed expression, Ome Ling's beautiful face was etched with concern. She quickly reached out to touch his forehead and then rushed out of the room, calling for a doctor. Wang Teng, hearing this, was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered sacrificing his life to save Li Yener when Ye Chen threatened her. How could he now not only see Ome Ling but also hear the word doctor? Looking around, he realized he was indeed in a hospital room. Could it be that I am not dead? Joy surged through Wang Teng, his excitement evident on his face. Just then, the doctor arrived, examined Wang Teng's condition, and stated, the patient is currently stable, though somewhat weak and in need of rest. Ome Ling let out a sigh of relief, looking at Wang Teng and patting her chest. You scared me to death. What on earth is happening? Wang Teng asked, still in a state of confusion. Ome Ling recounted the events precisely. In the concert hall, Ome Ling had been preparing to discuss final details with Wang Teng when she noticed him leaving in a hurry. She decided to follow him, and upon arriving at the ruins, found Wang Teng unconscious on the ground, his breathing faint and heartbeat weak, as if he might stop at any moment. Li Yener had fainted from emotional distress, but was otherwise unharmed. Ome Ling called for an ambulance, and they were taken to the hospital. Thankfully, the timely treatment ensured that both Wang Teng and Li Yener were no longer in danger. Subsequently, relevant authorities conducted an investigation at the scene. Given that both Wang Teng and Li Yener were prominent figures in the entertainment industry, and Ome Ling's connections necessitated a thorough inquiry. Ultimately, they discovered fingerprints belonging to Wang Teng and Li Yener at the scene, along with evidence of Ye Chen's involvement. Consequently, authorities began analyzing the relationships and circumstances surrounding Wang Teng, Li Yener, and Ye Chen, concluding that this was a deliberate kidnapping case. As a result, a citywide manhunt for Ye Chen was promptly initiated. Yet no leads emerged. Additionally, following Ye Chen's assassination attempt on Li Yang, a wanted notice for him was issued both in Long Country and globally. Other nations and underground organizations contemplated sheltering Ye Chen, hoping to gain access to treasures or secrets from his vault. However, the higher-ups of Long Country declared that anyone who dared to harbor Ye Chen would face the wrath of the entire nation. While the treasures were alluring, facing the entirety of Long Country was a risk too great for these nations and organizations to overlook. Ultimately, numerous countries and underground factions expressed their allegiance to Long Country, pledging to assist in capturing Ye Chen at all costs. Yet, 3 days passed with no sign of him. During this time, Wang Teng learned that he had been unconscious for 3 days. He then inquired, "What of Yener?" Ome Ling replied, "She is fine, though her spirits are low, likely due to significant emotional turmoil." Relieved to hear that Li Yener was safe, Wang Teng's gaze fixated on the ceiling, lost in thought. Observing Wang Teng's dazed state, Ome Ling tucked him in before leaving the room. Wang Teng stared at the ceiling, his mind in disarray. He vividly recalled sacrificing his life to save Li Yinar. Yet here he was, still alive. While this brought him joy, he soon realized much had transpired. He called out for the system, but was met only with cold silence, and no matter how many times he called. The comforting mechanical voice failed to materialize in his mind. After several minutes of desperate cries, tears streamed down Wang Teng's face. He understood that although the system had promised to take his life to save Li Yinar, it had ultimately spared him, leaving him alive at the cost of its own disappearance. In that moment, Wang Teng wept like a child, his tears soaking the pillow. For that day, he confined himself to the hospital room, silently weeping, even at times hiding beneath the covers. His mind was flooded with memories of his interactions with Ye Chen. Though their time together had been brief, it felt as though they had shared decades. Most importantly, without Ye Chen and the system, Wang Teng would have likely remained a fool, lost and aimless, or perhaps even succumbed to despair before the madness overtook him. System, you scoundrel, how could you be so untrustworthy? Wang Teng sobbed, trembling. You clearly promised to take my life to save Yinar, yet you have betrayed our pact and vanished. I was but a wretched soul. Without you, how could I have attained this new life and my current accomplishments? System, you wretched being, how am I to survive henceforth? I have come to rely on you. Rather than this, I would prefer to have perished. Wang Teng cried out like a child. System, come back. I still owe you hundreds of thousands of points. 3 days later, at Mango Entertainment's exclusive concert venue, although Wang Teng's album release concert had been postponed for nearly a week, no one expressed dissatisfaction. The venue was still teeming with people, causing traffic congestion even outside. Major platforms broadcasting the concert encountered server crashes due to overwhelming demand on stage. Wang Teng performed every song from his album, leaving the audience in awe and stirring a sensation throughout Long Country and beyond. Suddenly, in Wang Teng's mind, dozens of songs resurfaced, ones he had seen in the system interface. Overwhelmed, tears began to flow once more. This next song is dedicated to my dearest one. Wang Teng took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and said, at the same time, I wish to express my gratitude to a friend who is both ethereal and real. Why do I say ethereal yet real? Because everything I possess now has been bestowed upon me by him. Yet I have never laid eyes upon him. This song is not merely a tribute to my beloved, but also a heartfelt gesture of appreciation for a dear friend and his kindness towards me. The song is titled Writing Our Story. The most beautiful secret lies in the serendipitous moments we create together. Who claims that happiness is merely a distant message? The enchanting melody, coupled with Wang Teng's celestial voice, swiftly transports everyone back into a certain scene, evoking deep emotions and aspirations in all present, yearning to encounter the most significant person in their lives. With a smile, one would say, you are my person, and inform them, upon entering, the lights are on, we are a family. In the next life, we shall still be a family. Halfway through the performance, Li Yinar was unexpectedly called to the stage. Upon the completion of the song, Wang Teng knelt down, revealing a diamond ring from his pocket, saying, Yinar, I love you. Let us fulfill our unfinished wedding. Just as the song conveys upon entering, the lights are on, we are a family. In the next life, we shall still be a family. At this moment, Li Yinar was in tears. The events that had transpired during this time were enough to prove that the man before her truly loved her. Even to the point of sacrificing his life, as Wang Teng slipped the ring onto Li Yinar's ring finger, the entire audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the occasion. Ding! Congratulations to the absolute heroine Li Yinar for completely falling in love with the host. Reward points, 500, 000. Remaining points, 195,000 points. Default host exchange for a member of the Heavenly Realm's Ancient Martial Artist Guard. A mechanical voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He immediately called out to the system, but was met with cold silence. He then noticed two figures not far from him. One was imposing. Though close, he could not discern the figure's features. The other was someone he recognized, Man Yo. The imposing figure waved at Wang Teng before vanishing into the crowd. As if it had never existed. In that moment, Wang Teng's eyes brimmed with tears. He realized that the imposing figure was the system, while Man Yo was his final gift. He smiled faintly towards the place where the imposing figure had disappeared, appearing like a crooked-mouthed war god, exuding an emperor's demeanor. Returning to reality, Ye Chen sat wearily in a chair, feeling an odd sense of reluctance. Although he understood that the crooked-mouthed war god and the national goddess was a fictional world, His interactions with Wang Teng had indeed fostered a significant emotional bond. Otherwise, he would not have obliterated Ye Chen, only to utilize the 2 million source of the world to exchange for Wang Teng's life. In truth, when Ye Chen proposed the price of his life, he had never intended to resurrect Wang Teng. By using Wang Teng's body to eliminate Ye Chen, he would not only avoid consuming any source of the world, but would also seize a considerable amount of creation once the protagonist was killed, leading to the collapse of this world's consciousness. Thus, Ye Chen would possess 3.2 million sources of the world. After accounting for the 1 million required to reach level 10, he would still have 2 million sources of the world left. Upon entering a new world, it would undoubtedly be a spectacular start. After dealing with Ye Chen initially intended to leave immediately. However, he hesitated if he did so. What would be the difference from the system that had previously sought to control him? Would it be akin to abandoning a horse after it had finished carrying a load? This, Ye Chen could not bring himself to do. Therefore, he bestowed upon Wang Teng all the creation he had obtained from eliminating the protagonist, allowing him to become the main character of this world. He wished to witness Wang Teng successfully propose to Ye Chen and grant him a piece of creation. One must be mindful of relationships, and the system should be treated similarly. Moreover, Ye Chen could always return to Wang Teng's world. Who knows, he might be able to assist him in the future. Ye Chen lit a cigarette, collected his thoughts, and opened the system interface. This journey had yielded substantial rewards, far exceeding his initial experiences in the novel's world. Many functions had been unlocked, and he had acquired numerous ancient martial arts manuals. Furthermore, he had gained insight into how to become an excellent system. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen prepared to upgrade the system to level 10, anticipating rewards as per international conventions. With a heart full of hope, he clicked the upgrade button. The system upgrade was successful. As the system was calibrating, 2 lines of text flickered on the interface. Ye Chen was momentarily perplexed. Calibrating? What is this? Shouldn't it be level 10? At that moment, the 2 lines of text erupted like fireworks, bursting forth in dazzling brilliance. Multiverse creation system, level, stubborn bronze, talent, traversing the universes, skills, copying, summoning, calculating, devouring, deducing, and more. Source of the world, 200. 000, stubborn bronze? What on earth? Am I playing League of Legends or Honor of Kings? Ye Chen gazed at the system level, instantly overwhelmed. What kind of flawed mechanism is this? Stubborn bronze? For goodness sake. Silver or gold would be far more agreeable. A bronze gift pack. Suddenly, a series of words flickered on the system interface. Since you are already bronze, how much better can this gift pack be? Ye Chen cursed. Opening the gift pack, a golden light flickered on the interface. Slightly blinding that a panel appeared, stating that he could take 2 items from the world of the crooked-mouthed war god and the national goddess, which would permanently exist and not vanish due to multiverse restrictions. Upon seeing this reward, Ye Chen, still disgruntled, felt a slight sense of comfort. Being able to take 2 items from Wang Teng's world to keep by his side permanently was indeed a boon. It could serve as a trump card when traversing new worlds. Ye Chen subsequently chose the Tai Immortal Needle and the cold-blooded assassin Lu Ye. The Tai Immortal Needle needs no introduction. It is the supreme artifact of Wang Teng's world, capable of slaying immortals when used in conjunction with the Tai Immortal Needle's techniques. Moreover, even if he could no longer survive in the system realm, Ye Chen could still become a top-tier acupuncturist using the Tai Immortal Needle and its methods. As for why he chose Lu Ye, it was because, in the original novel, Ye Chen's master once stated that Lu Ye's talent surpassed Ye Chen's by countless times, even suggesting that her limits were unknown. Due to her being a woman, Ye Chen's master did not impart his entire cultivation to her, eventually choosing Ye Chen instead. Therefore, selecting Lu Ye was based on her remarkable talent. With cultivation, she could become an extraordinary trump card in other worlds. Most importantly, Ye Chen harbored personal motives. As a single man for over 20 years, often regarded as a loser, he may not have wealth but possesses a modicum of charm. However, he has never held the hand of any woman aside from his mother. In the future, having such a beautiful and cold woman by his side while venturing outside would undoubtedly be delightful. Just the thought of it made him slightly exhilarated. Additionally, Ye Chen, a man living alone, had a home that often resembled a doghouse. He did not wish to bother tidying up. Having a woman around to assist with cleaning would be splendid. And it wouldn't cost him a penny. Such good fortune is rarely found outside of novels. Hence, Ye Chen naturally would not pass up this opportunity. Indeed, while dining out, Lu Ye tidied up his home. Ye Chen no longer had to worry about tripping over bottles or other objects in the living room. Wonderful, indeed. Ye Chen contentedly remarked, It seems this bronze gift pack is not too shabby. Having brought Lu Yi back into the system space, Ye Chen began to browse a certain K-novel website, preparing to search for a new world to seize creation. According to his understanding, there must be other ranks beyond bronze. He did not wish to remain burdened with the title of stubborn bronze. Once the system located a new world, it granted Ye Chen a new function, allowing him to see precisely how much source of the world was required to traverse each world. As he opened a certain K website, a series of novel covers displayed a row of text, clearly indicating the amount of source of the world needed to traverse to each world. Scanning through, he found that all of them required tens of thousands of sources, some even ranging from 1 to 200,000. The slightly cheaper options still demanded 200,000 sources of the world. With the experience gained from the crooked-mouthed war god and the national goddess, Ye Chen understood that traversing to a new world would necessitate a substantial amount of sources to maintain existence. Otherwise, he would disintegrate automatically. Currently, Ye Chen possessed only 200,000 sources of the world. He would not even find a host before meeting his end. The prices were exorbitant. Did it truly require him to set up a stall by the bridge? Practicing acupuncture, Ye Chen cursed as he lit another cigarette and continued to search, seeking out more affordable novels. Soon, he discovered one titled I, Shao Huahua, shall defeat this firmament, which required only 100,000 sources of the world. The synopsis read, "This is a world of fighting spirit, devoid of flashy magic. All that exists is the fighting spirit that has evolved to its peak." This synopsis seems oddly familiar. Ye Chen extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "No matter. This is the one." With a flick of his finger, a blinding light erupted, and in an instant, Ye Chen vanished from his location. Countless individuals were taken aback by the sight of the young man before them. In the entire city of Wutan, who did not know that this Shao Huahua was a good-for-nothing scion, a prodigal son. Relying on the Shao family, the foremost clan in Wutan, he had spent his days flaunting his power and oppressing the weak with a pack of sycophants. However, that was a tale of the past. 3 days prior, a group of enigmatic masters had descended upon Wutan City, eradicating over 30 members of the Shao family in a single night. Had it not been for Shao Huahua's visit to a brothel that fateful evening, he too would have faced disaster. This middle-aged man, known as Han Batian, was a sworn brother of Shao Huahua's father and his prospective father-in-law. With the support of Shao Yin, Shao Huahua's father, the Han family had naturally ascended to become the second family in Wutan City. To express his gratitude to Shao Yin and to strengthen their bond, Han Batian had promised his beautiful daughter, the renowned Han Shuer, to Shao Huahua. Today was supposed to be the joyous day of their engagement. Yet, with the Shao family's decline, the attitudes of those who once allied with them had visibly shifted. Han Batian's ambitions were now laid bare. Thus, this day of celebration had devolved into one of annulment. Indeed, Han Batian had come with a retinue to the Shao family to dissolve the engagement. Truth be told, Han Batian had never held a favorable opinion of Shao Huahua. His decision to marry off his daughter to him was purely based on the Shao family's influence and resources in Wutan. With the Shao family in decline, what use was there in marrying into them? His daughter, gorgeous as a flower, could attract numerous powerful suitors who would eagerly vie for her affection. Moreover, she was already entangled with a young master from another prominent family. Yet, who could have foreseen that this once wayward and ineffectual Shao Huahua would display such fortitude in the face of overwhelming pressure and threats? He was a completely transformed individual from the Shao Huahua of yore. "Do you expect me to annul the engagement?" Shao Huahua scoffed, surveying the crowd with a piercing gaze that cut through the air like a sharp dagger, leaving many present trembling with unease. "Very well. I demand 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Otherwise, even if you kill me, Han Shuer remains my fiancé." Just moments ago, the resolute Shao Huahua had abruptly changed his demeanor, plopping down onto the ground like a rogue, rolling about in a display of defiance. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their foreheads adorned with sweat. They had initially believed that Shao Huahua's transformation in demeanor was genuine, even speculating that the former prodigal was merely putting on an act and was, in fact, a man of considerable composure. After all, Shao Yin was the most formidable fighter in Wutan City, boasting the power of a great fighter. Surely, his offspring, no matter how inept, possessed some modicum of ability. Yet, they had overestimated him. Ultimately, he was still the same ineffectual being, unworthy of attention. 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Do you truly think you can make such demands? Han Batian's younger brother, Han Filong, sneered, his gaze brimming with contempt. Do you even know how to use 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills? You, a mere waste of space, a third-tier fighter. Do you not fear being overwhelmed by your own greed? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If I were your ancestor, I would rise from the grave to give you a sound thrashing. Just look at your effeminate demeanor. Xiao Huohua remained undeterred as he sat on the ground, exhibiting the true essence of a man. The crowd, upon hearing his words, struggled to contain their laughter, their cheeks flushing like ripe apples. It was common knowledge that Han Feilong had a penchant for flamboyance, and his attire was indeed a striking sight in Wutan City, his face adorned with makeup and his fingers delicately posed. Within a 10-mile radius, no one dared to approach him. You waste of space. How dare you insult me? Han Feilong bellowed, a surge of energy erupting from him, stirring the dust from the ground, a fighter of significant strength. Han Feilong had indeed entered the realm of fighters. The news of Han family's annulment of the engagement with the Shao family had spread throughout Wutan City, drawing a multitude of spectators. Some murmured amongst themselves, it appears the Shao family is finished, and the Han family will rightfully claim the title of the foremost clan. Others chimed in, indeed, with Han Batian at the 9th-tier fighter level, and now Han Feilong having reached the fighter realm. No one in Wutan can stand against them. However, in the face of Han Feilong's formidable aura, Xiao Huohua remained remarkably composed, seated on the ground with an air of nonchalance. As I said, the annulment is out of the question unless I receive 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I will not consent as long as I do not dissolve our engagement. Han Shuer shall remain my fiancée. Even in death, she shall remain a widow. Do you think those noble young masters would marry a woman who is already betrothed? Or a living widow? The crowd gasped once more at this display, astonished by Xiao Huohua's calm demeanor in the face of a powerful fighter's pressure. His words were clear, and his thoughts were collected. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a wayward son? Doubts began to resurface among them. Yet, upon recalling Xiao Huohua's earlier antics, they quickly dismissed such thoughts, concluding that he had grown accustomed to a life of excess and would soon perish from hunger now that the Shao family had fallen. Thus, he sought to extort 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills from the Han family to maintain his lavish lifestyle. After all, 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills were worth a staggering 1 million gold coins, enough for an ordinary person to last 10 lifetimes. You little brat, are you seeking death? Han Feilong growled, his voice laced with fury that a fighter's might was terrifying. As his fingers curled, the flow of energy was palpable. Stop, Han Batian commanded coldly. Han Feilong shot a look at his elder brother. Huffing in frustration, bring forth 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Han Batian's tone was unwavering. Elder brother. Han Feilong's discontent was evident. I said, bring forth 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Han Batian's voice grew stern, and his brow furrowed. Not wanting to incur his brother's wrath, Han Feilong reluctantly produced the requested bottles. Upon seeing this, Xiao Huohua sprang to his feet, seizing the 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills as if they were the last morsels of food. Without hesitation, he scrawled his name on the annulment document. Let us depart. Han Batian glanced at him before replying, well then, prospective father-in-law, no, Han uncle, or perhaps Mayor Han. Please take care, and do not trip on your way out. As the Han family members departed, Xiao Huohua's expression shifted to one of solemnity. He turned to the remaining onlookers, furrowing his brow. Are you not leaving? Do you expect me to host you for dinner? Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Huohua no longer exuded his earlier bravado. Sitting in a chair, he wore a frown, burdened by heavy thoughts. He then retreated to his room, hastily packing his belongings, preparing to leave Wutan City. Setting aside the Shao family's decline and the changing attitudes of their former allies, he knew that Han Batian would not let the matter rest after extorting 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. After all, the Han family held significant influence in Wutan City. Having just insulted the Han brothers, how could a minor fighter like Xiao Huohua hope to contend with them? Damn it! Xiao Huohua could not help but curse aloud. He could not fathom why, as a fellow transmigrator, he had ended up in such a dire situation. Others who traversed worlds often gained some extraordinary ability or innate talent. Yet, he had arrived only to find himself in this predicament. 3 days prior, the original Xiao Huohua had drowned after drinking too much and falling into a ditch. After transmigrating from Blue Star, he had quickly assimilated into this world's memories, feeling a surge of joy. In his previous life, he was a mere nobody, barely earning 2,000 coins in a month. Yet now, he had become an immensely wealthy young master. Surely, one needed luck to be reborn. Just as he was ready to soar and indulge in a life of luxury, the Shao family fell from grace. Over 30 people had been slaughtered in a single night, shattering Xiao Huohua's dreams. Yet he recalled that in this world, he still had a stunning fiancée and a powerful father-in-law in Han Batian. The Han family's current achievements were, in no small part, due to the Shao family's contributions. With Shao Yin and Han Batian being sworn brothers, their bond was strong. Thus, Shao Huahua felt a flicker of hope, believing he could still enjoy a lavish life in Wutan City by relying on his advantageous marriage and father-in-law. However, fate had other plans. Upon witnessing the fall of the Shao family, Han Batian had begun plotting to absorb their assets. Little did he know that Shao Huahua would unexpectedly return. Initially, Han Batian had intended to eliminate Shao Huahua at the first opportunity, but Shao Huahua sought to fulfill his engagement. This news had spread throughout Wutan City. To preserve face and protect Han Shuer's honor, the annulment unfolded as it did. Although Shao Huahua had been a mere nobody in his past life, he was not foolish. The path of living off others was no longer viable. He had to seek a new direction. Having read countless novels with similar plots, he understood that after the annulment, the Han family would promptly move to eliminate him. Since he was bound to flee, he might as well extort 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills first. In a world where strength reigned supreme, possessing such resources would enable him to enter the fighter realm. Alas, he had initially thought that transmigrating to this world would mark the beginning of a new life filled with prestige and opportunities for a swift ascent. Ultimately, one must risk their life to flee. It would be preferable to return to my previous days, despite the hardships, the tears, the overtime without pay, and the absence of social security. Yet, it is certainly better than the constant threat of violence. Shao Huahua, burdened with luggage, has reached the outskirts of the city and collapses onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Heaven above, I have already endured enough suffering in my past life. After traversing to this realm, why must you continue to torment me? What have I done to offend you? Why is my fate so cruel? Shao Huahua lamented. Ding, the system detects the host's grievance against fate. System binding 100. At last, my system has arrived. The mechanical voice abruptly echoed. Shao Huahua, who had been shedding tears, suddenly transformed, bursting into laughter. I told you, with my gallant demeanor and captivating charm, how could I possibly be so ordinary? It turns out the cheat is only just arriving. Host. Shao Huahua realm, 3rd stage fighter skill, shamelessness specialty, thick skin points. 0A figure panel appeared on the system interface. Upon seeing this, Shao Huahua's mouth twitched and 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. What does it mean that my skill is shamelessness? My specialty is thick-skinned. He glared at his own introduction, wishing he could take a knife to sever the wires. Sending sparks flying, he longed to grasp the network cable and split the system in two. Taking a deep breath, Shao Huahua calmed himself. As a transmigrator, he certainly understood the advantages of the system. To survive in this world of combat energy, he must rely on this paternal system. What functions do you possess now, system? Shao Huahua inquired. This system can traverse the heavens and the earth. It is omnipotent. With sufficient points, you could even have an aircraft carrier constructed for you, Ye Chen replied. This revelation sent tremors through Shao Huahua, igniting a passionate fervor within him. His cheeks flushed. Wow, system, you are truly remarkable. He swallowed hard, envisioning a future where he stood aboard an aircraft carrier, dominating the continent of combat energy. How can I acquire points? Shao Huahua eagerly asked. By exchanging items, Ye Chen responded. Exchange? Shao Huahua murmured. Then asked, how many points can I redeem with these 10 qi condensation pills? 1,000 points, Ye Chen said, glancing at the qi condensation pills in Shao Huahua's possession. Only 1,000 points? I thought it would be at least 10. 000. Shao Huahua expressed dissatisfaction, but he did not linger on it and directly exchanged all 10 pills. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 points. Ding, the weapon shop is now online, requiring 1,000 points to activate. Will the host activate it? Wow, system, this seems a bit unfair. Shao Huahua exclaimed upon hearing that it required 1,000 points to access the weapon shop, nearly cursing aloud. Ding, attention, 3 6th-stage combat energy warriors are approaching the host, arriving to claim the host's life in 3 minutes. How sensitive are the Han family's senses? Shao Huahua frowned upon hearing this. Currently, his strength was merely at the 3rd stage of combat energy. Facing 6th-stage warriors meant certain death. Clearly, to evade this lethal threat, he must depend on the system to preserve his life. With only 1,000 points to his name, the requirement to access the weapon shop felt like a ruthless exploitation. Suddenly, Shao Huahua noticed the ring on his finger. System, how many points can this ring be exchanged for? Seeing the ring, Ye Chen couldn't help but flash a cunning smile. The ring is worth 4,000 points. And the residual soul inside is valued at 1,000 points. There's truly a residual soul within? Shao Huahua gazed at the ring in astonishment. Shortly after his arrival, he had been hearing a faint voice emanating from the ring. claiming to be the supreme alchemist who had fallen victim to treachery, beseeching Xiao Huohua to become his disciple and teach him unparalleled alchemy and ancient fire to enact revenge. Just moments ago, the alchemist had been lamenting. Initially, Xiao Huohua, who had been grumbling about his unfair fate, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the alchemist's voice. Wasn't this the fabled golden finger of a transmigrator? He could confront the heavens, the earth, and any adversary, effortlessly overpowering all. However, in the next moment, the system manifested, revealing that his golden finger was the system itself, not some whimsical alchemist. The ring was worth 4,000 points, while the residual soul was merely 1,000 points. Perhaps in life, the notorious Han Feilong was more formidable. Exchange. Xiao Huohua decisively removed the ring. After the system was classified as bronze, Ye Chen not only gained insight into the world's origin necessary for traversing realms, but also quickly became familiar with the plot of this world. Thus, although he had not read Xiao Huohua shall shatter the sky, he understood its entire storyline. The ring Xiao Huohua possessed was a treasured family artifact of the Xiao clan, and the residual soul, the supreme alchemist, was to be his master, the foremost alchemist of this world. He would guide Xiao Huohua in cultivation, impart alchemical techniques, and assist in acquiring extraordinary fire and transformations, ultimately leading him to the pinnacle of the world. This character was indispensable. Ye Chen's intentional devaluation of the alchemist's worth was designed to persuade Xiao Huohua to sell it, consequently erasing a crucial character and severely altering the trajectory of the plot. As Xiao Huohua removed the ring and informed Ye Chen of his intent to exchange it, it was immediately absorbed into the system's space. A powerful devouring force swiftly enveloped the ring, and a spectral figure materialized, gazing around with a mixture of astonishment and rage. "I am the foremost alchemist. Who dares to destroy me?" The ancient voice echoed in the ethereal space, filled with resentment, confusion, and fury. The overwhelming devouring force did not relent in response to the apparition's voice. Instead, it surged even more fiercely. The piercing cry erupted as the alchemist was consumed in an instant by Ye Chen. The host is truly fortunate, arriving with such a grand gift. Ye Chen smacked his lips, savoring the moment. The disappearance of the alchemist not only threw this world's laws into chaos, but also allowed Ye Chen to acquire considerable power, which could be transformed into the world's origin. Most importantly, after absorbing the alchemist, he obtained a rare fire named Cold Fiery Flame, ranked 11th among extraordinary fires. Furthermore, Ye Chen copied all of the alchemist's alchemical knowledge and secrets. Consequently, the items Xiao Huohua redeemed had multiplied significantly. Universal creation system, level, stubborn bronze, talent, multiverse traversal, skills, copying, summoning, calculation, deduction, devouring. Etc. World origin, 1.5 million. Excellent, excellent. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at the system interface. Having arrived in this world for less than a minute, he had amassed over 1 million world origins. He was one step closer to shedding the bronze title. Subsequently, he clicked on the red exclamation mark hovering above his head. Notice, please seize the opportunity for creation and acquire 5 million world origins to upgrade the system to stubborn bronze 3, unlocking new functions. Warning, upon traversing to this world, 50,000 world origins are consumed daily. Should the daily requirement be insufficient or 0, the system will disintegrate on its own. Reading through these lines, Ye Chen, although somewhat prepared, felt his joy dissipate upon seeing the daily consumption of world origins and the upgrade requirements. Sighing helplessly, he resigned himself to the grind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 points. Remaining points, 6,000. Attention. The 3 assassins targeting the host will arrive in less than a minute. Xiao Huohua frowned, licking his lips. System, activate the weapon shop. Ding, the weapon shop is now activated. Remaining points, 5,000. Without hesitation, Xiao Huohua opened the weapon shop, and the array of weapons displayed left him in a state of shock. My goodness, is this truly the weapon shop? He swallowed hard, staring wide-eyed at the assortment of weaponry before him. This is practically an armory. The weapon shop showcased an array of advanced firearms, from short to long, explosive, and everything in between. He even spotted tanks and aircraft, and at the very bottom, an aircraft carrier caught his eye. Stunned, Xiao Huohua swallowed again and exclaimed, System, tell me honestly, are you some sort of war profiteer? Are these weapons intended for a holy war? Outside the city, in a dense forest, 3 figures swiftly approached as if merging with the night. One robust man, with a lion-like physique, licked his parched lips and said in a deep voice, We've found the target. Not far away, Xiao Huohua stood silently, his expression somewhat indifferent. Hearing a rustling sound, he turned to look. Bear, what are you doing here? Xiao Huahua asked calmly, feigning ignorance. Before the Xiao family's decline, he had been acquainted with Bear for quite some time. Xiao Huahua had reached the pinnacle of disdain. Despite being a sixth-tier fighter, a notable figure in Wutan City, he was frequently subjected to humiliation by Xiao Huahua in front of countless onlookers. The indignity of being forced to crawl beneath Xiao Huahua's legs in public had stripped Xiongda of his dignity, reducing him to a laughingstock in Wutan City. This humiliation had long sown the seeds of hatred within him. Had it not been for his fear of Gu Yin, Xiongda would have long since sought to eliminate Xiao Huahua. Today, with intentions of assassination, Xiongda had originally planned to send someone else. His resentment towards Xiao Huahua could only be described as boundless. Thus, he seized the opportunity to confront Xiao Huahua personally and vent his pent-up anger. Xiao Huahua, it would be wise for you to surrender the qi condensation pills, lest you suffer physical torment, he declared with a cold smirk, steering directly to the point without any preamble. As he flexed his hands, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, reminiscent of firecrackers. This qi condensation pill was a gift from my father-in-law. Do you dare to covet it? Are you not afraid of retribution from Uncle Han? Xiao Huahua feigned terror, swallowing hard and trembling, instinctively retreating a few steps, his face paling significantly. Xiao Huahua, you are not a fool. You must know why we are here, Xiongda continued, licking his lips, his expression grotesque. You, a stray dog, dare to dream of climbing the Han family's ranks. You possess the audacity to demand 10 bottles of qi condensation pills? Truly, you are asking for death. Boss, there's no need to waste words on this brat. Let's take action, said Xiong Er, his face contorted with rage. In the past, when he was in power, he never failed to show us disdain. Today, I shall take my revenge for old grievances and new grudges alike. I will see him executed to relieve my fury. As he finished speaking, Xiong Er lunged forward, his palm clawed, a dim light radiating from his palm. A fierce gust of wind erupted, lifting the leaves from the ground. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, accompanied by the splatter of crimson liquid in the air. Xiong Er froze in place, stunned. 2 seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, a thumb-sized hole in his forehead, his eyes wide open as if bulging from their sockets, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Blood also streamed from the back of his head. In that moment, Xiao Huahua had drawn forth a 54 caliber firearm, a cigarette dangling from his lips, emitting wisps of smoke. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a Huazi. Taking a drag from the cigarette, Xiao Huahua calmly remarked, "When it comes to smoking, nothing beats Huazi. The others are just harsh on the throat. Brother." "No." Xiong Er's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, igniting Xiong San's fury. "How dare you kill my brother? You worthless scoundrel, pay with your life." Xiong San bellowed, veins bulging, a powerful gust of energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade. "Stop, third brother," Xiongda shouted, though his fury over Xiong Er's death had not clouded his judgment. Xiao Huahua was merely a third-tier fighter. How could he have killed Xiong Er with a single strike? Moreover, the weapon in Xiao Huahua's grasp was clearly linked to Xiong Er's demise. At that moment, Xiong San charged forth, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a feral beast. Xiao Huahua remained composed, cigarette in mouth, eyes half closed. He retreated a few steps to create distance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, echoing through the dense forest. 3 silver bullets tore through the night, faintly shimmering with the dim light of Xiao Huahua's condensed fighting spirit. The thermal weapons crafted by Ye Chen possessed immense lethality, far surpassing ordinary firearms, and could harness the power of a fighter, amplifying their destructive capability. Whoosh! The 3 bullets sliced through the darkness, akin to scythes wielded by the Grim Reaper. Sensing an aura of death, Xiong San's expression turned to one of terror. Before he could react, he was struck in the brow and chest. Boom! The bullet's force and fighting spirit erupted simultaneously, creating a gruesome explosion at the points of impact. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Witnessing this, Xiongda trembled, his breath quickening, sweat pouring from his forehead as his chest heaved. He stared at Xiao Huahua, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. In mere moments, Xiao Huahua had slain both Xiong Er and Xiong San. Was this truly the Xiao Huahua he knew? The same reckless scion of Wutan City who relied solely on his family's influence? What was the weapon in Xiao Huahua's hand? Could it be a mysterious level spirit artifact? Xiongda shivered in dread and turned to flee, trying to escape. Xiao Huahua sneered, raising his 54 caliber firearm. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air like a streak of lightning. Given Xiongda's skill and power, he should have easily evaded the lethal shot. Yet, in his current state of shock, he was paralyzed by fear. The deafening sound rang out, and with it, Xiongda was left no will to resist. He was consumed by the singular desire to escape, his composure utterly shattered. Thud! A plume of blood erupted from Xiongda's back as excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. The powerful impact propelled him forward, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Xiaohuahua, cigarette still in mouth, strolled over and aimed the firearm at Xiongda's forehead. The latter, trembling in fear, begged for mercy. Bang! Xiaohuahua acted decisively, pulling the trigger. The moment the bullet penetrated, it unleashed tremendous force, obliterating Xiongda's head like a smashed watermelon. Truly, firearms were wonderfully effective. Xiaohuahua spat the remnants of his cigarette onto the ground. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. With a firearm in hand, the world is at my command. Regardless of one's cultivation, a single shot can bring them down. Indeed, it is essential to prioritize technological advancement. Moments later, Xiaohuahua searched the bodies of the three for a few bottles of qi condensation pills and some specially forged weapons. System, let's see how much these are worth in points. He declared 500 points. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Xiaohuahua's mind. Is that all these items are worth? He lamented, having spent 2,000 points to exchange for a 54 caliber firearm and 7 bullets. What a tremendous loss, however. The system had rewarded him with a huazi, which was rather nice. Among the many who traversed to other realms, he might be the only one fortunate enough to enjoy huazi. Without hesitation, Xiaohuahua exchanged the items for points. After Ye Chen stored the items in the system's space, he extracted the energy from the three corpses. Utilizing the masterful alchemy skills imparted by Medicine Elder, he refined the energy into a single pill capable of elevating Xiaohuahua to the fighter realm. While the firearm was indeed powerful, it was essential for Xiaohuahua to strengthen his own abilities to unleash even greater might. Otherwise, facing opponents at the fighter or grand fighter level would render him impotent, even with a Gatling gun or rocket launcher. 500 points have been credited for the exchange. Remaining points, 2,500. The host has slain assassins, causing a setback to Han Baishan's forces, earning a reward of 2,000 points. Remaining points, 4500. Is there a points reward for this? Xiaohuahua inquired. System, does that mean I will receive corresponding points rewards for overcoming challenges or inflicting harm upon enemies? Indeed, Ye Chen replied. As expected, a keen observer could grasp the system's mechanisms, saving Ye Chen considerable effort in explaining matters. The elixir shop is now online. It requires 1,000 points to activate. Would the host like to proceed? Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua pondered. Although he had effortlessly dispatched Xiongda and his companions with the firearm, this did not guarantee efficacy against those of much higher realms. Furthermore, the destructive power of the weapons in the shop was directly linked to one's cultivation level. Striking Han Batian or Han Filong with his current fighting prowess would be futile. News of Xiongda and the others' demise would reach Han Batian in no time, and he would undoubtedly send more assassins. Perhaps even dispatching Han Filong personally. Activate, Xiaohuahua resolutely decided, spending 1,000 points. The elixir shop is now active. Fighter pill 2,000 points. Consuming it will elevate the host to the fighter realm without any side effects. Goodness, this pill is incredibly potent, Xiaohuahua exclaimed upon examining its effects. Truly, the system is omnipotent. With the system in hand, the world is at my disposal. Training and enlightenment are unnecessary. 1 pill will suffice. He hummed cheerfully. What exquisite poetry! How handsome and talented I am! Ye Chen, hearing this, felt a headache coming on. Indeed, he had accurately assessed Xiaohuahua. Shameless in skill, thick-skinned in personality. Exchange, Xiaohuahua eagerly urged. The fighter pill exchange was successful. Remaining points, 500. A dark pill exuding a delightful aroma appeared in Xiaohuahua's hand. Alas, system, why didn't you reward me with another huazi this time? He lamented. The item credit system is now online. Activation requires 500 points. The host can obtain items on credit, with the points deducted from the host's next earnings, without interest, daily limit. One time only. Is there really such a good thing as credit? And without interest? Wouldn't it mean that in the future, one could casually buy planes and cannons on credit? Xiaohuahua, beaming with excitement as if he had just won the lottery, eagerly activated the feature. He then quickly opened the credit shop, eager to see what items it contained. The system, in its notorious manner, priced a pack of cigarettes at 1,000 points. Moreover, it was the only item available. Xiao Huohua's expression darkened instantly, his lips twitching as he stared at the system interface, feeling ensnared by its tricks. Ding! The credit goods will be gradually listed. Does the host wish to purchase a pack of cigarettes on credit? Ye Chen observed Xiao Huohua's demeanor, a smile playing on his lips, and said nonchalantly, "Little fellow, do you think I can't handle you?" The Han family resides in the bustling center of Wutan City. Surrounded by 6 grand residences, exuding elegance and nobility, in a guest room adorned with ancient charm, filled with numerous precious decorations, Han Batian took a sip of tea and inquired, "How long has Xiongda been gone?" "Almost an hour," Han Feilong replied, seated nearby, inspecting his reflection in a small mirror. An hour? Han Batian furrowed his brow. "Brother, Xiongda and the others have often been humiliated by that Xiao Huohua," Han Feilong remarked. "These lads are likely to vent all the humiliation they've suffered at Xiao Huohua's hands. It's nothing to worry about. That Xiao Huohua is merely a waste of a third-tier fighter. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant." "What do you know?" Han Batian interjected sharply. "Today, Xiao Huohua is exceedingly unusual, behaving as if he were a different person. Though he tries hard to conceal it, he cannot escape my keen observation." "Brother, are you overthinking?" Han Feilong said, putting away the mirror and adopting a delicate posture. "Xiao Huohua is just a wastrel. Accustomed to luxury, he is merely trying to seize an opportunity to extort us for some money now that the Xiao family has fallen." "No, it cannot be that simple." Han Batian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Xiao Yin has always been profoundly scheming, with intricate ties beyond Wutan City. Though Xiao Huohua is a good-for-nothing, he is not a fool. Logically, the entire Xiao family should have been eradicated, yet Xiao Huohua escaped unscathed. Instead of fleeing upon learning of his family's demise, he returned to Wutan City to find me, which is entirely inconsistent with his usual character." "Are you suggesting that Xiao Yin left a backup plan, so that Xiao Huohua dares to threaten us?" Han Feilong, not one to be easily deceived, frowned in a serious manner. "There is a possibility," Han Batian replied. "Perhaps Xiao Yin has long sensed our intentions to strike against him but lacked the evidence. He would undoubtedly anticipate that once he is gone, the Han family would swiftly seize the Xiao family's assets and eliminate all traces. Therefore, I worry that Xiao Huohua possesses such confidence because of Xiao Yin's connections outside Wutan City." After a moment's reflection, Han Batian continued, "Second brother, you must personally investigate to avoid prolonged uncertainties." "Understood." Han Feilong nodded and immediately set off. Han Batian, restless in his chair, soon rose and began pacing the room. "Xiao Yin, even in death, you refuse to let anyone be at peace." Meanwhile, as Han Batian and Han Feilong conversed, a shadow stealthily appeared in the Han family's courtyard. This figure was evidently quite familiar with the estate and easily evaded the guard's watch. Soon, the figure arrived at the back garden, before a rockery with a curved hole. Xiao Huohua reached in, quickly locating a button. With a hum, the rockery began to tremble, splitting in two, revealing a hidden passageway before Xiao Huohua's eyes. "Old man, did you think I wouldn't discover your secrets that you've worked so hard to conceal?" Xiao Huohua licked his lips and boldly stepped into the hidden chamber. The room was filled with an array of precious items. "Good gracious!" Xiao Huohua exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the treasures. Various pills and weapons were present. He hadn't anticipated that the old man had such a deep reserve. Xiao Huohua nearly drooled as he opened a box containing a tome titled Fierce Lion Combat Body. A high-grade yellow manuscript. After flipping through a few pages, he promptly tucked it into his bosom. "System, how many points can I exchange for all these items?" Xiao Huohua inquired. "Ding. You can exchange for 15,000 points. Ye Chen responded. "I wish to exchange." Xiao Huohua eagerly declared. "Ding. Item exchange successful. The host has gained 15,000 points, with 1,000 points deducted for credit, leaving a balance of 14,000 points. Ye Chen mentally gathered all the items into the system space, subsequently devouring and absorbing them to convert into world essence. The host is quite clever, knowing to retain the manuscript. Having only cultivation without any martial techniques is simply impractical. I was hoping to absorb these techniques and sell them to Xiao Huohua." Ye Chen mused, reminiscing about Wang Teng. Shortly after Han Feilong left the room, he immediately headed to check on Xiongda and the others. The room was empty. Han Feilong frowned slightly, contemplating briefly before deciding to venture outside the city to the dense forest. After leaving the Han residence, he moved swiftly through the streets like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Han Feilong's expression changed as he sensed a crisis. He swiftly sidestepped half a step. With a loud bang, countless sparks erupted from the wooden door to his left, a powerful force instantly shattering the heavy wooden door into splinters. "Who dares to ambush me?" Han Feilong exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Had he not just stopped and sidestepped, he would have met the same fate as that door. On the roof to his right, Xiao Huahua lay in wait, armed with a sniper rifle, clearly observing him. Wow, I didn't kill him. I underestimated Han Feilong. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Huahua lightly commanded, then aimed at Han Feilong, pulling the trigger repeatedly. 3 bullets, infused with fighter's power, whizzed through the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion at Han Feilong's location. However, he remained unharmed, clearly having prepared in advance. He leaped from the flames, his gaze quickly locking onto Xiao Huahua's position. I shall see who you are, to dare launch an ambush against me in Wutan City. With a resounding crash, Han Feilong struck out forcefully. As his palm came down, a fierce gust of wind shattered the roof. Xiao Huahua reacted instantly, leaping to evade the lethal blow. As he landed on the street, Han Feilong charged at him immediately, his hand morphing into a claw, fighter's energy swirling around it, an illusory shadow enveloping his palm. Xiao Huahua remained unfazed. After consuming a pill, he also stepped into the fighter realm, yet he still fell short of Han Feilong. At that moment, Han Feilong's moves appeared ordinary but concealed deadly threats, utilizing the fierce lion combat body technique's claw attack, which possessed immense destructive power capable of obliterating a person in an instant. Keeping his distance, Xiao Huahua swiftly drew a .54 caliber firearm from his waist. Bang! The moment the bullet soared, it pierced through Han Feilong's palm, leaving a bloody mess. A shrill scream erupted. Han Feilong clutched his shattered hand, his eyes bloodshot, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Xiao Huahua, his rage flared, mixed with astonishment. Although he couldn't discern the nature of the weapon in Xiao Huahua's hands, from his movements, Han Feilong could ascertain that Xiao Huahua was no mere third-tier fighter but a genuine fighter stronghold. Just like himself, in the Han residence, Han Batian felt an unshakable unease, amplified by the twitching of his eyelids. Suddenly, the once tranquil courtyard erupted into chaos, as if a disturbance had occurred. Master, it's bad. Panicked voice rang out from outside. Han Batian's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly stepped toward the door. A servant stood before him, head bowed, breathless. What has happened? Han Batian demanded. The east wing suddenly caught fire. The flames are raging, consuming half the building, the servant replied, panting heavily. What? Han Batian roared, his breath quickening. His eyes flicked toward the east wing, where he could just discern the glow of flames. The east wing housed his treasures. Without hesitation, he rushed toward it but then paused, furrowing his brow, turning to the servant still standing at the door. What are you standing there for? Go extinguish the fire. Yes, the servant replied, but his frantic expression abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. Han Batian sensed that something was amiss and immediately began to circulate his fighter's energy, preparing to strike preemptively. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the night sky. However, Han Batian was a 9th-tier fighter and had been prepared for this moment. The shot did not strike him. Instead, it exploded a pillar behind Han Batian. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling blood, as he glared at the servant and exclaimed, Who are you to dare ambush me? Xiao Huahua looked up, wearing an innocuous smile, and addressed Han Batian, Dear father-in-law, has your memory faded so quickly? It truly saddens me, ITSU, Xiao Huahua. Han Batian was taken aback, bewildered as to why Xiao Huahua was present. His astonishment swiftly morphed into indifference. Since the fall of Xiao Yin, Han Batian, a 9th-tier Do Master, had rightfully become the foremost expert in Wutan City. After enduring numerous bloody battles, he quickly regained his composure. Although he did not understand why Xiao Huahua had appeared here, he regarded him as a mere trifling 3rd-tier fighter, not worthy of fear. I cannot believe you had the audacity to seek me out. Xiao Huahua, you truly possess audacious courage, he said in a low voice. You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you come to hell. Xiao Huahua, go down and accompany your father Xiao Yin. A thunderous roar erupted from Han Batian, who could not afford to be careless. After all, Xiao Yin still had connections outside Wutan City, and perhaps he had already made contact with Xiao Huahua, which emboldened him to appear here. The aura of a 9th-tier Do Master burst forth, amplified by the frenzy of the lion battle body, rendering Han Batian's presence terrifying. The fierce wind stirred up dust and cracked the ground beneath. Glancing quickly, one could see a golden lion's phantom suddenly materializing behind Han Batian, fierce and daunting. With a roar, Han Batian was the first to attack. Regardless of whether others lurked in the shadows, he resolved to eliminate Xiao Huahua at once. Xiao Huahua responded by firing multiple shots. The silver bullets sliced through the night, propelled by the power of a Do Master, enhancing their potency. They swung forth like the scythe of death. Clang! Han Batian countered, thick douqi blocking all incoming bullets. Boom! The force of the bullets and douqi detonated simultaneously, causing an explosion that shattered the surrounding pillars and walls, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Han Batian staggered back, utterly astonished. Although he did not recognize the weapon in Xiao Huohua's hands, its astonishing power was evident. The unleashed douqi unmistakably that of a Dou master. He had not anticipated that Xiao Huohua was a Dou master. It seemed his earlier assumptions about Xiao Huohua's frivolous persona were entirely feigned. Xiao Yan had secretly trained his son and left behind contingencies, despite not being struck by the bullets. Han Batian felt a searing pain erupting in his palm, as if burned by fire, causing it to tremble slightly. This old coot was indeed formidable. He managed to block 3 bullets without injury. Xiao Huohua whispered, his expression grave. With renewed determination, he fired 2 more shots, the bullets whistling through the dark, glaringly bright. However, Han Batian deftly evaded each one. At this moment, Han Batian felt an increasing sense of dread. Although Xiao Huohua was a Dou master, he still paled in comparison to Han Batian. Nevertheless, the weapon capable of producing such thunderous sounds was undeniably intimidating. Han Batian recognized that if struck by this weapon, even he could be slain on the spot. However, he was a cunning veteran, aware that using such a powerful weapon would surely drain a considerable amount of douqi, as it was not something an ordinary person could wield continuously. Indeed, Xiao Huohua's complexion had turned pale, his hand trembling slightly as he held the weapon. Though subtle, it did not escape Han Batian's notice. Hemph, Xiao Yin. Although you have trained Xiao Huohua into a Dou master and bestowed upon him such a peculiar and powerful weapon, it is evident that Xiao Huohua's low level of cultivation lacks practical combat experience. This kind of weapon can only achieve surprise kills in one blow. Should he fail, he will certainly find himself in dire straits. Han Batian mused, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. He prepared to unleash his full strength, aiming to annihilate Xiao Huohua in one fell swoop and seize the weapon from his grasp. In doing so, even against a powerful Dou master, he believed he could strike the fatal blow. With a roar, a dim golden light enveloped Han Batian, and a surge of douqi coursed through him, visibly increasing his size several times, causing his clothes to burst. He extended his claw-like hands and took a step forward, a piercing lion's roar erupting from him, revealing the fierce visage of a golden lion behind him as it bared its fangs. In an instant, Han Batian charged forward, the phantom of the lion following closely in his wake, appearing as a ferocious beast barreling ahead. To this point, Xiao Huohua had little douqi remaining. He could only channel it into his last bullet. Yet he remained unperturbed, standing firm as though rooted to the ground. Han Batian, witnessing this, revealed a cold smirk before launching a ruthless attack aimed at Xiao Huohua. Suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, Xiao Huohua produced a flash grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it to the ground. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, followed by a blinding white light that pierced Han Batian's eyes, rendering him sightless in an instant. My eyes, my eyes! Han Batian cried out in terror, covering his face, howling in agony. Old coot, if you wish to kill me, wait for the next life. Xiao Huohua raised his 54 caliber weapon, a slight smile gracing his lips, and pulled the trigger, channeling all his strength into the bullet. Puff! The bullet pierced through Han Batian's skull, instantly creating a gaping hole. After eliminating Han Batian, Xiao Huohua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, resembling a drenched chicken. Sitting there, he took out a cigarette, trembling as he lit it and inhaled deeply. That had been a close call. Thankfully, he had exchanged for a flash grenade in advance. Otherwise, he might have perished here. In the original story, Xiao Huohua spent a year training in the mountains with Yao Lao before returning to Wutan City to eliminate the Han brothers. Now, with Han Batian's fall, the plot of the entire world had advanced by a tenth, causing a slight disturbance in its laws, but not enough to incite chaos. Ye Chen acquired 200,000 units of world essence from this. This time, I was careless, Ye Chen lamented softly. In the future, I cannot use protagonists as host. He had underestimated the power of this world's consciousness. Although he gained 1.4 million units of world essence after absorbing Yao Lao, he believed he had altered the course and progression of this world. Yet, in reality, the laws and rules of this world remained unchanged. It was as if Ye Chen had replaced Yao Lao's position, assisting Xiao Huohua in reaching the pinnacle of this world. Even though Xiao Huohua wielded firearms, which contradicted the original setting, the plot continued to unfold normally, remaining on track, as Xiao Huohua was still the protagonist. Therefore, No matter what Ye Chen did, it was challenging to disrupt the laws of this world, unlike in Wang Teng's world, where he had directly created a significant breach in the laws. In this world, the only way to gain fortune and acquire world essence was to rapidly advance the plot, completing what would have taken decades in just a few years. Moreover, Ye Chen dared not act recklessly. The consciousness of this world was formidable, or perhaps it was due to his low level. Ye Chen had simulated scenarios where, if he dared to appear in this world, the over 1 million units of world essence he possessed would vanish in an instant, leading to his disintegration. Fortunately, apart from rapidly advancing the plot, there was another means to acquire world essence: devouring exchanged items to extract fortune, transforming it into world essence. Otherwise, relying solely on advancing the plot, it would be challenging for Ye Chen to amass 5 million units of world essence. By the time Xiao Huahua reached the pinnacle of this world, he might not even have enough. Thus, Ye Chen resolved that after annihilating the Han family, he would not plot and strategize as he had in Wang Teng's world. Instead, he would focus on hastening the plot's progression at appropriate moments while guiding Xiao Huahua in certain matters to acquire world essence. Otherwise, if he failed to steal the chicken, he would lose the rice. Ding annihilation of the Han family rewarded the host with 20,000 points. Remaining points, 30,000. Ding the requirement for exchanging for a 6th-tier Do Master Pill is 10,000 points. Does the host wish to exchange? Ye Chen extracted all the energy from the Han brothers, utilizing his sublime alchemy skills to maximize their power. He had initially thought that after consuming the pill, even if Xiao Huahua could not break through to the Great Do Master level, he would at least reach the 9th-tier Do Master strength. However, to his surprise, he only attained the 6th-tier Do Master strength. After the battle with Han Batian, Xiao Huahua realized that no matter how superior the equipment was, it was his own strength that truly mattered. Han Batian was merely the weakest among his many future adversaries. Yet he had nearly taken Xiao Huahua's life. Thus, without hesitation, he spent 10,000 points to exchange for a 6th-tier Do Master Pill. After resting for a moment, Xiao Huahua searched Han Batian's belongings, expecting to redeem a substantial number of points. Given Han's prestigious family background, however, to his dismay, he only found 2 vials of pills, which amounted to a mere 2,000 points. He had always seen Han Batian as a figure of grandeur, revered by many. Yet it turned out he was nothing but a pauper. Disappointed, Xiao Huahua cursed under his breath and left the Han residence, unaware that he had already stripped the Han family's wealth clean. A month later, deep within a mountain, Xiao Huahua was engaged in combat with the 9th-tier Do Master, the Gale Wolf. After departing from Wutan City, he had ventured into a notorious mountain to hone his skills. Through a month of brutal training, Xiao Huahua transformed from a scrawny youth into a robust and imposing figure. Elevating his cultivation level from 6th-tier to 9th-tier Do Master, it would not be long before he stepped into the realm of Great Do Master. With a powerful punch, golden Do Chi enveloped his fist, manifesting a roaring lion's head. His strike sent the Gale Wolf crashing to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth and nose. The Gale Wolf rose, its eyes crimson and ferocious, unleashing fierce winds that transformed into cutting blades, howling towards him. Xiao Huahua, quick and agile, evaded the wind blades and landed on a nearby stone. He had trained extensively in close combat, and now he wished to test the power of the upgraded 54 heat weapon. He summoned the weapon and concentrated all his strength into it. With a resounding click, he pulled the trigger, releasing a fiery blast that roared like a dragon. In the next moment, the bullet struck the Gale Wolf, enveloping it in a mist of blood. With a howl, the Gale Wolf collapsed, a large portion of its body obliterated. Remarkable, Xiao Huahua nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Now, let me see the prowess of the 20,000-point investment in inscribing the Frenzied Lion battle technique onto the heat weapon. As he pulled the trigger once more, the 54 heat weapon erupted with the phantom of a frenzied lion. The bullet transformed mid-air, giving rise to a gigantic lion that clawed and devoured the Gale Wolf with a thunderous roar, annihilating it completely. How utterly domineering! Xiao Huahua gazed at the heat weapon. Almost drooling, he had not anticipated that inscribing the Frenzied Lion battle technique would unleash its full potential in such a manner. This is beyond extraordinary. He mused about the prospect of inscribing even more battle techniques onto his heat weapons, enabling him to unleash devastating attacks without the wait for cooldowns or charge times. System, you are truly remarkable. As Xiao Huahua held the heat weapon with affection, he imagined a future where he could inscribe battle techniques onto artillery and aircraft carriers, combining his strength with the weapon's power. The thought was simply unfathomable, an existence that could sweep away all in its path. After indulging in daydreams for a while, Xiao Huahua approached the Gale Wolf and extracted its core. Ding item exchanged for 2,000 points successfully. Remaining points, 50,000. He then took a dagger and severed one of the Gale Wolf's legs, hoisting it back to his dwelling. System, exchange for a case of snowflake beer. Tonight, if the snow doesn't fall, neither will I. Tonight, the Beast Mountain was bustling and perilous. Countless beasts awakened from slumber, venturing out to hunt, leaving trails of blood and carcasses. The echoes of roars and cries of agony resonated through the mountains. But none of this concerned Xiao Huahua in his cave, adorned with modern comforts, sofas, coffee tables, and stoves. He had even set up a defensive mechanism to mask his presence from the beasts. As he often said, while cultivation was vital, one must not neglect the quality of life. Thus, half of the points he earned from hunting beasts and gathering herbs were used to furnish his space. Were it not for the absence of electricity and the internet in this era, his character would have surely driven him to exchange for a computer and internet access, spending his days in the cave surfing the web and gaming, rather than risking his life daily hunting beasts. Xiao Huahua sliced the Gale Wolf's leg into strips and placed them on a grill, sprinkling spices such as cumin and pepper. The aroma soon filled the cave. The meat of the Gale Wolf was indeed delicious. He devoured a piece and opened a bottle of snowflake beer, downing it in a few gulps. Refreshing, truly refreshing. In all of history, is there any other transmigrator as carefree and joyous as I am? He lit a cigarette, basking in leisure. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted in the depths of the mountain, as if the entire range was on the verge of collapse. The cave trembled, stones and dust falling around him, and the entrance's protective barrier shattered instantaneously. What is happening? Startled, Xiao Huahua crawled out from the rubble, discovering that most of the cave had collapsed. He hurried to the exit to gaze at the source of the disturbance. It was the territory of the Beast Mountain King, the purple-flamed demon lion. This formidable creature typically remained aloof, guarding its domain. What could have stirred such commotion tonight? Who was the fool that dared provoke it? Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. Should the purple-flamed demon lion become enraged, the entire Beast Mountain would be drawn into chaos. System, do you know what has transpired? He inquired. Ding information requires 2,000 points. Xiao Huahua grumbled in dissatisfaction but proceeded to pay the points. After all, should this powerful entity unleash its wrath, the consequences would be dire. Ding information exchange deducts 2,000 points. Remaining points, 48,000. 3 days ago, the purple flame demon lion birthed a cub, and someone took advantage of the opportunity to steal its offspring. Ye Chen reported. It seemed the thief was no ordinary foe, possessing considerable strength. The purple flame demon lion was a beast of Do Wang level, and even its offspring, though weak, was not to be underestimated. I must leave quickly, Xiao Huahua decided. If the powerful beast detected his presence, it might mistakenly believe he had stolen its cub and devour him, which would be an unwise choice. Just as he prepared to depart, he received another notification. Ding, the purple flame demon lion expels a purple crystal flame stone every 100 years, containing the essence of the purple flame demon lion. Each stone can be exchanged for 10,000 points, and there are 3 in total. Are you sure you do not wish to reconsider? Ye Chen's voice halted Xiao Huahua's retreat. In the original narrative, he had been compelled to participate in the struggle for the purple flame demon lion's offspring, gaining nothing in the end. Unable to alter the plot's trajectory, he could only push forward. This meant not only would Xiao Huahua gain nothing, but Ye Chen would also be equally displeased. How could he let such an opportunity to seize the world's essence slip away? Xiao Huahua hesitated. 30,000 points equated to nearly 15 9th-tier Do Masters he'd have to hunt to redeem. Yet, the danger of obtaining the purple crystal flamestone was far greater than hunting 15 9th-tier beasts. After all, the purple flame demon lion was a Do Wang level beast. A mere glance or breath could obliterate him. Thus, Xiao Huahua restrained his greed. Points were indeed important, but surviving was paramount. Ding currently. The purple flame demon lion is pursuing the thief of its offspring. The cave is empty, making it an opportune moment to seize the purple crystal flame stone. Why Ye Chen tempted him further. An empty cave. That is indeed a good opportunity to take a risk. Xiao Huahua's interest was piqued. 30,000 points loomed before him. To say he was not tempted would be deceitful. With the purple flame demon lion preoccupied, the danger level had notably decreased. He could seize the chance. After a moment's thought, Xiao Huahua donned his bulletproof vest, strapped the 254 heat weapons to his waist, and slung a sniper rifle over his shoulder. Guided by Ye Chen, he hastened toward the lair of the purple flame demon lion. In the Beast Mountain, a lion's roar echoed, reverberating throughout the entire range. Countless beasts trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. Too terrified to move, a colossal figure loomed in midair, exuding an aura of absolute authority. The purple-flamed demon lion, measuring 3 meters in length, was enveloped in purple flames, presenting a terrifying sight. Its pair of black wings, fully unfurled, spanned over 5 meters. Its fangs resembled swords, and its eyes shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing its ferocious nature. With a mighty roar that seemed to pierce the heavens and earth, the lion's roar reverberated, causing the entire beast mountain to tremble, as towering trees succumbed to its might, collapsing under the force, while smoke and flames billowed into the air. "Human, surrender my child." The purple-flamed demon lion growled toward a graceful silhouette ahead. Its voice laced with boundless fury and a hint of worry, fearing for the safety of its offspring. "My intention is not to snatch your offspring. I merely seek a drop of its true blood." The silhouette replied, her voice melodious, "Absolutely not." The purple-flamed demon lion retorted, "To take my child's true blood is tantamount to taking its life. Rest assured, I shall offer an equivalent item or something of greater value in exchange." The silhouette countered. "1 royal-grade pill and 1 ancestral reversion pill. Either of these far surpasses the value of your cub's true blood. The ancestral reversion pill can allow your cub to gradually recover its true blood, potentially even elevating it beyond its current state. As for the royal-grade pill, its capabilities are well known to you. It can shatter the shackles you have long been unable to unlock, granting access to a realm of greater power." "What say you, Lion King?" she inquired. The purple-flamed demon lion pondered for a moment, feeling a flicker of temptation. Yet, he lifted his head and roared at the silhouette, "Humans are inherently deceitful. If you truly possess these items, then I shall slay you, and all will belong to me." With a sudden motion, the purple-flamed demon lion spread its wings, transforming into a violet streak, emanating an overwhelming aura. The silhouette frowned, wielding her sword, unleashing a dazzling light as she engaged in a battle of exquisite swordsmanship. A blinding explosion erupted as the silhouette clashed with the purple-flamed demon lion, illuminating the entirety of Beast Mountain. The shockwave from their collision stirred the winds, causing branches to quake and dust to rise, while cracks appeared on the ground. Xiaohuahua, carrying his sniper rifle, swiftly approached the vicinity of the purple-flamed demon lion's lair. This area, a valley of piled stones, exuded a foul stench reminiscent of decades-old sewage, a testament to the lion's territory marked by its urine, deterring other beasts from encroaching upon it. Yet today, this dominion of the Beast Mountain was invaded by uninvited guests. Finding a concealed spot, Xiaohuahua set up his sniper rifle and began surveying the surroundings through the scope. His gaze was immediately drawn to a dark tiger, measuring 2 meters in length and over 1 meter in height. Its massive form exuding a menacing aura, indicative of its prowess as a 6th-tier great fighter. Not far from the dark tiger, a silver wolf appeared, marked by a crescent moon on its forehead and eyes as crimson as blood. A massive, coal-black python approached slowly, flicking its scarlet tongue, accompanied by a fox with a fiery appearance and cloud-like patterns on its body. "System, did you not claim that the purple-flamed demon lion's lair was devoid of life and safe?" Xiaohuahua exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat upon spotting these formidable beasts. These creatures were all great fighter level, far stronger than humans at the same stage. Xiaohuahua, merely a 9th-tier fighter, was akin to a morsel in their eyes. "Host, you did not inquire whether there were other beasts planning to steal the purple crystal flame stone aside from yourself." A mechanical voice echoed in Xiaohuahua's mind, igniting a flare of frustration within him. "System, you could have warned me about this beforehand." Beep. "Would the host like to spend 2,000 points to acquire information about the purple flame demon lion's lair?" "Acquire? I can see it all." Xiaohuahua cursed under his breath. Yet he dared not make a move. He was too close to the beasts. Any noise would surely alert them. Suddenly, the dark tiger roared and transformed into a black bolt of lightning, dashing toward the purple flame demon lion's lair. Followed closely by the silver wolf, the dark jade python, and the fire cloud fox. They neared the cave entrance. The dark jade python unexpectedly lunged at the dark tiger. The dark tiger, alert, swung its thick, spiked tail like an iron chain, striking the dark jade python's head. The silver wolf seized the opportunity, its sharp claws tearing into the dark tiger, causing crimson liquid to splatter. Clearly, the silver wolf and the dark jade python had conspired to eliminate the dark tiger first. Seeing this, the dark tiger's eyes turned blood red as it retaliated, tearing into the silver wolf's chest. A fierce battle ensued, blood splattering everywhere, while the fire cloud fox remained unharmed, observing from a distance, refraining from entering the fray. Xiao Huahua, hidden in the shadows, mused, "The fox is clever, waiting to reap the benefits once the three beasts have exhausted each other. By then, it can strike and claim not only 3 purple crystal flame stones, but also the cores of 3 great fighters. However, prey remains prey. The notion of prey profiting is absurd. I want the purple crystal stones, and those 4 cores as well." With a resounding bang, Xiao Huahua squeezed the trigger, his bullet striking the dark tiger, igniting a flurry of sparks. The previously dominant dark tiger, now injured, turned its piercing red gaze toward the fire cloud fox, believing it was the source of its pain. With a roar, it lunged, but the fire cloud fox was sent flying by the impact. Slamming into a bouldered eye in that moment, the dark jade python seized its chance, wrapping its massive body around the dark tiger, exerting immense pressure. As it bit down, releasing venom, the dark tiger's strength waned rapidly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Huahua fired again, the silver bullet slicing through the critically wounded silver wolf's head, exploding it in a shower of gore. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking the dark jade python. Blood mist erupting from the wounds. Although the binding force on the dark tiger had dissipated, it was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Suddenly, the fire cloud fox, buried under rubble, sprang to its feet. Though it bore a deep wound and its energy was diminished, it still radiated formidable strength. It unleashed several fist-sized red orbs, which swiftly struck the dark jade python and the dark tiger, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Both beasts collapsed, lifeless, in a pool of blood. The fire cloud fox staggered, momentarily unsteady but elated at its victory. Now, the cores and the purple crystal flame stones would all belong to it. Yet at that moment, a golden beast descended from the sky, powerful and unstoppable. With a thunderous clap, the golden beast raised its paw and crushed the severely wounded fire cloud fox, unleashing an immense force. The fox's head was obliterated, akin to a shattered watermelon. Xiao Huahua retracted his sniper rifle and stood from the shadows. System, convert the corpses of these 4 beasts, along with their cores, into points. He licked his lips, eager for the rewards. Beep, item exchange successful, 15,000 points acquired. Remaining points, 63,000. Without hesitation, Xiao Huahua dashed into the purple flame demon lion's lair, swiftly locating 3 purple glowing crystals, exchanging them for 30,000 points. He knew that taking the purple crystal flame stones would alert the purple flame demon lion, which would quickly lock onto his position, leading to a relentless pursuit. Xiao Huahua was determined not to be devoured by the overlord of Beast Mountain over these 3 stones. Thus, he immediately converted them into points and fled. Even if the purple flame demon lion realized the stones were stolen, it would have no means to track him down. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen had intentionally scattered the scent of the purple crystal flame stones upon him. To restore the narrative to its rightful course, Xiao Huahua finds himself entangled in a situation involving the people of Shangyun sect. At his current level, Ye Chen is unable to alter the progression of this world's storyline. Should he attempt to forcefully change the course of events, he would inevitably attract the oppressive attention of the world's consciousness. Thus, he must seek to gain some advantages without disrupting the natural flow of the plot. Ye Chen is distressed, lamenting his lack of capability and his reliance on the protagonist. Above, the battle rages fiercely. Brilliant sword energies clash with the malevolent aura of the purple flame demon lion, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to spiral into chaos and unleashing a tempest of wind. Upon striking the dense forest below, a massive explosion ensues, shattering towering trees and colossal boulders amidst flames and swirling mist. Both combatants are evenly matched, with the purple flame demon lion and the graceful figure both being 9th-rank battle kings. However, within this equal tier, the beast holds a slight advantage. It becomes apparent that the graceful figure senses the balance of power beginning to tilt, prompting her to concentrate her strength to its utmost. With a swift motion, she thrusts her sword, unleashing a flurry of phantom images, each imbued with astonishing power, leaving the purple flame demon lion with no avenue of escape. Roaring in fury, the lion's purple mane stands on end like sharp needles, and with a sudden burst, it launches its bristling fur in retaliation. The moment the phantoms collide with the mane, a blinding light erupts, illuminating much of the sky and igniting a cataclysmic inferno. The explosive force sends a shockwave of fierce winds, devastating the landscape below. At that moment, the purple flame demon lion charges forth as if traversing the fabric of space, raising its powerful forelimb to strike. The graceful figure, slightly slower to react, is struck by the lion's mighty claw. With a resounding crash, her sword shatters, and the lion's force propels her backward, causing her to cough up copious amounts of blood as she crashes to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Just as the lion prepares to pursue its advantage, it suddenly senses something amiss. Turning towards its lair, it realizes that the precious purple crystal flame stone has been stolen, and the thief is attempting to escape. An enraged roar filled with wrath reverberates through the 100-beast mountain, sending shivers down the spines of countless beasts. Human, you cannot flee this mountain. I shall devour you whole to quell the fury within me. With a powerful flap of its wings, the purple flame demon lion unleashes a fierce gust of wind, swiftly pursuing the graceful figure. Meanwhile, Xiaohuahua, having exited the lion's cave, is immediately struck by the echoing roar of wrath that sends chills down his spine. Causing his hair to stand on end and his eardrums to throb painfully, he realizes he must vacate the vicinity post-haste, as the lion would undoubtedly return in a murderous rage upon discovering the theft of the stone. This physique of mine would hardly suffice to sate its appetite, Xiaohuahua mutters to himself as he dashes towards the outskirts of the lioness territory. System, tell me how to escape this mountain quickly, he implores while running. The purple flame demon lion reigns as the sovereign of 100-beast mountain, and all creatures within the depths of the forest are bound to its command. Every movement of a human is keenly observed, making it nearly impossible to evade detection. Beep. Establishing escape route requires 5,000 points. A mechanical voice resonates in Xiaohuahua's mind. I really need points for this. If I perish, you'll be finished too. He curses, yet he diligently allocates the necessary points. Beep. 5,000 points deducted successfully. The escape route has been imprinted in the host's mind. Remaining points, 88,000. A guiding voice soon follows, directing him away from danger. Following the navigation, Xiaohuahua adeptly evades the watchful eyes of numerous beasts and successfully breaks free from the dense forest, emerging into the open terrain after about an hour. Just as the exit appears within reach, a horde of Tsangyue wolves suddenly emerges, their crimson eyes and menacing fangs fixated on him, charging without hesitation. Damn it! Xiaohuahua exclaims, swiftly drawing his 54 caliber weapon and pulling the trigger, unleashing the berserker battle body. With a roar, the golden army displays its might, slamming a Tsangyue wolf into the ground. The creature's head explodes with a sickening pop, blood splattering everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. He fires repeatedly, emptying an entire magazine as he takes down several wolves. Yet a dozen remain, their predatory gazes locked onto him. Xiaohuahua quickly alters his course towards another exit, only to find more beasts blocking his path. It becomes evident that every exit from the mountain is besieged by these creatures, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Curse it! He stands atop a boulder, surveying the throng of beasts below. He understands that to leave this mountain, he must eliminate the dozens of beasts surrounding him. An impossible task, especially with time running short. As the creatures discover his presence, they will surely alert the purple flame demon lion. If that formidable being arrives, it would be his end. That moment, countless beasts charge toward him. I have no choice. He grits his teeth, wielding his weapons and firing at the advancing horde. The bullets scream through the air, claiming the lives of several beasts mercilessly. A Tsangyue wolf lunges at him, its sharp fangs aimed directly for his head. Reacting swiftly, he steps back several paces, creating distance, and pulls the trigger, taking down the beast. But soon after, a swarm of monsters descends upon him like a plague of locusts. Recognizing the overwhelming odds, he hurls a flashbang to the ground. Bang! A blinding light floods the area, momentarily blinding many beasts, allowing Xiaohuahua to leap from the boulder and race deeper into the forest. Given the current situation, escaping the mountain seems impossible. He must conceal himself and seek another exit. As he flees, he activates the system to replenish his ammunition. Soon, a pack of beasts comes rushing towards him, moving swiftly through the dense foliage. Suddenly, a massive bear, towering over 3 meters, leaps out from an unseen vantage point. Upon landing, the ground shakes, and the rustling of nearby branches follows, as leaves rain down. This bear, cloaked in dark golden fur, stands over 5 meters tall, its paws resembling colossal iron platters, sharp and exuding a chilling aura. The appearance of this behemoth sends many beasts scurrying in fear. Witnessing this, Xiaohuahua's face pales, and he trembles uncontrollably. This is the dark gold giant bear, a formidable entity of the 100-beast mountain, boasting the prowess of a 3rd-rank battle spirit, 2 ranks above Xiaohuahua. The oppressive aura emanating from the bear leaves him gasping, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him. With a thunderous roar, the dark gold giant bear shakes the surrounding trees. And Xiao Huohua feels as though he is being torn apart by the sound, coughing up blood. System, what should I do now? He gasps, his body racked with excruciating pain, his complexion pale, blood trickling from his lips. The dark gold giant bear is a terrifying presence, its strength overwhelming compared to his mere 9th rank fighter status. Even unleashing all his weaponry would be akin to mere tickling the beast. Beep, life-threatening situation detected. Cold flame activated. The system announces, in the realm of Duki, there exist 32 varieties of extraordinary flames born from the convergence of heaven and earth's essence, each harboring miraculous powers. The cold flame ranks 11th among them, requiring 88,000 points to access. Note, cold flame can only be released via heat-based weaponry. Requirement, 9th rank Grand Fighter to activate cold flame. Xiao Huohua feels as though he has grasped a lifeline, a flicker of hope amidst despair. Yet, the requirement of being a 9th rank Grand Fighter crushes that hope, plunging him into despair once again. It is like surfacing for air only to be submerged once more, besieged by suffocating dread. The gap between him and the 9th rank Grand Fighter is vast, and even if he devoted his life to training, he would not breach that barrier. Beep, 9th rank Grand Fighter pill available for purchase on credit, requiring 20,000 points. Xiao Huohua's heart plummets, oscillating between despair and hope in a relentless roller coaster of emotion. System, you must be doing this on purpose. You're more capitalistic than capitalism itself. Given the host's unwavering resolve, this system can only provide either the 9th rank Grand Fighter pill or the cold flame. Ye Chen states, Dio. System Father, I was wrong, I redeem. Upon hearing that items would be removed, Xiao Huohua's face turned pale with urgency, hastily redeeming, a pitfall is a pitfall, but it is far better than losing one's life. Ye Chen smirked, saying, You little rascal, how could I not deal with you? I am openly deceiving you. Otherwise, how could I seize fortune and upgrade the essence of the world, if I do not tightly grasp you? How could I extract energy from the 3,000 thunder flames and countless miraculous elixirs at the Shangyun sect? The cold, chilling flames were successfully redeemed and inscribed into the heated weapon. The credit shop was activated, and the 9th tier Great Fighter pill was successfully exchanged. Suddenly, Xiao Huohua felt an astonishing force erupting from the 54 heated weapon in his hand. This momentum even summoned a phenomenon of the heavens. With a sudden sound, the surroundings seemed to enter an illusion, revealing a cold flame resembling a mysterious rune. Upon closer inspection, countless patterns intertwined, as if to freeze all things yet also burn everything. It was extremely horrifying. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were frozen. Then, they exploded. From the shattered ice emerged red sparks, which were flames and also magma. As the name suggests, the cold, chilling flames freeze everything and burn everything. Bang! The moment the phenomenon of the cold, chilling flames spread out, a portion of the dark golden giant bear's body was blown apart, blood gushing. Roar! The dark golden giant bear let out a roar. Its eyes crimson as if dripping blood. Mysteriously injured by a mysterious force, this giant creature of the beast mountain bellowed to the heavens in wrath. It then glared at Xiao Huohua, as if harboring deep-seated hatred. Raising its massive paw and striking down, boom! The ground erupted significantly. After consuming the 9th tier Great Fighter pill, Xiao Huohua's injuries healed in an instant. The surging power coursed through his body the moment his palms struck the ground. He immediately soared into the air, dodging the deadly strike from the ground. His cold gaze flashed like lightning. Holding the 54 heated weapon, he resembled a fearsome Azura in that instant, as he pulled the trigger. A bullet whistled past in a fleeting moment. The bullet transformed into a golden lion in midair. Upon the lion's surface appeared cold patterns, unleashing astonishing power. Roar! The lion was fierce, its roar deafening. It pierced through the entire beast mountain. The pursuing purple flame demon lion was stunned by this roar. A trace of fear unexpectedly flickered in its sharp gaze. It flapped its wings, soaring toward the source of the roar, declaring its dominance. It swiftly headed toward Xiao Huohua's location. Meanwhile, the dark golden giant bear trembled at the sight of the approaching lion. At this moment, it wished to flee but found itself rooted in place. Unable to move. The moment the divine power of the cold, chilling flames erupted, the surroundings had already frozen. Simultaneously, flames surged like terrifying waves, crashing toward it. The surface of the dark golden giant bear became frosted. And within the frost, a flicker of flame surged. At this moment, the dark golden giant bear howled repeatedly, alternating between hot and cold, continuously tearing at its body, impacting its internal organs. Poof! Suddenly, the lion containing anomalous fire lunged forward with a roar, sinking its teeth into the dark golden giant bear's body. The terrifying force exploded instantly. A thunderous sound echoed as the dark golden giant bear was engulfed by the cold, chilling flames, instantly bursting into fragments, scattered across the ground. Phew. The moment he pulled the trigger had completely exhausted all of Xiao Huohua's fighting energy. After being on high alert, witnessing the dark golden giant bear's slaying, he felt as if his taut body had finally relaxed. The lurking beasts around, having witnessed all this, were already frightened out of their wits and dared not approach, fleeing in all directions. Subsequently, Xiao Huohua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, he wished to rise and leave this place. Such a tremendous commotion would undoubtedly attract the purple flame demon lion's attention, which would surely arrive in no time. Given his current state, even at his peak, he would not be a match for that lion. However, completely drained of fighting energy, he had no strength left to muster. Moreover, his eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, as if weighed down by lead. The world around him flickered between darkness and light. When the world dimmed once more, it did not brighten again. Xiao Huohua, exhausted and depleted, fell into a deep slumber. On the other side, the purple flame demon lion sensed a powerful force fluctuating. Upon closer inspection, it was the simultaneous eruption of ice and fire powers. Could it be? The purple flame demon lion realized something and swiftly flapped its wings, increasing its speed in an instant. It landed at the site where Xiao Huohua had battled the dark golden giant bear. Yet, this battlefield was devoid of anyone. Amidst the shattered ground, the purple flame demon lion felt a bone-chilling coldness while also sensing the ferocity of the flames. This further solidified its thoughts and suspicions. Indeed, this was the power of the cold, chilling flames, the 11th-ranked anomalous fire. The purple flame demon lion murmured, its expression turning fervent. Subsequently, the lurking beasts, having witnessed everything, communicated the prior events to the purple flame demon lion through some means. The human who stole my offspring possesses imperial-grade pills and ancestral revival pills. The human who pilfered the purple crystal flame stone wields the cold, chilling flames, the purple flame demon lion stated. Now both of these individuals are severely wounded. Both the anomalous fire and the pills can be easily taken in this way. I can transcend and transform to effortlessly step into the Do Emperor realm, and with the power of the anomalous fire, achieving Do Zong or even Do Zun is just around the corner. When Xiao Huohua awoke from his unconsciousness, he found himself in a cave. Through the firelight, he saw a graceful figure turned away from him, radiating a faint fragrance within the cave. "You are awake?" A chilling voice suddenly resounded. Xiao Huohua looked at this figure without feeling any fear. He surmised that this figure was the one who had stolen the purple flame demon lion's offspring. For no one else could have saved him, and the system had given no indication of danger. Although it was a pitfall, it would still provide immediate warnings when danger was present. Now, both of them were targets of the purple flame demon lion. Akin to two crickets on the same string, is there any food? Xiao Huohua casually asked, unreservedly familiar with everyone. The figure tossed him a piece of dry food. There's water nearby. During this past month, Xiao Huohua had either been roasting or enjoying hot pot, at the very least having a plate of sautéed meat. Now, gnawing on this dry biscuit felt like chewing on dirt. He wished to redeem a grand feast from the system to reward himself. But alas, his points were long gone. Not only that, but he also owed the system a significant debt. Truly, the evils of capitalism. Gnawing on the dry biscuit, Xiao Huohua cursed inwardly. Then he asked Ye Chen, "System, do you know anything about this person in front of me?" "Yes," Ye Chen replied. "It requires 5,000 points. What the hell? You really are a vampire." At this moment, Xiao Huohua became displeased. "We've spent so much time together. Surely there's some sentiment. Please don't be so mundane, always talking about points. It hurts our feelings. Besides, you've drained all my points and I still owe you 20,000 points. What do you want me to redeem information with?" "System father, could you be a little lenient?" Xiao Huohua pleaded. However, what awaited him was the cold response of 2 words. "No way. You truly are a miser, not willing to part with a single cent." Xiao Huohua gritted his teeth, wishing he could dismember Ye Chen. Warning, warning, the host has malicious intent. The system may choose to abandon the host. No, upon hearing the alarm, Xiao Huohua panicked. "System father, I was wronged. I'll never dare again. Please don't leave me, ancestor. I was wrong." With supplies in his belly, he felt completely revitalized. Xiao Huohua stretched lazily, utilizing his thick skin to strike up a conversation. "Hey, miss, what brand of perfume are you using? It smells so good, with a faint jasmine fragrance that refreshes the spirit." As Xiaohuahua stood up, acting overly familiar, he sat by the campfire, blinking at the figure, suddenly captivated. This person was stunning, with red lips and white teeth, like a lotus flower emerging from the mud, seemingly a celestial being in the mundane world. Exceptionally striking. One glance could captivate a city. Another glance could mesmerize a nation. Drip, the sound of drool hitting the ground. Buzz! At that moment, a sharp sword suddenly rested on Xiaohuahua's shoulder. The fierce sword energy surged against his neck, instantly slicing through the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. Seeing this, Xiaohuahua quickly raised his hands. His expression terrified. Calm down, I mean you no harm." The figure looked at him, her cold gaze like lightning, red lips and white teeth spoke. "If there's a next time, I will gouge out your eyes." With that, she withdrew her sword. Xiaohuahua patted his chest, still shaken. This woman was too ruthless. Just a glance nearly cost him his life. A mere touch could mean death, right? "Hello, my name is Xiaohuahua. 20 years old, residing in Wutan City, unmarried and still single. May I ask how to address you, miss?" Xiaohuahua wiped the blood from his neck, as if what had just transpired had nothing to do with him. The figure glanced at him, her brows slightly furrowing, before finally saying, "Ziyun. Purple energy comes from the east, clouds followed, a lovely name, indeed." Xiaohuahua grinned. What a beautiful name. Ziyun completely disregarded Xiaohuo, instead focusing intently on an object before him that resembled a purple egg. This violet orb bore faint patterns on its surface and emanated a fierce aura, while simultaneously radiating a palpable heat. Could this be the offspring of the purple-flamed demon lion? Xiaohuo gazed at the purple orb and suddenly realized, a lion lays eggs? Is that not absurd? The progeny of the purple-flamed demon lion are encased in a shell formed from their placentas. This not only serves to protect the young demon lion, but also contains the potent blood essence of the purple-flamed demon lion itself. Consequently, the young lion can ensure its safety while fully absorbing the power contained within the shell. Once the power of the shell is completely absorbed, the young lion will break free, Ziyun remarked. "Is this not basic knowledge? Did your master not inform you?" I genuinely did not know," Xiaohuo admitted. "As for my master, well, let's just say he can be quite demanding. He insists on receiving offerings before divulging any information." Xiaohuo's veiled criticism went unacknowledged by Ye Chen, who instead opened the system interface to assess the accumulated world essence. While Xiaohuo had been hunting beasts, he had not been idle either, continuously extracting energy to convert into world essence. Heavenly creation system, level, stubborn bronze, talent, traversing the heavens, skills, copying, creating, extracting, simulating, deducing, devouring, etc. World essence, 2.3 million. Not bad, not bad. Over the past month, after deducting the daily consumption of 50,000 world essence, the energy absorbed from consumed items had yielded an additional 800,000. A trip to the cloud sect should allow for an upgrade in rank. Ye Chen licked his lips, beginning to devise plans for how to acquire more energy upon reaching the cloud sect. In the original narrative, after Xiaohuo interacted with Ziyun and encountered the purple flame demon lion, he was gifted a token for the inner sect disciples of the cloud sect, the cloud sect. Xiaohuo thrived, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Moreover, he obtained the third-ranked fire, the 3000 Thunder Flame. Ye Chen was determined not to miss such a splendid opportunity, contemplating how to manipulate Xiaohuo to obtain energy to transform into world essence. At that moment, both Xiaohuo and Ziyun were transfixed by the purple egg. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from outside the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble and showering down dust and debris. "Humans, come forth!" The voice of the purple-flamed demon lion echoed throughout the valley, booming like thunder. Instantly, a violent force erupted in the valley, engulfing the area in flames and thick smoke. "Take this eggshell and flee." Ziyun contemplated briefly before seriously instructing Xiaohuo. Despite his inexplicable aversion to the individual before him, who appeared to be nothing more than a slick-tongued rogue, Ziyun recognized that escaping the clutches of the purple flame demon lion was largely due to Xiaohuo's influence. Having sensed the aura of the purple crystal flame stone on Xiaohuo, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was also because he had detected the chilling power of the cold flame while Xiaohuo was unconscious that he had decided to intervene and save him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ziyun felt an inexplicable trust toward Xiaohuo. Thus, he entrusted the purple egg shell to him for safe passage. "Don't be foolish," Xiaohuo replied earnestly. since the purple-flamed demon lion has found this place. Do you truly believe it will allow us to leave unscathed? I assure you, besides that demon lion, countless other beasts are lurking in the shadows. Therefore, escaping here is far from simple. Xiaohuo stated, our only chance of leaving is to defeat the purple flame demon lion. Even if you surrender this eggshell, it will be of no use. You already know what I possess, and the demon lion is likewise aware. Clearly, it seeks our lives to seize the treasure. Thus, we must act decisively. With that, Xiaohuo leaned close to Ziyun's ear, outlining the plan ahead. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's gaze shifted as he regarded Xiaohuo, questioning whether the lascivious individual he had perceived earlier was indeed the same person now before him. In the original manuscript, although Xiaohuo was thick-skinned, he did not resemble a common street thug as he did now. He was clever, adept at playing the fool to outsmart others. Time and again, he had escaped peril through sheer wit. His current demeanor, akin to a petty rogue, was largely a result of Ye Chen's influence. Xiaohuo knew that with the system and points, he could afford to relax and let things unfold. However, now he found himself without points and burdened with debt. The system was as miserly as a stingy capitalist, leaving Xiaohuo with no choice but to rely on his own abilities to navigate this crisis. After finalizing their plan, Xiaohuo nonchalantly strolled outside, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Ziyun observed this scene with skepticism, struggling to reconcile the serious planner with the seemingly carefree individual before him. What a peculiar fellow, Ziyun muttered in midair. The purple-flamed demon lion exuded an aura of dominance. Its ferocity overshadowing the entire valley. Boom! A violent force detonated, demolishing a nearby hill and sending flames and smoke billowing into the sky. Humans, come forth! The demon lion roared, its voice reverberating like an earthquake, seemingly piercing the heavens. Bang! In an instant, a silver streak whizzed through the air. Before the purple-flamed demon lion could react, it was struck, a shower of sparks erupting from the impact. Although the bullet did not penetrate its formidable body, it still inflicted significant pain. It must be noted that the heat weapons created by Ye Chen were several times more powerful than ordinary firearms, and they could be infused with fighting spirit, amplifying their might. Furthermore, they evolved alongside the user's cultivation level, effectively doubling their power, equivalent to 2 full-force strikes from Xiaohuo. Roar! The demon lion howled, rage boiling within it. Its violet eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the hidden projectile. Bang! 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 Concealed in the shadows, Xiaohuo took aim with his sniper rifle, firing several shots at the head of the purple-flamed demon lion. Suddenly, several golden lions emerged, charging valiantly toward the demon lion. Roar! Upon witnessing this, the demon lion unleashed a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that obliterated the golden lions, causing bullets to explode and igniting flames in the air. Boom! At that moment, the purple-flamed demon lion honed in on Xiaohuo's location. Transforming into a streak of purple light, it descended like a meteor. Seeing this, Xiaohuo quickly got to his feet and dashed aside. The explosive force erupted with tremendous power, propelling Xiaohuo several meters away and causing him to cough up blood. The purple-flamed demon lion, majestic and fearsome, stood atop a pile of rubble, surveying its domain with disdain. A fierce wind swept through, lifting debris and dust all around. Piffed! Xiaohuo coughed up blood once more, his complexion pale and his demeanor waning. You are the human who stole the purple crystal flame stone and wield the cold flame. The purple-flamed demon lion sneered at Xiaohuo, its malevolence palpable. Hand over the purple crystal flame stone and the extraordinary flame, and I shall spare your life. Xiaohuo narrowed his eyes, rising slowly while wiping the blood from his lips. If I surrender the extraordinary flame and the purple crystal flame stone, will you truly grant me mercy? I am a being of my word, unlike your kind, who are notorious for their fickleness. The purple-flame demon lion growled menacingly. Very well, I shall hand over the extraordinary flame to you. At this moment, Xiaohuo produced 54 heat weapons. The purple-flame demon lion gazed at him in astonishment. Is this how the cold flame manifests? Lion King, catch this. I shall deliver the extraordinary flame to you. Xiaohuo retorted with a cold grin. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet shot forth with the speed of the wind. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and countless boulders were encased in frost, as if transported to a frigid wasteland. Simultaneously, within this biting cold, a seething heat was contained, a terrifying interplay of extremes. Buzz! In an instant, the whistling bullet transformed into a cool flame, resembling glistening snowflakes infused with crimson liquid. Seeking death, the purple-flamed demon lion roared. its fury palpable, as it realized that the human before it had no intention of surrendering the extraordinary flame, but rather aimed to attack with it. Although this human was merely a sixth-stage great fighter and posed no real threat, the essence of the extraordinary flame was not to be underestimated. After all, it was born from the essence of heaven and earth, containing immense power. Roar! The purple-flamed demon lion bellowed, its violet flames intensifying around it. It opened its massive jaws, gathering strength before unleashing a torrent of purple magma, attempting to tear apart the extraordinary flame with its might. Boom! In an instant, the purple magma was vaporized, before the extraordinary flame. All flames appeared dull and lifeless, akin to mere bubbles. Despite the fact that the purple-flamed demon lion was 2 realms above Xiaohuo, the extraordinary flame's divine power had been significantly diminished. The bullet continued to soar, as the purple-flamed demon lion flapped its wings. A shadowy figure surged forth. Indeed, it is the true form of the purple flame beast. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal shadow obliterated the bullet infused with otherworldly fire in an instant. The force unleashed a tempest that sent Xiaohuo tumbling to the ground like a kite severed from its string, whereupon he coughed forth a copious amount of blood, resembling a figure drenched in crimson. Simultaneously, the purple flame beast staggered back several meters, wounded by the force of the erupting fire. A portion of its body was encased in ice and scorched simultaneously. With an enraged roar, the beast shook off the fire that clung to its body. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, like drops of blood, displaying a savage ferocity. With a powerful flap of its wings, it raised its front paw, ablaze with violet flames, and struck forward at that moment. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted. Resembling a rain of pear blossoms, suddenly, a dazzling light flickered midair, and several sharp swords cascaded down like rain. Each blade, honed to a razor's edge, exuded a chilling brilliance. Countless swords fell from the sky, overwhelming the purple flame beast. With a muffled thud, the beast bore several gashes, blood splattering forth. Holding the sword, Ziyun embodied exquisite grace. She swiftly unleashed a strike, the sword energy weaving a vast net that enveloped the beast. The purple flame beast erupted again, showered in blood. Witnessing this, Xiaohuo let out a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. The strategy they devised proved effective. Xiaohuo had lured the beast, utilizing the power of the otherworldly fire to injure it, while Ziyun delivered the final blow. Now, with its formidable sword energy having inflicted severe wounds, the purple flame beast lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood flowing like a stream. Ziyun, seeing this, did not pursue the kill but approached Xiaohuo, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm still alive," Xiaohuo replied, seated on the ground, leaning against a massive stone, his blood-stained hand retrieving a cigarette, which he inhaled deeply. "Look, our first collaboration was seamless, a perfect fit. How about we form a duo and call ourselves the Fire Cloud Heroes?" Ziyun glanced at the carefree Xiaohuo. Recognizing that this thick-skinned individual was indeed unscathed, Ziyun, sword in hand, slowly approached the weakened purple flame beast. The once mighty ruler of the Beast Mountain was now feeble, blood pooling around it. Its fierce eyes had dimmed considerably. Suddenly, Ziyun sensed something amiss and retrieved a purple eggshell from her spatial pouch. The eggshell had turned white, cracked, and marred. Clearly, the young beast inside had absorbed all the power from the shell and was on the verge of hatching. Seeing this, the dim gaze of the purple flame beast brightened momentarily. A purple light erupted, unleashing a wave of scorching wind, as a small beast, roughly the size of a calf, emerged from the eggshell. It let out a mournful cry and approached its mother, nudging her gently with its head, tears welling in its eyes. "Human, if you seek the true blood of my kind, take mine, but spare my offspring." The purple flame beast, looking at its young, spoke in a low voice filled with desperation, devoid of its former grandeur. "After you take my true blood, I implore you to take care of my child. Should he remain in Beast Mountain, he will surely be devoured by other beasts." Ziyun, upon hearing this, felt a tremor pass through her body, her cold demeanor wavering. She raised her sword, pointing it at the purple flame beast. "Enough!" At that moment, Xiaohuo stepped forward. Observing the old and young beasts, he rubbed his nose and remarked, "You merely seek the true blood of the beast. Why resort to annihilation? Moreover, the beast has shed so much blood, some of which must contain vital essence." Ziyun cast a glance at Xiaohuo, her cold demeanor showing signs of hesitation, clearly touched by the scene before her, stirring emotions deep within. Ignoring Ziyun, Xiao Huohua approached the purple flame beast, producing a vial to collect a sample of its blood from the wound. He then retrieved a hemostatic herb from his belongings and applied it to the beast's injury. After completing these tasks, Xiao Huohua handed the vial to Ziyun, stating, "Though I do not know what you intend to do with the beast's true blood, this vial should suffice. If not, I can collect more from the ground." Ziyun regarded Xiao Huohua in silence for a moment before sheathing her sword and accepting the vial. "Let us depart." Xiao Huohua smiled and turned to leave, but Ziyun remained, approaching the purple flame beast. Noticing this, Xiao Huohua furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening further. He had done all he could. The fate of the purple flame beast was beyond his control. Ziyun stood before the purple flame beast. As the small beast looked up, displaying its tiny fangs in a comical yet endearing manner, Ziyun assessed the young beast, acknowledging Xiao Huohua's words. Indeed, the vial contained a significant amount of true blood. "I had previously promised that after taking your true blood, I would exchange it for royal-grade pills and ancestral revival pills." With that, Ziyun placed several vials on the ground. "Now, I fulfill my promise. The royal-grade pills and ancestral revival pills are here, as well as a healing potion. While it may not completely heal your wounds, it will aid in your recovery enough to intimidate the beasts of Beast Mountain and ensure the safety of your young." With that, Ziyun turned to leave. "Human, thank you." The purple flame beast spoke sincerely, slowly rising with its young as they made their way into the dense forest. Before entering, the little beast turned back to glance at Xiao Huohua and Ziyun, its eyes brimming with innocence and charm. Xiao Huohua couldn't help but smile at the sight. He then turned to Ziyun and said, "I truly thought you were going to annihilate them. I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. If I had chosen to annihilate them, would you have stopped me? Or would you have turned against me?" Ziyun inquired. Xiao Huohua blinked innocently. "What do you think?" They both chuckled, finding joy in the moment. "This journey has been quite fulfilling," Ziyun remarked. "I must take my leave now," she added. "Indeed." Xiao Huohua nodded. "And where do you intend to go?" "As for me," Xiao Huohua scratched his nose and shook his head. "The sky is my father, the earth is my mother. Every place is a potential destination. I am yet to decide my next stop. Should you find yourself lost one day, feel free to visit me at the Shangyun sect." Ziyun paused for a moment, retrieving a token from her robe and handing it to Xiao Huohua. Upon receiving the token, he felt a surge of power emanating from it. The material was quite unique. After placing it in his robe, he smiled. "Is this to recreate the Fire Cloud heroes?" "Guess," Ziyun replied with a smile, then transformed her battle energy into wings, vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of clouds at dawn. With a sudden gust of wind, she soared into the air. "Xiao Huohua, for today's events, I shall properly express my gratitude when you arrive at the Shangyun sect." With that, Ziyun vanished into the sky, leaving no trace of her presence. Xiao Huohua gazed at the spot where she disappeared, chuckling softly. "Hey, system, what do you think Ziyun meant by expressing her gratitude? Does she imply something more intimate? Do you think we resemble a couple?" In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Xiao Huohua remained in Beast Mountain, honing his skills. Tonight marked his final evening in this realm. The lair of the purple flame beast buzzed with activity. As several prominent figures of Beast Mountain gathered within, a colossal bird-esque carcass lay sprawled across the ground. Xiao Huohua was busy preparing a barbecue, roasting the giant bird's wings. "Hey, little lion, I just finished roasting this thigh, and before I could savor the flavor, you devoured it in one bite," Xiao Huohua exclaimed, scolding the purple-red beast that had become his companion. Since rescuing the purple flame beast and its offspring, the ruler of Beast Mountain regarded Xiao Huohua as a savior. Their relationship flourished, and he was proclaimed the new sovereign of Beast Mountain, treated with the same reverence as the purple flame beast itself. This unexpected honor left Xiao Huohua feeling somewhat awkward. His intention for staying in Beast Mountain was to hunt more beasts, enhance his own strength, and accumulate beast cores to repay his debts at the shop. However, with the purple flame beast's declaration, all the beasts of Beast Mountain were effectively under his command, making it impractical to exploit his own allies. Nevertheless, not far from Beast Mountain lay another deep forest teeming with beasts, frequently clashing with those from Beast Mountain over territory. Thus, Xiao Huohua set his sights on this new hunting ground, often accompanied by the little beast as they ventured into the depths to hunt and gather herbs. They hunted numerous beasts, and Xiao Huohua finally repaid his debts. However, he faced grave danger on several occasions, narrowly escaping death thanks to the purple flame beast, who, after consuming a royal-grade pill, successfully entered the realm of Do Huang to rescue him. Otherwise, he would have found himself in debt to Ye Chen once again. The little beast, after consuming the ancestral revival pill, indeed awakened some of its ancestral blood. The purple flame beast informed Xiao Huohua that their lineage descended from one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts, the crimson flame Jin and I beast. Thus, the partially ancestral little magic lion exhibits a hue of purplish red, alongside notable changes in its appearance. While hunting demonic beasts on another mountain, Xiao Huohua frequently engages in sparring and combat with a powerful King Kong devil ape possessing fighting spirit strength. In a remarkably short period, his strength has surged to the 9th tier Great Battle Master realm, just one step away from entering the fighting spirit stage. Huohua, I entrust the little lion to you. You must take good care of your nephew. After ascending to the Battle Emperor realm, the purple flame magic lion can transform into human form, resembling a brawny giant. Initially, Xiao Huohua was astounded for quite some time upon seeing the purple flame magic lion in this guise. Isn't the purple flame magic lion female? How has it transformed into such a formidable man? Later, Ye Chen explained to Xiao Huohua that the purple flame magic lion is androgynous, lacking any distinction between male and female. Rest assured, Old Purple, I will certainly take proper care of him. Xiao Huohua grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, adding, however, are you truly unafraid to let him leave here? What if he encounters danger? The little lion, having partially returned to its ancestral form, deserves a broader sky and stage. Remaining in this 100-beast mountain merely hinders his growth. Moreover, exploring the outside world serves as a form of tempering for him. Besides, isn't there you? I believe you can take good care of the little lion. Even if he does face peril, the token in your possession can resolve many troubles, Old Purple remarked. The forces on the Doqi continent can be succinctly summarized: 1 soul, 2 sects, and 3 families. The 1 soul is the Soul Palace. The 2 sects are the Shangyan sect and the Songhai sect, and the 3 families comprise the Shao, Wang, and Zhang families. Xiao Huohua had long been aware of the profound background of the Ziyun, but he had not anticipated that the Shangyan sect possesses such deep roots on the Doqi continent. In a wonder, Old Purple mentioned that in the Doqi continent, whenever faced with a situation, simply producing that token can alleviate numerous troubles. The token gifted to Xiao Huohua by Ziyun symbolizes the identity of an inner disciple of the Shangyan sect. Those who can enter the inner sect are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals of noble lineage or those with substantial backgrounds. Even individuals from the Soul Palace, Songhai sect, and the 3 families would afford Xiao Huohua a measure of respect upon seeing the token in his hand, provided it is not a matter of familial vengeance. As they departed from the 100-beast mountain, numerous demonic beasts stood at the mountain's base, gazing longingly at Xiao Huohua and the little lion, an expression of unspeakable sorrow on their faces. Yet, deep down, they were undeniably overjoyed. Over the past 3 months, Xiao Huohua and the little lion had wreaked havoc throughout the entire 100-beast mountain. Every hard-earned resource had been thoroughly plundered by this duo. Not only that, but Xiao Huohua, before leaving, managed to swindle the great figures of the mountain, extracting their hidden treasures. Xiao Huohua, with a pout and hands on hips, lamented the misfortune of these powerful beings, as if scolding them like a disgruntled matron. Now that these 2 troublemakers had finally departed, how could the demonic beasts not shed tears of joy? System, look at how much these items are worth in points. Xiao Huohua exclaimed, eager to exchange the items for points. After 3 months, he had finally repaid the debts incurred during the famine. For a long period, he had refrained from redeeming items from Ye Chen to reward himself, as Ye Chen had explicitly informed him that without clearing his points debt, he could not activate the store to redeem any items. Even the credit store had been frozen. Now, with a plethora of items in hand, how could he not immediately exchange them for points? Ding. Items can be exchanged for 20,000 points. Exchange. Xiao Huohua could hardly contain his excitement as he laid out all the items. Ding. Item exchange successful. 20,000 points have been credited. Remaining points, 20,000. After Ye Chen collected all the items, he did not immediately refine and absorb the energy to convert it into the world's origin. Instead, he bestowed all of them upon Lu Yi to assist her in elevating her realm. During the past half-month, Ye Chen had not been idle. He secretly summoned Lu Yi to several mountains nearby for training and self-improvement. After numerous tests, Lu Yi's presence in this world did not provoke rejection from the world's consciousness. Though she did experience significant weakening in Wang Teng's world, Ye Chen calculated Lu Yi's strength to be at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, equivalent to the strength of a battle sovereign or battle emperor in this Doqi continent. However, upon her arrival in this realm, all her powers were severely diminished, rendering her merely a capable ordinary person. Fortunately, Lu Yi's innate talent remained intact and had not been diminished. Ye Chen understood that this was a reward obtained after the grading system was established. impervious to the suppression of the consciousness of the myriad realms. Yet, her previous strength was undoubtedly reduced. Thus, Ye Chen decided to channel all the demonic beast abilities he had gathered over the past few months into Lu Yi. Coupled with her training, her current strength has already surpassed Xiaohuahua by 2 realms, achieving the 9th tier fighting spirit status. Ye Chen had also attempted to use his skills to project Lu Yi's strength to the Battle Emperor realm. By doing so, Lu Yi could directly obliterate the Soul Palace and eliminate the main antagonist of this world, hastening the plot toward its conclusion. However, such a significant compression of the storyline would inevitably disrupt the world's laws. Ye Chen would then acquire a substantial amount of the world's origin, thereby concluding his journey in this realm. In reality, Ye Chen had overestimated himself and underestimated the world's will in this world. His lower tier restricted him from doing much beyond extracting the energy of items. All his skills seemed to be shackled. After multiple tests, the results remained consistent. Although the Doqi continent allowed Lu Yi to exist, it would not permit her to start off as an overwhelming force. Otherwise, upon entering any world, Ye Chen would not need to rely on a host but could directly summon Lu Yi to dominate and reach the conclusion, rendering the protagonist and other characters unnecessary. Such an approach would conclude a multimillion-word novel in mere 3 chapters. Ultimately, Ye Chen had to relent, relying on Lu Yi to assist him in achieving greater feats and acquiring more fortune beyond mere energy extraction. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Xiaohuahua to linger in the 100-beast mountain for such an extended period? It should be noted that existing in this world required 50,000 units of world origin daily. Totaling 750,000 units, was it merely to test Lu Yi's role in this world? Otherwise, who in their right mind would spend 750,000 units of world origin on a vacation in this place? Fortunately, the tests proved successful, and Lu Yi acquired numerous items during her training, balancing out the consumption of world origin over the past half-month. Notice, all stores are now reactivated. Ding, detected that all stores have launched version 2. 0.host, would you like to upgrade the store? This upgrade is freed, a mechanical voice echoed incessantly in Xiaohuahua's mind. When he learned that all stores had been activated and relaunched, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yet, upon hearing that the store needed upgrading to version 2.0, his enthusiasm instantly extinguished, akin to being doused with cold water. Store upgrades imply the necessity of points. If he did not expend points to upgrade the store, then even if the store launched, it would be futile. Nothing could be used. Then, upon hearing that the upgrade was free, Xiaohuahua's spirit soared. His heart raced with excitement. His trembling hands pinched the little lion several times, causing it to yelp in pain. Only then did Xiaohuahua confirm he hadn't misheard or fallen into delusion. Was the sun rising from the west? The notoriously stingy system, which never acted without a profit, was actually offering a free upgrade? System, have you finally found your conscience and become more humane? Xiaohuahua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, caught between laughter and tears. Beside him, the little lion, whose body had been pinched and swollen, looked at Xiaohuahua in astonishment before inwardly cursing. You've pinched me until I'm swollen, and I haven't cried. Why are you shedding tears? Xiaohuahua eagerly clicked to upgrade and then checked what differences the upgraded store would present. Ye Chen smirked, realizing that Xiaohuahua was still naive. The chives must be harvested, but with finesse and strategy. A bit of sweetness is essential. Sustained, gradual gains are the true path, if one continues to harvest recklessly. Soon there would be nothing left. Moreover, Ye Chen had expended 750,000 units of world origin to test Lu Yi's role in this realm. Naturally, he would hold Xiaohuahua accountable for this expenditure. In the original narrative, Xiaohuahua and the little lion encountered numerous twists and turns on their journey to the Shangyun sect, clashing with 3 factions along the way, each encounter fraught with peril, especially the final one where they narrowly escaped with their lives. Ultimately, it was only through Yao Lao borrowing Xiaohuahua's body to unleash the cold flames that they turned their misfortune into fortune. To expedite the plot's progression and bypass this phase, Ye Chen directly summoned Lu Yi to obliterate those 3 locations. As a 9th tier fighting spirit, Lu Yi faced these 3 factions with overwhelming force, crushing them effortlessly in less than an hour. All the antagonists were vanquished, thereby preventing any interaction with Xiaohuahua, which resulted in a significant compression of the plot. The world's laws began to spiral into chaos, and Ye Chen gained 500,000 units of world origin from this. Yet, the rewards did not end there. After defeating the antagonists, Lu Yi seized a plethora of treasures. Ye Chen also extracted all the energy from the slain foes, accumulating a total of 800,000 units of world origin. Currently, his total world origin stands at over 3 million. As the willow leaves absorbed a portion of energy, they ascended to the strength of a battle king. After discreetly resolving all the obstacles on the road to Shangyun sect, the narrative was significantly condensed. Consequently, the disciple selection ceremony of Shangyun sect, initially set to commence in 6 months, was hastened to take place in just 3 days. Originally, Xiao Huahua intended to refine himself during the journey, acquiring more items to exchange for points, thereby elevating his cultivation to the spirit battle level. This would enhance his chances of passing the test at Shangyun sect. However, Ye Chen informed him that in 3 days, the disciple selection ceremony would commence, and if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 5 years. Naturally, Xiao Huahua was discontented. After successfully joining Shangyun sect, he would undoubtedly gain access to a wealth of elixirs and training grounds, allowing him to exchange for corresponding points, far surpassing the rewards from hunting ferocious beasts, all without bearing any risks. Additionally, Xiao Huahua had been thinking about Ziyun incessantly over the past half-month, her image frequently flashing through his mind, driving him nearly to madness. Waiting 5 years would surely lead him to fall into obsession. Thus, during these 3 days, Xiao Huahua tirelessly rode his little lion towards Shangyun city. Finally, on the eve of the disciple selection ceremony, he arrived at Shangyun city. Situated at the heart of the Duqi continent, Shangyun city boasts rich geology and abundant spiritual energy, often described as a paradise. The city, 10 times the area of Wutan city, is steeped in antiquity and charm. Today, the streets were bustling with more pedestrians than usual. Since a month ago, many strangers had appeared, all hailing from various regions and factions, as well as small families and rogue cultivators, drawn by the disciple selection of Shangyun sect. Successfully joining, even as an outer disciple, could greatly elevate one's status and influence, directly impacting their family or faction. Consequently, when either Shangyun sect or Songhai sect opened their doors for disciples, the scene was always bustling. At an open square outside the city, a sea of people gathered, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Groups of 3 or 5 occasionally murmured towards a tranquil path ahead, seemingly discussing strategies. When Xiao Huahua appeared in the square, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos. "What is that smell? Did someone fall into a cesspit?" someone exclaimed, holding their nose. "No, it seems like the odor of socks that haven't been washed in a year and a half," another shouted in disgust. "Who is so despicable as to employ such tactics before the competition even begins? I can't take it anymore. This scent is overwhelming." Soon, many ran to the corners of the square to vomit. Xiao Huahua, whose usual bravado was diminished, felt quite embarrassed. After 3 days of relentless travel, he appeared disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. The surrounding crowd glared at him, pinching their noses, as if they wished to tear him apart. Had it not been for the overpowering stench emanating from him, these pampered youths would have undoubtedly rushed forward to give him a taste of their fists. "Little lion, how dare you use such a filthy tactic to retaliate against me? I'll settle this with you properly after the competition." Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed and burning. Upon arriving at Shangyun city, the time for the disciple selection had almost arrived, leaving him no time to clean up. Initially, he merely looked a bit like a beggar, a bit scruffy, but certainly not emitting such a foul stench. For 3 consecutive days, he had been riding the little lion, indulging in food and drink, taking advantage of his uncle's status to press the little lion. After half a month of camaraderie, the little lion could no longer tolerate this. As they approached Shangyun city, it voluntarily requested to enter the system space to avoid causing trouble. This surprised Xiao Huahua, who had thought it would be a case of coercion, so generously rewarding the little lion with a large drumstick. He accepted it into the system's space. Prior to this, the little lion had stealthily sprinkled its urine on Xiao Huahua. As he entered the city, he drew considerable attention, with people covering their faces and whispering amongst themselves, which left Xiao Huahua puzzled. By the time he realized he was marked by the little lion's urine, it was too late, and he was already in the selection square. Soon, only he remained in that spot. As the others had all left, pinching their noses, feeling quite embarrassed, he wished to find a crevice to hide in. Moments later, a figure clad in a long robe embroidered with a blue cloud emerged from the tranquil path. It was Zhang Ruoming, the selector for this selection event, a battle king of the 3rd rank. Zhang Ruoming frowned slightly, also noticing the odor emanating from Xiao Huahua, yet he showed no discomfort, acting as if he had not perceived it. "Fellow cultivators from all corners of the world, I am Zhang Ruoming, a disciple of Shangyun sect, here to welcome you all." Zhang Ruoming bowed and continued, "Every 5 years, our sect holds a disciple selection. from which we will select 100 exceptionally gifted disciples. The top 3 will have the privilege of being chosen as direct disciples of the elders, while those in the top 10 will become inner disciples. Of course, ranking does not determine everything. Those who perform excellently during the assessment may also have the opportunity to become inner disciples or catch the elders' attention. There will be 3 stages of assessment. However, before that, you must first participate in the preliminary elimination round. Without further ado, within the time it takes to burn 3 sticks of incense, reach the entrance of Shangyun sect via this tranquil path to secure your spot in the first round of the competition. With a flourish, Zhang Ruoming produced an incense burner, igniting a stick of incense. The preliminary elimination round officially commenced. I wish you all good luck. As his words faded, the crowd surged towards the tranquil path, eager not to miss their chance. Thousands rushed in unison towards one direction, creating a scene of immense excitement. Xiao Huohuo remained where he was, not following the crowd but leisurely lighting a cigarette. Sitting down to wait for others to enter first. Zhang Ruoming, observing Xiao Huohuo's casual demeanor, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Except for Xiao Huohuo, everyone else had entered the path. As Zhang Ruoming watched Xiao Huohuo rise. He too stepped into the path, producing a crystal stone and waving his hand. Suddenly, a wave of dense duqi pulsed through the air, causing the tranquil path to visibly vanish, along with the square. As if they had never existed, as Xiao Huohuo stepped onto the tranquil path, he found himself utterly alone, the eerie silence feeling rather strange. He scanned his surroundings, brow furrowed in contemplation. Momentarily, he sensed the surrounding dense woods emanating an ominous chill, along with a fierce aura. This was. Xiao Huohuo's expression grew serious. He was all too familiar with the menacing and cold aura emanating from the surrounding woods. After spending 3 months in the Beast Mountain, he had dealt with a variety of ferocious beasts daily, becoming well acquainted with their living patterns. Now, his sensitivity to beasts was unparalleled. Even without any combat power, he was a seasoned hunter. Suddenly, he grasped the competitive format of this selection event. The seemingly ordinary path was fraught with hidden dangers, with various ferocious beasts lurking in the dense woods. To reach Shangyun sect from here was far from simple. One would have to defeat an array of monsters. I thought it would take just 3 sticks of incense. Even crawling, one could reach the entrance of Shangyun sect. There are at least 800 participants here. It seems that the surrounding beasts will serve to eliminate a portion of the competitors. Xiao Huohuo chuckled, realizing the rules of this so-called selection event. That moment, several lurking beasts, their ferocity evident, were poised to attack him. Just as they prepared to strike, an overpowering stench wafted through the air. The ferocious beasts, once aggressive, immediately cowered to the ground, trembling in fear. Their malevolence evaporated, replaced by terror and unease, as they regarded Xiao Huohuo as if he were the king of beasts, their bloodlines and souls quaking in dread. Witnessing this scene, the hidden disciples of Shangyun sect, who had been poised to save participants from the claws of the beasts, were utterly astonished. This was their first encounter with a guardian beast exhibiting such a terrifying demeanor. All eyes turned to the beggar-like Xiao Huohuo in amazement. Quick, report this abnormality to Brother Ruoming. The guardian beast is acting strangely, someone exclaimed. Yes, and promptly, a figure discreetly vanished from the scene. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Huohuo made his way without encountering any ambush from the demonic beasts. The stench emanating from him was so potent that it left the creatures trembling and cowering on the ground, leaving the hidden disciples of the Shangyun sect in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Xiao Huohuo himself was also somewhat perplexed. Despite sensing the presence of countless demonic beasts in the vicinity, the examination clearly mandated the defeat of these beasts to earn the right to enter the Shangyun sect. How could he have traversed this distance without encountering a single beast, not even a shadow? Doubts began to creep into his mind about whether he had misjudged the nature of the examination. In a moment of realization, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had wronged the little lion. Perhaps, he mused, upon entering the gates of the Shangyun sect, he sensed the multitude of demonic beasts lurking within. Thus, he marked me with his urine to deter any potential ambush. The purple-flamed demon lion clan held a respectable rank among the demonic creatures, being descendants of the legendary Qi Yin Jin and I beast, one of the 10 ancient fiends. Moreover, the little lion had consumed a bloodline awakening pill, thereby awakening a portion of its ancestral blood. The authority exuded by its urine, in a sense, surpassed even that of the elder purple lion. Indeed, it was the scent of the little lion's urine that caused the surrounding guardian beasts to prostrate themselves in fear, rendered motionless. However, this was far from Xiao Huohuo's interpretation. The little lion's actions were merely a form of retaliation against the exploitation it had endured over the past 3 days. Yet, this inadvertently spared the little lion from a severe beating. In the end, Xiao Huahua exchanged a plethora of delicacies from Ye Chen to reward the little lion, leaving it questioning the nature of its life as a lion. From that moment onward, the little lion periodically sprinkled its urine on Xiao Huahua, believing it would yield even more treats. As the saying goes, some are joyous while others are sorrowful. While Xiao Huahua reveled in the fear instilled in the guardian beasts by the little lion's urine, leisurely enjoying the scenic route up the mountain, others were not so fortunate. The moment the guardian beasts burst forth from the dense forest, many participants screamed in terror, panic-stricken and rolling about in fear. Some even wetting themselves. Fortunately, the guardian beasts harbored no malice towards the participants. Upon witnessing their fright, they simply turned and retreated. The hidden disciples of the Shangyun sect, observing from the shadows, escorted the eliminated participants safely down the mountain. In a fleeting moment, 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. Eventually, figures began to appear at the gates of the Shangyun sect, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and numerous others. Zhang Ruoming observed the influx of participants with a nod of approval. Contemplating that this year's disciples possessed commendable qualifications, as many had emerged unscathed from the ambush of the guardian beasts. Senior brother, at that moment, a disciple of the Shangyun sect approached Zhang Ruoming and whispered in his ear. Startled, Zhang Ruoming looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Is that true? Indeed. The individual confirmed. Many senior brothers witnessed it and were equally astonished. It is the first time we've seen the guardian beasts behave in such a manner. Zhang Ruoming nodded, his expression serious. Ensure that the brothers keep a close eye on this individual. I will report this matter to the elders and the sect leader immediately. Inside the Shangyun sect, the ambience resembled a picturesque wetland park, exuding ethereal beauty. In the Shangyun hall, the sect leader and the 7 elders occupied their respective seats, savoring their discussions with great pleasure. Just then, Zhang Ruoming hastily entered the grand hall. Kneeling before the sect leader and the elders. Has the preliminary selection concluded? Sitting at the high seat was the sect leader, Mu Daogu, who set down his teacup and remarked, "It seems this year's participants possess significantly better qualifications than those of previous years. The preliminary selection has ended in just 2 incense sticks worth of time." Indeed, he replied. However, the preliminary selection has not yet concluded. I have urgent matters to report. Mu raised an eyebrow. What is it? It is as follows. Zhang Ruoming recounted the unusual behavior of the guardian beasts upon encountering Xiao Huahua, conveying every detail without omission. Upon hearing this, the elders collectively expressed their astonishment, never having anticipated such an occurrence. This is intriguing, Elder Xing Fa, known for his intimidating presence, bellowed. That young fellow has already reached the sect's front, 4th elder, who was also Zhang Ruoming's master, Batian inquired. Not yet, Zhang Ruoming replied. He seems to be quite at ease. Strolling leisurely while admiring the scenery. Interesting, Elder Lei Budong remarked. What is this young man's name? Where does he hail from? I must have him. He suits my temperament. Elder Lei, you seem quite eager, Elder Ming Heron interjected. Considering the guardian beast's unusual behavior, there must be something amiss. This individual is undoubtedly peculiar. We should first ascertain his identity and origins before making further plans. The elder's words are indeed wise, Batian concurred. Ruoming, you are to conduct a discreet investigation into this individual's identity and background. Should you uncover any information, inform me immediately. Yes, master. Zhang Ruoming bowed and exited the grand hall. What do you suppose is the reason this young man has instilled such fear in the guardian beasts? As they reflected on Zhang Ruoming's account, it seemed as though the guardian beasts had encountered a monarch amongst demonic creatures, trembling under an unseen pressure. Could it be that a demonic beast has transformed into human form to create trouble? 3rd elder speculated. Even a demonic beast of the Dozun level would not dare to intrude upon our Shangyun sect lightly. Moreover, even if a demonic beast or its offspring were to take on human form to enter our sect, their intentions would be clear, to seek the treasures within our inner cabinet, the Grand Elder stated. We are well aware of the myriad of factions that have infiltrated our sect, all with the ultimate goal of obtaining the within the cabinet. We have taken precautions against such incursions. What we must truly fear are those sent from that place. The Grand Elder continued, in recent years, that place has been restive, with countless factions facing annihilation. It is rumored that the individual there has acquired several and has since reached the Dosheng realm. Given their strength and talent, it is only a matter of time before they ascend to the Dodi level. Should this young man truly be an envoy from that place, how should we respond? A heavy silence enveloped the room as the gravity of the situation weighed upon them. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua ambled along, leisurely admiring the scenery, blissfully unaware of the urgency of the competition. He felt no pressure of imminent elimination, confident that he would arrive at the gates of the Shangyun sect well within the allotted time. At that moment, he was contemplating how to advance to the qualifying rounds as the last participant, relishing the disdain of others before ultimately securing first place in the subsequent 3 trials, thereby ensuring that all would recognize him. Xiao Huahua. This was the essence of putting on a fade, striking back, and playing the fool to outsmart the wise. As he entertained these thoughts, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Who would have imagined that the narrative of a thrilling tale would unfold in his life? It was exhilarating and stirred a fervent anticipation within him, due to the influence of the little lion's urine. The surrounding guardian beasts have all prostrated themselves in fear, attracting the attention of the Shangyun sect disciples, who have reported this to the sect leader and the 7 elders. Currently, the sect leader and elders are speculating about the host's identity and have dispatched individuals to investigate your background. Has my presence already drawn the attention of the Shangyun sect's prominent figures? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua grinned broadly. It appears my strength does not allow me to remain low-key. Host, I must caution you. Ye Chen interjected. Gaining the attention of the Shangyun sect's leaders may not be a favorable outcome. Achieving first place carries similar risks. Once you attain first place, you will be prioritized for cultivation as a core disciple. Furthermore, the leaders of the Shangyun sect will remain vigilant and cautious upon discovering your identity. Rather than being nurtured as a key talent, it may be more accurate to say you will be monitored in every action. Ye Chen's words jolted Xiao Huahua awake. Indeed, a mere candidate for the Shangyun sect, provoking such fear and abnormal behavior from the guardian beasts, especially as a lowly 9th-tier Do master, was undoubtedly peculiar. Even if Xiao Huahua's identity were crystal clear, the leaders of the Shangyun sect would remain suspicious, leaving no stone unturned in their investigation of him, and maintaining a constant state of vigilance. As the system indicated, it was less about cultivating exceptional talent and more about closely observing every move. Any hint of insidious intent would surely result in immediate eradication. Xiao Huahua's intention in coming to the Shangyun sect was not merely to bask in the glory of the. Rather, he aspired to leverage the platform of the Shangyun sect to acquire not only the requisite medicinal pills and training grounds, but also to obtain more resources, thus enhancing his own cultivation and unlocking a greater array of advanced weaponry. He dreams incessantly of piloting an aircraft or commanding a tank. Once under surveillance, he finds himself utterly powerless. It would be far more prudent to seek out perilous locales for training, as this would yield a greater accumulation of points. Most critically, should the esteemed figures of the Shangyun sect become aware of the system's existence, it would spell trouble. Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering his next course of action. To dispel the attention of the prominent figures in the Shangyun sect towards himself seemed impossible. His only recourse was to devise a strategy to diminish their vigilance and scrutiny. Would the host like to expend 10,000 points to alleviate the previous predicament? At that moment, Ye Chen's voice resonated in Xiao Huahua's mind. I knew you would be waiting for me here. Xiao Huahua rolled up his sleeves and cursed vehemently. Were it not for the fact that Ye Chen was invisible, he would have sought him out to unleash his fury. Nevertheless, Xiao Huahua ultimately decided to spend the 10,000 points to solicit Ye Chen's counsel. Damn it, system. I shall take you down. Xiao Huahua's face was a tapestry of distress, alternating between shades of purple and green. Is it truly necessary to expend 10,000 points for this? I will inevitably encounter them in the Shangyun sect, rendering this issue moot. He exclaimed in frustration. No. I demand a refund of my points today. Otherwise, I shall leap off a cliff and we shall perish together. Calm down, Ye Chen responded. Do you truly believe that this would absolve you of the suspicions and doubts held by the esteemed figures of the Shangyun sect? At best, it may only quell some of their conjectures, but it will not lessen their surveillance over you. Moreover, I possess another piece of information that justifies the expenditure of 10,000 points. It is also the crucial reason behind their covert monitoring of you. After divulging a segment of information, Xiao Huahua stood frozen, akin to a wooden post. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Shangyun sect, the elimination round had directly disqualified 2/3 of the participants of the initial 1,000 contestants. Only a little over 300 remained. As the last incense stick extinguished, a foul stench wafted through the yard. At long last, Xiao Huahua appeared before the gates of the Shangyun sect. Some individuals, freshly bandaged and already feeling feeble, succumbed to the unbearable stench, retching violently. The remaining participants covered their noses, casting glances at Xiao Huohua that were rife with disdain and fury. Numerous voices erupted in condemnation, demanding that Zhang Ruoming revoke Xiao Huohua's qualifications. Zhang Ruoming glanced at Xiao Huohua but chose to ignore him, addressing the remaining 300 participants instead. Congratulations to all of you, fellow practitioners, for successfully advancing to the next round, where you may compete in tomorrow's contest for the top 100 disciples. Time is of the essence. Fellow disciples will escort you to your lodgings for rest. Tomorrow's contest will also have guides to lead you. Zhang Ruoming continued, however, before you retire, please report to the registration desk to provide your names and relevant information, so you may receive your identification badges for the competition. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurried to the signing area, hastily submitting their information before following the Shangyun sect's members away from the noxious odor. As Xiao Huohua recorded his information, the vast square was left desolate, with him as its sole occupant. Soon after, a disciple of the Shangyun sect, with papers stuffed in his nostrils, hoarsely beckoned, "Fellow practitioner, this way please." "Thank you, senior brother," Xiao Huohua replied politely, following the disciple to his designated location. Xiao Huohua. Upon noticing the message in the registration book, Zhang Ruoming promptly summoned several individuals to investigate the news in Wutan City. Night fell, enveloping the Shangyun sect in tranquility. A subtle fragrance permeated the air, conducive to sleep and meditation. After refreshing himself, Xiao Huohua felt revitalized. Glancing at the simple fare on the table, he found no cause for disdain and devoured it heartily. The taste was delightful, imbued with a warm energy that coursed through his body, dissipating the weariness of the day in an instant. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes in meditation, and began to regulate his breath, digesting the information imparted by Ye Chen earlier. Simultaneously, he pondered how to navigate the forthcoming events. At this moment, within the Shangyun Hall, Mu Mu and the elders were gathered. After reviewing the information sent by Zhang Ruoming, Mu Mu inquired, "What are your thoughts? I have heard of the Xiao family from Wutan City. It is said that they have certain ties to the Xiao family in Zhengzhou. Rumor has it that Xiao Yin is the illegitimate son of Xiao Zhan, unrecognized by the Xiao family and forced to leave, eventually finding his way to Wutan City," the Grand Elder remarked. "Does this not imply that Xiao Huohua is a scion of the Xiao family from Zhengzhou?" Lei Budong interjected. "That is merely speculation, lacking substantiation," Meng Heron countered. "However, there are reports that the Soul Palace recently dispatched a team whose whereabouts are now unknown. Are you implying that the Soul Palace detected something amiss and annihilated the Xiao family in Wutan City?" The fifth elder queried. "Such claims are unfounded." Meng Heron shook his head. "From the information at hand, Xiao Huohua appears to be without fault. It must be noted," Shi Batian added, "that this could very well be fabricated. Furthermore, the situation reported does not align with reality. The entire Wutan City is aware that Xiao Huohua is notoriously known as a debauched youth, frequenting brothels and oppressing the weak. Moreover, our sect Xiao Huohua possesses the strength of a 9th-tier great fighter and has the means to intimidate the guardian beast of the sect, indicating he is anything but ordinary. Did not the report state that?" Lei Budong remarked. "The Han family was annihilated by Xiao Huohua. I suspect this fellow has significant ties to the Xiao family in Zhengzhou, as his rapid ascent from a fighter to a 9th-tier great fighter speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent, inheriting the bloodline of the Xiao family. However, we have already established that these are mere conjectures, lacking evidence," Shi Batian retorted. "Moreover, with the annihilation of the Xiao and Han families, we cannot ascertain if this Xiao Huohua is indeed the Xiao Huohua of Wutan City. Should our suspicions prove correct, and the Xiao family of Wutan City is indeed linked to the Xiao family of Zhengzhou, and if the Soul Palace dispatched a team to infiltrate Wutan City and obliterated the Xiao family, how could Xiao Huohua have survived? I believe Xiao Huohua must be a disguise employed by someone from the Soul Palace. That individual's ambition is common knowledge. They are not content with their current needs and have set their sights on our 2 sects and 3 families. Yet, there is one person who can confirm whether the Xiao Huohua of our sect is the one from Wutan City." At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. "Moreover, there is another method to verify whether this Xiao Huohua is indeed a pawn of the Soul Palace." Everyone turned their attention to him, awaiting further elaboration. That night, Meng Heron and Lei Budong, armed with Mu Mu's personal note, departed from the Shangyun sect, heading towards the Xiao family in Zhengzhou to retrieve an item that would confirm Xiao Huohua's identity. As they stepped onto the path to Zhengzhou, the laws of this realm began to unravel. Ye Chen swiftly seized the opportunity, acquiring 1 million units of the world's essence, celestial creation system, level, stubborn bronze, talent, traversing the heavens, skills, replication, extraction, simulation, deduction. Etc. World Essence, 4.25 million. Ichio regarded the messages displayed on the system interface and nodded in approval. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such exhilaration. Receiving 1,000,000 units of World Essence in one go. In the original narrative, Xiao Huahua indeed had ties to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou. The story of Xiao Yin being the illegitimate son of Xiao Zhan was no mere fabrication. As previously speculated by Meng Heron and others, the Soul Palace, upon discovering Xiao Yin's lineage and possessing certain information, dispatched a team to directly eradicate the Xiao family in Wutan City. Given that Wutan City lies in one of the most decrepit regions of the Duqi continent, combined with the machinations of the Soul Palace, the news of the Xiao family's destruction in Wutan City had not reached Xiao Zhan's ears. It was only at the plot's conclusion that Xiao Zhan learned of Xiao Yan's demise and the annihilation of the Xiao family in Wutan City. By that time, Xiao Huahua had already ascended to the level of a dozong expert. Through a fortuitous encounter, he became acquainted with the Xiao family of Zhongzhou, and his identity was subsequently confirmed. At present, Xiao Huahua's involvement with the Shangyun sect is merely at the early stages of the plot. Hence, suspicions surrounding his identity have arisen, and Meng Heron and Lei Budong's journey to retrieve an item from the Xiao family in Zhongzhou to substantiate Xiao Huahua's identity undoubtedly propels the narrative forward significantly. Moreover, once Xiao Huahua's identity is verified, the Soul Palace will also become aware, further advancing the plot. A confrontation between Xiao Huahua and the Soul Palace is imminent. Indeed. Ichio licked his lips. If this narrative continues to unfold, Xiao Huahua will soon clash with the Soul Palace's personnel. Such a scenario will yield a tremendous amount of creation, converting into world essence. However, Xiao Huahua's current strength is woefully inadequate. The members of the Soul Palace are, without exception, at the Dohuang and Dozong levels. A mere glance could obliterate Xiao Huahua. Ichio licked his lips thoughtfully. It seems imperative to rapidly elevate Xiao Huahua's realm. Within the span of half a month at the Beast Mountain, the energy Ichio had extracted was sufficient to elevate Xiao Huahua to the Doling level, coupled with the energy acquired during Lu Yi's training in the 3 locations that had been eradicated en route to the Shangyun sect. Ichio directly employed his extraordinary alchemy skills, refining all the energy he had gathered into a single Do Wang. Then he resolved that once Xiao Huahua successfully entered the Shangyun sect, he would have him exchange the rewards he obtained for this precious pill. Subsequently, he planned to seize the opportunity to acquire the 3,000 Thunder Flames from the cabinet, thereby elevating Xiao Huahua by 1 realm to the Dohuang level. With the capabilities of the 2 unique flames, they would be sufficiently equipped to counter any assassins dispatched by the Soul Palace. The following day, as dawn broke, the sky shimmered with a delicate light, and sunlight cascaded over the Shangyun sect, enveloping it in a mystical haze, a sight that could only be described as ethereal. The martial arts square was teeming with people, as all the outer disciples of the Shangyun sect gathered in the audience to witness the selection tournament for new disciples. A graceful young woman clad in white made her entrance, immediately capturing the attention of the entire audience. This young lady, known as Han Shuer, was the most esteemed female disciple of the outer sect. Possessing formidable strength as a 6th-tier Do Ling, her appearance at the new disciple selection was a spectacle, stirring excitement among countless outer disciples. Yet, none dared to approach her, instead opting to admire her beauty from afar. Although Han Shuer was renowned for her cold elegance and impressive prowess, this was not the sole reason for the distance maintained by others. Several individuals in the outer sect possessed greater talent and strength than her. However, even they refrained from making any advances, as Han Shuer was intricately connected to Murong Xiong, the direct disciple of the 7th Elder. Murong Xiong, not only a disciple of the 7th Elder but also a descendant of the 6th Elder, held considerable influence and strength within the sect, being a 7th-tier Do Wang expert and a prominent figure in the inner sect. Senior sister, this way please. Murong Xiong's sycophants, upon spotting Han Shuer, quickly beckoned her to the center position. Han Shuer nodded slightly and took her seat with ease, much to the delight of the surrounding outer disciples, who were thrilled to witness the outer sect's top goddess up close, provoking envy among many others. Han Shuer relished this attention, thriving in the spotlight wherever she went, surrounded by adoring fans. That moment, Xiao Huahua, along with over 300 others, arrived at the martial arts square. Upon seeing the audience filled to capacity, a wave of nervousness washed over many, quickening their breaths. Xiao Huahua remained hidden within the crowd, unnoticed by Han Shuer, yet she spotted him from her vantage point. After all, Han Shuer was a radiant presence in the outer sect, always drawing attention wherever she was. That my cheap wife? Xiao Huahua, having traveled through time, had never encountered Han Shuer before, but recognized her from his memories. Thus, he immediately identified her. He was not surprised by her presence at the Shangyun sect. as Ye Chen had previously informed him of her existence there, which would serve to validate his identity and dispel any suspicions held by the sect's influential figures. He was also aware of why Han Shuer was here. It was because, on the second day following the annihilation of Xiao Huohua's family by the Soul Palace, Murong Xiong had fortuitously encountered her during a mission and brought her to the Shangyun sect. While her physique and appearance were indeed commendable, they paled in comparison to his beloved Ziyun. Xiao Huohua stroked his chin and mused, "It's fortunate that the Xiao family was destroyed. Had I married this woman, who knows how much green would have adorned my head?" He was quite familiar with Han Shuer, as in his memories, she had engaged in numerous liaisons with the original Xiao Huohua for the sake of certain resources belonging to the Han family. Moreover, she had flirted with several notable scions from powerful families outside of Wutan City. Her ascent to the 6th-tier Do Ling level in such a short span was attributable to her intimate relations with Murong Xiong. Thank goodness I'm clever enough to have called off the engagement. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be in a dire predicament now. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoming appeared on the stage like a gust of wind, addressing the over 300 participants below. "Everyone, do you have your handcards with you?" "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. "Very well," Zhang Ruoming continued. "The rules for the first assessment, the free-for-all competition for 100 disciples, are quite simple. You will be divided into 3 groups based on the numbers on your handcards. The first group will consist of 100 participants, and at the end of the time limit, the 50 who remain on the stage will advance to the next round. The second group will have 40 participants, and the third group will have 10. Thus, only those who manage to remain standing at the end of the time in each group will proceed to the next assessment. In essence, successful advancement in this assessment would grant them the status of outer disciples of the Shangyun sect. The remaining 2 assessments would be ranking matches to obtain cultivation resources. Xiao Huohua, being the last to arrive at the Shangyun sect's gate during the selection phase, bore the number 300 on his handcard, placing him in the third group. He understood the reasoning behind the requirement for only 10 participants from the third group to remain standing at the end of the time limit. The overall strength of the third group was relatively low, with only Xiao Huohua being the exception, as the highest among them was merely a third-tier Do Shi. However, the first 2 groups also had many participants whose strength was only at the Do Shi level. The selection process was rife with loopholes, with many having collaborated to defeat the protective sect beasts to qualify or having bribed powerful contestants, allowing numerous individuals to arrive simultaneously at the Shangyun sect's gate. Nonetheless, the quality of the third group was significantly inferior to that of the first 2 groups, which explained the differing criteria for advancement. Once the groups were established, the ground beneath Xiao Huohua trembled suddenly, as if an earthquake had struck, raising clouds of dust. He soon felt a force gently lifting him from below. In an instant, 3 massive platforms erupted from the ground, each the size of a football field, capable of accommodating 100 participants in a free-for-all. Zhang Ruoming, remaining in place, lit a stick of incense and proclaimed, "The competition begins." The participants on the platforms, still in shock, found themselves enchanted by Zhang Ruoming's words, which seemed to possess a magical quality. With a thunderous roar, the very next moment, some began to attack those nearby. In an instant, numerous participants were hurled off the platforms, bewildered. Intense battles erupted on the platforms, with dazzling do qi and various martial techniques clashing, creating thunderous sounds. Xiao Huohua stood atop the platform, refraining from engaging others, opting instead to conserve his energy, aiming merely to remain standing within the time limit. Yet, it seemed as though everyone had conspired against him, as many swiftly formed an alliance, glaring at Xiao Huohua and exclaiming, "Let's take down this despicable fellow first." During the selection phase, I vomited 3 times because of him. I also vomited several times, causing me to miss precious time and nearly preventing me from reaching the gate. Another chimed in, rolling up his sleeves. "Regardless of whether we can advance to the top 100, we must beat him to vent our frustrations. Let's all go together and teach this bastard a lesson. After all, with advancement hopeless, why not release our pin-up anger?" With that, more than 20 participants charged at Xiao Huohua like hungry wolves. This scene drew the attention of countless spectators in the audience. "Who was that guy? Why are over 20 people teaming up against him?" Someone asked. "I know that person. I heard from the other senior brothers that he fell into a cesspit or something during the selection phase, and the stench he emitted made many participants vomit on the spot." "That's not right." Another argued. "I heard from the other senior brothers that he threw socks that hadn't been washed in a year into the crowd, causing many contestants to faint from the odor." "Nonsense. He clearly threw the water from pickled stinky eggs into the crowd, creating toxic gas." As such, rumors about Xiao Huohua began to circulate among the audience, spawning several versions in the years to come. His first impression on others would be that of a foul stench. On the platform, seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Huahua donned an innocent expression and shouted, "Hey guys, don't be impulsive." In a flash, the 20 or so assailants were all knocked off the platform, sporting swollen heads and dark circles around their eyes, resembling pandas. Xiao Huahua raised his fist, breathing a sigh of relief. "Did you really think I was an easy target? I spent my time on the 100 Beasts Mountain, not on vacation. Go ask those beasts. Which one of them didn't have a headache after grappling with me? Dealing with you lot is as simple as a father disciplining his son." In the audience, someone shouted, "Wow, that guy on platform 3 is fierce. He took down over 20 people in one go." "That's impressive." As the spectacle unfolded, more and more people turned their attention to Xiao Huahua, pondering whether he belonged to a prominent family or another powerful faction, given his astonishing prowess in dispatching over 20 individuals. "What nonsense," someone remarked. "Let me tell you, this fellow is utterly despicable. It was said that during yesterday's preliminary selection, he hurled rotten eggs, a pair of unwashed socks from a year ago, and excrement into the crowd, causing many newcomers to feel nauseated and vomit throughout the night, leaving them utterly exhausted. Just take a look at those spectators beneath the arena. Their dark circles are evident, clearly indicating a night of poor rest and unwell conditions. So that's what transpired," someone suddenly realized. "I thought it was a member of some prominent family, but I never imagined they could be so vile. Why doesn't the sect take action against this disgrace?" Han Shuer had originally fixed her gaze on the first arena, where numerous formidable newcomers were engaged in fierce battles. However, upon overhearing discussions about Xiao Huahua, her attention shifted. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Huahua, she was momentarily taken aback. She never expected him to appear within the ranks of the Upper Cloud sect. Han Shuer was already aware of the fall of the Han family. She had heard from a servant that Xiao Huahua was responsible for the deaths of her father and second uncle. When she first received this news, she refused to believe it. She knew precisely what kind of person Xiao Huahua was. Undercover investigations over time had suggested that the Han family was indeed destroyed by Xiao Huahua. Yet, despite these indications, Han Shuer remained unconvinced. Today, witnessing Xiao Huahua in the newcomer competition, single-handedly defeating over 20 opponents, caused her expression to change dramatically, her brows knitting together slightly. She thought to herself, could it truly be as the rumors say, that her father and second uncle were killed by Xiao Huahua? Was the former wastrel, who bullied the weak, merely an act? With a grave expression, her cold eyes glinting like daggers, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Huahua in the arena, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Regardless of whether her father and second uncle were indeed killed by him, he had to die. Presently, Han Shuer stood as a revered figure within the outer sect of the Upper Cloud sect, representing the Jade Maiden faction, adored by countless admirers. Her relationship with Murong Xiong was also quite favorable, and within the inner sect, she had numerous admirers. Han Shuer relished this status. Furthermore, Murong Xiong had promised her that he would soon petition Elders 6 and 7 to allow her into the inner sect. At that time, her status would rise once more, along with her access to cultivation resources and various benefits. Ultimately, she would become Murong Xiong's wife, a true noble within the Upper Cloud sect. Now, with Xiao Hua's appearance in the Upper Cloud sect, a confrontation between them was inevitable. The matter of Han Baishan's annulment of their engagement was instigated by Han Shuer's own father. If Xiao Huahua were to reveal all past events, the image Han Shuer had painstakingly maintained within the Upper Cloud sect would vanish, leaving her subject to public ridicule. Everything she had gained today would dissipate, and she would have no place in the Upper Cloud sect. This was a scenario Han Shuer wished to avoid at all costs. At that moment, her expression darkened, even taking on a somewhat ferocious appearance. Noticing her distress, a sycophant beside her inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell," Han Shuer replied with a furrowed brow. "Should we inform Brother Murong?" "No need," Han Shuer stated. "Xiong is currently striving to break through to the 8th rank, and it's a crucial moment. He must not be distracted and I'm fine. I'll just rest for a bit." She then cast a cold glance at Xiao Huahua in the arena, her demeanor icy. After defeating over 20 opponents, those on the third arena halted their actions, transfixed by Xiao Huahua, who resembled a harbinger of death. They had initially assumed this disheveled, foul-smelling individual was merely a weakling, who had managed to appear in the arena solely due to the overpowering odor that had incapacitated the guardian beasts. To their astonishment, he turned out to be a formidable adversary. Disregarding his appearance, Xiao Huahua leisurely sat on the ground, producing a cigarette and puffing away, wearing an innocuous smile as he addressed the others. "Please, continue. Don't mind me." Keep competing. Time waits for no one. The spectators were gripped with fear, especially by his smile, which resembled that of a ruthless demon. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke Xiao Huohua until the competition concluded. As the contest came to an end, Zhang Ruoming addressed the participants on all three arenas. Congratulations to all of you for advancing to the top 100 disciples competition and earning the title of Outer Sect Disciples. To those who were eliminated, do not lose heart. Each of you will receive a fine gift, and I wish you all a bright future in your cultivation. The eliminated participants wore glum expressions. Heads hung low, however. Upon hearing about the exquisite gifts, the gloom faded instantly. As members of the illustrious sect of the Duki continent, the items they were to receive were sure to be of great value, potentially aiding them in breaking through their current realms. Subsequently, the eliminated individuals followed the Upper Cloud sect disciples to the sect's entrance to claim their gifts before joyfully descending the mountain. In the martial arts square, the 100 successful participants stood together. At that moment, a squinty-eyed, chubby fellow approached Xiao Huohua, appearing somewhat lewd, grinning widely. Brother, you are truly impressive. I humbly bow to your prowess, Xiao Huohua. Believing the compliment referred to his previous performance, chuckled. It's nothing, just a routine operation. That really just a routine operation? The chubby fellow's eyes widened in disbelief. However, his eyes were so small that upon closer inspection, they seemed merely a narrow slit. Even with his eyes wide open, it appeared as though the slit had merely expanded slightly. I never imagined such shameless tactics could be your regular way of doing things. Brother, I am in awe of you. My admiration flows like an unending river. If we ever cross paths, please show mercy. What shameless tactics? Xiao Huohua was bewildered. He had genuinely defeated over 20 opponents with his fists. What are you talking about? The chubby fellow, glancing sideways at Xiao Huohua, remarked. Word has spread that you bathed with rotten eggs, excrement, and socks that haven't been washed in a year. Did you know? During the preliminary selection, nearly half of the participants were rendered unconscious by your stench. I was fortunate to escape during that chaotic moment when everyone was disoriented. Making my way to the sect, you tossed your clothes into the bathing water bucket yesterday, and the water was filled with that foul odor. Many who entered were immediately incapacitated. Just now, many participants were affected by your lingering stench from yesterday and were utterly drained. Having not slept a wink and vomiting their previous meals, it was precisely this reason that allowed me to advance to the top 100 disciples competition. Xiao Huohua was instantly dumbfounded. When did he ever wash with rotten eggs, excrement, and unwashed socks? This was nothing short of a blatant slander. His reputation was in tatters. No wonder he felt the malevolent gazes of those around him. As for the clothes from yesterday, he had tossed them into the trash. How had they become bathing water? Heaven above, earth below. Who could explain this to him and restore his innocence? Xiao Huohua felt on the verge of tears. Wishing for death, though he possessed a thick skin, he still had a sense of shame. Such malicious acts were certainly not within his character. The chubby fellow, noticing Xiao Huohua's tearful and helpless expression, smirked obscenely before slipping back into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Ruoming led Xiao Huohua and his companions to the back mountain. The second competition was a ranking match for the top 100 disciples. With simple rules, those who could remain within the formation for the duration of an incense stick would advance to the final assessment. The eliminated disciples would be ranked starting from the 100th position. Zhang Ruoming announced, I wish all of you brothers the best of luck in achieving excellent rankings. With that, the 100 disciples orderly entered the formation ahead. They each took their places within designated circles, which were spacious, with a diameter of 5 meters. After the last person entered the formation, Zhang Ruoming lit an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner, proclaiming, the competition officially begins. Buzz, suddenly, the originally bright area dimmed. Following this, a shadow unexpectedly appeared before each participant. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a puppet. In an instant, the puppet's eyes began to move, emitting a clicking sound. With a swift motion, it summoned a burst of battle energy in its arms and launched a surprise attack on the individuals before it. Bang, bang, bang. Many were caught off guard and struck by the puppet, causing their blood to surge and a sweet taste to rise in their throats. Like cannonballs, they were propelled backward. Several contestants instantly rolled out of the circle. The puppet, having completed its attack, gradually descended to its original position. Soon after, Upper Cloud sect disciples began escorting the injured newcomers out of the formation. Those struck by the puppet but who had not exited the circle found themselves facing the puppet's relentless assault again. At this point, everyone present understood the nature of the assessment. To withstand combat with this puppet for the duration of an incense stick without leaving the circle to be deemed successful. If anyone could not withstand the pressure and jumped out of the circle, the puppet's attacks would cease, and it would return to its original position. In just a fleeting minute, over 20 individuals were swiftly eliminated. Quite intriguing. Xiao Huahua observed the puppet before him, a grin spreading across his face. This contest was, for him, remarkably simple. During his time at the 100 Beasts Mountain, he often battled spirit-level beasts, honing his formidable combat skills. Against the ferocious and menacing beasts, he found himself at ease. How could he fear this mere puppet? Moreover, the puppet's strength was merely that of a 7th-tier great fighter. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. Someone decisively shattered the puppet before them with sheer force. Shortly after, a disciple from the Shangyun sect appeared, declaring their advancement. As the first person obliterated the puppet, countless others began to follow suit, launching powerful and dazzling attacks. In a brief period, 10 individuals had shattered their puppets and advanced directly. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua broke the puppet's legs and then sat aside, leisurely passing the time. The incapacitated puppet crawled towards him like a malevolent spirit. Without hesitation, he kicked it away and resumed his leisure. The puppet's strength, though at the 7th tier of great fighters, possessed relentless power. This posed a nightmarish challenge for the vast majority of newcomers. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and only 20 disciples managed to advance to the third round of assessments. Xiao Huahua strolled out of the formation, joining the ranks of those who had progressed. Zhang Ruoming spoke up, congratulating his fellow disciples on their successful advancement to the third examination. The subsequent competition would determine the final rankings. The rules remained straightforward. The 20 participants would be divided into 10 groups, each drawing codes from a box to determine their partners. Once the groupings were complete, Group 1 would battle Group 10, Group 2 would face Group 9, and so forth. Ultimately, the remaining 5 groups would enter the top 10 competition. Zhang Ruoming continued, explaining that the rules for the top 10 competition would also involve drawing codes to determine opponents. The disciples quickly approached him to draw their codes and find their partners. Xiao Huahua drew number 8 and awaited his teammate. "Brother, look, we truly are fated." At that moment, the squint-eyed chubby fellow approached. Holding the number 8 code, he lowered his voice, adopting a sly demeanor, and whispered, "Big brother, please divulge what kind of foul-smelling items you plan to unleash against the other groups, so that I may prepare and avoid any unintended consequences." "Scram!" Xiao Huahua retorted, exasperated, thinking that his reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. The 10 groups stood on their respective stages. Xiao Huahua and the chubby fellow faced opponents who were both 9th-tier great fighters. "I am Dehu. I am Tainyo." The 2 from Group 3 introduced themselves. "Your name is Zhang Lijuan?" Xiao Huahua glanced at the chubby fellow, his eyelid twitching several times. The other 2 from Group 3 shared his astonishment. "What kind of name was that?" The chubby fellow's cheeks flushed slightly as he explained. "My parents are blind, and the midwife who delivered me was elderly and somewhat senile. She told my parents I was a girl, so they named me that. It wasn't until I was 3 that my father discovered I was a boy when he touched a teapot. Why then? My parents had grown accustomed to calling me Li Juan, so they never changed it." "Impressive," Xiao Huahua remarked, his mouth twitching again. The match began. With Zhang Ruoming's command, Dehu and Tainyo launched their attacks first. Their fists, enveloped in dense fighting spirit, surged with power. As their punch came crashing down, it stirred a fierce wind, raising dust from the ground. Xiao Huahua narrowed his eyes, then gathered his energy for a punch. The wild lion battle body erupted forth. A mighty lion manifesting behind him, exuding an aura of dominance, as if he could shatter the void itself. Roar! The lion's roar echoed, akin to thunder. Dehu and Tainyo, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly halted, attempting to evade the overwhelming blow. However, it was too late. The lion struck with fierce dominance, sending them stumbling back several steps, their vitality shaken. With an uncanny agility akin to a leopard, Xiao Huahua moved swiftly, employing the footwork he had learned from the lightning leopard while in the 100 Beasts Mountain. As fast as the wind and nimble as lightning, he dodged Dahu's punch, clasped his wrist, and with minimal effort, sent him tumbling off the stage. In the next moment, he executed the same evasive maneuver to avoid Tainyo's attack, sending him off the stage as well. In a matter of mere breaths, Xiao Huahua had dispatched both members of Group 3. This left the chubby fellow in utter disbelief. He hadn't even had a chance to strike before it was all over. "How exhilarating!" Zhang Ruoming, observing from the sidelines, was astonished. He had been quietly watching Xiao Huahua, aware that he had been holding back his true strength in the earlier rounds. He never expected him to unleash such formidable power. Eliminating two equally ranked opponents in an instant, truly shocking. Others on the various stages also took note of this spectacle. Their disdainful expressions vanished, replaced by seriousness and respect, realizing that this foul-smelling individual was not to be underestimated. "Wow, brother, you're incredible." The chubby fellow, returning to his senses, approached Xiao Huohua, showering him with praise. Xiao Huohua brushed his hands dismissively, nonchalantly replying, "Just standard procedure." On the stage, De Hu and Tainyo rose, brushing off the dust from their clothes. "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for holding back. Otherwise, both of us would have needed a month to recover from our injuries. We're all brothers here. No need for formalities," Xiao Huohua replied with a clasped fist. The remaining matches on the other stages were intense and concluded swiftly. Within half an hour, the top 10 were determined. The 10 individuals followed Zhang Ruoming to the martial arts square, where the audience was still packed to capacity. "Look, that despicable fellow who used underhanded tactics has made it to the top 10. Someone exclaimed, astonished to see Xiao Huohua. "Who knows what foul means he used?" Another chimed in. But the second round was against puppets, which possessed the strength of 7th-tier great fighters. What methods could he possibly employ to destroy them? The audience buzzed with speculation about Xiao Huohua, with rumors swirling as they reveled in the drama. Soon, Xiao Huohua and the others drew lots again for their codes. This time, he again drew number 8. While the chubby fellow drew number 4. Relieved, the chubby fellow looked at his code and then at Xiao Huohua's. When it was Xiao Huohua's turn to take the stage, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, who raised their middle fingers at him. This left Xiao Huohua bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Then, he recalled the chubby fellow's words and realized that everyone in the Shangyun sect knew he had bathed in foul-smelling substances. Fainting many during the preliminary rounds, last night, he had carelessly tossed his clothes into the bathwater, poisoning a large number of contestants. "What the hell? I couldn't possibly wash this away even if I jumped into the Yellow River." Xiao Huohua felt tears welling up, utterly at a loss. "Heaven has eyes. Why must I encounter you?" Across the stage, his opponent glared at Xiao Huohua with a murderous intent, nearly popping their eyes out in fury. "You despicable scoundrel! How could you dump such filthy, stinking clothes into the bathing water, causing me to accidentally ingest it and vomit thrice? I cannot rest easy until I avenge this grievance, you filthy wretch. Die!" The individual screamed, their fighting spirit surging as they charged at him with wild abandon. "Damn you! I'm already holding back a storm of anger," Xiao Huohua cursed, incensed by the rumors. He summoned his fighting spirit to its peak. His fist transformed, glowing a fierce purple, emanating a searing aura. With a roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, he unleashed his power. A purple lion's head materialized on his fist, and with a thunderous crash, he sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. The once boisterous martial arts square fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Huohua, shock etched on their faces. Just moments ago, they had been discussing his despicable tactics. Now, with a single punch, he had sent a 9th-tier great fighter crashing down, leaving everyone astounded. Especially the purple lion's head on his fist, which sent shivers through the crowd, radiating a ferocity that mirrored a feral beast. It was terrifyingly powerful, causing even the bravest to tremble. In the most prominent position in the audience stood a pavilion. The master of the Shangyun sect, Mu Mu, sat with 5 other elders, observing the top 10 competition. As Xiao Huohua ascended the stage, every gaze in the pavilion was fixed upon him. After all, Xiao Huohua had become the subject of speculation and doubt within the entire Shangyun sect. To verify his identity, Meng Heron and Lei Budong had even made a special trip to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou to retrieve an item confirming Xiao Huohua's lineage. At this moment, Shi Batian noticed the purple fighting spirit coalescing into a lion's head atop Xiao Huohua's fist and suddenly stood up. "If I am not mistaken, this is the fighting spirit of the purple flame demon lion. That lion's head is indeed the purple flame demon lion, just as I surmised." The 7th elder, with a grave expression, furrowed his brow and said, "Could it be that Xiao Huohua belongs to the purple flame demon lion clan?" The 6th elder, Morong He, responded, "Impossible." Recovering from his shock, Shi Batian slowly spoke from his seat. He must have acquired the true teachings of the purple flame demon lion and absorbed the power of the purple crystal flame stone, thus exhibiting such extraordinary abilities. This young man is truly gifted, capable of mastering the techniques of the purple flame demon lion clan and wielding them with remarkable proficiency. It seems that, as Lei Budong suggested, he may indeed be from the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. If that is the case, it would be a great blessing for the Shangyun sect. The 2nd elder remarked, This would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for our sect. Yu Mu remained silent in his seat, deep in thought as he regarded Xiao Huahua, seemingly searching through his memories. Suddenly, his brows arched, and he pondered, could it be? Soon, he gained some clarity regarding Xiao Huahua's identity. Before long, the matches on the other platforms concluded. To Xiao Huahua's surprise, Zhang Lijuan, the plump contestant, also made it into the top 5, revealing her hidden strength as a wolf in sheep's clothing. The subsequent matches would continue to be determined by drawing lots. Zhang Ruoming announced, the eliminated contestants may take a brief rest before facing the two who have been knocked out. At this moment, the plump contestant interrupted, Senior brother, may I forfeit? Zhang Ruoming frowned slightly at his words. The plump contestant explained, it is already fortunate for me to reach the top 5. I'm certain I cannot compete with them in the upcoming matches, so it would be better to forfeit than to suffer a beating. The plump contestant demonstrated a certain level of self-awareness. In the audience, someone remarked, clearly, he is at a significant disadvantage against the other 4, with no chance of victory. Indeed. Another added, if I were him, I would forfeit as well. Making it to the top 5 is already a commendable achievement, and there is a chance of being selected by the elders or entering the intersect. Zhang Ruoming nodded slightly, very well. I respect your choice. Thank you, senior brother. The plump contestant smiled and turned to Xiao Huahua, saying, brother, I believe you will secure first place. Good luck. With that, he stepped down from the stage and moved to the spectator area. The competition continued with unchanged rules. The 4 of you will draw lots to determine your opponents, while the 2 eliminated will contest for 3rd and 4th place. After the lots were drawn, Xiao Huahua's opponent turned out to be a seemingly frail man, with pale skin akin to one gravely ill. His physique appeared weak, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. However, this individual exuded a sense of danger to Xiao Huahua. This sensitivity stemmed from his prolonged encounters with various beasts on 100 Beasts Mountain, naturally honing his instinct for peril. System, is this guy's true strength at the doling level? Xiao Huahua inquired of Ye Chen. Initially, Xiao Huahua had no intention of competing for first place. Merely entering the top 100 was sufficient. After all, he was already under the scrutiny of the upper echelons of the Shangyan sect, making many future endeavors within the sect inconvenient. However, he had spent 10,000 points to obtain intelligence indicating a significant connection to the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. After conferring with Ye Chen, he resolved to pursue a higher rank. Even first-placed, Ye Chen informed him that 2 elders from the Shangyan sect had already gone to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou seeking an item to confirm his identity. Once his connection to the Zhongzhou Xiao family was verified, the influential figures of the Shangyan sect would undoubtedly invest heavily in his cultivation. Moreover, the Xiao family in Zhongzhou would be observing him discreetly. The prerequisite was to demonstrate sufficient talent and strength to earn the support of both the Shangyan sect and the Xiao family. In this manner, he could exchange precious items for points, and soon enough, flying planes, driving tanks, and standing atop aircraft carriers to dominate the entire Duki continent would no longer be a dream. Thus, he inquired of Ye Chen to gather information on his opponent. Preparing for the battle to avoid being caught off guard, as for using firearms, Xiao Huahua had no intention of doing so. After all, this was merely a competition, not a life-and-death battle. The lethality of firearms was far too great, and even a slight miscalculation could result in the opponent's death, attracting unnecessary trouble. Regarding the cold flame inscribed within the firearms, he was even more reluctant to use it, at least for now. He feared that an innocent bystander might suffer for his possession. Currently, his strength was indeed too feeble, and he had also learned from Ye Chen about the Soul Hall's movements. Otherwise, why would he need to activate the credit system to exchange for a doling pill? He could have simply used firearms and other flames to push through. Indeed, Ye Chen replied, leaving it at that. The opponent truly concealed his strength. Xiao Huahua licked his lips, not immediately exchanging for a doling pill. Instead, he ignited a strong fighting spirit within him, eager to test his own limits. Initially, Xiao Huahua intended to exchange for a doling pill to enhance his strength. Although his points were insufficient, he could activate the credit store. However, upon reflection, his current opponent indeed posed a certain level of pressure, though not overwhelmingly challenging. Xiao Huahua was confident he could face a higher-level challenge, as he had mastered the essence of several demon beast techniques, which could bridge the gap between them. He yearned for an exhilarating battle to gauge the true potency of the skills he had acquired from 100 Beasts Mountain. If he truly found himself at a disadvantage, he could always utilize the credit store to exchange for a doling pill later. The first match will be Xiao Huahua against Bai Yuhai, Zhang Ruoming announced. With that, Xiao Huahua and Bai Yuhai leaped onto the stage. Please, enlighten me, Bai Yuhai said politely, cupping his hands. Xiao Huahua mirrored the gesture, acknowledging his opponent. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua sprang into action, channeling his fighting spirit to its utmost, crafting a powerful fist imprint aimed at his adversary. A majestic lion materialized, roaring fiercely, exuding ferocity. Coupled with the erratic footwork of the lightning leopard, Xiao Huahua created several afterimages on the stage. Bai Yuhai remained steady, calm as a mountain in the face of Xiao Huahua's onslaught. As his delicate hand lifted, a layer of white fighting spirit surged forth, transforming into a gust of wind that spread outward. With a thunderous impact, Bai Yuhai discerned the trajectory of Xiao Huahua's attack and raised his hand to block the forceful punch. The clash of fighting spirits erupted in the air, producing a thunderous sound. Bai Yuhai retaliated with what appeared to be a feeble palm strike, yet concealed within was a lethal intent. Xiao Huahua sensed a powerful fighting spirit piercing toward him like a blade. Crossing his arms, he unleashed his own fighting spirit. Instantly, the illusion of a diamond demon ape enveloped him, forming an armor that absorbed the terrifying strike. With a resounding thud, Xiao Huahua was sent reeling backward. At that moment, the match on the stage astonished everyone. No one had anticipated such a fierce battle from these two newcomers, a spectacle that left spectators in awe. Particularly remarkable was Xiao Huahua, who could summon the phantoms of two demon beasts to amplify his strength, leaving many outer sect disciples astounded. Never had they witnessed such a technique. In the pavilion, Batian was once again taken aback by Xiao Huahua's prowess. This young man's talent was simply extraordinary, capable of transforming and sublimating his skills to achieve a primal effect. Not only did he unleash astonishing combat power, but he also radiated the essence of his techniques. This was indeed a prodigious existence, Batian proclaimed. Once Xiao Huahua's identity is confirmed, he shall be my disciple. Do not attempt to snatch him from me. Though you are called Batian, it does not grant you the right to be unreasonable. That young man is mine, the second elder interjected. At this moment, the fifth elder joined the fray, vying for Xiao Huahua's favor. The three men, each in their 40s or 50s, argued fervently, resembling a heated quarrel among women. The talent exhibited by Xiao Huahua had already captivated the elders, and they were beginning to piece together the truth, realizing that he was not affiliated with the Soul Hall, but rather had a unique connection to the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. The bloodline of the Xiao family allowed for the retrogression and illumination of techniques, tracing back to their origins to unleash combat power. This was the fundamental reason the Xiao family had thrived in the Duqi continent, remaining indomitable through the ages. Although this bloodline had diminished somewhat within the Xiao family, it remained formidable. Murong He and the seventh elder refrained from joining the contest for Xiao Huahua, their expressions subtly shifting, hinting at a deeper understanding on the stage. While Xiao Huahua had utilized the Diamond Demon Ape's powers to shield himself from Bai Yuhai's assault, he felt a sharp pain radiating through his arms, his palms tingling. This opponent was indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huahua's eyes ignited with fierce determination. At that moment, he felt invigorated, as if adrenaline coursed through his veins. Combining the lightning leopard's footwork, he charged forward again, fully unleashing the might of both the raging lion combat body and the diamond guardian. Bang, bang, bang! On the arena, Xiao Huahua transformed into several afterimages, in the instant their fists and feet collided. A thunderous roar erupted. In the blink of an eye, he and Bai Yuhua exchanged several blows, evenly matched, indistinguishable in their prowess. At that moment, Xiao Huahua seized an opening, delivering a left hook to Bai Yuhua's face. Following that, a spinning kick sent him staggering back. Bai Yuhua furrowed his brow slightly, breathing a tad more hastily. He never anticipated that someone could wield such formidable power, the strength of a 9th-level great fighter capable of unleashing battle spirit prowess. Had I not broken free from the shackles of the great fighter realm before this competition, this battle would have surely been yours, he remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from his body, stirring fierce winds. Crack! The powerful winds tore through the arena's surface, creating a myriad of fissures, with dust billowing into the air. Battle spirit. It was unexpected that this newcomer possessed the prowess of a battle spirit. At that moment, the audience was in shock. In the upper cloud sect, most outer disciples were at the great fighter level, with only a select few reaching the battle spirit level. The power displayed by Xiao Huahua and Bai Yuhua far surpassed many outer disciples, leaving many astounded. Who would have thought there would be a battle spirit presence here? Many had already declared Bai Yuhua the victor of this match, with some even asserting he would claim the title of champion. I want him, said Elder Second. If you want him, then won't I lose face? Elder Fifth replied, I want him too, he added. Meanwhile, Batian remained silent, narrowing his eyes at Xiao Huahua, awaiting his counterattack. On the arena, those fierce winds surged like blades. Xiao Huohua activated his diamond body, deflecting the terrifying wind blades, which sparked countless embers. "Here I come," Bai Yuhua shouted, and in an instant, he charged forward like a cannonball. His momentum overwhelming. At this point, Xiao Huohua channeled all his energy into his fists and infused the purple flames taught to him by Old Z into his strike. Suddenly, the energy of his punch transformed into a vivid purple, emitting intense heat that radiated like waves. The entire arena felt as though it was engulfed in a heat wave. Moreover, within that heat wave lurked the ferocity and malevolence of the purple-flamed demon lion. As if it had manifested right there, a lion's roar reverberated throughout the martial arts square, causing many to tremble, their hearts gripped by sheer terror. The phantom of the purple-flamed demon lion appeared behind Xiao Huohua, fierce and menacing. Its enormous wings glinted like scythes in the hands of death. Concurrently, Bai Yuhua halted in his tracks, refraining from advancing. He observed Xiao Huohua with a grave expression, his breathing noticeably quickening. Then, he mobilized all his battle chi, and as he swung his arms, the golden energy swirled in the air like waves. 8 Extremes collapse. Bai Yuhua bellowed, thrusting his arms forward. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying battle chi surged forward like crashing waves. At that moment, Xiao Huohua unleashed a punch. The phantom of the purple-flamed demon lion flapped its wings and let out a ferocious roar. Boom. Suddenly, a ball of flames erupted from the arena, black smoke rising into the air. The fierce winds spread outwards, and in an instant, a significant portion of the arena was obliterated, with debris flying and dust swirling. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena, eager to discern who emerged victorious. No one dared to predict the outcome, for although Xiao Huohua was merely a 9th-level great fighter, the power exhibited in that punch was akin to a battle spirit's. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Huohua knelt on the ground, panting heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead. Bai Yuhua also gasped for breath, but his condition was considerably better than Xiao Huohua's. After all, his strength and realm spoke for themselves. "Xiao Huohua, you are indeed formidable," Bai Yuhua acknowledged, a 9th-level great fighter able to unleash the strength of a battle spirit. "I am humbled, but victory ultimately belongs to me. Let this end." Suddenly, Bai Yuhua made his move. As his palm extended, it enveloped in a thick layer of battle chi. Just when everyone believed the outcome was decided, and Xiao Huohua was about to be eliminated from the top 4, he abruptly sprang to his feet, brandishing an unfamiliar object. Bang! Xiao Huohua aimed at Bai Yuhua's arm and pulled the trigger, producing a thunderous sound. Puff! Before Bai Yuhua could react, he felt a sharp pain, and his arm exploded in a burst of blood mist, accompanied by a scream. The injured arm lost all sensation. Subsequently, the bullet's force combined with the power of the great fighter erupted, rendering Bai Yuhua instantly incapacitated, his eyes closing as he fainted. Had Xiao Huohua not tempered his strength, Bai Yuhua's entire arm would have been obliterated. Such extraordinary battles only exist in novels. Damn it, I will never again pretend to be a fool. Nor will I show off if I can resolve it in one go. I shall die in the end. It is I who suffers. Seeing Bai Yuhua collapse, devoid of any fighting spirit, Xiao Huohua blew the smoke from his weapon and put it away. Silence enveloped the entire martial arts square. Everyone was stunned, as if they were bewildered monks, unable to comprehend the situation. Bai Yuhua had been in a position of certain victory, yet Xiao Huohua inexplicably reversed the tide, turning defeat into triumph. This was entirely unforeseen by all, leaving them utterly astonished. The abruptness of this turn of events left no time for reaction. If not for Bai Yuhua lying on the ground, blood streaming from his arm, no one would have believed what had transpired. The audience was intensely curious about the weapon in Xiao Huohua's hands, having never seen or heard of anything like it. Observant individuals understood that Xiao Huohua's victory in this match was significantly tied to the weapon he wielded. In the loft, Sherbatian was once again astonished by Xiao Huohua's displayed prowess. This young man truly possessed extraordinary skills. A seemingly hopeless situation had been turned around. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Sherbatian, pleased, soon frowned and inquired, "Do you know what weapon he possesses?" The other elders shook their heads, indicating ignorance. "I suspect it may be a concealed weapon," murmured Mu Mu, who had remained silent until now. "The front of that weapon expels something the size of a pinky finger, racing through the air like a streak of light. The speed is so incredible that one cannot react in time. Had Xiao Huohua not moderated his strength and aimed at Bai Yuhua's arm, I believe he would have already become a corpse." The elders fell into silence upon hearing this. This young man was truly intriguing, with an array of extraordinary skills and such peculiar weaponry. After a moment, Sherbatian remarked, "Headmaster, once this young man's identity is confirmed, he must be retained within the sect. We cannot let him go." On the arena, Zhang Ruoming stood in shock, as if petrified, utterly at a loss. He could not fathom how Xiao Huahua had managed to turn the tables in what seemed an inevitable defeat. "Senior brother, shouldn't you announce my victory?" Xiao Huahua inquired, casually tapping his nostrils. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming snapped back to reality and proclaimed, "The victor of this match is Xiao Huahua." Instantly, the outer disciples in the audience awakened from their astonishment, turning their gazes upon Xiao Huahua and buzzing with excitement. Xiao Huahua strolled down from the arena, while the unconscious Bai Yuhua was carried away for treatment. "Brother, you truly are impressive." At that moment, the chubby fellow approached, beaming with flattery. "I knew I was right. The title of champion is undoubtedly yours. Don't forget to look out for your little brother later." Xiao Huahua smiled slightly at the chubby fellow and then sat cross-legged in the resting area, beginning to regulate his breathing. Moments later, the second match commenced. The battle between the two was fierce, with shadows darting across the arena as fists and feet collided, battle chi soaring. After hundreds of exchanges, they struck one another and retreated. "Show your true strength," a suave man in blue attire remarked. The gaunt man in black raised the corners of his mouth slightly, rasping, "As you wish." Suddenly, both erupted with immense power. The winds they stirred slicing through the arena's surface. Battle spirit. Both possessed the strength of a battle spirit. At that moment, the audience gasped in disbelief, shouting in astonishment. Who would have thought this batch of newcomers would be so formidable? Several were even at the battle spirit level. The prowess exhibited by the two competitors far exceeded that of Bai Yuhua, showcasing several times more terrifying strength. From the unleashed battle chi, it could be inferred that both were at the third tier of battle spirit. Boom! The gaunt man in black struck, as his fingers curled. His moves were sharp and exceedingly fearsome. The blue-clad man, seeing this, sidestepped slightly and then formed a fist seal, unleashing a deadly move. Bang! When claws and fists collided, the clash of battle chi erupted into a shower of sparks. Subsequently, the area around them erupted in a series of explosions. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, their figures intertwined once more, fists and feet colliding in an unyielding exchange. At this moment, Xiao Huahua had awakened from his meditative state, his expression grave, his brows furrowing as he observed the man in black. This guy had concealed his strength. Xiao Huahua was acutely sensitive to danger. Having honed his skills from encounters with demonic beasts, despite the black-clad figure's efforts to conceal his presence, Xiao Huahua was still able to detect him. He could sense that the danger posed by this mysterious assailant was several times greater than that of the diamond demon ape. The individual was likely at the 6th tier of doling. Both of these combatants were at the 3rd tier of doling. This year's newcomer competition could indeed be deemed a purgatory. The portly observer watched the match on the stage, feeling increasingly apprehensive. Fortunately, his astute decision to forfeit the match spared him from a potential thrashing, which would have left him bedridden for at least a month. Turning to Xiao Huahua, he suggested, "Brother, perhaps you should consider withdrawing. Securing 3rd place is still commendable." However, Xiao Huahua paid him no heed, continuing to focus intently on the duel unfolding before him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the blue-clad youth was sent staggering back. Blood surged through his veins, and he tasted a sweetness in his throat. At that moment, he fixed a grave gaze upon the black-clad figure, his brow furrowing deeply. Gathering his duki, he concentrated it in his palm. With a sudden burst, a white streak of energy erupted from his hand. Boom! The speed of the black-clad youth was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the powerful strike. The white streak exploded upon impact with the stage, sending dust swirling into the in that instant. The black-clad youth appeared before the blue-clad youth like a specter, his fingers coiling into a fist that struck with the force of a hammer. Bang! The blue-clad youth was hit and coughed up blood. Without a moment's pause, the black-clad youth continued his assault. His fists rained down upon the blue-clad youth like a relentless barrage, akin to a boxer pummeling a heavy bag. Blood gushed from the blue-clad youth's mouth, his body battered and broken, punctured in numerous places. With a forceful strike to the chin, he was propelled upwards before crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. At this point, the blue-clad youth had lost consciousness, his injuries grave and his breathing faint. The black-clad youth, appearing almost frenzied with excitement, licked his lips, charging forward as if intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt. Was he intent on delivering a fatal blow? The portly observer paled at the sight. The blue-clad youth lay utterly defeated, yet the black-clad youth still sought to strike. Did they harbor a deep-seated grudge? Just then, Zhang Ruoming seemingly traversed the very fabric of space, appearing before the blue-clad youth. As he raised his hand, he grasped the black-clad youth's fist. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as Duki transformed into a fierce gale, tearing the ground apart. Zhang Ruoming frowned at the black-clad youth before him, disapprovingly stating, "He is no longer able to fight. The outcome is clear. What is the purpose of your actions? Do you seek his life?" The black-clad youth regarded Zhang Ruoming with a displeased expression, but in the next moment, he withdrew his fist and smiled faintly. He then turned to Xiao Huohua below the stage, tilting his head and beckoning with a finger. The implication was unmistakable. "Brother, forfeit the match." This individual was a monster. Engaging him would surely lead to brutal treatment, perhaps even death. The portly observer remarked, his face ashen, "You must be cautious, brother. If you cannot manage, just concede. After all, second place is still commendable. Fear not, I will be fine," Xiao Huohua replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the power of the pill. He then stepped onto the stage with determination. "If it becomes too much, I will concede. I will ensure that the match is halted immediately." Zhang Ruoming gently cautioned Xiao Huohua before announcing, "The match begins." In the audience, all eyes were on Xiao Huohua as he ascended the stage. A sense of impending doom permeating the atmosphere. The black-clad youth was ruthless and powerful, while Xiao Huohua was formidable as a ninth-tier Grand Dou. The odds seemed overwhelmingly against him. It was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, seeking its own demise. On the stage, Yang Xiao, the black-clad youth, regarded Xiao Huohua with a derisive grin. Licking his lips, "Go step onto the stage knowing you are courting death is commendable. As a reward, I shall break your bones one by one, allowing you to relish the exquisite pain." Bang! At that moment, Xiao Huohua sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a lightning leopard, a shadow darting towards Yang Xiao. He raised his massive fist and struck with tremendous force. Yang Xiao staggered back, barely managing to steady himself, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Xiao Huohua's fierce and decisive assault, which had even drawn blood from Yang Xiao. Could it be that Xiao Huohua had concealed his true strength? Surely he was not merely a ninth-tier Grand Dou, but possessed the capabilities of a third-tier Douling? The murmurs of disbelief spread among the crowd, as only this scenario could explain the injury inflicted upon Yang Xiao. On the stage, Yang Xiao wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I did not expect you to hide your strength. It seems this game will be much more entertaining." Boom! No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Huohua, employing the lightning leopard's footwork, charged again. However, Yang Xiao was prepared. In an instant, he raised his hand to block Xiao Huohua's punch. Suddenly, a powerful surge of fighting spirit erupted from Yang Xiao's palm, sending dust soaring from the arena and creating a few cracks. Xiao Huohua furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. He immediately intensified his efforts, enhancing the fighting spirit enveloping his fist. Yang Xiao followed suit, bolstering his combat strength. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated around the arena. In an instant, Xiao Huohua and Yang Xiao were locked in fierce combat amidst the swirling dust, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous force. The speed of their battle was astonishing, rendering the exchange between them nearly indistinguishable. Even to the disciples at the third level of fighting spirit. Roar! As Xiao Huohua charged forward, a majestic lion appeared behind him, embodying his fierce spirit. In a single stride, he advanced like a roaring lion, fierce and unstoppable. Yang Xiao, noticing this, let out a cold laugh. His hand transformed into a claw, manifesting a gigantic ghostly claw that intercepted the charging lion. With a thunderous crash, both Xiao Huohua and Yang Xiao staggered back a few steps. Then, they simultaneously launched themselves at each other like arrows, resulting in another explosive clash. In the audience, all eyes were glued to the arena, enveloped in a palpable sense of tension. The battle between Xiao Huohua and Yang Xiao was intensely fierce and breathtaking. Their fists and feet were a blur, and the continuous explosions sent dust flying. No one anticipated such a ferocious clash between two newcomers, igniting a thrill of excitement. In the loft, Sherbatian stared intently at the arena, his expression filled with exhilaration. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about this kid. He must have been hiding his strength. I just didn't expect him to conceal it so deeply." "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this match?" Elder Wu inquired. "I suspect Yang Xiao," Elder Air replied. Though the current bout is evenly matched, making it hard to determine a victor, the gap in their realms is minimal. However, Yang Zhao's treacherous nature and slightly brutal methods give him an edge that Xiao Huohuo lacks. But do not forget, Xiao Huohuo possesses that peculiar hidden weapon, striking as swiftly as lightning. Yang Xiao might not evade it, Elder Wu countered. Although Xiao Huohuo's hidden weapon is indeed strange and possesses formidable lethality, we must remember why it is called a hidden weapon. It can only reach its full potential when the enemy is caught off guard and unaware, Elder Air argued in the prior contest. Xiao Huohuo has already revealed his trump card. Despite being engaged in close combat, Yang Xiao remains cautious. Did you not notice? Every attack he directs is aimed at Xiao Huohuo's arms, preventing him from utilizing his hidden weapon. In the arena, Yang Zhao's strikes were exceptionally fierce and cunning, as Elder Air had noted, continually targeting Xiao Huohuo's arms. Yang Xiao sneered, "If your greatest reliance is that hidden weapon, then this contest shall end here. For you shall have no opportunity to employ it." Xiao Huohuo remained silent, a slight frown creasing his brow. He threw a punch and created some distance, but Yang Xiao did not relent, surging forward like an arrow, firmly restricting Xiao Huohuo's arm. This fellow is indeed a tough adversary, Xiao Huohuo thought to himself. Roar! Suddenly, the spectral image of the purple-flamed demon lion loomed behind Xiao Huohuo, exuding a fierce aura that generated a powerful wind, pushing Yang Xiao back. Subsequently, Xiao Huohuo prepared to draw a firearm. Boom! In an instant, Yang Xiao unleashed his full power, sparing no effort. His fighting spirit sliced through the ground like a series of sharp blades, revealing terrifying fissures. 7th level fighting spirit. Yang Zhao's true strength was revealed as that of a 7th level fighting spirit. At this moment, gasps erupted from the audience. Their hearts churned like tumultuous waves, unable to settle. In the loft, Mu Mu and others were equally astounded. The strength of a 7th level fighting spirit could grant entry into the inner sanctum of the Cloud sect, coveted by countless elders. Could Yang Xiao be a scion of some power? Or perhaps a disciple of a formidable master? Elder 7 inquired. Clearly, he is barely in his 20s and already possesses the strength of a 7th level fighting spirit. Such talent is extraordinary, bordering on monstrous. Xiao Huohuo stands no chance now, Elder Air remarked. Even if he successfully employs his hidden weapon, he would still be no match for Yang Xiao, Mu Mu stated. Remain vigilant regarding the situation in the arena. Should anything go awry, intervene immediately. Xiao Huohuo must not come to harm. Suddenly, several elders stood up, their brows furrowed as they focused intently on the arena, their fighting spirits subtly circulating. In the arena, the powerful wind generated by Yang Xiao tore through the ground, sending dust and debris into the air. With a wave of his fighting spirit, he manipulated the debris, transforming it into a barrage of sharp projectiles that rushed toward Xiao Huohuo like a swarm of daggers. Diamond body! Xiao Huohuo shouted, and the image of the diamond demon ape enveloped him, pounding its chest and roaring towards the heavens, emanating a fierce aura. However, the moment the spectral image of the diamond demon ape appeared, it was instantly pierced by the incoming debris, shattering like glass. At this moment, the spectral image of the diamond demon ape was riddled with wounds, perforated by countless shards. The debris that had pierced through the image continued to exert force, relentlessly pushing inward, clearly intent on shattering the spectral form entirely, before crashing down upon Xiao Huohuo. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, the elders of the Cloud sect prepared to intervene in the match. Zhang Ruoming, standing nearby, was also gathering strength in secret, ready to act the moment Xiao Huohuo faltered, intending to mitigate the impact of Yang Zhao's assault. "Do you think, just because I remain silent, I am a sickly cat?" Roar! Suddenly, the once riddled and fractured image of the diamond demon ape erupted with a powerful aura. Xiao Huohuo released all his strength, and the formidable fighting spirit burst forth from within him like steam, causing his clothes to ripple and his hair to dance. Boom! The spectral image of the diamond demon ape extended its arms wide. In an instant, the shards embedded within it were expelled, exploding in midair like powder. What? Xiao Huohuo is also a 7th level fighting spirit. Someone exclaimed incredulously. In this contest, 2 newcomers possessed the strength of 7th level fighting spirits, an utterly terrifying revelation that shattered the understanding of all outer disciples. In the loft, the elders, who had been poised to intervene, were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. They had not expected Xiao Huohuo to also possess the strength of a 7th level fighting spirit. "This kid continues to surprise us," Sherbatian chuckled. Indeed, it seems this contest will not conclude anytime soon," Elder Air added. "These 2 newcomers are consistently delivering surprises. It appears that fate is favoring the Cloud sect. At this moment, Yang Zhao's expression drastically changed. He had not anticipated that Xiao Huohua was also a 7th-level fighting spirit. His eyes narrowed, becoming chillingly cold. Soul-devouring magic kill. Yang Xiao barked, and the fighting spirit enveloping him abruptly transformed from dark golden to a deep crimson hue. Simultaneously, an extremely cold aura erupted within the arena. In an instant, the wind howling around them bore a sound reminiscent of wailing spirits. The entire arena transformed into a chilling spectacle. Xiao Huohua sensed the shift and slightly furrowed his brow. He understood that Yang Xiao was about to unleash a killing move aimed at annihilating him in one blow. With a sudden motion, Yang Xiao sprang into action, moving with blinding speed, akin to an arrow. His form transformed into a shadow of dark red, violent and terrifying, carrying a pungent scent of blood. Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with the echoes of wailing spirits. The fighting spirit Yang Xiao unleashed morphed into blood-red claws that encircled Xiao Huohua. Unperturbed, Xiao Huohua stood his ground, remarkably composed. Clang! The surrounding claws struck first, colliding against Xiao Huohua and sending sparks flying, yet failing to inflict any damage. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Huohua had already donned a bulletproof vest. Crafted by Ye Chen, the vest was as sturdy as a fortress, and combined with Xiao Huohua's own strength, it could withstand even an expert of the King of Fighters level without being torn apart. At this moment, Yang Xiao charged forward. Before Xiao Huohua, a sea of blood-red claws swarmed like vengeful spirits. Boom! Just then, Xiao Huohua produced a flashbang and tossed it to the ground, resulting in a blinding flash of light. Even Yang Xiao, now shrouded in blood shadow, was momentarily blinded, losing his ability to resist. Want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. Xiao Huohua sneered, raising his firearm and aiming it at Yang Xiao. The latter, sensing the air of death, felt a chill run down his spine. Bang! A bullet shot forth, piercing through Yang Xiao's skull. The combined force of the bullet and fighting spirit erupted simultaneously, causing Yang Xiao's head to explode like a crushed watermelon, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. After Xiao Huohua dispatched Yang Xiao, the narrative of the Cloud sect advanced to its climax. The consciousness of this world began to spiral into chaos. And Ye Chen gained 100,000 units of world essence. Adding it to his previous accumulation, he now possessed a total of 530,000 units. Ah, what a delightful sensation! Ye Chen smacked his lips, reveling in his newfound fortune as he had successfully gathered enough world essence to upgrade his system. Unlocking additional functionalities may, in turn, impose constraints upon this realm. This paves the way for orchestrating a series of endeavors, transforming the laws governing this domain, and acquiring greater sources of worldly essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Yang Xiao and securing first place. Reward points, 20,000. Debt points, -30,000. Remaining points, 8,000. Xiao Huohua felt an equal measure of joy, for first place was the rank he aspired to attain. Yang Xiao was likewise the adversary he sought to defeat. Thus, not only had he successfully achieved his objective, but he had also gained 20,000 points, reducing his debt. How could he not be elated? At this moment, the entire martial arts arena was enveloped in profound silence. Everyone seemed to lose consciousness, gazing at Xiao Huohua on the stage. Rendered mute, No1 anticipated that the individual who had resorted to rotten eggs, a year-old unwashed sock, and dung during the preliminary rounds would prove to be so formidable, sweeping through to claim first place. Boss, you truly are extraordinary. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, exclaimed a chubby companion as he rushed onto the stage, embracing Xiao Huohua. The chubby fellow was equally jubilant, his once mischievous eyes now squinting into a singular line of glee. He had not expected that a casual acquaintance would turn out to be such a significant ally. Would his ascent within the Shangyan sect not be assured? Zhang Ruoming approached the stage, but did not immediately announce Xiao Huohua's victory. Instead, he turned to observe the balcony occupied by the spectators in the Shangyan sect. Life and death battles were not unheard of, but they required a formal challenge on the death arena along with the signing of a life and death agreement. Xiao Huohua's slaying of Yang Xiao was clearly a breach of the sect's regulations. Although Yang Xiao's final move harbored lethal intent, the outcome was that he was ultimately vanquished by Xiao Huohua. Zhang Ruoming's gaze remained fixed on the balcony, awaiting a response from Mu Mu and the others. Once a verdict was rendered, action would undoubtedly be taken against Xiao Huohua. Although Zhang Ruoming could not best Xiao Huohua, he possessed the capability to prevent the latter's escape. At this juncture, all the outer disciples in the audience turned their eyes toward the balcony. On the stage, the chubby companion sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. which became heavy and oppressive. His once comical visage now bore a more serious expression. Boss, the Shangyun sect has a clear rule. One can only eliminate an opponent in the death arena after signing a life-and-death agreement. Your slaying of Yang Xiao has already violated this treaty. The individuals in that balcony are the sect's leader and various elders, he whispered, his voice barely audible, meant solely for Xiao Huahua. Currently, both Zhang Ruoming and the audience were focused on the balcony, evidently awaiting the high-ranking official's stance on the matter. The situation appeared dire. Brother, if things take a turn for the worse, perhaps you should consider fleeing. I can at least buy you some time, the chubby companion suggested anxiously. Xiao Huahua was taken aback. He had not anticipated such loyalty from someone he had known for less than a day. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine," he reassured, patting his companion's shoulder with unwavering calmness. He then turned to Zhang Ruoming and said, "Senior brother, the competition has concluded. Will you not announce the results? How else would I be recognized as the first-place winner?" Xiao Huahua smiled, confident that the sect's senior officials would not penalize him. "Ruoming, declare the results," a voice resonated from the balcony. Zhang Ruoming nodded in response. "The victor of the competition is Xiao Huahua, who claims first place in this year's rookie tournament." "Wow, brother, you truly have a resilient foundation," exclaimed the chubby companion. "Honestly, are you the illegitimate child of the sect leader? Get lost," Xiao Huahua retorted with mock annoyance. "Junior brother, the sect leader requests your presence," Zhang Ruoming stated as he approached Xiao Huahua. The latter nodded slightly, feeling no trepidation. He was well aware of the reason Mu Mu sought him. He had already gleaned everything from Ye Qiuyud. As Xiao Huahua followed Zhang Ruoming to meet Mu Mu. Ye Qiu paid little attention, knowing Mu Mu's inquiry would be merely to pose questions and conduct tests, a mundane affair. His focus was solely on upgrading the system. "Come, let me see what benefits the upgrade will bestow upon me." Ye Qiu inhaled deeply, directly utilizing 5 million sources of world essence to upgrade himself. Ding's system upgrading in progress. At this moment, Ye Qiu was filled with trepidation, fidgeting restlessly. Whether he could transcend the constraints of this world, akin to the developments in the Wang Teng realm, and twist the narrative toward his advantage depended entirely on this upgrade. What felt like 3 seconds seemed to stretch into decades for Ye Qiu. Upgrade successful. The words sparkled before his eyes like fireworks. He eagerly opened his attributes to discern the benefits of the upgrade. Universal Creation System, Level, Stubborn Bronze 3, Talent, Traversing the Universes, Skills, Replication, Simulation, Extraction, Deduction, Devouring. Etc. World Essence, 300,000. What is this? Stubborn Bronze 3. Am I truly engaged in a ranking match? Ye Qiu exclaimed in frustration upon seeing his attributes, his outrage spilling forth like an unrestrained torrent. Reminder, please swiftly seize creation to acquire 6 million world essence to upgrade the system and unlock further functionalities. Note, following the system upgrade, the daily consumption requirement is 60,000 world essence. Should the world essence drop to 0 or below the daily requirement, the system will self-destruct. Tip, post-upgrade, all skills will elevate to level 2, enhancing their capabilities twofold. At this juncture, Ye Qiu, who had been cursing, paused as he read the message. A twofold enhancement. Does that not imply double the efficacy? Realizing this, Ye Qiu quickly retrieved the items he had prepared for upgrading Lu Year. Extracting the contained energy. Previously, extracting energy from a single herb yielded only 2,000 world essence. Now, post-skill upgrade, it had doubled to 4,000. Ye Qiu tested further, transforming the energy extracted from Yang Zhao's corpse into world essence. In the past, the energy from a 7th-tier doling could only convert to 50,000 world essence at best. Now, it yielded a staggering 100,000. This is promising. At this moment, Ye Qiu's irritation dissipated, and he hummed a cheerful tune. Excellent, excellent. With double the efficacy, this extraction will yield double the world essence. The martial techniques will exert double their original power, and all skills will enjoy similar benefits. Stubborn Bronze 3 is indeed commendable. Ye Qiu chuckled, eagerly anticipating what abilities lie ahead with advancements to Bronze 2, Bronze I, or even higher tiers. Xiao Huahua's meeting with Mu Mu and the elders followed the familiar script, merely a series of inquiries and assessments to gauge his potential. As for speculations regarding Xiao Huahua's identity, many were quelled once he demonstrated the beastly techniques that reflected shadows, for only descendants of the Xiao family in Zhongzhou could fully manifest their techniques through bloodline abilities. Unleashing their true essence, however, this alone could not definitively establish Xiao Huahua's lineage. Only when Meng Heron and Lei Budong returned from Zhongzhou with irrefutable evidence could his connection to the Xiao family be confirmed. Xiao Huahua garnered first place, receiving abundant elixirs and martial techniques, along with a monthly opportunity to enter the inner sect's Lei Yin Tower for cultivation. Based on past experiences, disciples who claimed first place were typically selected as disciples by the elders. Yet, other than the rewards, Xiao Huahua received nothing. In contrast, Bai Huayu, the chubby companion, and another individual were chosen as direct disciples by the second and fifth elders, gaining access to extensive resources and a plethora of elixirs. Along with unrestricted entry to the Lei Yin Tower for training, Xiao Huahua remained indifferent to these matters, feeling a sense of relief instead. This meant the elders of the Shangyun sect would not scrutinize him incessantly, allowing for greater freedom in his endeavors. Most importantly, he had acquired a substantial number of elixirs, which he calculated would suffice to settle his debts with the system and still leave a surplus. In this world, there was nothing more crucial than accumulating points. Though Xiao Huahua himself was unperturbed, the news sparked considerable gossip among others. Even if Xiao Huahua did not ultimately claim first place, his seventh-tier doling prowess was sufficient to command respect among the outer disciples and secure a place within the inner sect. However, he did not receive the elders' selection nor entry into the inner sect. The speculations among everyone were rampant. The vast majority believed that Xiao Huahua had violated regulations by slaying Yang Xiao. Although the sect did not pursue the matter, they had indeed imposed a punishment. Xiao Huahua was relegated to the outer sect, deprived of the qualifications to enter the inner sect, or perhaps even assigned as a closed-door disciple by an elder. Leaving the martial arts square, Xiao Huahua returned to his residence, eagerly inquiring of Ye Chen, "System, how many points can these items be exchanged for?" "You can obtain 100,000 points," Ye Chen replied. "What? 100,000 points?" At that moment, Xiao Huahua's mouth watered. 100,000 points was an absolute windfall for him. Previously, the most he had ever earned was merely 20,000 points. This time, not only could he pay off the points owed to the credit shop in one go, but he would also have an excess of 70,000 points. It was simply delightful. Exchange, system, hurry up and exchange. Xiao Huahua, drooling, his eyes gleaming with excitement, was terrified that something might go awry. The events happening now were beyond his wildest dreams. He even thought to himself, the system must have malfunctioned today. What a tremendous stroke of luck. How could I suffer losses? Ye Chen, being aware of Xiao Huahua's internal monologue, understood the gravity of the situation. With the double benefits, the energy extracted as rewards transformed into the essence of the world, amounting to over 200,000. The points granted to Xiao Huahua were merely a tenth of the essence of the world. Moreover, it would not be long before Xiao Huahua would have to obediently return the points to Ye Chen, along with a significant debt. Ding. Item exchange successful. Credit points repaid. Remaining points, 78,000. Upon seeing the system interface, Xiao Huahua licked his lips, overwhelmed with joy. A gentle reminder. Although the Shangyun sect has dismissed certain notions regarding the host's identity, they are still awaiting Meng Heron and Lei Budong to retrieve the Xiao family's bloodline stone to confirm the host's identity. Once the host's identity is confirmed to indeed be related to the Xiao family, with the host's current strength and talent, he would merely be seen as the lowest tier within the Xiao family. If the host fails to attract the attention of the Shangyun sect and the hidden Xiao family with his talent and strength, he would only be able to live out his life as a mere bystander in the Shangyun sect. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xiao Huahua was instantly petrified. His joyful mood evaporated in an instant. Was the Xiao family in Zhengzhou truly so monstrous? Xiao Huahua furrowed his brows, his expression grave. If his talent and strength could not astonish the Shangyun sect and the Xiao family, it would naturally result in limited resources for him, meaning he would be unable to acquire more points in the future. As Ye Chen had said, he would merely be a fish out of water. Living out his life in obscurity, Xiao Huahua understood that the strength and talent he currently displayed were regarded as monstrous by the Shangyun sect. Otherwise, he would have no connection to the Xiao family. Regardless of where he went, he would be seen as an extraordinary being, destined to be a key focus of cultivation. Unfortunately, he bore the weight of the Xiao family's reputation. Regarding the Xiao family, he was not well informed. However, being able to dominate a region on this continent and possessing a resounding name indicated that the Xiao family's influence was profound and their foundation solid. Their disciples were exceptionally gifted and extraordinary. At this moment, Xiao Huahua felt a sense of trepidation, especially after receiving the reward of 100,000 points. These items were but trifles to the Shangyun sect. And similarly for the Xiao family. As long as he could win the approval of both the Shangyun sect and the Xiao family, the resources and elixirs he could acquire, as well as the points he could exchange, would surely amount to many hundreds of thousands. System, is there any way to resolve this? Xiao Huahua furrowed his brows, his demeanor serious. Why Ichio replied. As long as the host demonstrates the strength of a Do Wang realm during the testing after Meng Heron and Lei Budong return with the bloodline, the Shangyun sect will prioritize your cultivation. It will also leave the hidden Shao family thoroughly astonished, compelling them to cultivate you at any cost. How many points does a Do Wang Dan require? Xiao Huahua inquired, his frown deepening rather than easing. After days of interaction, he had clearly seen the system's true nature, which was akin to that of a vampire, a capitalist. Since the system mentioned the Do Wang Dan, it would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of points, likely exceeding what he possessed. Indeed, as Xiao Huahua had suspected, Ichio stated, a Do Wang Dan requires 80,000 points. I knew it. You truly are a vampire. The very essence of capitalist greed. Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cursing under his breath. He activated the credit shop to exchange for the Do Wang Dan Ding. Sorry, the credit system cannot procure the Do Wang Dan. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua immediately exploded. The credit system did not have the Do Wang Dan. What was he to do? His points only amounted to 78,000, leaving a deficit of 2,000 points. Given the system's nature, even a single point short would be unacceptable. Host, there is currently a scheme available for you to exchange for the Do Wang Dan unconditionally. If successful, you will also receive a Do Wang Dan as a gift. Would you like to consider it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then asked, but what if I fail? If you fail, the Do Wang Dan will be gifted to you by this system. Ichio replied, all right, I agree. Xiao Huahua readily consented, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Why Ichio directly handed the Do Wang Dan to Xiao Huahua and informed him that the task would trigger within a certain time frame. Xiao Huahua did not mind. He was overjoyed. He never expected to acquire the Do Wang Dan without spending a single point. It was akin to the sun rising from the west, with the heavens raining down money. This troublesome system had finally fallen into his hands. Xiao Huahua felt like a lucky cat, calculating in his heart. No matter what the master wants me to do, I can simply coast along and enjoy a free Do Wang Dan. As for the Do Wang Dan, Xiao Huahua was indeed tempted. However, based on his understanding of the system, he knew that this vampire-like entity certainly had ulterior motives. Thus, his interest in the Do Wang Dan was merely fleeting. Moreover, as long as he garnered the approval of the Shangyun sect and the Shao family, acquiring abundant cultivation resources and exchanging for a Do Wang Dan would not be a difficult task. Xiao Huahua's little schemes were fully understood by Ichio. You think you can take advantage of me? Ichio thought to himself. Have you ever seen someone who cuts chives suffer losses? Xiao Huahua chuckled mischievously. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After Mu Mu and several elders tested Xiao Huahua, no one approached him again. Consequently, these days, Xiao Huahua felt quite leisurely, having explored all the sites of the outer sect of Shangyun. He also attempted to inquire about Ziyun from the outer sect disciples, but none had any knowledge of her. Xiao Huahua speculated that perhaps only the inner sect disciples would know of Ziyun's existence. Given her formidable strength and extraordinary talent, having obtained part of the true blood of the Ziyan demon lion, she must have already reached the Do Huang realm point one day. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Huahua prepared to head to the resting area of the martial arts square to admire some of the attractive female disciples practicing. Junior brother, you've been quite relaxed these days, Zhang Ruoming remarked as he entered, fully aware of Xiao Huahua's recent activities. Upon seeing this, Xiao Huahua immediately rose and cupped his hands, saying, Senior brother is jesting. It's merely that I haven't received any instructions, so I've been relatively free. Zhang Ruoming smiled and said, the sect leader requests your presence. All right, Xiao Huahua nodded, then followed Zhang Ruoming to the Shangyun Hall. Moments later, under Zhang Ruoming's guidance, Xiao Huahua arrived at the Shangyun Hall. Meng Heron and Lei Budong had already returned from the Zhengzhou Shao family. Upon seeing Xiao Huahua, Lei Budong suddenly emanated a fierce aura, akin to a towering mountain, pressing down upon him. In that instant, Xiao Huahua felt a bit breathless, even experiencing a sense of suffocation. Yet, he did not reveal any signs of pain or discomfort. Although this aura was powerful and imposing, it was still only at the 8th rank of Dolingham. Seeing Xiao Huahua remain as steady as a mountain, unaffected by any pressure, Lei Budong intensified his aura, raising it to the 9th rank of Doling. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with surging Do Qi, creating a turbulent wave of purple-brown that caused the surrounding furnishings to tremble. Even the teacups and some furniture began to show cracks. All right, Mu Mu spoke up. Lei Budong immediately retracted his Do Qi and fixed his gaze on Xiao Huahua, saying, Good lad, you truly have some skill. Not bad, not be it is still the elder's mercy. Had I endured for a few more seconds, I would have been unable to withstand this terrifying aura and would have suffered injury, Xiao Huohuo replied, neither humble nor arrogant. This response brought a wave of joy to Lei Budong, who let out a hearty laugh. Mu Mu continued, according to the rules of the Shangyan sect, the disciple who wins first place has the right to choose one of the 7 elders to become their closed-door disciple. A few days ago, the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder of Law Enforcement were away on a mission, so the first-place reward was only granted to you. Today, all the elders are present, and you may choose one to take you as a disciple. Since Elders Ming and Lei had been away, they had not witnessed the talents you exhibited in the newcomer competition. Therefore, beforehand, the 2 elders wished to see your abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huohuo remained unfazed. He was fully aware that Mu Muchuan was merely spouting nonsense, primarily seeking to validate his identity through the bloodline stone of the Xiao family. With a swift motion of his hand, the ground before Xiao Huohuo unexpectedly split apart, accompanied by a resonant hum. A stone pillar gradually emerged from the earth, revealing a circular object atop it, glistening like a crystal sphere. Suddenly, upon catching sight of the crystal ball, Xiao Huohuo felt a stirring within his blood, as if it had come alive, eager to move. Simply place your palm upon it and release your fighting spirit, Mu Mu instructed. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Huohuo approached the bloodline stone and pressed both hands against it. In an instant, a warm current seeped from the crystal stone into his body, enveloping him in a sensation of comfort. Simultaneously, his fighting spirit began to circulate autonomously, forming a complete cycle. This warm flow, reminiscent of maternal energy, tempered Xiao Huohuo's internal organs and bones, causing them to glow and reveal intricate patterns. With each breath, a thunderous roar erupted from within him. At that moment, everyone in the upper cloud hall focused intently on Xiao Huohuo and the bloodline stone. The stone suddenly radiated divine light, shimmering brilliantly as if forged from celestial gold, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Abruptly, a powerful aura surged forth with a thunderous sound, shattering surrounding ornaments and fracturing the ground beneath. A fierce roar resounded as all the beastly fighting techniques Xiao Huohuo had learned manifested vividly behind him, as though they had materialized within the hall itself. The ferocity of this aura intensified, further amplified by the latent power within the bloodline stone. He had reached the Do Wang realm. Astonishment swept through all present. Just 3 days prior, he had merely been a 7-star Do Ling, and now he had ascended to the Do Wang level. This child possessed an extraordinary talent, akin to a monster, achieving the Do Wang realm by harnessing the power of the bloodline stone. Within the hall, every individual was taken aback, including those of the Xiao family who had been concealed within. The bloodline stone not only awakened the potential of the Xiao descendants, but also assessed the latent power and grade contained within their bloodlines. During testing, numerous individuals had utilized the stone's strength to elevate their cultivation. The golden hue represented the pinnacle of the Xiao family's bloodline. Even among the numerous prodigies of the Xiao family, only a select few could evoke the golden light. Yet now, upon touching the bloodline stone, Xiao Huohuo unleashed a radiant spectrum of colors. Such an occurrence had never transpired within the Xiao family, nor had it been heard of before. Furthermore, according to Mu Mu and others, Xiao Huohuo's power was that of a 7-star Do Ling, and he had now crossed into the Do Wang realm. This was unprecedented for the Xiao family, as it represented a direct leap across a significant threshold. At this moment, the multicolored brilliance intensified, illuminating the entire chamber and evoking an ethereal ambience. Originally, Xiao Huohuo had already attained the Do Wang realm. Now, after absorbing the power of the bloodline stone, his strength had surged by 2 stages, achieving the status of a 2-star Do Wang. Despite this seemingly modest increase, it was crucial to recognize that these stages within the Do Wang realm required an immense amount of power, equivalent to that needed for an ordinary person to step directly into the realm of a great Do master. The power of the bloodline stone continued to flow forth, and Xiao Huohuo eagerly absorbed it. With a crack, the bloodline stone revealed fissures, and in an instant, it shattered into fine dust. Silence enveloped the hall as everyone stared at Xiao Huohuo in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The bloodline stone of the Xiao family was a creation of their ancestors, forged from a fallen star through extraordinary means. Indestructible and imbued with terrifying power, even a full-force strike from a Do Huang master would struggle to inflict any damage. Yet now it had exploded. Even the Xiao family's recognized #1 prodigy, Xiao Buyu, could not achieve this feat with the same bloodline stone. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Doqi continent. Xiao Huohuo felt a twinge of discontent within. He had anticipated the stone to harbor greater energy, yet it had only allowed him to ascend 2 stages before exploding. Simultaneously, he realized that he had fallen into the system's trap. Even without the Dowang pills, he could have relied on the power of the Bloodline Stone to reach the Dowang realm, albeit not to the level of a 2-star Dowang. At this moment, Xiao Huahua understood that his little schemes were utterly fruitless. Even if he tried to slack off and deliberately failed to complete tasks, it would be in vain, and no matter what, he would still be subjected to this deceptive system. System, I concede. Xiao Huahua mused, caught in a mix of laughter and resignation. I have told you, your esteemed self is indeed esteemed. Ye Chen laughed like a cunning merchant. I have treated you well, allowing you to absorb part of the power die in truth. While Xiao Huahua absorbed the energy of the Bloodline Stone, Ye Chen acted even more swiftly, siphoning off 2/3 of the energy contained within. With this doubled benefit, he amassed a staggering 80,000 units of world essence, quickly accumulating a total of 120,000. Otherwise, if Xiao Huahua had absorbed this energy alone, his strength would at least have reached the 6-star Dowang level. Cough cough. Xiao Huahua cleared his throat. Master, this thing is rather fragile. I hadn't even exerted force, and it shattered. Am I to be held liable? You damn it. Mumu's lips twitched at his words. Wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to Xiao Huahua. This Bloodline Stone had been borrowed from the Xiao family, and now it lay in ruins. Although it was merely a fragment, it was still incredibly precious. The thought of Xiao Zhan, that troublesome figure, made Mu's head throb with pain. He feared he would incur significant losses. Yet, Mu also felt immense joy. He was aware that the bloodline grade was a crucial matter. Gold was the highest tier. The vibrant hues that Xiao Huahua had manifested, although uncertain of their exact classification within the Xiao family, generated a commotion comparable to that of the golden bloodline. Moreover, Xiao Huahua's leap from a 7-star Dowang to the Dowang realm was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying his talent truly was. At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality from their shock. Lei Budong approached Xiao Huahua, declaring, "Boy, join my sect. You may freely utilize the treasures in my vault. Xiao Huahua has long been reserved for me," Sherbatian interjected, immediately stepping in front of Xiao Huahua to shove Lei Budong's hand away. "Nonsense. Xiao Huahua is clearly my disciple." Moments later, the 2nd elder and 5th elder joined the fray, vying for Xiao Huahua's allegiance. The 6th and 7th elders remained unmoved, their brows furrowing as they regarded Xiao Huahua with a glint of ferocity. In the hall, Xiao Huahua found himself being tugged in multiple directions, as though he were an object being contested by the 4 elders. Bang! At this juncture, Mu erupted in fury, smashing a nearby table with a single strike. What kind of decorum is this? Seeing Mu's rage, the others dared not act further and halted their actions. Huahua, let me tell you, if you agree to join my sect, not only will you have unrestricted access to my vault, but the others as well. I even know where the Grand Elders and the Sect Master's private treasures are located. Lei Budong winked at Xiao Huahua, speaking in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's eyes gleamed with excitement. Soon after, the elders returned to their respective positions. Master. Xiao Huahua rubbed his nose and said, "Can I now choose my master?" Mumu looked at Xiao Huahua and nodded. "Yes. Then, can I select you as my master?" Upon hearing this, Mumu chuckled, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Xiao Huahua was no fool. With so many elders vying for him, choosing one would inevitably offend the others, leading to uncomfortable situations. Thus, he opted to select the sect master as his mentor, ensuring that no one would take offense. Should he face any issues with these elders later on, he could always report to the Grandmaster of the Upper Cloud sect, effectively intimidating everyone. Moreover, selecting the sect master as his mentor would guarantee him far greater resources for cultivation compared to the elders. That was a wealth of precious points. While your talent is commendable, your temperament is rather impatient and requires refinement, Mumu remarked. The elders are often preoccupied with various matters and have numerous disciples, leaving them little time to help you cultivate your demeanor. Therefore, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Lei Budong and the others could not help but twitch their lips, 3 lines appearing on their foreheads. They knew all too well that aside from special tasks, the elders were hardly ever idle. Since Mumu had already expressed his intention to accept Xiao Huahua as a disciple, the others could say little more, only sighing in regret. Disciple pays respects to master. Xiao Huahua knelt before Mumu, bowing respectfully. Mumu nodded, a smile gracing his face. Since the establishment of the Upper Cloud sect, I have never taken on a disciple. Today marks a joyous occasion. I bestow upon you this Emperor-level solidification pill and the longing sword as a gift from your master. With that, a magnificent sword materialized in midair, emanating the sound of dragon roars, filling the entire hall with blinding light, leaving the elders utterly captivated. The dragon's cry sword is the personal weapon of Mu Mu, a profound-grade spiritual weapon forged from a scale of the Taishu dragon clan. "Thank you, master," Xiao Huahua said, putting away the elixirs and the dragon's cry sword. He then continued, "Master, since this is your first time taking a disciple, it is indeed a joyous occasion. As the sect leader, it signifies a celebration for the entire sect. A grand feast lasting 3 days must be held to celebrate." Upon hearing this, Mu Mu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, my joy is the joy of the sect. Elders, it is time to show your appreciation. Since Huahua is now my disciple, I kindly ask you to present your gifts to him." The elders, upon hearing this, immediately felt a wave of discontent wash over them. How can the sect leader's disciple be so audacious? Seize every opportunity to exploit him. Reluctantly, they began to produce precious elixirs and items from their robes. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua received them with glee, his smile nearly splitting his face, as if he were about to drool with excitement. Since the establishment of the Shangyun sect, Mu Mu had never taken a disciple. The news of Xiao Huahua being accepted as a direct disciple instantly reverberated throughout the entire sect, leaving everyone in astonishment. Previously, the outer disciples believed that despite Xiao Huahua's first-place victory, he had violated the sect's rules by slaying Yang Xiao. Thus, he was only awarded the appropriate prize without any elder expressing a desire to take him as a disciple, relegating him to the outer sect as punishment for his transgression. However, no one anticipated that the sect leader would personally accept Xiao Huahua as his disciple. At this moment, the truth became clear. The reason no elder had taken Xiao Huahua under their wing was that the sect leader had already recognized his potential. The outer sect was in an uproar, and the inner sect reacted even more strongly to it. Is important to note that the previous first-place disciple, Wang Lang, despite not showcasing the same strength as Xiao Huahua in the newcomer competition, was still formidable with the cultivation of the third stage of the spirit fighter. He was quick to reject all elder invitations, determined to become a disciple of Mu Mu, but was denied. After entering the inner sect without any guidance, he made rapid progress, reaching the 9th stage of the Fighter King in just 3 years. Rumors suggested he was but a step away from becoming a fighter emperor. Such talent and potential were terrifying indeed. Yet, he was still overlooked by the sect leader, who chose not to accept him as a disciple. What, then, was Xiao Huahua's true background? In the inner sect, a disciple inquired. How could one so talented be accepted by the sect leader? Outer sect disciples spoke of Xiao Huahua's exceptional gifts and impressive strength, claiming he exhibited the prowess of a 7th-stage spirit fighter and had even slain another newcomer of the same rank. Is this new generation truly so extraordinary? 2 7th-stage spirit fighters? Someone asked gravely. All disciples in the inner sect were above the 3rd stage of the spirit fighter realm, with exceptional talents and limitless potential. Yet, compared to Xiao Huahua, they felt utterly insignificant. The violation of sect rules had gone unpunished, indicating that the sect leader had long valued Xiao Huahua, whose aptitude could only be described as monstrous. What do you think Wang Lang's reaction will be upon hearing this news? Someone inquired. The mention of Wang Lang caused a palpable tension in the air, with breaths quickening. He was a ruthless character, and within the inner sect, no one dared to provoke him. For 5 years, he had yearned to become the sect leader's disciple, but time and again, he was refused. Now, with a newcomer being accepted as a disciple, Wang Lang would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept this slight. Perhaps he will kill Xiao Huahua. Someone pondered aloud. If this sentiment had been expressed by anyone else, there would have been dissenting voices among the inner sect disciples. Yet, given Wang Lang's reputation, silence enveloped the room. Considering Wang Lang's past conduct, it was entirely plausible that he might directly slay Xiao Huahua. Rumors spoke of Wang Lang's deep connections, hailing from one of the 3 prominent families, the Wang clan. Thus, if he were to kill Xiao Huahua, it would not cause significant repercussions. Although the Shangyun sect ranked higher than the Wang clan in the Doqi continent, there remained a gap between them. Even if the sect leader were incensed, he would not dare confront Wang Lang or offend the Wang clan. The inner sect buzzed with excitement. After some casual conversation among Mu Mu and the elders, he instructed Zhang Ruoming to escort Xiao Huahua to his new accommodation and dismissed the meeting. In the Grand Shangyun Hall, Mu Mu was soon left alone. Shortly thereafter, members of the Xiao family, who had been concealed within the hall, departed after a lengthy discussion. Upon returning to his quarters, Mu Mu's expression shifted from calm to grave. Chaos loomed over the Doqi continent. The Xiao family had been exterminated, and the old fellow, Xiao Zhan, would not let this transgression go unpunished. Knowing his temperament, a significant uproar was inevitable. This would undoubtedly embroil numerous factions, leading to a potential outbreak of war. Mu Mu furrowed his brow, increasingly concerned. Even if Xiao Huohua's current identity remained unverified, or if the Xiao family in Wutan City had not been obliterated, the tranquility of the Doqi continent would not endure for long. The Soul Palace had long been scheming dark plots, and its master was actively seeking out exotic fires to augment his power. Having already reached the terrifying 9th stage of the Do Saint, once he ascended to the realm of the Do Emperor, it would herald the commencement of war against the Doqi continent. At that juncture, even the collective strength of all formidable warriors would be no match for the Soul Palace. Huohua, could you be the one to alter the fate of the entire continent? From the words of the Xiao family, it was revealed that the divine light emanating from Xiao Huohua during the Bloodline Stone's awakening was documented in the ancient texts of the Xiao family. However, the records were but fragments, lacking comprehensive information. Speculation suggested a significant connection to the Xiao family's ancestors, but further investigation and validation were necessary. Additionally, Mu Mu worried about the reaction of Wang Lang, a member of one of the 3 major families, upon learning that he had accepted Xiao Huohua as a disciple. This individual possessed an eccentric nature and unwavering determination, coupled with a ferocity that could rival ancient beasts. Although Xiao Huohua's strength was impressive for his age, allowing him to dominate his peers across the continent, Wang Lang was 2 years his senior, with talent and strength that could only be described as extraordinary. He was already on the verge of entering the realm of the Do Emperor. Once he fully ascended, he would be unstoppable, soaring to great heights. From Mu Mu's understanding of Wang Lang, it was certain that he would seek out Xiao Huohua at the earliest opportunity, potentially even resorting to violence. In such a scenario, even if Mu Mu were filled with righteous indignation, he would have to suppress it. After all, the Shangyan sect remained at a considerable disadvantage compared to the Wang clan, and he represented not only himself but the entire sect. Xiao Zhan, you must swiftly resolve the internal conflicts within the Xiao family. Only then can we safeguard Huohua, Mu Mu lamented. Under Zhang Ruoming's guidance, Xiao Huohua arrived at his new quarters. After a brief exchange, Zhang Ruoming took his leave. Xiao Huohua, brimming with excitement, threw all the gifts he had received from the elders onto his bed. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, nearly drooling at the sight in his view. These items represented a wealth of points, akin to aircraft, cannons, tanks, and various heavy weaponry. System, let me see how many points I can exchange for these. You can redeem 500. 000 points, replied Ye Chen. Goodness, 500, 000 points. Doesn't that mean I can exchange for an RPG, that incredible weapon? Xiao Huohua had long coveted the RPG. According to the System S description, it could take down experts at the Do Emperor level. Coupled with his current Do-Chi infusion and the merging of combat techniques, he could be said to be a force to be reckoned with, sweeping aside all opponents beneath the Do Zone level. Exchange. Xiao Huohua was impatient to convert everything he had received, save for the Dragon's Cry Sword, into points. Ding. Item exchange successful. 500, 000 points have been credited to your account. Remaining points, 578, 000. System, please exchange for an RPG. Xiao Huohua said without blinking. Ding, sorry, the points exchange function is temporarily frozen. A mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Huohua's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. What? The points exchange function is frozen. What is going on, system? At this moment, Xiao Huohua felt a surge of anxiety. The freezing of the points exchange system meant that he could not redeem anything in the future. For him, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. To navigate this continent, he relied heavily on the system. Ding. Due to the host's acceptance of a system task, all points functions are frozen until the task is completed or fails. Restore the points exchange function. The host must complete the system task as soon as possible. Xiao Huohua was left speechless, never anticipating such a predicament. Even if he wanted to coast along without completing the task, he could have received a Do Wang Dan for free. Yet, the system had chosen to freeze his points exchange function. He could only unfreeze it by completing the system task. This was nothing short of the most nefarious kind of capitalism, akin to a veteran in the art of exploitation. This system was indeed shameless. Xiao Huohua gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. I've had enough. I am thoroughly convinced. Ye Chen chuckled softly, thinking to himself, it's merely average, merely the third in the world in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Huohua endured considerable torment. Huazi was gone. Barbecues, hot pots, and late-night beers had all ceased. Day in and day out, he appeared to be possessed, incessantly questioning Ye Chen about the nature of the system's tasks. eager to complete them and unlock the points exchange function. However, Ye Chen paid him no mind, severing their auditory connection and immersing himself entirely in the affairs concerning Lu Yi. Over these 3 days, Ye Chen first utilized the medicinal pills exchanged from Xiao Huohua, leveraging his doubled efficacy ability to concoct a 7th-tier dozone pill, which he administered to Lu Yi. Subsequently, he instructed her to venture into the territory of the Rakshasa clan to annihilate them. The clan leader, Rakshasa, was also a 7th-tier dozone and possessed a unique skill, bloodthirst. This technique could plunge its user into an endless frenzy, akin to a mindless zombie, impervious to pain, and capable of awakening one's bloodline to enhance combat strength. Thus, Ye Chen entrusted Lu Yi with both the Tai Immortal Needle and the Tai Divine Needle. For added security, he also provided her with the 11th-ranked Cold Flame of the guided by Ye Chen. Lu Yi surged into the Rakshas's domain without hesitation, unleashing a wave of slaughter. This cold and exquisite female assassin instantaneously transformed into a harbinger of death. As her delicate hand rose, powerful fighting spirit erupted forth. Leaving no survivors in her wake, the ground was strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. Originally, the Rakshasa territory was shrouded in a chilling gloom, with its space bathed in a dark red hue, as if engulfed in blood. Now, under the handiwork of this female assassin, it appeared even more sinister, resembling a hell on earth. Soon, Lu Yi clashed with Rakshasa. Both were 7th-tier dozongs, each possessing formidable skills. In an instant, explosions erupted and flames soared into the sky. Lu Yi, extraordinarily gifted and exceptionally skilled, had already attained the status of a top-tier assassin in the world of Wang Teng. Even without Ye Chen employing the Tai Divine Needle and the Tai Immortal Needle, he would not pose a challenge to Lu Yi. Now, having been meticulously crafted with substantial resources and numerous medicinal pills provided by Ye Chen, Lu Yi had reached the pinnacle of her assassin prowess, making her terrifyingly formidable in any realm. The battle with Rakshasa lasted merely a dozen exchanges before he succumbed, bloodied and defeated. The sight was ghastly, blood staining his white attire, hair flying wildly, and his face twisted in a grotesque manner. Bloodthirst. A ferocious aura surged into the sky. Rakshasa underwent a dramatic transformation, his black figure, crimson hair, and green eyes brandishing a weapon resembling a backbone eye in that moment. His combat power surged several-fold, approaching the 9th-tier dozone. After several exchanges, Lu Yi found herself at a disadvantage and sustained injuries. Fortunately, wielding the Tai Immortal Needle, she invoked the technique of the Tai Divine Needle, unleashing 108 needles that transformed into a true dragon, plunging forward to seal all of Rakshasa's vital points. Afterward, she summoned the Cold Flame to eliminate him. Ye Chen seized all of the Rakshasa clan's medicinal pills and treasures, extracting enough energy to yield 2 million units of world essence. Furthermore, he also extracted the energy from all the corpses of the Rakshasa clan, doubling the benefits to garner an additional 1 million units of world essence. Once the Rakshasa clan was obliterated, the narrative advanced once more. The world's consciousness began to stir in chaos. Ye Chen extracted 500,000 units of world essence, accumulating a total of 3,500,000 units in less than a minute. He now possessed a grand total of 4 million units of world essence. How delightful! Ye Chen laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Since the system upgrade granted him double benefits, Ye Chen had been devising ways to exploit Lu Yi to amass vast quantities of world essence without disrupting the narrative's natural progression. After much contemplation, the Rakshasa clan was indeed the most suitable target, in the original story. This clan was incinerated by Xiao Huohua after he acquired 3 types of avenging Yao Lao while severely wounding the Soul Palace. To avert any alterations in the plot, the consciousness of this world descended upon Ye Chen with divine might. Thus, before departing, Lu Yi inscribed the name Xiao Huohua at the entrance of the Rakshasa Palace. Ensuring that the Soul Palace would recognize the annihilation of the Rakshasa clan as the doing of Xiao Huohua die in this manner, the narrative remained unaltered, and the Soul Palace would inevitably hold Xiao Huohua accountable. Having resolved the matter of the Rakshasa clan, Ye Chen began to prepare for another undertaking, namely the so-called system task. The moment Ye Chen responded to Xiao Huohua, the latter was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. System Daddy, no, grandfather, wait, ancestor, you finally responded to me. Xiao Huohua's tears flowed as if he had run 10 or 8 wives, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Observing this, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. The following day, Xiao Huohua was in high spirits. Not only had Ye Chen answered him, but more importantly, he had revealed that the system was on the verge of triggering a task. This implied that it would not be long before the points exchange function could be unlocked, allowing for the exchange of RPGs and Huazi. The Thunder Flame Tower was the most significant location within the entire Shangyun sect. Countless years ago, Mu Mu discovered the 9th-ranked 3000 Thunder Flame here, intending to seize and refine it for himself. Though merely a flame, its latent power was formidable. At the time, Mu Mu had just stepped into the Do Zone realm and nearly perished attempting to harness this. Subsequently, he circled the 3000 Thunder Flame, absorbing its capabilities to elevate his cultivation level. In less than 5 years, he ascended to Do Zune strength but still failed to capture the 3000 Thunder Flame. Thus, he settled for establishing a sect in this location, leveraging the power of the 3000 Thunder Flame. Within a decade, the sect became one of the most esteemed forces on the Doqi continent. The Thunder Flame Tower consisted of 7 levels, each exuding a distinctly different aura, growing progressively more terrifying. Every month, inner disciples had an opportunity to cultivate within the Thunder Flame Tower. Today marked the time for inner disciples to practice there. As dawn broke, countless individuals queued before the Thunder Flame Tower, awaiting the Grand Elder Meng Heron to unlock the entrance. By the time Xiao Huohua arrived, the line had already stretched more than 10 meters long. Boss, at that moment, the chubby fellow unexpectedly appeared, accompanied by Bai Yuhua and another named Zhao Zongxiang. Zhao Zongxiang had originally secured 3rd place in the newcomer ranking competition, but following Yang Zhao's demise, he naturally ascended to 2nd. Bai Yuhua claimed 3rd place, leaving the chubby fellow in 4th. I was just telling old Bai that I would visit the outer door when I had the chance. I didn't expect you to be chosen by the sect master, the chubby fellow remarked, his eyes glinting like slits. Boss, you truly have a profound background. Xiao brother. Bai Yuhua gazed at Xiao Huohua and said softly, thank you for your mercy last time. Otherwise, I would have been bedridden for at least 10 days. Xiao Huohua replied, no need for thanks. We are all part of the same batch of newcomers, brothers among ourselves, so there is no need for such formality. How has your time with Elder Lei been? Xiao Huohua inquired. The mention of Lei Budong nearly brought the chubby fellow to tears. His expression conveyed immense grievance, almost resembling a damsel in distress, as he lamented to Xiao Huohua. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang in Xiao Huohua's ears. He turned to see Han Shui standing beside a handsome young man, her demeanor icy. Xiao Huohua, you murderous fiend. How dare you show your face here? Upon seeing Xiao Huohua, Han Shui's previously joyful expression vanished entirely, replaced by a countenance filled with hatred and murderous intent. Xiao Huohua was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the system indicated that Han Shui was merely an outer disciple of the Shangyun sect? How had she ended up in the inner sect, and her power had also risen by 2 tiers? Gazing at the man beside Han Shui, Xiao Huohua swiftly understood everything. He chuckled and said, why should I not show my face here? But you, TSK. As Xiao Huohua spoke, he let his gaze wander over Han Shui's alluring figure, a lewd smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Han Shui's expression shifted drastically. During their encounters in Wutan City, she had initiated several intimate relations with Xiao Huohua, all of which were instigated by her own seduction. Upon meeting Murong Xiong, she had inadvertently learned of his noble lineage. He was the scion of a revered elder from a super sect. She feigned the role of a wronged woman, claiming to have been abducted into servitude to gain Murong Xiong's sympathy. With her extraordinary beauty, Han Shui represented the Jade Maiden sect in the Shangyun sect. Had it not been for her association with Murong Xiong, many suitors would have pursued her. However, upon exposure of her past indiscretions in Wutan City, everything she had would vanish. She would face derision and scorn from all, and even Murong Xiong would likely abandon her. This fate was something Han Shui could not bear to witness. Thus, upon her first sight of Xiao Huohua, her meticulous mind began devising a series of plans. If anyone in this world truly understood Xiao Huohua, it was none other than her. Han Xue.in the newcomer ranking competition, Xiao Huohua barely scraped by, ranking around 70 or 80 at best. Thus, she intended to exploit her beauty to incite the disciples of the outer sect, who possessed 6th-tier combat spirits, to teach Xiao Huohua a lesson, ideally leading to his demise. However, to her dismay, not only did Xiao Huohua secure 1st place, but he was also taken as a direct disciple by the sect leader. This revelation sent Han Shui into a state of extreme panic. Consequently, she reached out to Murong Xiong. The two of them spent an intimate night together, resulting in a pill that would allow entry into the 8th-tier combat spirit realm. Leveraging Murong Xiong's connections within the Shangyun sect, she successfully infiltrated the inner sect. By remaining close to Murong Xiong, she sought an opportunity to eliminate Xiao Huohua. Today, upon encountering him, Han Shuer would not let this chance slip away. Xiao Huohua's lewd gaze and brazen smile were openly displayed, prompting a palpable reaction from the crowd. Someone exclaimed, "Who is this person? How dare he look at my goddess in such a manner in front of Murong Stone? It's outrageous. Isn't that Xiao Huohua, the first place winner of this year's newcomer competition and the sect leader's direct disciple?" Upon realizing this, many people were enlightened. Nevertheless, this young man exhibited remarkable audacity to provoke Murong Xiong directly. What does it matter? He is the sect leader's direct disciple, with a background that is beyond reproach. Murong Xiong is no pushover either. The 7th elder is his master, and the 6th elder is his grandfather. In terms of lineage, he is in no way inferior to Xiao Huohua. The excitement escalated at this moment. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Huohua and Murong Xiong in front of the Thunder Flame Tower. Though a significant portion remained on Han Shuer, it must be noted that Han Shuer, with her exquisite looks and figure, would invariably attract attention wherever she went. So, he is the one who attempted to force you into becoming his concubine? The same one who murdered your uncle? Murong Xiong inquired. Indeed, Han Shuer nodded, her expression darkening. What nonsense! Upon hearing this, Xiao Huohua was momentarily taken aback. When did he ever wish to forcibly take Han Shuer as a concubine? Wasn't she the one who had come to him? He could hardly fathom how the sect leader could accept such a brazen and unscrupulous individual as a disciple. And no matter how unscrupulous I may be, I am still better than you. Facing Murong Xiong, Xiao Huohua remained unperturbed. To live a life worth living, one must add a touch of green. What did you say? Murong Xiong's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. His face contorted with rage. Han Shuer looked equally grim, observing Xiao Huohua's murderous intent. It's nothing, nothing at all, Xiao Huohua replied with a smile. Green is a good color. It's healthy. Eat more vegetables and replenish your vitamins. Do not think that becoming the sect leader's disciple grants you the power to act recklessly in Shangyun's sect. You have no say. Murong Xiong's cold gaze crackled with intensity, a fierce presence erupting from him. Generating immense pressure, the fatty, Bai Yuhua, and Zhao Zongxiang turned pale, their blood surging, feeling a sweet taste rising in their throats. Xiao Huohua, undaunted, unleashed an astonishing combat spirit to counter Murong Xiong's aura. At that moment, the clash of their energies ignited a flurry of sparks, and a powerful gale erupted, stirring up dust and leaving many unable to open their eyes, suffocated by the atmosphere. I send the same words back to you. Xiao Huohua declared. Do you not think that having a grandfather as an elder grants you immunity to scrutiny? Without your grandfather, who would even glance your way? You seek death. Murong Xiong gritted his teeth, his aura intensifying further. Suddenly, strands of purple lightning flickered around him, unleashing a wild force across the square. Observing this, Xiao Huohua immediately summoned the illusory figure of the purple-flamed demon lion behind him, emanating a fierce energy that matched Murong Xiong's. The tension in the air was palpable, akin to a bomb ready to explode. Just then, Lei Budong bellowed, "You little brat, are you trying to rebel?" His voice thundered, causing pain in many ears. Numerous disciples covered their ears, displaying expressions of agony. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Huohua and Murong Xiong retracted their auras. Murong Xiong glared at Xiao Huohua, gesturing across his throat in a threatening manner. In response, Xiao Huohua shrugged nonchalantly, signaling with open hands, clearly inviting Murong Xiong to take action. Murong Xiong exchanged glances with those around him and said, "Let us go." Instantly, a path opened among the disciples before them. Goodness! At this moment, Fatty rubbed his ears, his face slightly pale. A beauty like Han Shuer almost became your concubine? And when she refused, you even killed her father. Boss, were you raised on some mountain, a heaven-sent being? Get lost? Xiao Huohua retorted harshly. I have never engaged in such vile acts. Do you truly believe such nonsense? The fatty and his companions had known Xiao Huohua for a short time, but had come to understand that he was not that kind of person. His conduct during the confrontation with Bai Yuhua made this evident. Therefore, they dismissed Han Shuer and Murong Xiong's claims. If he were truly so despicable, the sect leader would never have taken him as a disciple. They recognized that the fatty's remarks were merely jest. Boss, you must be cautious, Fatty urged. Murong Xiong is not to be underestimated. He has already stepped into the 8th-tier combat king realm, and his influence within the Shangyun sect is profound. No one dares to provoke him. He harbors a vindictive nature and will not let your public insult slide. Bai Yuhua added, Xiao, exercise caution. Bad habits are often fostered. Xiao Huohua replied, why should I yield to him? If he wants a fight, let it be. I'll show him what it means to be defeated. The fatty and others exchanged glances, bemused by Xiao Huohua's words. Soon, Order was restored in the square as disciples continued entering the Thunder Flame Tower, seeking positions to cultivate their understanding. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xiao Huahua noted that Elder Ming Heron was absent, leaving only Lei Budong seated comfortably nearby. Master, the fatty, fearful of Lei Budong, quickly bowed and avoided eye contact. Hurry up and get inside to cultivate. If you don't spend at least half a day inside, prepare to go home to eat the jumping feet rice noodles. The fatty turned pale at the mention of this notorious dish. Clearly recalling its unpleasantness, he hurried into the Thunder Flame Tower, searching for a place to practice. Elder Lei, Xiao Huahua greeted respectfully, acknowledging that Lei Budong had previously intervened on his behalf. Given his current strength, Xiao Huahua indeed was not a match for Morong Xiong, unless he resorted to using his extraordinary fire. Young man, focus on your cultivation and ignore the trivial matters, Lei Budong advised. Understood, master. Xiao Huahua nodded slightly before entering the Thunder Flame Tower with Bai Yuhua and the others. As Xiao Huahua stepped into the Thunder Flame Tower, he immediately sensed countless pairs of furious eyes fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. He involuntarily shivered, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Within the grand hall, everyone who laid eyes on Xiao Huahua wore expressions of malice, akin to demons ready to devour him. Noticing this, Xiao Huahua took a few steps back, his palms slick with sweat, pondering why these individuals harbored such deep-seated resentment against him. Xiao, brother, Bai Yuhua whispered in his ear. Earlier, in the square, you brazenly cast lewd glances at Han Schwerer. Morong Xiong accused you of wanting to force her into becoming your concubine and even claimed you killed her father. Han Schwerer has countless admirers in Shangyun sect, even with Morong Xiong by her side. Thus, those who resent you are likely her admirers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's understanding dawned. His gaze sharpened, emanating the aura of a combat king, which surged forth like a tidal wave, seemingly ready to engulf everyone around him. An air of suffocation enveloped the onlookers. Let us go, he stated coldly, commanding the surrounding disciples' attention. Following this, the fatty, Bai Yuhua, and Zhao Zongxiang moved towards a spacious area. The Thunder Flame sect had 7 floors, each containing powers that exerted more than double the pressure. Given Xiao Huahua's current strength, he could enter the 3rd floor to cultivate. However, he desired to uncover the secrets hidden within the Thunder Flame Tower. Thus, the moment he sat down to meditate, he fervently absorbed the surrounding energy without feeling any pressure. In contrast, the fatty and his companions appeared grave, beads of sweat forming on their brows, their breaths becoming rapid, as if an imposing mountain had descended upon them. The inner disciples nearby shared a similar experience. Ding's system task has been triggered. Please ensure you reach the 7th floor before leaving the Thunder Flame Tower. At this moment, the exhilarating voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Huahua was momentarily elated, laughing foolishly, akin to a simpleton. The activation of the system task indicated that upon completion, he could unlock the points system and exchange items. Moreover, it also meant he could ascend to a higher level and step into the realm of combat emperors. Xiao Huahua was filled with joy, or rather, the sound of Yichio's voice had enchanted him, causing him to laugh unabashedly, attracting glances from those around him, who looked on with disdain. Unperturbed, Xiao Huahua immediately inquired, System, has anyone ever set foot on the 7th floor? Even a formidable fighter at the emperor level finds it arduous to take even a half step forward. Given that the system task requires me to ascend to the 7th floor, does that imply you are covertly assisting me? Otherwise, how could I possibly reach the 7th floor? If I fail to complete the task, do not place the blame on me. Xiao Huahua has been deceived by Yichio numerous times, but now he has grown wise to the game. His proactive inquiries subtly indicate that without your assistance, entry into the 7th floor is beyond my grasp. After all, if the mission remains unfulfilled, you cannot hold me accountable. Upon receiving a clear response from Yichio, a triumphant smile crept across Xiao Huahua's face. The system has tricked me countless times, but finally, the tables have turned. Delighted, Xiao Huahua resolved to seize this opportunity to extract more power from the Thunder Flame Tower, not only for himself, but also to elevate the others' realms. This way, they would be grateful to him, and in the future, he could seek their aid when needed. As the 3 companions seated on the ground slowly opened their eyes to regard Xiao Huahua, they felt an inexplicable magnetism that dispelled any lingering doubts within them. They then rose and made their way toward the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, in the hall on the 1st floor, many disciples overheard Xiao Huahua's words and watched as they ascended to the 2nd floor, scoffing at their recklessness. The pressure on the 2nd floor is twice as strong as that of the 1st. How could they hope to endure it? Upon entering the 2nd floor, the 3 companions, aside from Xiao Huahua, were immediately assailed by an overwhelming aura, their faces paling as they broke into a cold sweat. The stout one even coughed up blood. Xiao Huohua quickly summoned the aura of the Do Wang to alleviate the pressure of the second floor. After sitting for an hour there, they made their way to the third floor, where the pressure was multiplied several times over. As they stepped into the stairway, the stout one and his companions felt as if they were being crushed by towering peaks, rendering them nearly immobile. Once again, Xiao Huohua released his fighting spirit to ease their burden. After another hour, they all made significant progress. Bai Yuhai and Zhao Zongxiang advanced to the fourth stage of Douling and the second stage of Douling, respectively, while the stout one ascended from a great Do master to the realm of Douling. Let us proceed to the fourth floor, Xiao Huohua declared. Unlike their previous trepidation, the group now bore expressions of elation, for the powers contained within the third floor promised substantial enhancement. If the fourth floor were twice as potent, what gains awaited them? As they reached the fourth floor, the pressure intensified further, akin to being crushed by several colossal mountains, causing the stout one and his companions to cough up blood. Xiao Huohua, feeling the strain, gasped, "System, are you waiting for me to be crushed to dust before you intervene?" At that moment, Ye Chen acted, effortlessly absorbing one-third of the power from the fourth floor. Under Xiao Huohua's protection, his companions felt no pressure at all, allowing them to sit peacefully and contemplate their paths. Meanwhile, the disciples already on the fourth floor suddenly sensed the energy dissipating, alleviating the pressure they had previously endured. They believed their own cultivation had improved to the point where they could disregard the fourth floor's challenges, and many aimed to ascend to the fifth floor for further enhancement. In the Thunder Flame Tower, a commotion erupted as all disciples on the first floor felt the pressure diminish significantly, causing a mix of astonishment and intrigue among them. Seizing the moment, they rushed to the second floor, where they surprisingly found themselves able to withstand the pressure they had once succumbed to. Joyful, they quickly settled down to practice. Xiao Huohua, after meditating on the fourth floor for a while, deemed it time to wake his companions and venture to the fifth floor. The disciples who had been training on the fourth floor, under Ye Chen's influence, realized the pressure they had felt had lessened significantly, believing they could now handle the fourth floor's challenges. Yet, upon nearing the fifth floor, they were met with an overwhelming force, causing many to cough blood and appear listless. Seeing this, the stout one and his companions trembled, their faces pale and lips dry. They were mere newcomers, expected to solidify their foundations on the first floor before attempting the second. Yet here they were, having reached the fourth floor on their very first day, still feeling dazed. Observing the injuries of those from the fourth floor attempting to ascend to the fifth, they snapped back to reality. Those disciples were formidable, at the eighth or ninth stage of Douling, and entering the fifth floor demanded Do Wang level strength. Despite their brief time on the second, third, and fourth floors, the stout one and his friends had made remarkable progress. Bai Yuhai had now broken through to the sixth stage of Douling, and both the stout one and Zhao Zongxiang stood at the fourth stage. The prospect of reaching the fifth floor was beyond their wildest dreams, and uncertainty brewed within them. "Boss, perhaps we should linger on the fourth floor a bit longer and wait until we attain Do Wang before challenging the fifth floor," the stout one suggested. Swallowing hard as he recalled the fate of those who had failed, "No worries, follow me," Xiao Huohua replied confidently. The others, reassured by his demeanor, felt their anxieties dissipate. They were not naive. Their presence on the fourth floor was entirely due to Xiao Huohua. They suspected he possessed some secret method to defy the pressures of the Thunder Flame Tower, or had received a precious artifact from the sect leader. As they prepared to ascend to the fifth floor, they were met with astonished gazes from disciples descending from it. Have they lost their minds? The strongest among them is merely at the sixth stage of Douling, yet they dare challenge the fifth floor. Leading the pack was Xiao Huohua, a true prodigy. In the newcomer competition, only those at the seventh stage of Douling can participate. Yet he has already reached the second stage of Douwang. What? In such a short time, he has advanced from the seventh stage of Douling to the second stage of Douwang. Truly a monster. At this moment, all eyes in the fourth floor turned toward Xiao Huohua and his companions as they made their way to the fifth floor. A voice in the crowd sneered, "Even if Xiao Huohua is a second stage Douwang, enduring the pressure of the fifth floor is already his limit. Thinking he can share the burden with his companions is tantamount to courting death." Among the onlookers, Han Shuer caught sight of Xiao Huohua and was filled with shock, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. As they ascended the stairs, a chilling aura surged forth, reminiscent of an ancient beast, yet it failed to harm Xiao Huohua and his companions as they steadily advanced toward the fifth floor. This spectacle left the fourth floor disciples dumbfounded. A second stage, Do Wang accompanying 3 Do Ling could enter the 5th floor unscathed. While others attempted to reach the 5th floor, they were violently repelled by the fierce pressure, often coughing blood as they were forced back. Once on the 5th floor, Ye Chen promptly absorbed half of the contained energy. Although he considered extracting all the energy from every floor, he knew such actions would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, prompting Mu Mu to seal the entire Thunder Flame Tower and investigate the situation. In order to acquire the energy of the 3,000 Thunder Flames, Ye Chen could only rely on Xiao Huahua. Even Lu Yi would be powerless in this matter, as the 3,000 Thunder Flames were exclusive to Xiao Huahua. Once Ye Chen placed his hopes on the protagonist, he could no longer forcibly alter the plot. He could only expedite the progression. Thus, he settled for half of the energy. However, with the double benefits, the transformed origin of the world had already exceeded 500,000. With the accumulation of world origin nearing 5 million, Ye Chen thought to himself that once he obtained the 3,000 Thunder Flames, he would undoubtedly ascend to another level. When Xiao Huahua and her companions stepped onto the 5th floor, those meditating within were instantly awakened, their expressions filled with astonishment. Anyone capable of cultivating on the 5th floor possessed strength above the Do Wang rank. Apart from Xiao Huahua, the 3 plump companions were all at the Do Ling level. It was utterly incredulous, and they were filled with dread. Most notably, the group exhibited no discomfort as they arrived on the 5th floor. They remained calm and composed, completely unaffected by the oppressive pressure present. It was worth noting that even Morong Xiong, despite his 8th tier Do Wang strength, felt considerable pressure on this floor. Morong Xiong glared at Xiao Huahua, his face darkening, his gaze sharp as a dagger. Xiao Huahua sensed a wave of intense malice directed at her and turned to find Morong Xiong glaring fiercely. Hurry up and cultivate. We will explore the 6th floor later. She instructed. At that moment, all present revealed expressions of shock, followed by smirks of derision. Dio, you really think the Thunder Flame Tower is your backyard? You can go to whichever floor you please? Such ignorance of one's own limitations. Morong Xiong taunted. No wonder you are the sect leader's favored disciple. You are so generous in bestowing treasures that allow you to ignore the pressure of the Thunder Flame Tower. TSK, it seems the sect leader's vision isn't that impressive. Everyone recognized that Xiao Huahua leading her plump companions to the 5th floor must have been aided by a treasure granted by the sect leader. Otherwise, how could a mere second-tier Do Wang like Xiao Huahua lead 3 Do Ling practitioners to the 5th floor without being crushed by any pressure? Xiao Huahua casually scratched her ear and approached Morong Xiong. So what if I came here with external aid? If you have the ability, why not ask your grandfather to give you one? She retorted. Humph, relying on external aids for cultivation ultimately reveals a weakness beneath a strong facade. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? Morong Xiong shot back. I truly admire your unyielding spirit, Xiao Huahua replied, giving a thumbs up that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. What do you intend to do? Morong Xiong sensed an ominous intent, his expression shifting dramatically. I simply want to experience what it's like to torment an 8th tier Do Wang, Xiao Huahua declared, and with that, she slapped Morong Xiong across the face. The resounding slap echoed throughout the 5th floor, shocking everyone present. Morong Xiong, in disbelief, felt as though he were dreaming. Xiao Huahua had actually dared to strike him. The pain radiated throughout his body, forcing him to confront the reality of the situation. You dare to hit me? Morong Xiong's eyes widened, veins bulging, his expression twisted with rage. What of it? Xiao Huahua replied nonchalantly, digging into her nose before delivering another slap. Morong Xiong was momentarily stunned. Slap, 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 in an instant. 5 or 6 bright red handprints appeared on his handsome face, which was now swollen considerably. You bastard! Morong Xiong shouted furiously, finally snapping out of his daze. The fiery pain on his cheek ignited his rage. He never imagined that someone within the Shangyun sect would dare to oppose him, or even slap him. Boom. Morong Xiong unleashed the aura of an 8th tier Do Wang, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. Resembling a raging beast. Having been coddled and enjoying an exalted status within the Shangyun sect, he was the object of many disciples' flattery, and he could not tolerate such humiliation. He was determined to tear Xiao Huahua apart. However, on the 5th floor of the Thunder Flame Tower, all efforts were in vain. Despite the ferocity of his unleashed aura, the oppressive force of the 5th floor overwhelmed him. The Thunder Flame Tower possessed a rule. The greater the doqi ignited by a cultivator, the more the pressure doubled upon them. Normally, Morong Xiong could walk without gasping for breath on this floor. But now, under such intense pressure, he felt a suffocating weight. Just when he had thought to unleash his power, He found himself overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Fortunately, Ye Chen had drained half of the energy from the 5th floor. Had the energy remained intact, Xiong would have undoubtedly coughed up blood from the backlash of the pressure. Xiao Huahua was already aware of the rules of the Thunder Flame Tower from Ye Chen and, due to his influence, had disregarded both the rules and the pressure, allowing her to strike Xiong without reservation. Slap! Another loud sound resonated throughout the 5th floor. At this point, Xiong was utterly unrecognizable, blood streamed from his nose, and he resembled a pig's head, an utterly grotesque sight. You treat your princely status as paramount while I am but a commoner. Logically, you should mind your own business and I mine. Without interference, Xiao Huahua declared, sitting atop Xiong and tugging at his ears. Ignoring you does not indicate fear. I simply do not wish to quarrel with a second-generation heir. It's unnecessary. The crowd was left speechless. Clearly, it was Xiao Huahua who initiated the conflict, forcing Xiong to retaliate. Yet he had been soundly beaten into a pulp. Yet, somehow, the narrative had shifted to portray Xiao Huahua as the victim. However, everyone present was not naive. Even Xiong's sycophants dared not utter a word. The oppressive pressure of the 5th floor was terrifying, and Xiao Huahua moved with ease, suggesting something was amiss. If even an 8th-tier Do Wang like Xiong had been reduced to a state of humiliation, who would dare provoke her? The only sensible course of action was to remain silent. Listen closely, Xiong, Xiao Huahua said, grasping both of his ears. I will spare you this time out of respect for elders Lu and Qi. From now on, you walk your path while I tread mine, and we shall not interfere with one another. Should you harbor any thoughts of revenge or attempt to undermine me, she continued, a cold smile creeping onto her face as her demeanor shifted from charming to frigid. Radiating an aura of menace that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, boom! Xiao Huahua delivered a powerful punch to the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust and debris flying, further instilling fear in everyone present. They all understood how solid the ground was. Even a peak Do Wang could not break through it. Your fate will be as this ground, completely shattered. Xiao Huahua rose and kicked Xiong towards his lackeys, ordering, get lost. The two lackeys stared at Xiao Huahua as if they had encountered a demon, their faces pale with terror. They quickly hoisted Xiong away from the 5th floor. Apologies, brothers, for interrupting your cultivation. Please, continue, Xiao Huahua said, flashing a disarming smile that was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The news of Xiao Huahua successfully bringing her plump companions to the 5th floor spread like wildfire throughout the intersect. Many were astonished to hear that a second-tier Do Wang had led 3 Do Ling practitioners to the 5th floor with apparent ease. It was unprecedented since the inception of the Shangyun sect. Someone speculated that Xiao Huahua's ability to bring along several Do Ling practitioners without difficulty was due to a treasure granted by the sect leader. Instantly, many began to realize the truth. However, even with such treasures, many were still in awe of Xiao Huahua. After all, even if the sect leader provided a special artifact to mitigate some of the Thunder Flame Tower's pressure, it was still a testament to her own strength and talent. Otherwise, how could she lead 3 Do Ling practitioners into the 5th floor? Just then, a piece of news struck like a bombshell, exploding throughout the Shangyun sect. On the 5th floor, Xiao Huahua had brutally beaten Xiong, who had not even a chance to retaliate. Moreover, she had punched the ground so hard that it was left with a crater. What on earth happened? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Xiong is an 8th-tier Do Wang. How could he have not even had a chance to fight back, let alone create a hole in the 5th floor ground? This must be a deception. Although the energy erupted within the Thunder Flame Tower unleashes a double pressure of the laws contained within, Xiong is ultimately an 8th-tier Do Wang. Even under immense pressure, he should be more than capable of overpowering Xiao Huahua. Thus, most spectators express skepticism, unwilling to believe the unfolding events. However, their disbelief quickly transformed into shock when they beheld Xiong's lackey carrying out an utterly disfigured individual. In that moment, they were rendered speechless. It was then that they dared to believe that the pig-headed figure was indeed Xiong himself. According to insiders, the scene was nothing short of brutal. Xiong had received over 10 slaps from Xiao Huahua, and his ears were nearly torn off. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Shortly thereafter, another sensational piece of news reverberated throughout the intersect. Xiao Huahua, accompanied by several portly companions, had successfully ascended to the 6th floor without any apparent strain. The 6th floor of the Thunder Flame Tower is undoubtedly a forbidden realm for the disciples of the intersect. The very thought of it instills dread. This day, countless prodigies from the Shangyun sect had attempted to challenge it, all of whom met with failure. since the establishment of the Shangyun sect. Only the ruthless Wang Lang had managed to step onto the 6th floor, causing a sensation throughout the sect. Yet, at that time, Wang Lang had already reached the pinnacle of 9th tier Do Huang. Even teetering on the brink of Do Huang, in stark contrast, Xiao Huahua was merely a 2nd tier Do Huang. Yet he had entered the 6th floor accompanied by 3 Do Ling, all unscathed. This was nothing short of fantastical, an extraordinary event that defied belief. Within the Thunder Flame Tower, countless disciples were left agape, their hearts racing with shock. The atmosphere was tumultuous, akin to surging waves, impossible to quell. Mu Mu and the 7 elders also made their appearance outside the Thunder Flame Tower. At that moment, Elder Morong and Elder 7 wore expressions of extreme displeasure. Upon learning that Morong Xiong had been mercilessly beaten by Xiao Huahua, now appearing as a grotesque figure resembling a pig, the 2 elders' faces grew dire. Their eyes gleamed with a coldness akin to sharp daggers, exuding an air of chilling intensity, as if the very space around them had frozen. The temperature had plummeted to an unbearable cold. Meanwhile, Lei Budong's expression was also unflattering, his face flushed with indignation. The 5th elder and 2nd elder shared similar sentiments of discontent. Previously, these elders had engaged in heated arguments. The reason was simple. Xiao Huahua had assaulted Morong Xiong, and the 2 elders sought an explanation. Lei Budong had initially attempted to mediate the anger between them, but his own temperament was inherently impulsive. After a few exchanges with Elder 7, their dispute escalated into a fierce quarrel. Subsequently, the 2nd elder and 5th elder began to intervene. What was intended as mediation quickly devolved into a bickering match. In truth, Lei Budong, along with the 2nd and 5th elders, had entered the fray with personal feelings, favoring Xiao Huahua. Their own disciples had followed Xiao Huahua to the 6th floor, reaping considerable benefits. Moreover, they were well aware that Xiao Huahua's ascension to the 6th floor was not as the outside world speculated, that the sect master had secretly bestowed upon him an item capable of counteracting the Thunder Flame Tower's pressure. In reality, even if Mu Mu had indeed provided Xiao Huahua with something to alleviate the tower's pressure, the absolute limit would only allow one person to reach the 5th floor. There was no way he could bring 3 Doling along, all of whom emerged unscathed, absorbing energy and rapidly advancing their cultivation. It had now been established that Xiao Huahua had ties to the Xiao family of the Central Continent. During the bloodline test, the eruption of 5-colored divine light was remarkably striking. While the exact tier of the bloodline was uncertain, it was undoubtedly not inferior to the golden bloodline. More importantly, the bloodline stone had shattered as a result. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Even the top talent of the Xiao family, Xiao Buyu, could not achieve such a feat. This clearly demonstrated the prodigious and frightening talent of this individual. Furthermore, Xiao Huahua's master was Mu Mu, the foremost expert of the Shangyun sect, whose reputation extended throughout the entire Duqi continent. Naturally, Mu Mu imparted his ultimate techniques to Xiao Huahua without reservation. Thus, the close relationship between his disciples and Xiao Huahua would undoubtedly yield unexpected gains. Therefore, Lei Budong and the others were bound to favor Xiao Huahua for the sake of their disciples. "Have you all finished your quarrel?" Mu Mu observed coldly, regarding the bickering group. Though they were seething with anger, they refrained from acting out in front of Mu Mu. "Sect Master, I merely wish to inquire how we should address the situation concerning Xiong'er. The sect has explicitly stipulated that disciples are not permitted to engage in private disputes. Should any conflicts arise, they must be resolved on the arena." Elder 7, panting and slightly flushed, spoke up. "How long has Xiao Huahua been in the Shangyun sect? First, he publicly slayed Yang Xiao, and now he openly disregards our regulations by striking Xiong'er. Does he think that as the sect master's disciple, he can act with impunity within our sect? Is he treating our sect as his own private garden, where he can lash out at anyone who displeases him? In a few years, will he still regard us old-timers with any respect?" "Calm down, Elder 7. At this moment, Elder Meng Heron placed a reassuring hand on Elder 7's shoulder, speaking softly. "The law applies equally to the sovereign and the commoner." Mu Mu interjected. "While Xiao Huahua is indeed the disciple of this sect master, the sect's rules prohibit private altercations among disciples. Since Xiao Huahua has struck Morong Xiong, he has undoubtedly violated the regulations. According to the sect's rules, he must be confined in the Devil's Valley for 7 days." The mere mention of the Devil's Valley caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. The Devil's Valley was a forbidden area of the Shangyun sect, a chaotic burial ground from an ancient battlefield. Even a Do Huang-level powerhouse venturing there would face myriad dangers. At this juncture, Meng Heron spoke up. "While Xiao Huahua's temperament is indeed impulsive, he is not as reckless as Elder 7 has suggested. Moreover, A 7-day confinement in the Devil's Valley is an excessively severe punishment. What do you think about this? Perhaps we could consider a 7-day confinement at the cold water pool. Alternatively, we could allow the two disciples to resolve their differences themselves. From my understanding of both Xiao Huahua and Morong Xiong, even after the confinement, they would not let matters rest. Their impulsiveness and conflicts would likely resurface. If that is the case, it would be wiser to allow them to settle everything on the arena in one go, thus preventing future disputes from arising. Of course, the final decision must be made with Morong Xiong's consent, as he is the one affected. At this point, Elder Seven's expression had improved considerably. Meng Heron's proposals were undoubtedly advantageous for Morong Xiong. Sect Master, what is your stance? Morong He, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Mu Mu remained contemplative, giving a slight nod. Meng Heron continued. I would then trouble Elders 6 and 7 to consult Morong Xiong regarding his opinion. Understood, Elder 7 replied. We shall take our leave for now. Elder 6 added, and the two of them vanished from sight, heading towards Morong's courtyard to assess his injuries. Bah, what nonsense! Lei Budong spat on the ground after watching the two depart. Wang Lang frequently disregards the sect's regulations, yet those two scoundrels never displayed such fervor. Moreover, who could possibly be unaware of their ulterior motives? You should hold your tongue, Meng Heron chided Lei Budong, his brows furrowing. If you hadn't meddled, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Humph. Lei Budong cast a sidelong glance at Meng Heron, ready to argue further. At that moment, Sherbatian tugged at Lei Budong, whispering, let's go. Lei Budong shot a glance at Mu Mu beside him, his expression darkening as he hastily departed. The second elder and fifth elder also tucked their tails between their legs and hurried away. Old Meng, what choice do you think Morong He will make? Mu Mu inquired. He will likely opt for the first course of action against Huahua, but the ultimate outcome will certainly align with the second option. Meng Heron replied, Do you think Huahua can defeat Morong Xiong? That depends on what you have provided Xiao Huahua that enables him to navigate the Thunder Flame Tower with such ease. Mu Mu replied cunningly. Mu Mu cast him a knowing glance, smiling. Those two have even abandoned the pretense of maintaining appearances. I believe it is time to strategize. Indeed. Meng Heron nodded in agreement. The two then turned their attention to the movements within the Thunder Flame Tower. Ding! Host, with your firearm, summon the cold and fierce flames, aiming directly at the thunderbolt-shaped pattern above your head. Pull the trigger, and you shall succeed, Ye Chen remarked, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He envisioned that it would not be long before he could extract the 3,000 thunder flames and ascend to a higher level. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua promptly retrieved his .54 caliber weapon. Subsequently, he focused his entire fighting spirit towards the thunderbolt design above and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the confined space, reverberating deafeningly. Fortunately, the few bystanders were enveloped by the protective barrier conferred by Ye Chen's abilities, completely isolating them from the chaos. Thus, they remained unscathed, for the backlash from the shot was potent enough to annihilate all three of them instantly. A bullet burst forth from the gun's muzzle, morphing mid-air into a cool-colored lotus. Its exterior shimmered, emanating an intense chill, while its interior pulsed with a fiery red liquid, exuding heat. Upon impact with the thunderbolt pattern on the rooftop, the cold flames unleashed a violent surge of divine power, clashing with the elemental forces. The entire Thunder Flame Tower trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Everyone inside felt an overwhelming dread, suppressed by the two terrifying forces in an instant. Apart from Xiao Huahua and his companions, everyone else within the tower coughed up blood. Outside, the ground crumbled beneath them, as if the very crust of the earth was fracturing under the force of the gale. This is bad. The Thunder Flame Tower is experiencing another upheaval, Meng Heron exclaimed, surveying the devastation around the tower with alarm. At that moment, Mu Mu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the next second, he rushed towards the Thunder Flame Tower. Could it be that the boy possesses a unique flame, attempting to awaken the 3,000 thunder flames through their bond? Mu Mu's expression shifted dramatically, his breath quickening. If his conjecture proved true, it would spell catastrophic disaster. The 3,000 thunder flames ranked ninth among the extraordinary fires, harboring terrifying divine power capable of obliterating everything within 100 miles of the Shangyun sect in an instant. Mu Mu had managed to suppress the 3,000 thunder flames within the tower a long time ago when they had not yet fully evolved. He and Xiao Zhan had collaborated to seal this unique flame. And even then, they had barely escaped death while confronting the incomplete version of the 3,000 thunder flames. As time passed, the flames gradually matured into their complete form, and the sealing power waned. At this rate, Within 3 years, the 3,000 thunder flames would surely tear free from their binding and re-emerge into the world, obliterating the Shangyun sect from existence. Thus, Mu Mu frequently pondered ways to address the impending threat posed by the 3,000 thunder flames. He had attempted to tame them entirely, however. Despite having reached the threshold of a Do Saint, he could not claim the flames for himself, nearly meeting his end in the process. He had even considered having his daughter, Mu Ziyun, reclaim them before their complete evolution. Though Ziyun was extraordinarily gifted and powerful, her efforts ultimately fell short. Nevertheless, she had managed to extract a considerable amount of power from the 3,000 thunder flames using the essence of the purple flame magic lion's blood, undergoing a remarkable transformation in the process. Currently, she was in a secluded location, assimilating the abilities of the 3,000 thunder flames to lay the groundwork for future training of this extraordinary fire. Now, knowing Xiao Huohua's identity and immense potential, Mu Mu contemplated training him for a period to establish a solid foundation in an attempt to tame the 3,000 thunder flames. If Xiao Huohua proved incapable, perhaps Ziyun could extract half of the flame's abilities. This strategy would delay the flames' escape from their seal by several years, temporarily alleviating the crisis facing the Shangyun sect. Moreover, once Xiao Huohua and Ziyun reached the realms of Dozong or Dozuan, it would not be too late to reclaim the remaining powers of the extraordinary fire. Little did he know that Xiao Huohua had already tamed a unique flame. The fluctuations in power indicated that it was the cold and fierce flame. Ranked 11th. This boy was indeed a source of both joy and frustration for Mumu.as. He arrived before the Thunder Flame Tower. Lei Budong and others had already gathered at the entrance, desperately channeling their fighting spirit to withstand the terrifying pressure while ensuring the safe evacuation of the disciples inside. Master, the 3,000 thunder flames have gone berserk again. Those children are still inside. We will handle this. Quickly go save Huohua. Lei Budong gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his face. At that moment, apart from the 6th and 7th elders, the remaining 5 elders each positioned themselves, channeling their fighting spirit entirely to form a barrier against the overwhelming pressure. However, the abnormality of the Thunder Flame Tower this time was more intense than ever before. Within a second, several of them coughed up blood. Their spirits significantly diminished. After unleashing the cold and fierce flames, the bond between the extraordinary fires was instantly ignited, not through friendship, but through a consuming force. The very essence of extraordinary fire is to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. And to evolve into a higher tier, it must devour other extraordinary flames. The 3,000 thunder flames had once been ranked 32nd as the ghostly spirit blaze. By chance, it had consumed the far superior turtle shell melting flame, leading to its evolution into the cold and fierce flame. Subsequently, it absorbed several lower-ranked extraordinary fires, ultimately transforming into the 3,000 thunder flames. As the saying goes, there are always greater beings beyond those we know. When the extraordinary fire first evolved into the 3,000 thunder flames, it caught the attention of the second-ranked void-devouring flame, which nearly consumed it entirely, leaving only a spark that fell to this place. Where Mu Mu discovered it over time, the strength of the 3,000 thunder flames gradually recovered, even surpassing its former glory. In fact, Mu Mu surmised that the time for the 3,000 thunder flames to break free from their seal was drawing near. At most, within a month, this extraordinary fire would emerge, obliterating the entire Shangyun sect. Yet today, the urgency to break free ahead of schedule stemmed from the cold and fierce flames in Xiaohuo's possession. If consumed, they could elevate to the 8th or 7th rank among extraordinary fires. Roar. Suddenly, atop the 6th floor, the thunderbolt pattern shone brightly, revealing a true dragon entwined in thunder flames, poised to devour Xiaohuo whole. At that moment, Xiaohuo coughed up a copious amount of blood, his eyes closing as he fell unconscious. The 3,000 thunder flames rejoiced, ready to savor this delicacy. Just then, an indescribable force enveloped it. The 3,000 thunder flames found themselves in the system space. You wish to devour my host? Have you asked for my consent? Boom! A vast power surged from all around, overwhelming the 3,000 thunder flames as if they were mere ripples. Realizing the peril, the extraordinary fire erupted with a terrifying force, attempting to flee. Food that has come to my lips shall not escape. Ichio bellowed, unleashing a unique power, in an instant, a devouring force, tenfold stronger than the void-devouring flame, enveloped the 3,000 thunder flames. Within moments, it shrank to the size of a fist. Ichio did not pursue complete annihilation, as in the original narrative. With the aid of Yao Lao, Xiao Huahua had not entirely consumed the 3,000 thunder flames, or rather, lacked the capacity to do so. To avoid altering the course of the plot, Xiao Huahua had no choice but to reseal the diminished 3,000 thunder flames back within the Thunder Flame Tower. Suddenly, the menacing aura emanating from the Thunder Flame Tower dissipated. Lei Budong and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, the 5 men's faces were as pale as paper. Blood trickling from their lips, their clothing tattered, resembling beggars. Surrounding the Thunder Flame Tower, within 1,000 meters, lay utter devastation. The earth had split apart, buildings lay in ruins, and the once bustling area had been reduced to rubble. Even though the terrifying pressure and destructive force had vanished, the disciples outside remained shaken, their expressions fearful. However, many disciples managed to regain their composure, for such occurrences were not unprecedented. Yet, the magnitude of this disturbance was far more alarming than previous events. Mu Mu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Based on his assessment, the collision between the two extraordinary fires was akin to an apocalyptic event. He was aware that extraordinary fires could consume one another. Xiao Huahua wielded merely the 11th-ranked extraordinary fire. Even with his involvement, they were no match for the 3,000 thunder flames. Now, with the destructive force of the two extraordinary fires dissipated, the pressure exerted by the 3,000 thunder flames within the Thunder Flame Tower was barely 1/10 of its usual intensity. Could it be that he succeeded? Mu Mu thought to himself, swiftly transforming into a blur and disappearing from his spot. In an instant, he arrived on the 6th floor, where devastation reigned. A significant portion of the walls had been obliterated. Amidst the rubble, he discovered the unconscious forms of Xiao Huahua and his companions. After a careful examination, he found them unharmed, allowing the tension in his chest to ease. He then looked up at the ceiling point of the 3,000 thunder flames, only to find them reduced to the size of a fist. Had he truly succeeded in taming the 3,000 thunder flames? Mu Mu's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Huahua in disbelief. Yet why was there no trace of extraordinary fire energy emanating from him? Not even a hint of the flames remained within him. Mu Mu furrowed his brows, his expression growing increasingly grave. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a colossal array materialized in midair. A gentle force emanated from the formation, enveloping the Thunder Flame Tower, while simultaneously shrouding the desolate ruins. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. And before the eyes of the onlookers, the shattered buildings and collapsed ground began to reconstruct at a visibly rapid pace. In the brief span of a minute, the devastated area was restored to its former splendor. Subsequently, Mu Mu led Xiao Huahua and several others away from the Thunder Flame Tower. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was not idle. After seizing the energy of 3,000 thunder flames, he acquired 2 million units of world essence. Coupled with the energy extracted from each floor prior, his total had accumulated to 260,000. Under normal circumstances, Ye Chen would only be able to obtain 130,000 units of world essence. However, with the doubled benefits, the amount had doubled. This left Ye Chen eager to discover whether the advantages of leveling up the system would indeed double once more. System upgrading flashed 5 prominent words on the interface. Ye Chen licked his lips and rubbed his hands together, saying, come on, let me see what marvelous rewards await this time. Heavenly Creation System, Level, Stubborn Bronze 2, Talent, Traversing the Heavens, Skills, Extraction, Duplication, Simulation, Creation, Calculation. Etc. World Essence, 1 million. Reminder, please swiftly seize the creation to obtain 8 million world essence, upgrade the system, and unlock more functionalities. Note, current daily consumption requires 80,000 world essence. When the remaining world essence is insufficient to cover this amount or reaches 0, the system will self-dismantle. Is that all? Ye Chen stared at the system interface, his eyes widening in disbelief. According to international conventions, shouldn't there be corresponding rewards upon leveling up? Ding ding ding. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Ye Chen's ears, followed by a red exclamation mark appearing above his head. I knew there had to be rewards. It seems this time they are quite bountiful. Thus, after lingering for such an extended period, the system was still kind enough to alert him. Ye Chen chuckled slyly, then promptly clicked on the red exclamation mark. To his astonishment, several cards forged from bronze materialized before him, each adorned with a lottery ticket design on the reverse side. In an instant, Ye Chen understood. The rewards for this upgrade were not granted directly as they had been last time. Instead, they were to be obtained through a lottery system. Above the numerous bronze cards floated the words "one time." How intriguing, Ye Chen mused, rubbing his chin with his thumb and forefinger, though his brow furrowed slightly. A lottery implies the possibility of drawing a mere consolation prize. The one time indicated that he could only draw once for a reward. Damn it, this mechanism is even more devious than I am. Ichio cursed upon deciphering the rules, while he often tricked the host. He prided himself on maintaining a sense of fairness, always providing useful rewards without resorting to such convoluted rules. The thought of spending 6 million world essence only to draw a consolation prize made him seethe, feeling as if he were being scalded. 59, 58, 57. At that moment, a countdown appeared before Ichio, accompanied by a ticking sound. What the hell? There's a time limit? This ridiculous mechanism is exasperating, he exclaimed, hastily selecting a card from the collection of bronze tokens. At this point, luck was his only ally. Even a consolation prize was preferable to spending 6 million world essence for nothing. System upgrade card. Ichio gazed at the glowing words that appeared before him, momentarily stunned, before bursting into jubilant laughter. Fortune has favored me. It must be divine intervention. As the system leveled up once more, it meant that Ichio could save 8 million world essence in the upgrade process. Moreover, there would be additional rewards upon further leveling up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ichio chuckled, his attitude shifting drastically. Heavenly creation system, level, stubborn bronze eye, talent, traversing the heavens, skills, extraction, duplication, simulation, creation, calculation. Etc. World essence, 1. 000,000. Reminder, please swiftly seize the creation to obtain 10 million world essence, upgrade the system, and unlock more functionalities. Note, current daily consumption requires 100,000 world essence. When the remaining world essence is insufficient to cover this amount or reaches 0, the system will self-dismantle. Ichio looked at the information on the system interface with great delight, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his rewards. Yet, despite his beaming smile, no red exclamation mark appeared above his head. No rush, no rush. Good things come to those who wait, he reassured himself, still smiling. However, as a day passed without the appearance of the red exclamation mark or any notifications of rewards, he noticed the remaining world essence had diminished to 900,000. Damn it. This flawed mechanism. No rewards and no alerts? I've been grinning like a fool all day for nothing. Ichio vented, exasperated, as he rolled up his sleeves and cursed. After a day had elapsed, Xiao Huahua awakened to find he had been unconscious for a full day. As he opened his sleep-heavy eyes, he realized he was in his own room. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against the headboard, feeling as if his body had been disassembled. Any slight movement sent waves of intense soreness coursing through him. Thank goodness, my life is intact, Xiao Huahua silently rejoiced. Just before losing consciousness, he had distinctly felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Far more terrifying than the aura emitted by old Zi.it was the presence of a being at least at the level of Dozong or Dozuan, like a mountain crushing down upon him. To have survived was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. With joy swelling within him, Xiao Huahua was eager to contact EQIU.at that moment. Ichio was feeling perturbed by the dwindling number of world essence, which had fallen to 900,000. Unwilling to engage with Xiao Huahua, he tossed a Do Huang Dan to him, indicating that his business was concluded and he had no further interest in the matter. Upon receiving the Do Huang Dan, Xiao Huahua felt elated. All the suffering I endured was worth it. He prepared to absorb the Do Huang Dan to heal his injuries and elevate his realm. Creak. Just then, the door swung open, and Mu entered. Upon seeing his master, the joyful expression on Xiao Huahua's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of weakness, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Master, are you here to bring me supplements? He coughed, sounding as if he were afflicted with tuberculosis. Mu, observing this, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, and 3 lines of black appeared on his forehead. Before entering, he had seen Xiao Huahua's exuberant demeanor through the crack in the door, akin to someone who had just won a lottery, his face almost splitting with joy. Yet now, upon entering, he appeared as if he had aged a decade, and brazenly asked for supplements. How is it that the descendants of that old rascal Xiao Zhan are all cut from the same cloth? Mu inwardly scolded. Huahua, look at you, so frail and delicate. It seems you have but a few days left to live. This sight pains me as your master. How about I send you off early to end your suffering? He said, raising his hand, from which a powerful surge of Do Qi erupted, creating a gale that caused all the furnishings in the room to tremble, dust cascading from the rafters, as if the entire room were on the verge of collapse. Swish! Seeing this, Xiao Huohua quickly stood up from his bed, moving his limbs and performing several push-ups. "Hey, I'm all better now," he exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Master, you truly are the modern-day Hua Tu." A celestial healer descended to earth. "Look, I feel stronger than ever." Smack! Mumu promptly delivered 2 slaps to Xiao Huohua, causing him to feel stars in his eyes as he fell back onto the bed. 10 minutes passed. Throughout this time, Mumu maintained his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Huohua, leaving him feeling uneasy and shivering occasionally. "Master," Xiao Huohua stammered, feeling the heat of Mumu's piercing gaze. The sudden and inexplicable increase in his heart rate led him to wonder if perhaps his master harbored unusual inclinations. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Huohua as his face turned pale. Sweat beading on his forehead, he cautiously clutched himself and slowly rose. Master. I'll go check on how the injuries of Fatty and the others are healing." With that, he attempted to flee the room. "Stop," Mumu commanded, his tone imbued with an authority that left Xiao Huohua frozen in place. For the past 10 minutes, Mumu had been observing Xiao Huohua's condition and had found no trace of any strange fire, which baffled him, though he chose not to delve deeper. Currently, the 3,000 thunder flames have dwindled to the size of a fist, and the crisis facing the Shangyun sect has been averted. As for the events that transpired in the Thunder Flame Tower, although he is filled with curiosity and yearns to uncover the truth, such matters have become trivial. After all, Mumu has intentions of allowing Xiao Huohua to attempt to tame the 3,000 thunder flames. If events unfold as he anticipates, the process will be inconsequential. Moreover, Xiao Huohua is his disciple. Who among us does not harbor a bit of selfishness? Master Xiao Huohua stuttered, his expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Previously, you seriously violated the sect's regulations by assaulting Morong Xiong in the Thunder Flame Tower. After discussions among the elders, 2 forms of punishment have been proposed. The first is a 7-day confinement for reflection. The second is to settle your dispute with Morong Xiong on the arena. "Which do you choose?" Mumu inquired. "Need I say more?" "I'll beat him," Xiao Huohua replied, his demeanor relaxed as he bared his teeth. "The disparity in your realms is far too great. Moreover, Morong Xiong is the grandson of the 6th elder and a favored disciple of the 7th elder. He has received profound teachings from both elders, and even a 9th stage Do Wang might not be his match. Have you thought this through?" Mumu cautioned. "Who will ultimately prevail is yet to be determined," Mumu observed, looking at Xiao Huohua. "Are you certain?" "Yes," Xiao Huohua, now serious, stated. "I am quite stubborn and unwilling to suffer losses. Morong Xiong is arrogant and domineering. Even if I am confined for 7 days, he will not let me off easily afterward. Rather than prolonging this, it would be better to resolve everything at once, to knock him down and ensure he avoids me in the future." At this moment, Mumu became increasingly convinced that Xiao Huohua had indeed taken the 3,000 thunder flames and possessed 2 forms of. Though he could not sense the presence of the An, was unaware of how Xiao Huohua had managed to tame the 3,000 thunder flames, he understood that this young man was not one to suffer losses without reason. He would not engage in uncertain endeavors, especially with his master backing him. "Master, if I face Morong Xiong in the arena, it may appear to resolve our personal grievances, but it also pertains to your reputation." Xiao Huohua continued, "Consider this. If I, as your disciple, were to lose, would that not reflect poorly on you? The 6th and 7th elders would become even more audacious in your presence. Master, you are a prominent figure in the Shangyun sect. The treasure of the entire sect belongs to you. Thus, I implore you to bestow upon me a few treasures to ensure I can defeat Morong Xiong. This way, those 2 old fellows will no longer dare to act arrogantly before you. And you will also save face." Upon hearing this, Mumu couldn't help but twitch his lips. This lad is truly a chip off the old block, reminiscent of Xiao Zhan. "You've taken the 3,000 thunder flames and now seek to extort treasures from me? Do you think I am a fool?" Ignoring Xiao Huohua, Mumu slowly rose to leave the room. "Master, are you truly going to watch as I am beaten by Morong Xiong, bringing disgrace upon yourself? Those 2 old fellows will revel in it." Mumu continued to ignore him as he stepped out the door. "Master, don't go. At least give me something," Xiao Huohua urged. At this moment, Mumu paused, turned back to Xiao Huohua, and said, "Then answer me honestly. If you could choose any treasure from the Shangyun sect's vault," Xiao Huohua's eyes darted around, instantly realizing that Mumu was probing about the events in the Thunder Flame Tower. He deduced that Mumu must have sensed the icy aura of the cold flame when he triggered his. He quickly replied, "That one do. The Shangyun sect's vault belongs to everyone. How could I monopolize it?" Mumu shot him a sidelong glance before stepping out of the house. The news of the impending duel between Xiao Huohua and Murong Xiong spread like wildfire throughout the Shangyun sect. Everyone believed this was undoubtedly a self-destructive challenge. Why was it considered self-destructive? Because the gap between Xiao Huohua and Murong Xiong was insurmountable, spanning 6 stages. Moreover, Murong Xiong was the grandson of the 6th elder and the most favored disciple of the 7th elder, having received their deepest teachings, rendering him invincible among his peers. Though Xiao Huohua was a disciple of the sect leader, he had only recently joined. Even if Xiao Huohua possessed extraordinary talent, akin to that of a prodigy, mastering the sect leader's ultimate techniques in just a few days was implausible. Although he had entered the 6th floor of the Thunder Flame Tower, which was forbidden for disciples, many believe this was due to the sect leader providing him with a treasure to resist the tower's pressures. Hence, no matter how one viewed it, Xiao Huohua was destined to lose. However, many countered this perspective. Even if the sect leader had granted Xiao Huohua a means to withstand the tower's pressures, he still needed a solid foundation to wield it. Furthermore, aside from Wang Lang, Xiao Huohua was the second person to reach the 6th floor while accompanied by 3 Do spirits. In some respects, Xiao Huohua's journey to the 6th floor was fraught with far greater pressure and challenges than Wang Lang's. Though Xiao Huohua was currently only a 2nd stage Do Wang, many doubted that this reflected his true strength. During the newcomer competition, Xiao Huohua had concealed his power, soaring from a great Do master to a 7th stage Do spirit. Having joined merely a few days ago, he had already reached the 2nd stage Do Wang. Such a rapid cultivation speed was unparalleled in the contemporary world. In many ways, Xiao Huohua was the foremost youth of the Duqi continent. The next day, at noon, the arena square was teeming with people. Xiao Huohua actually dares to challenge senior brother Murong. Isn't that akin to seeking death? Someone in the crowd remarked. Let us not speak too soon. Another replied. The sect leader knows full well the vast disparity between Xiao Huohua and senior brother Miranji, and no matter how one looks at it, this duel is a foregone conclusion. Yet, why hasn't he intervened? Why has he tacitly approved of Xiao Huohua's challenge? Clearly, Xiao Huohua is not as simple as he appears, someone pointed out. Let us not forget, he has brought along 3 Do spirits to the 6th floor. And he emerged unscathed from the chaos within the Thunder Flame Tower. Even Wang Lang could not achieve that. With this alone, Xiao Huohua possesses the capital to win this challenge. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Bai Yuhui and his companions have followed Xiao Huohua and have benefited immensely. All 3 of them have now reached the Do Wang realm. If one claims Xiao Huohua hasn't gained anything, I would not believe it even if they were to beat me to death. As discussions and speculations swirled around, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, Murong Xiong appeared on the arena, clad in white, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding elegance. His chiseled features resembled a finely crafted sculpture, drawing cheers from countless young women. This brat really knows how to put on a show. Seeing the throngs of enamored girls, the fatty grumbled. Just the other day he was beaten to a pulp by the boss. Where was this bravado then? What do you think Xiao Huohua's current cultivation level is? Bai Yuhui asked. Given that the 3 of us have entered the Do Wang realm, with Xiao Huohua's skills and talents, he should at least be on par with Murong Xiong. He might even rival the royals, Zhao Zongxiang suggested. Upon hearing this, the fatty and his companion fell silent. They understood all too well the terror of the 6th floor. Their ascension to the Do Wang realm stemmed from their experience in the 6th floor, where they had undergone profound body tempering and enhancement due to the overwhelming pressure. Consequently, their training yielded results far exceeding their efforts. If they had received unexpected gains, then Xiao Huohua's rewards were surely several times greater. Here he comes, someone in the crowd shouted. Xiao Huohua swaggered onto the arena, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. Upon seeing him, Murong Xiong erupted in fury, his eyes turning crimson as if dripping blood. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression twisted in rage. I thought you were too scared to show up. Murong Xiong sneered. Not at all, Tio, deal with you. I need only a single slap, Xiao Huohua replied nonchalantly, digging in his ear and casting a sidelong glance at Murong Xiong, further igniting his fury and unleashing a chilling aura that tore through the arena's ground. 9th stage Do Wang. Murong Xiong had already reached the 9th stage Do Wang realm. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Xiao Huohua's arrogance was astounding, boasting that he could resolve the battle with a single slap. Indeed, it was a single slap that concluded the fight. Murong Xiong's slap? Laughter erupted as the crowd derided Xiao Huohua, their scorn evident. Yet, Xiao Huohua remained unfazed. He flicked the cigarette, but to the ground and addressed Murong Xiong. How about this? Let us sign a death contract. You harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Even without a contract, you would find a way to kill me. Tio, avoid future complications. Let us sign the contract and get this over with. Morong Xiong was momentarily taken aback, as were the onlookers below. No one expected Xiao Huohua to propose signing a death contract. Morong Xiong indeed harbored intentions to eliminate Xiao Huohua in the arena, but was wary of the sect leader as potential repercussions afterward. Even with his grandfather and master present, he could not escape the possibility of being punished or suppressed by the sect leader. However, with Xiao Huohua voluntarily proposing to sign a life and death contract, all lingering concerns vanished. Very well, as you wish, Morong Xiong chuckled. Outside the arena, in the observation tower, Lei Budong and the others frowned slightly, perplexed as to why Xiao Huohua would take the initiative to sign a life and death agreement. The seventh elder, however, smiled inwardly, thinking, now, if Xiong'er kills Xiao Huohua, the aftermath will be much simpler. Morong he did not feel joyous. Instead, a hint of unease surfaced within him, but a glance at Mu Mu revealed no change in the latter's expression. As if all of this had nothing to do with him. Even Xiao Huohua seemed unrelated to him. Thus, Morong He's unease intensified, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably on the arena. Xiao Huohua and Morong Xiong finalized the life and death contract. Morong Xiong looked at Xiao Huohua with a cold smile. I had planned to kill you and deal with the sect leader's wrath afterward, yet you have offered yourself, Xiao Huohua, regardless of what the sect leader has bestowed upon you. It is all futile in the face of absolute power. I will shatter your bones, piece by piece, and tear you apart to quell my fury. Die. With a roar, Morong Xiong unleashed his ninth-tier Do Wang aura. An overwhelming presence that sent shivers through everyone present, causing them to feel a wave of dread. Xiao Huohua, slightly annoyed, dug at his ear and remarked, how noisy. He then faced the charging Morong Xiong with calm composure and slowly raised his palm. Slap! A resounding smack echoed as Xiao Huohua struck Morong Xiong's face, unleashing a surge of astonishing do qi that caused the clouds above to churn violently. The gale sliced through the arena, shattering it in an instant. The spectators were flung back, many coughing up blood, their faces pale with shock. Suddenly, Morong Xiong's head exploded like a watermelon, the terrifying force ripping apart his body into a gruesome mess. Silence engulfed the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the arena, jaws agape in disbelief. They had anticipated that Xiao Huohua's single slap would merely end the fight as a boastful gesture. Little did they know. It had indeed sealed the outcome of this duel. What was most terrifying was the do qi that Xiao Huohua had released. Though only for a brief moment, everyone realized that it was not the aura of a Do Huang but a Do Huang. Heavens! Xiao Huohua had already attained the rank of Do Huang, officially entering the ranks of the elite on the Do Qi continent. In just a few days, he had ascended from a second-tier Do Huang to Do Huang. The speed of his cultivation was unprecedented, shattering records and defying logic. Xiong'er, a heart-wrenching voice filled with boundless rage reverberated throughout the Shangyun sect, causing the disciples around the arena to clutch their ears in pain. Morong He's eyes turned crimson as he roared in despair. A terrifying aura erupted from the observation tower. As if crossing space, it materialized above the shattered arena, where blood and flesh lay scattered. Morong He trembled, veins bulging, his face contorted in rage. Xiao Huohua, I will have your life. At that moment, a domineering do qi descended like a towering mountain. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Huohua's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted. Vajra manifestation. A phantom of the Vajra demon ape materialized around him, attempting to counter the oppressive force. Yet, as soon as the illusion appeared, it shattered like glass. Xiao Huohua coughed up blood and staggered back several steps. Die? Morong He's eyes were bloodshot, his hands transforming into claws, blue do qi surging skyward, morphing into a colossal python. Morong He, do you dare? At that moment, Lei Budong shouted, forming a fist imprint to suppress the impending threat. Boom! An astonishing force erupted, creating a deep pit where the arena had once stood, while the terrifying aura caused all disciples present to take several steps back, coughing up blood. Leading the charge was Mu Mu, flanked by several others, while the seventh elder confronted Morong He. Mu Mu's expression darkened as he glared at Morong He, his cold gaze radiating a chilling aura. Morong He, do you seek rebellion? Lei Budong admonished sternly. Ordinarily, he had no authority to intervene, as his disciple was the fatty, not Xiao Huohua. Yet, Lei Budong was straightforward. He would always stand up for those he favored, even if it meant confronting Morong He, whom he had long disdained. If not for the constraints of certain rules, he would have clashed with Morong He long ago. Moreover, the reason the fatty had rapidly ascended from a great Do master to Do Wang was due to Xiao Huohua's assistance. As the saying goes, a disciple's debts are repaid by the master. Xiao Huohua and Morong Xiong had signed a life and death contract before their confrontation. Elder Morong, is your conduct not somewhat against the rules? The fifth elder interjected. Ignoring the inquiry, Morong Hie's eyes glowed with murderous intent as he fixated on Xiao Huohua. Boss, are you all right? At that moment, the fatty and his companions rushed over, concerned by Xiao Huohua's pale complexion. I am fine, Xiao Huohua replied, inhaling deeply, his eyes now filled with a similar murderous glare directed at Morong He. Morong He, do you wish to die? Mu Mu spoke coldly, his expression indifferent. A cloud-like aura enveloped the area, sending a shiver down the spines of all present. Ha ha ha. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Mu Mu, Morong He laughed heartily, his face pale yet filled with defiance. Mu Mu, the outcome of this battle is still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Mu Mu's brows furrowed in seriousness. Just then, Ichio interjected, Host, be advised, the Soul Palace is attacking. Xiao Huohua's heart raced with terror. The Soul Palace was the foremost power on the Doqi continent, and the very force behind the destruction of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Master, Morong He is colluding with the Soul Palace. They have dispatched numerous experts to assault Shangyan sect. Everyone gasped in shock, their breaths quickening. Morong He stared at Xiao Huohua, bewildered. So, it was you who annihilated the Luosha clan. You possess considerable intelligence, but it is too late. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted outside the sect. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowing. Sect leader, trouble. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming, responsible for maintaining order, rushed in, frantic and shouting. A vast number of enemies are approaching. They are from the Soul Palace. Boom. Without hesitation, Morong He and the seventh elder launched the first assault, unleashing astonishing Doqi against Mu Mu and the others. They vanished into shadows, ready to strike. Morong He, you traitorous scoundrel. If I do not slay you today, my heart shall remain unsettled. Lei Budong roared, pursuing Morong He, accompanied by the fifth elder. Mu Mu turned to Meng Heron. Instructing, proceed as planned. Understood. Meng Heron nodded gravely, disappearing in an instant. This indicated that Mu Mu was already aware of Morong Hie's collusion with the Soul Palace and had prepared accordingly. Zhang Ruoming. Organize the disciples below Do Ling to retreat to the shelters. Yes, sect leader, Zhang Ruoming affirmed. The rest of you, follow me to confront them. With a cold smirk, Mu Mu added, I didn't expect the Soul Palace's first target to be our Shangyan sect, thinking us a soft target to be easily crushed. The outer sect resembled a hellscape. The forces of the Soul Palace swept through like vengeful spirits, leaving a trail of casualties among the disciples. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses littered the ground, and the air was filled with haunting cries of despair. You Soul Palace wretches, do not be so arrogant, the second elder bellowed, veins bulging as he unleashed formidable Doqi, instantly annihilating numerous foes from the Soul Palace. At that moment, the elders led their disciples into battle, transforming the slaughter into a fierce conflict in mid-air. Several figures clashed violently, with the second elder and his companions engaging in a brutal struggle against the elders from the Soul Palace. Xiao Huohua appeared at the outer sect, witnessing the scene before him, igniting a fiery rage within him, his eyes burning crimson. The ground was strewn with the remains of Shangyun's sect's disciples. Many missing limbs, writhing in pools of blood. Alongside this, a powerful killing intent surged from within him, awakened by the spirit of his original body, for the Xiao family in Wutan City had been annihilated by the Soul Palace. Kill! Xiao Huohua shouted, his gaze fierce. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching into the fray. Boom! A massive explosion ensued, claiming countless lives among the Soul Palace's ranks. That is Xiao Huohua. The Palace Master has decreed. Eliminate him! A Soul Palace soldier spotted Xiao Huohua and bellowed, summoning several shadows that darted toward him like phantoms. Get lost! Xiao Huohua roared, wielding the Longyin sword with fury. Swish, 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 a cold glint flashed as several heads fell. Severed in an instant, roar. At that moment, the little lion emerged from the system space, its roar reverberating throughout the plaza. After exchanging items for points, Xiao Huohua also obtained numerous elixirs from Ichio, administering them to the little lion in the present day. Although the young lion's physique does not compare to that of the elder, its ancestral bloodline has evolved significantly. The crimson hue is more pronounced, exuding a fierce and savage demeanor, revealing its formidable prowess at the level of a battle king. Suddenly, Mu Mu appeared, striking down several elders of the Soul Palace with a single blow. He then sought to annihilate those engaged in combat with the second elder. At that moment, an unparalleled force erupted, neutralizing Mu Mu's attack. A figure emerged before him, pale-faced with dark lips and light green eyes, possessing an air of ethereal elegance. Indeed, Mu Zongzhu's reputation is well-deserved. I have long admired him. Mu Mu gazed at the figure before him, his brow furrowed, his expression grave as he uttered, "A semi-saint powerhouse." In the original narrative, the assault by the Soul Palace on the Cloud Sect occurs in the latter stages of the storyline. Sol Tian had acquired the seventh type of and was preparing to ascend to the realm of the Battle Emperor. He subsequently commanded the elders to seize the 3,000 Thunder Flames from the Cloud Sect to bolster his chances of becoming a Battle Emperor. However, within the current timeline, Sol Tian has only just obtained the fifth type of. Following the natural progression of events, it would take several more years to orchestrate such an assault. The revelation of Moronghe's identity also aligns with this time frame. Yet, Ye Chen compelled Lu Yi to obliterate the entire Rakshasa clan, leaving behind the name Xiao Huohua along with some provocative remarks, inciting Sol Tian's wrath and prompting an early attack on the Cloud Sect. Consequently, Moronghe's identity was exposed. This assault by the Soul Palace thus enabled Ye Chen to acquire 1,500,000 units of world essence, with the gains continuing to swell. For every soul lost at the Cloud Sect, Ye Chen extracted energy from their remains and utilized divine abilities to seize medicinal pills. With a double deficiency, this premature attack was poised to yield several hundred units of world essence. At that moment, Ye Chen sensed the world's consciousness brimming with malice towards him. Originally, this battle was to unfold over more than 500 chapters. Now, only a few chapters had propelled the plot forward, leaving the world's consciousness thoroughly dissatisfied, desiring to suppress Ye Chen and vent its fury. Yet, the world's consciousness could do nothing against Ye Chen. Although the Rakshasa clan was annihilated by Lu Yi, the repercussions fell upon Xiao Huohua. This did not contravene the storyline. Furthermore, the Soul Palace's attack on the Cloud Sect occurred after the demise of the Rakshasa clan. Thus, while the plot accelerated, it remained consistent in terms of logic and emotion. Regardless of the world's consciousness's fury, it could not affect Ye Chen, who remained unfazed. Ye Chen glanced upward, a smirk playing on his lips. With his right hand resting on his left arm, he provocatively raised his left index finger, declaring, "Come at me." The world's consciousness blushed with indignation. Xiao Huohua, wielding the dragon roar sword, was drenched in blood, all from those of the Soul Palace. Like a harbinger of death, wherever he tread, souls perished. The intelligence indicated he was merely a battle king. Yet here he stood at the level of a battle emperor. He deserved his fate. A battle emperor, observing the countless casualties among his subordinates, felt his eyes turn crimson, a chilling aura enveloping him. Xiao Huohua faced this battle emperor, and as he raised his sword, a piercing dragon's roar resounded. The sword chi surged forth, bright and sharp. The battle emperor's expression shifted, hastily conjuring his fighting spirit to counter this terrifying sword energy. In that instant, blood spewed forth as he staggered back several steps. At that moment, a phantom of a purple-flamed demon lion manifested behind Xiao Huohua, its ferocity palpable, as if the true essence had descended. Instilling dread, he then unleashed a punch, and the purple-flamed demon lion charged forth. With a resounding crash, flames ignited, followed by thick smoke. The battle emperor was severely wounded, struggling for breath. Nearby, several battle kings from the Soul Palace trembled at the sight and fled in terror. "Stop!" Xiao Huohua bellowed, unleashing formidable fighting spirit that repelled them. "Isn't your target me? I stand right here." "Xiao Huohua, you must flee." Meng Heron urgently cried out. "I'm fine," Xiao Huohua assured. "Elder, you take the others and retreat. Leave this to me." Meng Heron hesitated briefly, then led the disciples of the Cloud Sect to safety. Xiao Huohua's shout indeed drew the attention of the Soul Palace. Their objective was not only to seize the 3,000 Thunder Flames, but also to eliminate Xiao Huohua. "You are Xiao Huohua?" "I am Xiao Huohua, unchanged in name or nature." The man seethed with rage, his killing intent palpable as he glared at Xiao Huohua, veins bulging in fury. "You are the one who slaughtered countless brothers of the Rakshasa clan. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the spirits of my fallen kin." With that, a chilling aura erupted, revealing the strength of a 2-star battle sect. Suddenly, he transformed into a blood shadow, resembling a vengeful specter. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Huohua fired 3 shots. The bullets whistled, a thunderous roar filling the air. In an instant, the blood shadow of the battle sect erupted into a cloud of red mist as bullets struck his arms, calves, and chest. With a thunderous explosion, the The power of the bullets and fighting spirit converged, obliterating the battle sect member in a shocking display that left all present in disbelief. A battle emperor had been slain in an instant. Finally, the system has not betrayed me. Xiao Huohuo marveled at the sight of the battle sect powerhouse he had just gunned down. Not long ago, Ye Chen had advised him that to survive the chaos, he must upgrade his weapon store to the latest version. After spending 200,000 points, Xiao Huohuo had done so. At that moment, Mu Mu and others, engaged in fierce battle, were drawn to the spectacle of Xiao Huohuo's triumph over the battle sect. The semi-saint fighting Mu Mu felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Xiao Huohuo's weapon, realizing the implications. To think, a mere battle emperor could slay a battle sect member was unprecedented. Then, recalling the intelligence from Morong he realized Xiao Huohuo had entered the Thunder Flames Tower with several battle spirits. Moreover, after the tower erupted with anomalies, the aura had diminished greatly. Could it be that Xiao Huohuo had acquired the 3,000 Thunder Flames? Was his weapon a manifestation of that power? At all costs, capture Xiao Huohuo alive and bring him to the Soul Palace. The others nodded in agreement, wary of Xiao Huohuo's weapon. Yet, several battle sects began gathering their strength for an attack. System: exchange for a Gatling gun, Xiao Huohuo coolly declared, donning a bulletproof vest. Unbeknownst to him, a red cloth had appeared on his head. Today, he would become the Rambo of the Duki continent. No, he would be the battle wolf of the Duki continent. Ding Gatling gun exchanged successfully. Remaining points, 278,000. The mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Huohuo's mind. Behold, the golden Gatling gun materialized in his grasp. The Soul Palace's battle sect members watched in shock as the weapon in Xiao Huohuo's hands transformed. Their expressions grew even graver. This kid's weapon, though peculiar, is immensely destructive. However, he is still merely a battle emperor. The fighting spirit he possesses cannot sustain this weapon for long. Once he exhausts his energy, we will have our chance to capture him, one battle sect member asserted. I refuse to believe a mere battle emperor can stir up much trouble. Another shouted impatiently. A terrifying fighting spirit erupted from him, warping the surrounding space. His fingers contorted, transforming into talons of darkness. In an instant, he lunged at Xiao Huohuo. Xiao Huohuo, with a cigarette in his mouth, squinted at the approaching figure and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Tat tat tat. In a heartbeat, several bullets flew forth, imbued with the essence of death. Pop, pop, pop. The battle sect member erupted in a cloud of blood, his body riddled with bullets. With a thunderous explosion, half of his body was obliterated. Blood and flesh splattering, the scene gruesome, a chilling scream echoed, reverberating throughout the square, instilling fear in countless hearts. The inhabitants of the Soul Palace trembled in fear at the sight of Xiao Huohuo, their faces pale and their bodies slightly quaking. The weapon in Xiao Huohuo's hands was truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he severely wounded a master at the Do Zone level. At that moment, Xiao Huohuo appeared merciless, like a cold-blooded executioner, his eyes glinting like lightning, his expression indifferent, akin to a deity who governed life and death. The instant he pulled the trigger, countless bullets erupted from the gun's muzzle, accompanied by a thunderous roar and flickering flames. The Do Zone experts, witnessing this, changed their expressions drastically and hastily harnessed their Do Qi to flee the scene. However, the souls of the people behind them in the Soul Palace could not escape the fate of slaughter. With a gruesome sound, the crowd of souls exploded in a mist of blood, followed by a deafening crash. In an instant, dozens of souls perished, their bodies obliterated. Like a butcher, Xiao Huohuo wielded the Gatling gun, unleashing a relentless barrage. The bullets sped forth like lightning, and despite the vast number of soul soldiers recognizing the peril of remaining, they found themselves with no time to escape, for the bullets flew too swiftly to react. In merely half a minute, the gathered soul soldiers were all slain beneath the barrage, including several powerful Do Huang warriors. Xiao Huohuo gazed at the ground littered with corpses and stained with blood, his brows furrowing slightly as unease washed over him. The lethality of the Gatling gun was indeed overwhelming. In just 30 seconds, hundreds had lost their lives, and the scene was horrifically bloody, resembling a hellscape. Just then, a Do Zone let out an enraged roar and charged at Xiao Huohuo from the left, exuding a terrifying pressure. Xiao Huohuo sheathed the Gatling gun, as it was cumbersome and required substantial Do Qi to wield, significantly affecting his response speed and making close combat difficult. He swiftly employed the Lightning Leopard's footwork to evade the Do Zone's lethal strike. The bullets whistled through the air, and the Do Zone realized the danger. Quickly dodging the incoming attack, he has changed weapons. One Do Zone howled, clearly due to the severe exhaustion of Do Qi, seizing this moment to suppress Xiao Huohua, ensuring no future threats in an instant. For Do Zong appeared from different directions, enclosing Xiao Huohua. They unleashed tremendous Do Qi, crashing towards him like surging waves, trapping him with no means of escape and suppressing his speed. Observing this, Xiao Huohua furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on a 54 caliber sidearm with his other hand. His eyes flashed as he coldly inquired, "Do you know Yin Shuangying?" The air crackled as Xiao Huohua spun on the spot, arms extended and crossing over one another. He fired twice, and as the bullets soared, they transformed into cold flames and the power of 3,000 thunderous infernos. As the two types of exotic flames manifested in midair, the entire outer sect of the Shangyun sect was enveloped by the chilling power of the cold flames and the violent, thunderous fire. Xiao Huohua astonishingly wielded and unleashed two types of exotic flames simultaneously. The sole soldier engaged in battle with Mu Mu revealed an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom how Xiao Huohua could command the 11th and 9th ranked exotic flames. It was inconceivable that, aside from the soul heaven, there existed another capable of wielding such power. Mu Mu, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile, realizing that the boy had indeed mastered two types of exotic flames. At this moment, the second elder and others were equally astonished, followed swiftly by joy, for Xiao Huohua was a disciple of the Shangyun sect and had a strong bond with their own disciples. The more monstrous Xiao Huohua became, the greater the benefits for his companions. The four Do Zong attacking Xiao Huohua turned pale and trembled at the sight of the 3,000 thunderous infernos and cold flames, a thick aura of death enveloping them, igniting thoughts of escape. Yet, the pressure emanating from the exotic flames was overwhelmingly terrifying. The surrounding space felt as though it had frozen, causing frost to form upon the bodies of the four Do Zong. Where the frost formed, an intense heat erupted, scorching their insides as a bone-chilling cold penetrated their beings. They felt as though they were living in a hellish nightmare, and with the frenzied power of the 3,000 thunderous infernos pressing down upon them like heavenly thunder, the four Do Zong's bodies exploded, their blood mist instantaneously evaporated by the power of the exotic flames. In that moment, for bullets whistled through the air. The four could only watch helplessly as the bullets approached, their eyes widening in horror as they screamed. No, with a thunderous roar, they were engulfed in the exotic flames, burned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, the shockwaves from the exotic flames affected the nearby Do Zun experts of the Soul Palace, causing their blood to surge. Seizing the opportunity, the second elder and his companions launched a fierce counterattack, aiming to eliminate the remaining threats. Xiao Huohua gasped for breath, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead. Simultaneously wielding two types of exotic flames was indeed perilous for him. Nearly exhausting his Do Qi, he half knelt on the ground, using his firearm to support himself. System, exchange for a Qi recovery pill. He commanded, understanding that he could not afford to be careless in the face of danger. After all, the one battling Mu Mu was a half-saint powerhouse, a terrifying adversary capable of claiming his life in an instant. Sure enough, the half-saint advanced with a swift and ghostly grace, as if traversing space itself. "How dare you?" Mu Mu bellowed, unleashing his Do Qi to pursue. At that moment, Xiao Huohua had just exchanged for a recovery pill. Yet before he could consume it, the Soul Palace's half-saint was upon him. A pale hand reached forward. A terrifying Do Qi surged forth, shaking the very heavens and causing ripples in the surrounding space. Everyone felt an overwhelming heaviness. With a thud, the second elder and others coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground. This oppressive force also slowed Mu Mu's pursuit, despite his speed enhanced by the thunderous flames. He too was hindered. "Your people wish to move? You do not know the meaning of death," Ye Chen sneered, unleashing his own formidable power. The cold flames and 3,000 thunderous infernos in his hands were exponentially stronger than those wielded by Xiao Huohua. He had mastered these two exotic flames to their utmost potential, yielding double the effectiveness. Thus, the eruption of these two flames presented a power rivaling the fifth-ranked exotic flame, the fallen star flame. The piercing scream echoed as the Soul Palace's half-saint was instantaneously consumed by the exotic flames, reduced to ashes in a heartbeat. Yet before this, Ye Chen acted swiftly, extracting the half-saint's energy and treasures, minimizing the loss of the world's essence. Even so, this cost him 1,000,000 units of world essence. He glared at the consciousness of this realm, cursing, "Damn it! Here I am, helping you preserve the protagonist. And you demand so much world essence? Are you out of your mind?" The Soul Palace's half-saint was obliterated by the two exotic flames, leaving not even a trace behind, shocking everyone present. Xiao Huahua was equally astonished, believing his days in this Doqi continent were at an end. Little did he know that at this critical moment, the often self-serving system would intervene to resolve his crisis. After a considerable time, there was no prompt indicating a deduction of points or any other demands, which moved Xiao Huahua to tears of gratitude. System, you truly are my savior. From this day forth, I am your loyal son. Such occurrences, he wished, could happen more frequently. Get lost? Ye Chen, in a fit of rage, found himself provoked by Xiao Huahua's shamelessness, erupting in anger. Look at your stingy demeanor, Xiao Huahua retorted. Isn't it just a free helping hand? What is the big deal? How many times have you exploited me? Huahua, are you all right? Mu approached Xiao Huahua, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, master. Xiao Huahua's complexion paled, and after a few coughs, he remarked that his body felt somewhat weak and in need of rejuvenation. This is a spirit-nourishing pill, which can restore some vitality in a short period. Quickly take it. We must leave this place at once, Mu instructed, presenting a pill from his robe to Xiao Huahua. Thank you, master. Xiao Huahua felt a surge of joy as he accepted the pill, promptly exchanging it for 5,000 points. He then consumed another pill he had exchanged from Ye Chen, also costing 5,000 points, but deemed it a worthwhile trade. Meanwhile, several members of the Soul Hall, who were engaged in combat with the second elder and others, witnessed the demise of a semi-saint at the hands of Xiao Huahua. Fearful, they seized the opportunity amidst the shock of the second elder and others and fled without a trace. We must depart immediately, Mu declared, halting the second elder and others from pursuing the fleeing members of the Soul Hall. Lei Budong and Elder Wu had gone after Murong He and were now unaccounted for. Shiba Tian's face was ashen, blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Old Meng has already joined them, leading many disciples away. We must head through the inner sect's secret passage to regroup with them. What about the sect? The second elder gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the many corpses of disciples around him. His eyes reddening, Mu clenched his jaw, suppressing his fury, and spoke slowly. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Let's leave first. The Soul Hall's forces have been nearly annihilated, but they will not rest easily. We must find a hidden place to recuperate and conceal ourselves. I founded the Shangyun sect, and I will not allow it to perish. When the time is right, I will surely restore it to its former glory atop this continent. With a heavy heart, Mu led Xiao Huahua and the others away, taking with them the fist-sized cluster of 3,000 thunder flames from the Lei Yin Tower. The fall of the Shangyun sect sent shockwaves across the Doqi continent, providing a clearer understanding of both the sect's strength and the ambitions of the Soul Hall. The Soul Hall had dispatched 5 Dozong and Dozong level fighters, alongside over a dozen Dohuang and numerous elite Dohuang and Doling. A semi-saint also met his demise at the hands of Xiao Huahua, showcasing the depth of power the Shangyun sect had concealed over the years. The name Xiao Huahua began to echo throughout the Doqi continent, particularly as he ascended from a second-tier Dohuang to the realm of Dohuang in a remarkably short period. His extraordinary talent was undeniable, and he possessed 2 types of extraordinary flames, a phenomenon previously unseen on the continent. It remained unknown that Han Tian commanded 5 types of extraordinary flames. With his singular prowess, Xiao Huahua had slain numerous Dozong, and the majority of the Soul Hall's personnel fell to him. His battle prowess had made him a celebrated figure, a leader among the younger generation, unmatched in his cultivation speed and extraordinary flames. Rumors circulated regarding Xiao Huahua's significant ties to the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. Allegedly, the Shangyun sect had borrowed a fragment of a bloodstone from the Xiao family to test Xiao Huahua's bloodline level. Though the ultimate results were unknown, however, the bloodstone had exploded, shocking news spreading rapidly, all related to Xiao Huahua. This catapulted him into the spotlight, with countless individuals searching for his whereabouts alongside Mu and the others. The Songhai sect, Wang family, and Zhang family promptly dispatched numerous individuals to seek Xiao Huahua and his party, recognizing that such extraordinary talent and possession of 2 types of extraordinary flames foretold limitless potential for his growth. The moment he broke free from his shackles and leaped into the Dragon Gate, his brilliance on the Doqi continent would be assured. The sect or family he belonged to would also ascend to prominence. The various factions led by the Soul Hall were quick to dispatch their own forces in search of Xiao Huahua, all coveting the extraordinary flames he possessed. The Soul Hall naturally sought to obtain these flames to bolster their own power against the Do Emperor. Other factions, while not as formidable as the Soul Hall or the Songhai sect, still held influence and sought to soar to the heights of the Doqi continent should they acquire extraordinary flames. The Xiao family also acted swiftly, sending individuals to locate Xiao Huohua. The higher-ups were aware that he was the son of Xiao Yin and the grandson of clan leader Xiao Zhan. Given this relationship, coupled with Xiao Huohua's talent and fortune, it was only natural that they would seek to bring back this wandering member of the Xiao family for careful cultivation, aiming to restore the family's ancient glory in due time. However, within the Xiao family, two starkly different opinions emerged. Both aimed to bring Xiao Huohua home. One faction sought to nurture him diligently, while the other demanded he relinquish the extraordinary flames. This was due to the fact that Xiao Yin, being the illegitimate son of Xiao Zhan, was not fully acknowledged by the Xiao family, yet he still carried their bloodline. Thus, Xiao Huohua was similarly affected. According to family rules, all possessions acquired by clan members must be submitted to the family. If Xiao Huohua surrendered the extraordinary flames, he would be recognized as a member of the family, and his deceased father, Xiao Yin, would be granted the right to be laid to rest in the Xiao family tomb. In a concealed cave within the mountains, over 100 individuals gathered. Near several campfires, the atmosphere was notably somber. The Shangyun sect had once boasted over 1,000 disciples across both inner and outer sects. Yet now only a mere tenth of that number remained, with each disciple bearing various injuries. This was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to the Shangyun sect. The cave's entrance stood Mu Mu and a few others, vigilant for any signs of movement. We were so close, just a hair's breadth away from slaying that beast. Murong he its truly frustrating, Lei Budong exclaimed, taking a swig of liquor, his teeth clenched. Some grudges will eventually be avenged. There's no need to rush. The priority now, Elder Meng Heron interjected, is to ensure the safety of our disciples. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Almost all factions are searching for our whereabouts, especially after the revelation of Xiao Huohua possessing two types of extraordinary flames. It is difficult to discern whether those seeking us are genuinely trying to assist or harbor ulterior motives. The group fell silent at these words. I plan to take Xiao Huohua to the Xiao family to assess the situation, Mu Mu stated. Looking across the continent, the only entity we can trust and that has sufficient power to shelter us, while also making the Soul Hall wary, is the Xiao family. However, the internal situation in the Xiao family seems unstable. Meng Heron furrowed his brow. Reports indicate that there are two distinctly opposing views regarding Xiao Huohua within the Xiao family. Moreover, clan leader Xiao Zhan appears to be somewhat sidelined. Would it not pose a risk to approach him now? Mu Mu replied, it is a predicament we cannot avoid. As Elder Meng said, knowing a person's face does not guarantee knowledge of their heart. In this peculiar situation, it is challenging to differentiate friend from foe, and I trust the Xiao family more than the others. After all, Xiao Huohua carries their bloodline. Additionally, my relationship with Xiao Zhan has always been close. We have no choice but to proceed this way. By the way, have you informed Ziyun? Mu Mu asked, his expression tinged with concern. The sudden attack by the Soul Hall had created a precarious situation, making it difficult to address many matters promptly. As the leader of the Shangyun sect, Mu Mu bore the responsibility for his disciples' lives, and in this unique circumstance, he could not attend to his daughter, delegating that task to Meng Heron. Rest assured, Meng Heron reassured him. Before I arrived, Ziyun had already sensed the situation and emerged from her seclusion in preparation for battle, but I stopped her. Then why didn't she accompany you? Mu Mu inquired. You know Ziyun's temperament well, Meng Heron replied. Upon learning of the sect's demise, she contemplated for a moment and declared, one day, I will annihilate the Soul Hall, before departing. Given the urgency of the situation, I did not stop her but led the disciples away. Sighing, Mu Mu lamented, my daughter has inherited her mother's fierce and stubborn nature. As a father, I feel I have failed her, having neglected her over the years. With that, Mu Mu rose and exited the cave. Outside, Xiao Huohua was playfully engaging with a small lion atop a massive stone. Upon seeing Mu Mu approach, he immediately stood and bowed. There's no need for formalities between us. My disciple, Mu Mu said, glancing at the crimson little lion. This little creature is truly remarkable. Its bloodline is almost ancestral. Given time, it could evolve into a red flame golden lion. Master, you must have come to speak with me about something. Xiao Huohua noted, understanding that Mu Mu's visit was not merely to discuss the little lion. Although the lion's bloodline was close to returning to its ancestral form, evolving into an ancient fierce beast, the process would not be completed overnight, especially now that the Shangyun sect lay in ruins, with only over 100 disciples remaining. Their foundation had been severely damaged. For Mu Mu, the primary concern was to secure a refuge to evade the relentless pursuit of the Soul Palace, lest the last flickers of hope and foundation be extinguished. Moreover, Xiao Huohua had surmised the reason behind Mu Mu's visit. You clever lad, your mind is sharp, yet your nature is refreshingly straightforward. You speak your mind without reservation. Moo chuckled softly, remarking, "This can be both a blessing and a curse, as the saying goes. Painting a dragon or a tiger is difficult, but capturing the essence is even harder. One must tread carefully, and words should be measured. After all, you are my master, and I trust your wisdom transcends mine." Xiao Huahua grinned. Moo, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Do you know why I've sought you out?" he inquired. "Is there a reward for answering correctly? If not, I'm at a loss," Xiao Huahua quipped, prompting Moo to chide him in jest. "You rascal," he said, conceding to the banter, "I am aware of your purpose for calling me." Xiao Huahua continued earnestly, "I overheard your conversation with the Grand Elder. Oh, my surprise. I learned that I am a member of the Xiao family from Zhengzhou. Now that the sect has fallen, we must seek a safer haven for our brothers to recuperate and regain strength. I will go to great lengths to accomplish this." Moo regarded Xiao Huahua in silence for a moment, before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We shall depart at dawn," he declared, then retreated into the cave. Leaving Xiao Huahua and the little lion behind, Moo understood that Xiao Huahua would need time to digest the revelation of his lineage. Once Moo entered the cave, Xiao Huahua promptly exchanged some snowflakes and prepared a meal with a sense of leisure, reveling in the moment. He had already known his identity during the selection trials and exhibited little surprise. Despite the Xiao family's formidable status on the Duqi continent, the presence of a system could easily eclipse it. With sufficient points, one could summon an aircraft and unleash nuclear strikes, reducing the once mighty Xiao family to ruins. Xiao Huahua mused on the burdens of belonging to a prominent family, feeling confined by its rigid constraints, akin to a lifeless automaton. This was a torment for someone who cherished freedom. Prior to Moo's visit, Xiao Huahua had contemplated acquiring numerous elixirs or treasures from him, hoping to exchange them for points to construct a fortified base as the core of the Shangyun sect. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by Ye Chen, who warned against altering the narrative surrounding the Xiao family. Ye Chen, having used a substantial amount of world origin energy, knew well that the world's consciousness had grown wary of him. Any attempts to manipulate the plot would likely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the wealth possessed by the Xiao family far exceeded that of the Shangyun sect. Why not seize the opportunity? Ye Chen was particularly intrigued by the fifth-ranked, the Fallen Star Flame, estimating it could yield nearly 3 to 4 million units of world origin. This was an irresistible temptation for him, prompting him to refuse Xiao Huahua's proposal and inform him that venturing to the Xiao family would trigger a hidden mission, granting 500,000 points. Despite Xiao Huahua's reluctance, he acquiesced, having learned the system's tendencies through their interactions. While it might present challenges, it would not harm him. Additionally, the system had a peculiar temperament, prone to leaving him at a moment's notice. Therefore, in front of Moo, Xiao Huahua adopted a demeanor of self-importance, hoping to evoke a sense of indebtedness from his master for future requests. Yet, Xiao Huahua's true objective was not the treasures that Moo possessed, but rather the coveted Ziyun. "Once I acquire Ziyun, all the treasures of the Shangyun sect will rightfully be mine," he thought gleefully, indulging in his daydreams as he savored the snowflakes, his expression one of utter mischief, much to the disdain of the little lion beside him. The Xiao family resided in the heart of Zhengzhou, their estate a grand palace that exuded an air of distinction. Xiao Zhan, the patriarch, was also Xiao Huahua's surrogate grandfather in this world. With his snow-white hair and frail form, he resembled a dying elder. However, the power within him was profound, akin to a surging ocean. He was a 7-star Do saint, a figure whose mere presence could cause tremors across the continent. Yet, this formidable being was nearly rendered powerless within the Xiao family. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, a tense atmosphere prevailed among the gathering of over a dozen individuals. As I stated, if Xiao Huahua wishes to enter the Xiao family, he must surrender his. Otherwise, he shall not set foot within our walls, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a prominent nose declared. Xiao Huahua, already a scion of the Xiao family and a Do Huang at a young age, had tamed two. Who else on the continent could achieve such a feat? The bloodstone's illumination revealed a 5-colored brilliance, indicating his lineage aligned with the family's ancestors. Yet, instead of nurturing him, you seek to seize his. Second elder Xiao Zhang retorted angrily. This is akin to collaborating with the Soul Palace. The blood that courses through Xiao Huahua's veins is that of the Xiao family. According to our customs, any family member who acquires must present it to the clan. Can you truly disregard our traditions simply because he is the grandson of the patriarch? Xiao Zhua, the middle-aged man, spoke with conviction. Moreover, it is widely known that Wen Nu is a trusted confidant of the sect leader, and Moo shares a close bond with the patriarch. The five-colored bloodline test shattered the bloodstone, raising doubts about their collusion. And as for Xiao, well, we all know how he was expelled from the Xiao family. With a scoff, Xiao Zhua added, if Xiao Huahua did not possess two, he would never be allowed within our family's domain. To exchange his for his status as a Xiao family member is a stroke of good fortune for him. Such nonsense, Xiao Buyu interjected. That child harbors little affection for our family. Your demands for him to surrender his are pushing him toward a dead end. What if he joins another sect or power? A member with ancestral blood, dual, and exceptional talent, forced into a corner. Can you bear the consequences of that? Across the continent, only our Xiao family can contend with the Soul Palace. Xiao Zhua asserted firmly. Although the Zhang and Wang families, along with Songhai sect, have dispatched numerous personnel to search for Xiao Huahua and his companions, it is evident that their intentions are merely a ruse. Their primary goal remains the he possesses. It would be better for him to entrust it to the Xiao family than allow it to fall into the hands of others. This way, he can reclaim his identity and achieve great merit. Enough of this nonsense, Xiao Zhang retorted, panting and flushed with indignation. You intend to transfer from that boy to Xiao Buyu. Had it not been for the fallen star flame, you would have already acted to implant thee into your grandson. Your schemes are transparent, and you feign righteousness for the sake of the family. Who are you trying to fool at your age? At this juncture, a fierce debate erupted among the elders of the Xiao family, with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Zhua leading the charge. Meanwhile, the patriarch, Xiao Zhan, sat silently in his chair, seemingly indifferent. The discord within the Xiao family stemmed largely from his leadership. Although he was the patriarch and the strongest in the family, his disposition leaned toward weakness, adhering to traditional family teachings that emphasized harmony. His lack of decisiveness led to indecision when disagreements arose, causing the voices of dissent within the family to grow louder. However, this demeanor was a facade, forced upon him by the circumstances surrounding him. His brother, Xiao Xiong, was the family's first elder, commanding a significant portion of the family's military strength and only slightly weaker than Xiao Zhan himself. The position of patriarch had been contested between the two, with Xiao Zhan narrowly emerging victorious by a single vote, thanks to the support of the previous patriarch, Xiao Xiong's father. This intricate web of relationships and events had left Xiao Zhan feeling powerless and burdened, leading him to project an image of weakness to outsiders. Had he been more resolute and less concerned with appearances, Xiao Yin would not have faced expulsion from the family. This weighed heavily on Xiao Zhan's conscience, and he felt stifled within the Xiao family, only able to shed his pretense in Mu Mu's presence. Several times, Mu Mu remarked to Xiao Zhan, "Old man, sometimes you should adopt a more assertive stance and worry less about trivial matters. With your strength as a 7-star Do Saint, who would dare to defy you when you are enraged?" However, Xiao Zhan's response was indeed, "When my uncle entrusted that crucial vote to me, he understood Xiao Xiong's temperament. He was ill-suited to lead the clan as he is prone to impulsiveness. His intention was for us to assist each other, allowing me to exert my authority as clan leader to restrain Xiao Xiong when necessary. Though I serve as the clan leader, the real power lies with Xiao Xiong. After all, he is a father and son. Moreover, I do not wish to see the Xiao family fragmented under my leadership, becoming a source of shame. Thus, old Mu, there are many times when I am not in control. I feel guilty towards Yinner and her mother." "Enough." At this moment, Xiao Zhan bellowed. The aura of the 7-star Do Saint surged forth, akin to towering mountains descending upon all present, causing a heavy sensation and hurried breaths among the crowd. Many were astonished. Since the incident with Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan had seldom spoken and had never displayed such formidable spirit. "Mu Mu and Hua Hua are almost at the Xiao residence, and yet you all are here bickering, making a spectacle for others to ridicule." Xiao Zhan's words were cold, his gaze like lightning. Surveying the surroundings, "Do you still regard me, your clan leader? As long as I live, I am the clan leader, and the Xiao family shall be under my command. I will not tolerate any insubordination." Xiao Tuo's expression soured as he opened his mouth to speak to At that moment. Sitting beside Xiao Zhan, Xiao Xiong's piercing gaze fixed on Xiao Tuo, causing the latter to swallow his words. Once Hua Hua arrived, he announced to all the clan members, "Come to the square. Are you not questioning Hua Hua's bloodline? Then let us test it before all the Xiao family members." Xiao Zhan declared, "Once Hua Hua's bloodline is tested, even if it is the lowest, he is still a descendant of the Xiao family. My grandson, as for his extraordinary fire, that is his own fortune and has no connection to the Xiao family." Thus, it was settled. If anyone disagreed, they could voice their concerns to me. "All of you, retreat." At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. It was not merely the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Zhan that silenced them. More importantly, Xiao Zhan had been weak for nearly a lifetime, and today was the first time he exhibited such a resolute demeanor, astonishing everyone. It was difficult to reconcile this with the usually submissive Xiao Zhan. Indeed, after a lifetime of weakness, Xiao Zhan decided today to cease his suppression. He had been overly concerned for too long, allowing his son Xiao Yin to be expelled from the Xiao family, never to see him again before his death, and unable to even be buried in the Xiao family tomb. Furthermore, his grandson's return to the Xiao family required a demonstration of loyalty and the surrender of extraordinary fire. What an ironic and ridiculous situation for a clan leader. With one foot in the grave, he resolved to shed the weakness he had clung to for so many years, revealing his truest, most formidable self. He intended to make amends for the grievances he bore against Xiao Yin through Xiao Huahua. Even so, no one in the grand hall moved to leave. Observing this, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Xiao Xiong spoke. "Everyone, please depart." Only then did Xiao Tuo and his companions exit the hall, while Xiao Zheng and his group bowed before gradually making their exit. This clearly indicated that even with Xiao Zhan's firm stance, little could change. When Xiao Huahua and Mu Mu arrived at the Xiao residence, they found others already waiting at the entrance, including Wen Nu, who had been lurking in the shadows of the Yun clan with Lei Budong and Meng Heran, observing with the bloodline stone. "Mu Zongzhu, we meet again," Wen Nu greeted, his robust form partially obscured by a white mask. "The clan has been annihilated. What use is there in discussing the title of Zongzhu?" Mu Mu replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Wen Nu, have you been waiting for me here to convey something important?" At this moment, Mu Mu's expression grew serious. As Xiao Zhan's personal guard, Wen Nu rarely left his side. Upon entering the Xiao residence, seeing Wen Nu stationed there indicated that something significant had transpired within the Xiao family. Thus, Wen Nu must have come to inform them ahead of time. Indeed, Wen Nu responded, his tone grave as he leaned closer to whisper in Mu Mu's ear. Xiao Huahua paid little mind to this, focusing all his attention on Ye Chen. "Ding. Host has arrived at the Xiao family in Zhongzhou as promised, earning 500,000 points. Remaining points, 578,000. Xiao Huahua gazed at the points, feeling less joy and more apprehension. Based on the system's nature, he knew that merely arriving at the Xiao family would not yield 500,000 points without additional circumstances. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. He had experienced it many times before. Now, Xiao Huahua was wary of the notion of free points for minor efforts. Having grown fearful of the system's tricks, he quickly checked the item exchange feature to see if it had been frozen like the previous time. But it appeared normal. This only heightened his unease, as he felt like a tightly strung bow, unsure of what trap the system had laid for him. Ding, sure enough, I knew this system wouldn't let things slide easily. Points are not so easily acquired. Upon hearing the notification, Xiao Huahua instantly relaxed. Hidden task: defeat the Xiao family's top talent, Xiao Buyu, to earn 1 million points. Failure will result in the deduction of all current points. Note: the Xiao family's hidden tasks consist of 3 phases. Successful completion will reward a Do Zundan. Initially, upon learning that defeating Xiao Buyu would yield 1 million points, Xiao Huahua did not feel elated. Rather, his brow furrowed. It was not merely the concern of losing all his remaining points upon failure. Though he had never met Xiao Buyu, he held a deep-seated apprehension towards him on the journey. Mu Mu had shared some insights about Xiao Buyu. He was not only the Xiao family's top talent, but also one of the most distinguished prodigies across the Doqi continent. At merely 25 years of age, he had already reached the 5-star Do Zong realm, exhibiting formidable strength that was truly terrifying. Among peers of the same realm and age, he was virtually invincible. Additionally, the Xiao family possessed the 5th-ranked extraordinary fire, Falling Star Flame. Although Xiao Buyu had attempted to tame it multiple times, he had always failed. However, he had extracted a significant amount of power from the Falling Star Flame during these attempts, allowing him to simulate such extraordinary fire, enhancing his combat prowess. Consequently, he could challenge and suppress opponents of the 7-star or 8-star Do Zong level. Furthermore, he was the most likely candidate within the Xiao family to tame the Falling Star Flame. This illustrates just how extraordinary Xiao Buyu truly was. Even though Xiao Huahua possessed 2 types of extraordinary fire at the same realm, he might not necessarily suppress him. There was a chance he could suffer injuries or even perish. Thus, when Xiao Huahua learned that the task required defeating Xiao Buyu, he felt a weighty seriousness settle upon him, and his breath quickened. He thought, if my points are deducted, so be it. It is far better than losing my life. Besides, earning points was still possible. Yet, Ye Chen added, if you can complete all the hidden tasks of the Xiao family, you will receive a Do Zundan. This revelation invigorated Xiao Huahua, filling him with renewed determination. A Do Zundan could be exchanged for 1,000,000 points. Up until now, the highest number of points Xiao Huahua had accumulated was merely 500,000, and his total points had never exceeded 1,000,000. To advance to the Do Zun realm at his current level, he would require at least 1,500,000 points, a lengthy endeavor that necessitated acquiring half the treasures of the Yun clan to gain such points. Now, defeating Xiaobu you could yield 1,000,000 points. Completing all tasks would grant a Do Zundan, equating to a total gain of 2,500,000 points. That was enough to exchange for an airplane or a tank, and there would still be surplus points. What was there to fear? No matter how formidable Xiaobu Yu was, he could not compete with my system. Isn't it just a 5-star Do Zone? I have a VIP membership. I can elevate my level in an instant. With my membership in hand, I can conquer the world. Xiao Huahua was filled with fighting spirit, prepared to go all in, spending 550,000 points to exchange for a 5-star Do Zone Dan. At this moment, Mu Mu's expression was grave. He furrowed his brow and slowly said, "It appears that Xiao Xiong's control over the Xiao family has become deeply entrenched. Even though the old man is now exhibiting iron-fisted tactics, it remains difficult to shake his hold. Unless one is ruthless and unafraid of the Xiao family's fragmentation, only then can the family be firmly grasped in hand. Yet, this is not what the old man wishes to witness. Rest assured, Mu Zongzhu, the clan leader has stated that he will spare no effort, even if it means relinquishing his position, to ensure the young master's safety. He will not allow the young master to suffer even a scratch." When Nu said, "Currently, the clan leader and the elders are waiting for you, and the young master at the Xiao family's square." Upon hearing this, Mu Mu nodded, then turned to Xiao Huahua, saying, "Huahua, I have informed you about the situation within the Xiao family on our way here. You are a clever child. I trust you know what must be done. Do not let your grandfather lose face in front of me, remember. You merely need to showcase your talents and win over the others from the Xiao family. Leave the other matters, which should not be rushed. To me and your grandfather I understand, master." Xiao Huahua nodded, and then followed Wen Nu into the Xiao family estate. The Xiao family's plaza. A sea of people gathered. Many descendants of the Xiao family were puzzled by the sudden congregation in the square. As Wen Nu entered the plaza with Xiao Huahua and Mu Mu, the previously quiet area burst into commotion. "Isn't that Mu Mu, the head of Shangyan sect? What brings him to the Xiao family?" Someone inquired. "Isn't it obvious? With Shangyan sect now destroyed by the Soul Palace, Mu Mu's close relationship with the clan leader suggests he is here seeking refuge." Another voice chimed in. "And who is the young man beside Mu Mu? Look, all the elders and the clan leader's gazes are fixed upon him. He even bears a resemblance to the clan leader." At this moment, all eyes in the plaza were on Xiao Huahua, and whispers filled the air. "I know who that young man is," someone exclaimed from the crowd. "Who is it?" Many asked. It is rumored that the Soul Palace dispatched numerous elites, including Do Zong and even half-saint powerhouses, to besiege Shangyan sect. A Do Huang disciple from Shangyan sect single-handedly slew the majority of the Soul Palace's experts, and those Do Zong who went there all perished at his hands. Moreover, the tragic fate of the Soul Palace's half-saint is also largely connected to him. "Are you saying he is?" Speculations about Xiao Huahua's identity sparked astonishment among the crowd. Indeed, that young man beside Mu Mu is undoubtedly Xiao Huahua, who possesses 2 types of. The revelation stirred a wave of excitement among the Xiao family members, who immediately erupted into a frenzy. Young men and women gazed at Xiao Huahua with eyes filled with admiration, setting aside the question of whether he was involved in slaying the half-saint of the Soul Palace. Xiao Huahua was of similar age to them, and not only was he at the Do Huang realm, but he also possessed 2. Who else in the entire Duqi continent could achieve such a feat? It is difficult enough to tame even 1, let alone 2. Even Xiao Buyu, the Xiao family's most talented individual, struggled to control. Thus, for Xiao Huahua to tame 2, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent, one who defied the heavens. Rumor has it that Xiao Huahua is the descendant of the person expelled from the Xiao family. Someone whispered in a hushed tone. In other words, Xiao Huahua is the clan leader's. One quickly covered their mouth, their expression filled with shock. "If Xiao Huahua appears in the Xiao family plaza, does that not mean—" "Shoo, do not speak of such things. You are out of your mind," someone interrupted. "This is not something we can discuss. Clan leader Xiao, it has been a while since we last met, and you still look as robust as ever." When Nu led Xiao Huahua and the others to the arena, then vanished, Mu Mu surveyed his surroundings before glancing at Xiao Zhan and chuckled. "You seem to be in good spirits," Xiao Zhan replied. "I was planning to offer some words of comfort, but it seems I have saved myself quite a bit of effort. The ups and downs of life are what make it worthwhile. Even if Shangyan sect has been destroyed, our foundation remains. With Huahua alone, I can support the entire sect, not to mention I have many other exceptionally talented disciples. When we rebuild Shangyun's sect, it will undoubtedly be a moment of glory. Mu Mu smiled. However, your reminiscing with the clan leader should be put on hold for a while. At this moment, Xiao Tua spoke, his expression indifferent. Who among the elders is foolish enough not to hear the implications in Mu Mu and Xiao Zhan's words? You must be Xiao Huahua? Xiao Tuo's cold gaze pierced through. I am the younger generation, Xiao Huahua, paying my respects to the elder. Xiao Huahua cupped his hands in salute. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Zhan and felt a strange stirring in his heart. The blood flowing within him surged rapidly, evoking a deeply familiar sensation. Xiao Zhan experienced the same feeling, even more intense than Xiao Huahua's. It was a resonance of bloodlines. Mu sect master, please this way. When Nu reappeared at the arena, gesturing to guide them, Mu nodded and said to Xiao Huahua, do not worry, I will handle everything denim. Xiao Huahua nodded, his posture relaxing. He was more aware than anyone else of what was to come. Having already learned everything from EQIUD, As Mu descended from the arena and approached the VIP seats. A sudden rumble echoed. The arena where Xiao Huahua stood began to tremble. A massive crystal sphere rose from the ground, resembling a sun gently ascending into the sky. Bloodline stone. It appears our speculation was correct. Xiao Huahua's return today is to acknowledge his ancestry. The descendants of the Xiao family confirmed their thoughts upon witnessing the bloodline stone. The enormous bloodline stone hovered in the air, shining like a celestial body, radiating a peculiar power. Xiao Huahua, place your hand on the bloodline stone. Xiao Tua commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Xiao Huahua frowned involuntarily, feeling displeased. In the VIP section, Mu subtly shook his head at him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huahua adjusted his emotions and placed both hands on the bloodline stone. As his palms made contact, the stone emanated a faint white light, indicating the weakest manifestation of the Xiao family's bloodline. Soon, the white light transformed into red, then into black, gradually shifting to a dark golden hue. In an instant, the dark golden light became increasingly brilliant, transforming into a dazzling gold. At that moment, the colossal bloodline stone shone like a radiant sun, casting its light over the entire plaza and even the Xiao family estate, causing many to experience temporary blindness. Gold, it was indeed gold. The level of Xiao Huahua's bloodline test was revealed to be the highest. Someone squinted, astonished. Moreover, it is several times more brilliant than when Yugu tested his bloodline. The elders, led by Xiao Xiong, were taken aback, never expecting that Xiao Huahua's bloodline level would surpass that of Xiao Buyu by several folds. Meanwhile, the elders led by Xiao Zhan displayed expressions of delight, feeling a sense of pride. However, the light radiating from the bloodline stone continued to change. When the golden light dissipated, the colors revealed were white, blue, black, red, and yellow. Five-colored bloodline. Xiao Huahua possessed the same five-colored bloodline as their ancestor, Xiao Xian. At this moment, the crowd had not yet recovered from the shock of the golden bloodline when the five-colored divine light emitted by the bloodline stone sent them into a frenzy. Their hearts surged like tumultuous waves, impossible to calm. Ancestral blood. Ancestral blood. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan could hardly contain his joy, trembling with excitement. Xiao Zheng and the others were even more exaggerated, dancing with glee like children. Although they had heard from Wen Nu that the light emitted during Xiao Huahua's corner test was indeed the five-colored divine light and had anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of exhilaration. With the appearance of ancestral blood, it meant that the once declining Xiao family was on the verge of reclaiming its ancient glory. Furthermore, with Xiao Huahua possessing two and being at the Do Huang realm at a young age, it was plausible to nurture him into a figure who could transcend the steps their ancestors had never taken, potentially becoming the first Do emperor of the Duqi continent. Once Xiao Huahua felt his purpose had been fulfilled, he withdrew his hands from the bloodline stone and looked at Xiao Tua, asking, "What else do you require of me?" Xiao Tua, coming back to his senses from the shock, displayed a somewhat grim expression. His forehead veins bulging, and his demeanor appeared somewhat fierce. "Xiao Tua, what more do you have to say?" At this moment, Xiao Zheng spoke, his mood quite pleasant. His grandson was truly bringing honor. With such exceptional talent, possessing two and ancestral blood, who would dare to obstruct Xiao Huahua's return to the Xiao family? Who would still have doubts? Who would dare brazenly demand the surrender of? To neglect such a talent and not nurture him wholeheartedly would be an affront to the heavens. However, reality provided Xiao Zheng with a harsh lesson. Even though Xiao Huahua was a prodigy with ancestral blood, as long as it was not beneficial to themselves, there would still be those who would nitpick. Fine, I admit that Xiao Huahua indeed possesses the same bloodline as our ancestor, but that does not excuse him from ignoring the clan rules. Xiao Tuo gritted his teeth and stated, must still be surrendered. Xiao Tuo, you are being unreasonable, Xiao Jing thundered with rage. The ancient said, a sovereign and a commoner are equal, with no distinction of nobility or poverty. Clan rules cannot be violated. Xiao Tuo retorted indifferently. Is this how the Xiao family treats others? At this moment, Mu could no longer hold back, shouting in anger. Regardless of which family or faction Xiao Huahua belonged to, he remained his disciple. A disciple being humiliated, how could a master stand idly by? Mu, you miserable cur, what qualifications do you have to speak? Moreover, this is a matter of my Xiao family. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Xiao Tuo coldly replied. Good. Such is the Xiao family. It matters not. Mu, in a fit of rage, gritted his teeth and shouted. Xiao Zhan, is this what you guaranteed me? What are you still hesitating for? Xiao Yin was driven away by them, and now his bones lie in the void. You deserve to be usurped by Xiao Xiong and his companions, reduced to a mere puppet. Hua, let us depart. With that, Mu appeared on the arena, pulling Xiao Huahua away. You dare? Hand over the, and you may leave. Xiao Tuo bellowed, unleashing an astonishing aura. Mu, do you wish to oppose the Xiao family? Do you even have the right? Were it not for Xiao Xiong, I could crush you with a single slap. Do you believe it? Mu turned, his cold gaze like lightning, fixing on Xiao Tuo as he replied, today, I shall see who dares to take this. Even if I must fight to the death, I will make your Xiao family a living hell. You wretched dog, you seek death. Xiao Tuo revealed his full power as a 9-star Dozuan. Causing the surrounding space to distort, Mu turned back, raising his palm. Bang, spit, however, before Mu could strike, Xiao Tuo was blasted back, coughing up blood, resembling a dying dog, sprawled on the ground. Then, a tremendous force erupted, taking the form of a palm aimed to suppress Xiao Tuo, directly targeting his life. Boom. At that moment, a hand appeared from the void, neutralizing the palm that sought to crush Xiao Tuo. Patriarch, although Xiao Tuo's words are extreme, he does not deserve death. Moreover, all his actions are for the family's sake. Is this truly necessary? Xiao Xiong, the eldest elder of the Xiao family, whose cultivation was comparable to Xiao Zhan, gently sipped from a nearby teacup. Xiao Zhan chuckled. Do you truly recognize me as the patriarch? Or do you consider Xiao Tuo to be the patriarch? Xiao Xiong slightly raised his head, looking at Xiao Zhan, and smiled. The patriarch can only be you. Then well, since the elder has spoken, I shall take full responsibility for the matter concerning Xiao Huahua. Xiao Xiong gestured for Xiao Zhan to decide this matter. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan stood and slowly proclaimed, from this moment on, Xiao Huahua, wait. At this moment, Xiao Huahua spoke, interrupting Xiao Zhan. Mu furrowed his brow slightly, glaring at Xiao Huahua, signaling him to remain silent. However, Xiao Huahua paid no heed. Looking at the crumpled form of Xiao Tuo, resembling a dead dog, he said, I hear your grandson possesses the demeanor of a Dodi. How fortuitous. I, your humble servant, have been engaged in verbal sparring for 20 years and wish to challenge your grandson. Silent as he is, to see just how formidable his Dodi demeanor truly is. If he triumphs, what harm is there in me surrendering the nonsense? At this moment, Mu was infuriated, staring at Xiao Huahua, his eyes nearly bulging out. Were you not told to refrain from reckless actions? Everything can be settled between me and your grandfather. Just as things were about to settle, you have no qualms about returning to the Xiao family. Why speak such foolishness now? Mu was seething with rage, but could not express it here, forced to restrain himself, trembling with anger, his expression exceedingly grim. Master, respect is earned, it is not given. If I do not completely obliterate the voices obstructing my return to the Xiao family, it will eventually resurface, Xiao Huahua said earnestly. Moreover, I cannot forever hide behind you. There is no rush for this moment. Mu, eyes aflame, suppressed his fury and said, you are merely digging your own grave. I have already informed you of the situation regarding Xiaobu on our journey here. Now you mastered at this moment. Xiao Huahua, unusually serious, looked at Mu and said, please trust me. My actions are driven by certainty, not a pursuit of death. Originally irritable, Mu, upon seeing Xiao Huahua's confident demeanor, felt an inexplicable calm wash over him, and he was struck by a sudden sense of trust in Xiao Huahua. Remembering the scene at the Yunzong, where a semi-holy figure from the Soul Palace was devoured by the Mu in that instant developed an extraordinary confidence in Xiao Huahua. Thus, he ceased to interfere. This moment, Xiao Tuo was slowly rising with the aid of others, his face pale, breath ragged, with blood still staining the corners of his mouth. He gazed at Xiao Huahua with bloodshot eyes, radiating a fierce malevolence. Since it is so, I shall grant you your wish. Very well. In front of the disciples of the Xiao family, as well as the elders and the patriarch, this contest is hereby established. Xiao Huahua declared resolutely. If Xiaobuyu emerges victorious, I shall bestow upon him my two. Yet if I prevail, the fallen star flame shall belong to me. What say you? You are truly unaware of your own limitations. Xiao Tuo sneered coldly. Do you think possessing two grants you immunity and invincibility? I did not ask you. Xiao Huahua retorted without hesitation. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction. I am addressing Elder Xiao Xiong. At this moment, Elder Xiao Xiong was sipping tea. Upon hearing this, he paused abruptly, looking at Xiao Huahua and breaking into a smile, placing his teacup on the tea table beside him. This matter is beyond my control. After all, the Xiao family is not solely mine to command. Xiao Xiong laughed. However, since you have publicly declared your challenge to Buyu before everyone in the Xiao family, I believe the patriarch has no reason to refuse. Correct. With these words, Xiao Xiong turned to Xiao Zhan and smiled. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was exceedingly speechless and agitated. According to the earlier agreement, Mu was to provoke Xiao Tuo and others, inciting chaos. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan would retaliate strongly, thus providing a justified reason for Xiao Huahua's rightful return to the Xiao family without any obstruction. Yet, just as he was about to announce this, Xiao Huahua interrupted his words and publicly declared a challenge to Xiaobuyu, wagering This undoubtedly blocked all avenues of retreat. Just as Xiao Xiong had stated, this matter was instigated by Xiao Huahua himself, leaving him no option to refuse. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the Xiao family were already at odds. If Xiao Zhan were to forcefully reject Xiao Huahua's challenge, it would certainly provide Xiao Xiong and others with an opportunity to exploit the situation, escalating it into something far more severe. He was thus compelled to acquiesce. However, Xiao Huahua was merely a dohuang, and despite possessing two, he was by no means a match for Xiaobuyu. Although Xiaobuyu had failed to tame the fallen star flame multiple times, he had a vast aura of this at his disposal. He could wield Douqi to simulate the in-combat. Even without utilizing the aura of the fallen star flame, Xiaobuyu was a 7-star Dozong, a top-tier expert on the Douqi continent. From any perspective, Xiao Huahua had no chance of victory. Though rumors circulated that a semi-holy figure from the Soul Palace had perished at Xiao Huahua's hands, many questioned the veracity of this claim. They all harbored a single thought. Xiao Huahua must have utilized it to ambush the semi-holy figure from the Soul Palace, thus creating an opportunity for Mu to slay him. You cannot naively believe that it was truly Xiao Huahua who accomplished this. Someone remarked, if you think about it, it is evident he must have struck from the shadows at some point, allowing Mu the chance to deliver the fatal blow. By your reasoning, it seems that Xiao Huahua naively believes he single-handedly killed the semi-holy figure from the Soul Palace, thus bolstering his confidence. Although the patriarch is his grandfather, it does not mean he can refuse. At this point, things had grown chaotic. At the elders' table, Xiao Xiong continued to smile at Xiao Zhan, waiting for him to announce his decision. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, resolutely determined within. He could not bear to witness Xiao Huahua march to his doom. The events surrounding Xiao Yin remain an indelible scar upon his heart. Just as Xiao Zhan was preparing to withstand the pressure and decline Xiao Huahua's challenge, the latter's voice unexpectedly pierced through the air. Grandfather, trust me, I am confident I can defeat Xiaobuyu. Xiao Zhan raised his gaze to the arena, where Xiao Huahua nodded assuredly, a smile gracing his lips. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhan bellowed, very well. Originally, the duel between Xiao Huahua and Xiaobuyu was scheduled for 3 days hence. However, Xiao Huahua boldly declared the challenge would take place in just 1 hour, prompting a wave of disbelief among the onlookers regarding his mental state. While 3 days might not significantly alter the outcome, given Xiao Zhan's status and Xiao Huahua's innate talent, it could at least enhance his strength to some degree, making the impending duel against Xiaobuyu less humiliating. The atmosphere was chaotic, yet Xiao Huahua paid it no mind, settling into a meditative position upon the stage to regulate his breath. Having consumed a 5-star Dozong pill, although his realm and power had seen improvement, he still struggled with mastering the essence of his Douqi. An hour's time would suffice for him to solidify his current capabilities. Otherwise, he would have directly challenged Xiaobuyu to bring the battle to an end, seize the 1 million points from Yiqiu, and prepare for the final task to obtain the Dozun pill. Xiao Buyu, with a refined demeanor and youthful appearance, resembled a scholarly figure, seemingly lacking the strength to fend off a chicken, easily giving the impression of being bullied. Xiao Tuo, having been shaken by the aura emanating from Xiao Zhan, although he took numerous pills to mitigate his injuries, remained frail, his complexion pale. He gazed at his grandson, a sense of pride replacing his previous weariness. At the age of 25, reaching the 5-star Dozong realm was an extraordinary feat, a rarity in the Doqi continent. Moreover, his power resonated with the essence of the fallen star flame, enabling him to contend with Dozun without succumbing. He also possessed a rare golden bloodline, effortlessly poised to step into the Do Saint realm, with the legendary Do Di within reach. Should Xiao Buyu ascend to become a Do Di, he would attain the pinnacle of existence in the Doqi continent, and as his grandfather, Xiao Tuo would naturally bask in the admiration of many. Yuer, while the An Xiao Huohua may not surpass the fallen star flame in rank, its might is formidable, and the power it harbors is extraordinary. Should you successfully refine these two, you could effortlessly enter the Dozun realm. Once you tame the fallen star flame, you would become the unrivaled being atop the Doqi continent. Possessing Threed, ascending to the Do Di realm would be merely a matter of time. Xiao Tuo fervently declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he could already envision the day Xiao Buyu achieved Do Di. Xiao Buyu, however, remained indifferent to his grandfather's words, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Although Xiao Huohua was merely at the Do Huang realm, he had slain several powerful Do Zong from the Soul Hall using two, indicating his extraordinary capabilities and formidable techniques. While Xiao Buyu had never met Xiao Huohua, his understanding of the young man was superficial. Nevertheless, one cannot be deemed foolish if they calmly challenge an invincible opponent. Fully aware of their own limitations, it was evident that Xiao Huohua was not a fool, and yet he had the audacity to publicly declare his challenge. Clearly, his true strength was far beyond what he presently exhibited, and he possessed the bloodline of his ancestors, which piqued Xiao Buyu's interest. After a moment's reflection, a hint of fervor and anticipation flickered in Xiao Buyu's gaze. Since stepping into the Dozong realm, apart from a few excursions for training, he had not experienced a thoroughly invigorating battle. Xiao Huohua, do not disappoint me. Let me witness the extent of your battle prowess, bolstered by two. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhan appeared in the VIP section. At the moment he waved his withered hand, a terrifying aura of Doqi enveloped the surroundings, forming a barrier that isolated the VIP area from the outside world. Mu, what on earth are you doing? Did you not say that while Huohua is unruly, he is not reckless? Look at the chaos he has caused, disrupting all our plans and advancing the duel by an hour. What kind of master are you? Xiao Zhan roared in frustration, his demeanor far from that of a frail elder. Calm down, old man, Mu replied, equally helpless. I had no idea things would escalate to this level. I had already communicated with Huohua. And who knew this rascal would stir up such a commotion? You little rascal. Xiao Zhan glared at Mu, as if he wished to devour him whole. Fine, I am the rascal, Mu conceded, feeling utterly exasperated. This grandfather-grandson duo was infuriating in their own right. Old man, do not be angry. Since the situation has spiraled beyond control, we must place our faith in Huohua. This lad has always been one to avoid loss. He would not challenge Xiao Buyu without reason. Do not forget, it was he who killed that half-saint from the Soul Hall. Is it true that Huohua killed that half-saint? Xiao Zhan inquired. Indeed, Mu affirmed. Recounting the events in precise detail, I was puzzled as to why Huohua would challenge Xiao Buyu. Xiao Zhan reflected for a moment, seemingly grasping something. Based on your description, Huohua has likely fused with those two. Although he may not yet be able to unleash their full potential, should his life be endangered, the will undoubtedly respond. Correct, Mu confirmed, and Xiao Zhan's previously furrowed brow relaxed. He is indeed my grandson, possessing remarkable talent. Furthermore, with the same bloodline as his ancestors, the fallen star flame is a treasure left behind by them. Thus, he has a significant chance of taming it. But do not become overconfident. Mu cautioned, his expression grave. Xiao Buyu is no fool. Not only is he powerful, but he also wields the essence of the fallen star flame, making him a formidable opponent. You must prepare for all contingencies. Should Huohua falter, you must ensure his life and are protected. Rest assured, Xiao Zhan replied, his demeanor now serious. Since learning that Huohua is my grandson, I vowed that the tragedies that befell Yinner would never recur. At the mere mention of Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan's eyes reddened, tears brimming. Even if I am not to serve as the clan leader, I will not allow a single hair on Huohua's head to be harmed. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Xiao Huohua had fully grasped the power at his disposal. As he opened his eyes, 2 bolts of lightning shot forth, leaving the onlookers astonished. Xiao Xiong's brow furrowed as he observed the change in Xiao Huohua's demeanor. His hawk-like eyes fixed intently upon Xiao Huohua, causing the latter to feel a sense of discomfort. Subsequently, Xiao Huohua followed the gaze. Revealing a dazzling smile, Xiao Xiong's frown deepened, an unexplainable worry gnawing at him. However, when Xiao Buyu appeared on the stage, that concern evaporated instantly. Sipping from a teacup with unparalleled composure, Xiao Buyu regarded Xiao Huohua with a grin. You are my younger cousin, Xiao Huohua, bearing the bloodline of our ancestors. Truly, you are a dragon amongst men, full of potential. Yet, you are not my match. Surrender now to avoid unnecessary suffering. Xiao Huohua was taken aback. He had not expected his elder brother to be anything but arrogant and presumptuous. Instantly, his impression of Xiao Buyu improved. There is no reason to surrender before a battle has even commenced. Besides, my principle is to never engage in a fight without confidence. Who shall prevail remains to be seen, Xiao Huohua declared defiantly. Very well, let me witness the source of your confidence. With that, Xiao Buyu took the initiative, unleashing a powerful gale that swept across the arena, fracturing the ground beneath. The fierce wind, akin to a sharp blade, surged forth. Xiao Huohua's expression turned serious as he circulated his dou qi, with a roar. The ethereal image of the King Kong demon ape manifested around him, towering over 3 meters, exuding a fierce aura. As his hands crossed, he braced against the incoming onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the arena erupted in a wave of dou qi, spreading outward like ripples, causing the Xiao family members to gasp in astonishment and trepidation. Initially, they believed the battle between Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu would be one-sided, with Huohua unable to withstand even a single blow. However, to their astonishment, the dou qi released by Xiao Huohua equaled that of Xiao Buyu, bolstered by the King Kong demon ape's phantom, as if he were the true embodiment of the beast on the stage. Xiao Huohua had astonishingly mastered a dou technique to its pinnacle. This was utterly inconceivable. It was known that only masters of the dou zun level could achieve such mastery in a technique. Yet Xiao Huohua had not just one, but 3 techniques perfected to this extraordinary realm. On the arena, Xiao Huohua executed the lightning leopard's agile maneuvers, his fists enveloped in the phantom of the purple-flamed demon lion. Engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Buyu, their speed was astonishing, akin to flashes of lightning, and within mere seconds, they exchanged dozens of strikes. The resounding clash of fists and the sparks ignited by their energies reverberated throughout the Xiao family. Leaving them in profound shock, I am certain that Xiao Huohua's strength surpasses that of a mere dou huang. He has undoubtedly entered the realm of dou zong. Observers, tightening their gazes, furrowed their brows and spoke. Indeed? If Xiao Huohua were truly just at the dou huang level, he would not withstand even 3 seconds against Xiao Buyu. Moreover, while it appeared that Xiao Buyu was suppressing Xiao Huohua, the latter remained composed, not exhibiting a hint of panic or heaviness. It had only been a few days since the fall of the Sun Yun sect. Could it be that Xiao Huohua advanced from dou huang to dou zong in such a short span? Among the crowd, some speculated with grave expressions. The thought sent shivers down their spines. How terrifying that would be! If that were true, what a formidable and extraordinary individual he must be. On the elder's platform, Xiao Tuo's face turned ashen, veins bulging, his countenance twisted in rage. His eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a beast poised to unleash its fury. Like the majority of the Xiao family members, he believed that Xiao Huohua would not last 3 seconds against Xiao Buyu. Yet, contrary to expectations, Xiao Huohua not only held his ground but grew increasingly vigorous in battle. Their confrontation was intense, evenly matched and indecisive, igniting a surge of rage within Xiao Tuo, who clenched his fists and roared desperately. Give it your all. Suppress Xiao Huohua and seize the boom. A resounding thunder erupted in the arena, the forceful winds ripping through the ground, creating a deep crater. Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu were forced back several paces, both wearing solemn expressions as they regarded each other. I surmised, you have concealed your true strength. Xiao Buyu gazed at Xiao Huohua with fervor, his battle spirit igniting. He licked his lips, his fists trembling with anticipation. Only you within the Xiao family can evoke such a potent desire for combat in me. Reveal your true strength, Xiao Huohua. Let me witness your capabilities. Let us fight to our heart's content. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Buyu's being. The ground around him appeared fragile, crumbling like foam, enveloped in dust and debris. At that moment, Xiao Buyu's golden douqi was tinged with a faint pink hue, radiating an overwhelming and intense heat, as well as an expansive sensation. Was that the aura of the fallen star flame? Among the 54 heat weapons Xiao Huahua possessed, 2 were inscribed with, he was highly attuned to and sensed the restlessness within the weapons. This individual is indeed fearsome. The power of a 5-star dozong could rival that of Elder Shi, perhaps even surpassing it. Although Xiao Huahua currently stood at the 5-star dozong level, he felt tremendous pressure facing Xiao Buyu, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Xiao Huahua knew that this was the most terrifying opponent he had faced since arriving in this world. Thus, he chose not to conceal his strength any longer. Boom. Similarly, a domineering douqi erupted from Xiao Huahua, and in an instant, the phantoms of the purple flame demon lion, the diamond demon ape, and the lightning leopard reappeared behind him. The aura he exuded was several times more potent than before, sending shivers through every member of the Xiao family present. They trembled, their scalps tingling. The 3 phantoms loomed as if they were his true forms, striking terror into the hearts of all. 5-star dozong. Xiao Huahua also possessed the strength of a 5-star dozong. Heaven above, this individual is truly a monster. Has he really ascended from Do Huang to 5-star dozong in such a brief period? Some howled in disbelief. On the elders' platform, all the Xiao family elders wore expressions of shock and astonishment. They had originally thought that with Xiao Buyu elevating his strength to dozong and releasing the aura of the fallen star flame, the contest would have concluded. Who would have anticipated that Xiao Huahua would not be outdone, unleashing dozong's power as well? Moreover, he too was a 5-star dozong, matching Xiao Buyu in both strength and realm. A genius, a true genius. Indeed, he possesses ancestral blood and wields 2. In just a few days, he transitioned from Do Huang to dozong. Such a pace of cultivation is unparalleled, shaking the ages, a force capable of ravaging all obstacles. The resurgence of the Xiao family's glory is imminent. Witnessing this, Xiao Zheng trembled with excitement, disregarding his image, roaring loudly. Other elders leading alongside him shared the same fervor. Xiao Tuo's face grew increasingly grim. His eyes bloodshot and fierce, veins bulging grotesquely. He had not anticipated that Xiao Huahua would also be a 5-star dozong. Considering this transition from Do Huang to dozong in merely a few days, such talent and potential far exceeded that of Xiao Buyu. A strong sense of murderous intent surged within him, even giving rise to a bold notion. He resolved, by any means necessary, to extinguish Xiao Huahua in the cradle. Xiao Xiong, previously composed, sat upright upon witnessing Xiao Huahua unleash the power of a 5-star dozong. His demeanor became serious, his breath quickening. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Huahua could very well be the stumbling block for Xiao Buyu, or perhaps the most significant challenge of his life. Should he overcome it, he would be unmatched, soaring to unimaginable heights. Conversely, failure would mean Xiao Buyu's journey would end here. No wonder the usually feeble Xiao Zhan displayed such a resolute attitude toward Xiao Huahua. 3 years younger than Yuer, he stands as a 5-star dozong, endowed with ancestral blood and 2. This child could very well be the first to become a Dodi since the era of the fallen emperors. At this moment, Xiao Xiong's emotions were tumultuous. The prospect of Xiao Huahua, with such talent, potentially becoming the first Dodi of the fallen emperor era and leading the Xiao family to renewed glory, perhaps even surpassing the ancient times, filled him with joy. After all, as a member of the Xiao family, he naturally wished to witness and partake in such a moment. Yet, the notion of leading the Xiao family to transcend the ancients, to reach the pinnacle of the continent. But with Xiao Huahua not being of his lineage, left him feeling suppressed and enraged. In truth, Xiao Xiong was a man of integrity, possessing the spirit of a great general, with grand ambitions to restore the Xiao family's glory and even surpass his ancestors. However, this deeply rooted obsession often led him to make mistakes at critical junctures. Thus, the previous patriarch, Xiao Xiong's father, cast a crucial vote for Xiao Zhan, hoping the two would complement each other. He and Xiao Zhan were heralded as the twin stars of the Xiao family, both representing its future hope. Consequently, they were frequently compared by the elders of the Xiao family. Throughout their youth and prior to the selection of the patriarch, Xiao Xiong's brilliance was often overshadowed by Xiao Zhan. He had believed that the position of patriarch was rightfully his. Yet, ultimately, he was defeated in the contest for the patriarch's position by someone he had never bested, Xiao Zhan, leading to a profound sense of disappointment within Xiao Xiong. Even though the former patriarch had conversed with Xiao Xiong extensively before his death, the latter understood his inadequacies and recognized why his father did not choose him as the successor. Yet, The seeds of resentment had already taken root in his heart, causing him to become increasingly obsessed with reclaiming the patriarchal position and leading the Shao family to renewed glory. This fixation, deeply ingrained in his essence and spirit, compelled him to dedicate all his energy to reclaiming the patriarch's title and nurturing Xiao Buyu. Xiao Zhan, understanding his cousin's turmoil, often had to compromise for the sake of the Shao family, attempting to persuade him to overcome his inner demons. However, Xiao Zhan's so-called compromises only exacerbated Xiao Xiong's struggles, intensifying his desire to reclaim the patriarchate and lead the Shao family to glory, perhaps even surpassing their ancestors. In reality, Xiao Xiong understood that even with his utmost efforts to cultivate Xiao Buyu, it would be challenging to restore the ancient glory. The same applied to his own aspirations for the patriarchate. Now, the emergence of Xiao Huohua had ignited a glimmer of hope, a possibility of surpassing the heights reached by their ancestors. However, the hope did not lie with Xiao Buyu or his lineage, but rather with the grandson of the one who had always triumphed over him, the very individual who had taken the position of patriarch from him. This left Xiao Xiong feeling a tumult of emotions. Deeply suppressed. "Old man, do you think my heart can endure any more pressure?" Xiao Zhan remarked, witnessing Xiao Huohua unleash his 5-star Dozong power. He erupted into laughter, exuding childlike joymu. Seeing Xiao Huohua's display of strength, was equally taken aback. Earlier, witnessing Xiao Buyu's formidable power had filled him with worry, compelling him to consider all measures to protect Xiao Huohua from potential harm. This little rascal even managed to deceive me. Mu Mu's expression was a medley of emotions, anger at being deceived, astonishment and joy, but predominantly shock. Although Xiao Huohua was his disciple, Mu Mu had not imparted much knowledge to him, as the Sun Yun sect had collapsed shortly after he took him in. Everything Xiao Huohua demonstrated now was a testament to his own efforts. All his accomplishments are solely his own. Meanwhile, Mu Mu is also deeply impressed by Xiao Huohua in just a few days. He has ascended from the rank of Do Huang to that of a 5-star Do Zong. Such talent and speed of cultivation are truly unprecedented, a phenomenon that shakes the very foundations of history. With the bloodline of the Xiao family and 2 types of, Mu Mu asserts that in this era of imperial decline, Xiao Huohua is destined to become the first Do Di. One must consider whose disciple he is. Mu Mu could not help but boast, glancing at Xiao Zhan. "Why don't you mention who his grandfather is?" Xiao Zhan, like a mischievous old man, stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "No wonder he carries my blood. He possesses the charm of my youth. Huohua has reached the age for marriage. You, old fellow, have a precious daughter named Ziyun, who is as beautiful as a fairy and has commendable talent. Since Huohua is your disciple, why don't we arrange for them to become a couple?" Upon hearing this, Mu Mu's eyes twitched with annoyance, and he erupted, "You old fossil. You claim all the good fortune for yourself and now set your sights on my daughter. Oh, don't be angry. After all, Huohua is your disciple. It would be fitting." Xiao Zhan grinned. "Get lost," Mu Mu cursed. However, he genuinely entertained such a thought. Yet, as the father of the bride, he had to remain calm. Over the years, he had been taken advantage of by Xiao Zhan. He contemplated this opportunity to recover everything he had lost, but first, it depended on whether Ziyun was willing to marry Xiao Huohua. On the arena, Xiao Buyu was astonished to see Xiao Huohua at the same level as himself, but his shock quickly transformed into excitement. His gaze became fervent, almost frenzied, as he addressed Xiao Huohua. "You truly live up to my expectations. Let us engage in a fierce battle." With that, Xiao Buyu unleashed a terrifying aura, charging forward like an ancient beast. "This guy is a battle maniac," Xiao Huohua muttered. Then summoned the ethereal image of the purple flame magic lion as an attack, embodying the diamond magic ape, and launched his offensive with the speed of a lightning leopard. Boom. The moment they collided, an explosive shockwave erupted, leaving the arena riddled with deep craters. Spectators gasped in awe, their scalps tingling with fear. It was known that this arena could withstand battles of 9-star Do Zong, yet in the blink of an eye, it had been reduced to ruin. This only illustrated the terrifying power of Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu. Bang! Xiao Huohua unleashed a powerful fist imprint, combining it with the lightning leopard's unpredictable movements, creating illusory afterimages. From all directions, fists rained down upon Xiao Buyu. Utilizing the diamond ape's embodiment for protection, he advanced like an invincible war god, faced with the dual threat of offense and defense. Xiao Huohua, whose movements were bewildering, did not faze Xiao Buyu in the slightest. He remained composed, effortlessly countering the onslaught. As he raised his hands, golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, crushing everything in its path. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xiao Huahua was forced back. Then, wielding the dragon roar sword, he slashed forth a brilliant beam of light. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed as the fierce sword energy surged forth. Resembling an immense net, Xiao Buyu held a golden staff, its front shaped like a tiger's head and the back resembling a tail. The entire staff looked like a diving tiger. Roar. The tiger's roar was deafening. In an instant, sword light and staff light clashed, creating a series of explosive sounds that left everyone present dumbfounded. No one expected Xiao Huahua's strength to be so formidable, battling Xiao Buyu to such an extent. With neither side gaining the upper hand, a young girl furrowed her brows, her expression grave. "Don't worry, the victor will undoubtedly be Brother Buyu," said a young man. "Though Xiao Huahua is strong, he ultimately pales in comparison to Brother Buyu. Remember, Brother Buyu possesses the aura of the fallen star flame, capable of contending with Do Zun. Once he unleashes the aura of the fallen star flame, Xiao Huahua is guaranteed to lose. Let us not forget that Xiao Huahua possesses two types of, which he has yet to utilize," someone remarked. "Moreover, Xiao Huahua shares the same bloodline as our ancestors. He is not to be underestimated." At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the arena. Amidst the explosions and dust, the silhouettes of Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu darted about, engaged in an astonishingly fierce battle. The clash was breathtakingly intense, and the outcome remained uncertain. Roar. The sounds of the dragon's roar and tiger's howl reverberated throughout the Xiao family square, causing many to wince in pain, as if their eardrums might burst. The flames of battle raged on. Xiao Buyu bellowed angrily, sweeping his staff forward. Boom! In an instant, golden Do Chi transformed into fireballs the size of fists, hurtling toward Xiao Huahua, engulfing him in flames. "Huahua!" Mu Mu cried out in alarm from the VIP seats. Xiao Zhan's expression grew tense, filled with concern, while Xiao Tua laughed maniacally. "Now you see the prowess of my grandson Buyu, who possesses the potential of a Do Di. How foolish for an ant to challenge an elephant." At that moment, a deafening sound erupted amidst the flames. A silver bullet shot through the air with terrifying force, creating sparks as it cut through the atmosphere, resembling a fiery serpent. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Buyu's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately employed his footwork to evade the bullet's trajectory, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Though he could not discern the exact nature of the threat, he sensed the ominous scent of death approaching him, like the cold scythe of the grim reaper. That moment, Xiao Huahua emerged unscathed from the flames, donning a bulletproof vest and wielding a 54 caliber firearm, transforming into a fearsome predator. Faced with the weapon in Xiao Huahua's hands, Xiao Buyu proceeded with utmost caution. Although he did not know what it was, it exuded a potent aura of death. "I shall return the same words to you," Xiao Huahua declared, brandishing the firearm with eyes as sharp as lightning, his aura chilling. "Show me your true abilities, or surrender voluntarily, for your life hangs in the balance." At this moment, Xiao Buyu's countenance darkened, revealing his fury. He gazed at Xiao Huahua, sneering. "I will see what skills you possess that would put my life at risk." With that, Xiao Buyu charged forward, wielding the tiger staff with immense force. Boom! In an instant, the battered ground erupted, as golden Do Chi surged forth like an earth dragon, rising aggressively from the ground. Xiao Huahua swiftly evaded the attack using the lightning leopard's footwork. Just then, Xiao Buyu lunged at him with a fierce aura. Clang! A crisp sound resonated throughout the arena, igniting a blinding flash of light. With a crack, the dragon roar sword in Xiao Huahua's hand fractured, splitting into two pieces. "Purple flame fist," Xiao Huahua shouted, as the image of the purple flame magic lion materialized above his fist, towering at over 3 meters high. With a single punch, it felt as if Xiao Buyu was devoured by the purple flame magic lion. With a resounding crash, Xiao Buyu was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the ground and bouncing several times. Silence enveloped the arena. No one expected that the first to be injured would be Xiao Buyu, the most talented individual of the Xiao family. Xiao Buyu is actually injured." Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the crowd was left astounded. Xiao Huahua had shattered the myth surrounding Xiao Buyu, who had never known defeat since beginning his path in cultivation, having consistently triumphed over all adversaries without sustaining a single injury. Now, Xiao Huahua had broken that legend, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. In the elders' seats, astonishment reigned. The notion that Xiao Buyu had been wounded seemed utterly ludicrous. "No, it can't be. It can't be. How could Yuer be injured? How could he be defeated?" Xiao Tua, appearing as if possessed, had veins bulging from his forehead as he roared in anguish. Slap! The sharp sound of a slap echoed across the elder's platform, drawing everyone's attention. There stood Xiao Xiong, his face ashen, glaring at Xiao Tuo with fury. Be quiet. Despite Xiao Tuo's lofty status within the Xiao family, even he held a deep-seated fear of his elder brother. Victory and defeat are common. Who is born invincible? Have you never been injured? Moreover, the outcome is still undecided. It's your age. Can you not contain your emotions? Xiao Xiong stated coldly, exuding disappointment in his younger brother. Brother, I was wrong. Xiao Tuo begrudgingly conceded, despite the anger boiling within him. Losing would not bode well. Xiao Xiong sighed. All these years, you have spoiled Yuer too much, leaving him ill-equipped to handle pressure. A life too smooth is not necessarily a blessing. Xiao Huohua's emergence is merely a chance for him to confront some truths. At this moment on the arena, Xiao Buyu rose from the ground, clad in white garments, now besmirched with countless specks of dust, his exquisite visage equally marred. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his hair was in disarray, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Ha ha. Xiao Buyu wiped the corner of his mouth and, upon seeing the blood on the back of his hand, felt not anger but joy. Like a madman, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Since the dawn of his memory, regardless of how formidable or gifted his opponents were, he had never tasted defeat nor sustained injury. For 2 decades, it was only this man who had forced him into a disadvantage, allowing him to experience the flavor of blood. Xiao Huohua, Xiao Buyu bellowed. This battle today brings me immense satisfaction. Yet, it shall end here. Joyful moments are fleeting, and I am determined to conclude this farce. Boom. Suddenly, a pink aura enveloped Xiao Buyu. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to enter some kind of formation. Turning a dark crimson hue, an overwhelming, tyrannical aura, infused with ferocity and heat, enveloped the entire Xiao family plaza, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Poof. Abruptly, numerous Xiao family disciples surrounding the arena coughed up blood, their faces paling, beads of sweat breaking out upon their brows. The aura emanating from Xiao Buyu was simply too terrifying and powerful. It felt as if a celestial mountain had descended from the heavens, suppressing all beneath its weight, causing many to feel their blood boil and their organs shift, as if they might explode. Pop. At this moment, Xiao Zhan made his move. Xiao Xiong did likewise. 2 Unmatched auras clashed. Like waterfalls suspended in midair, cascading myriad strands of light onto the arena. They intertwined, forming a barrier that completely isolated the arena from the outside world. Instantly, the Xiao family disciples, who had been on the verge of bursting, felt a sense of relief. However, many fell into unconsciousness, and some even collapsed in pools of blood, barely clinging to life. Quickly, take all the injured descendants to the infirmary, Xiao Zhan urged urgently. Simultaneously, he cast a worried glance at the isolated arena. Feeling a surge of anger and concern, Xiao Buyu was utterly unrestrained, recklessly unleashing the aura of the fallen star flame, causing countless disciples to suffer injuries. This was a grave sin. Moreover, Xiao Zhan worried that with the arena isolated, the aura of the fallen star flame would erupt entirely within the confines of the arena. The ground of the arena suddenly collapsed, raising clouds of dust, while the ground continued to sink, reaching depths of dozens of meters. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. Has Xiao Buyu tamed the fallen star flame? No, the fallen star flame still resides within I can clearly sense its presence. Could it be? At this moment, Xiao Zhan's furrowed brow deepened, as if a knot had formed. Although Xiao Buyu had repeatedly failed to tame the fallen star flame, he had accumulated a vast amount of aura over time. This aura, having merged completely with his being, had begun to evolve and transcend, transforming into a new fallen star flame. Xiao Zhan speculated. Beside him, Xiao Xiong revealed a faint smile, as did the previously emotionally uncontrolled Xiao Zhua. Indeed, it was as Xiao Zhan had surmised. Over the years, Xiao Buyu had amassed a tremendous amount of aura. Then, relying on his innate talent and strength, he had forcefully merged this aura with himself. Subsequently, he integrated the powers of several fire attribute treasures into the aura of the fallen star flame, allowing it to devour and evolve. Furthermore, every so often, Xiao Buyu would venture into extracting the aura of the fallen star flame, rendering the power he possessed increasingly pure. After 3 years of this cycle, the aura of the fallen star flame had completely evolved into an entirely new. No wonder I sensed something unusual within on several occasions. The aura was rapidly depleting. I initially thought that was extinguishing. It turns out Xiao Buyu has been using himself as a vessel to harvest the aura, nurturing and evolving it into a brand new fallen star flame. Xiao Zhan gazed at the two brothers, his expression graved. It must be said. My grandson Buyu possesses the demeanor of a. Such words are no mere flattery. Mu Mu, upon learning the full story, also wore a solemn expression. This Xiao Buyu is indeed a prodigious talent. Cultivating using himself as a vessel. Such a defiance of nature is unmatched across the continent, a feat unprecedented in history. Old man, Huahua is in danger. We must not allow him any mishap. Stay calm. Xiao Zhan looked towards the arena, his expression serious. To discuss victory or defeat at this juncture is premature. Although Xiao Buyu has used himself as a vessel to nurture, it is merely a flame in its infancy. Huahua possesses two types of, which are in their complete forms. While on the rankings, the 3,000 Thunder Flames and the Cold Flame may not surpass the Fallen Star Flame. That Xiao Buyu possesses is merely a flicker. There is even a chance for victory in this battle, Xiao Zhan continued. Rest assured, I will ensure that Huahua encounters no misfortune. However, as Xiao Xiong has stated, Xiao Buyu is indeed Huahua's most significant rival throughout his life. Should he succeed in overcoming him, he would soar to unparalleled heights. If he were to falter, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Huahua's cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, despite numerous blood-soaked battles. His temperament remains impetuous. A defeat could help him gain clarity on many issues and recognize his own shortcomings. As for thee, Xiao Zhan continued. As long as I remain in the Xiao family and serve as the clan leader, I can find him a more advanced than what he currently possesses. Mu Mu was speechless, watching the arena with palms slick with sweat, his expression anxious and breathing rapid. Yet, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Huahua with unwavering determination, silently believing. Master believes you can turn the tides and defeat Xiao Buyu. The isolated arena had transformed into a pit dozens of meters deep. Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu floated in midair. At this moment, the aura of the fallen star flame descended like a colossal meteor, causing Xiao Huahua to feel as if he were suffocating. Simultaneously, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Sweat beaded on Xiao Huahua's brow, his breath quickening, his expression grave. He had already learned the nature of Xiao Buyu's exhibited powers from Ye Chen. This guy is truly a monster. He has used himself as a vessel to absorb the aura of the fallen star flame, devouring other types of fire elements to cultivate the fallen star flame. Truly, he is the foremost genius of the Xiao family, a rare existence even on the entire Duki continent. Without the system, I would be inferior to him, Xiao Huahua mused. At this moment, Xiao Buyu's golden Duki had completely transformed into a pink hue. The sealed space had also turned entirely dark red, filled with an overwhelming heat. Alongside a wild ferocity, it felt as if one were in a world of volcanic eruptions, with countless fiery stones plummeting from the heavens, crashing to the ground and unleashing terrifying destruction. Xiao Huahua, where is your? Bring it forth. Let me test the extent of the power of the fallen star flame that I have cultivated. Xiao Buyu, enveloped in the aura of, stood in midair like a fire deity. Ready to consume all, Xiao Huahua took a deep breath, gripping his 54 heat weapons, aimed at Xiao Buyu, resembling a merciless assassin. Bang bang, two thunderous gunshots erupted. Bullets whistled through the air, and midway, the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flame suddenly manifested. Erupting in this dark, heavy realm with a chill and the essence of thunder fire. 3 types of appeared simultaneously in this space, unleashing numerous bolts of lightning. The surrounding space twisted, revealing cracks resembling those of a cataclysmic apocalypse. The barrier enveloping the shattered arena was now riddled with fissures, on the brink of shattering like glass under the assault of, cousin, we must strike together to stabilize the barrier. Otherwise, if the aura leaks out, it will spell doom for the entire Xiao family, Xiao Zhan shouted, his 7-star Do Saint aura surging forth, causing the very heavens and earth to shift. Xiao Xiong also made his move. His cultivation level at 7-star Do Saint, although his aura was slightly weaker than Xiao Zhan's. The two 7-star Do Saints unleashed their formidable Duki, penetrating the cracked barrier. Instantly, the entire Xiao family plaza transformed into a golden realm. Within the barrier, upon witnessing the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flame, Xiao Buyu's eyes narrowed, his expression exceptionally grave. Indeed, these are too perfect. Huahua, you are truly deserving of your ancestral bloodline. However, I, Xiao Buyu, am destined to surpass my ancestors and become the first Do Emperor of the era of the Fallen. You shall ultimately serve as a stepping stone on my path to success. Boom! Xiao Buyu swung his arm, the pink Duki rippling like waves then, With a sudden force, he thrust his arms forward. At that moment, a vision of a meteor falling appeared behind Xiao Buyu, resembling a fire dragon descending from the heavens. Poised to consume and obliterate all, that was the essence of the fallen star flame. As the name suggests, it resembled a celestial meteor plummeting to earth. The cold, cold flame transformed into a lotus blossom, its exterior crystalline like water, while its interior flowed with a molten, red liquid. The 3,000 thunder flames morphed into a true dragon, diving down, boom. When the three collided, an explosive shockwave erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. Thick smoke billowing forth. Subsequently, a mushroom cloud rose majestically, as the power radiated outward. Even the formidable barrier, painstakingly conjured by the two seven-star Do saints, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong, is now shattering. Moreover, the area of the deep pit formed by the arena is visibly expanding. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan roars, "All disciples, evacuate the square," boom. Instantly, both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong retreat continuously. The deep pit's area expands gradually, resembling a black hole. At this moment, Mu Mu, Xiao Zheng, and all the elders descend upon the square. Each takes a position, channeling their power into the barrier to stabilize it, thereby halting the pit's expansion. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xiao family square collapses, and the speed of expansion persists. The fire god is enraged. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong simultaneously shout, and a towering figure, over 5 meters tall, envelopes them. They unleash their utmost strength. Two phantoms, clad in armor, manifest vividly, as if real, appearing in this realm. They place their hands upon the barrier, releasing terrifying Do Qi, which finally halts the expanding barrier. "Cousin, you maintain the barrier," Xiao Zhan commands. "I shall intervene to stop their battle. If it continues, the entire Xiao family will face annihilation. It could even trigger a catastrophic chain reaction from the fallen star flame within the." "Understood." Xiao Xiong nods, intensifying his power within the fire goddess phantom to prevent the barrier's shattering and expansion. At this moment, the clash of three powers within the barrier begins to dissipate. However, the residual aura of the fills the entire space. The cracks in the space grow larger, resembling black blades around them. Lightning crackles and fierce winds howl. The deep pit, akin to a black hole, paints a scene of impending doom. Xiao Huohua coughs up blood, his face pale, clothes tattered. He appears in disarray, hair disheveled, drenched in cold sweat. The fallen star flame, ranked 5th among, proves formidable. Despite being merely in its infancy, its power rivals that of the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold, cold flames, even surpassing them several times over. Should the fallen star flame reach its full form, its might would be terrifying enough to obliterate the entire Xiao family in an instant. Xiao Buyu also appears pale, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently, looking quite disheveled. However, his injuries are not due to the clash of, but rather from wielding the fallen star flame, which has drained a considerable amount of Do Qi, leaving him somewhat weakened. Yet, the Xiao family possesses a unique technique that allows one to recover to peak condition in a remarkably short span of time, albeit at the cost of 3 months of immobility. At this moment, Xiao Buyu employs this technique, replenishing his expended Do Qi, returning to peak form. He knows that despite Xiao Huohua's weakened state, he still possesses the capability to fight. After all, one who can tame two is no mere fool. Such individuals inherently possess extraordinary talents. "This fellow is truly formidable," Xiao Huohua gasps, feeling as if his body might collapse. The aura of the fallen star flame pervades his being, severely scorching his internal organs. Blood boiling like water. Fortunately, with two within him, his body is inherently different from ordinary individuals, providing him with some resistance to this encroachment. Taking a deep breath, he gazes at the rejuvenated Xiao Buyu, his expression grave, breathing becoming slightly hurried. This individual must have utilized some forbidden technique to instantly restore his full strength. Even with my system at hand, I could exchange for a recovery pill. But continuing this battle would only lead to my downfall. Even the half-formed fallen star flame surpasses the powers of the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold, cold flames. As Xiao Huohua contemplates, he exchanges 2,000 points for a recovery pill from Ye Chen. His mind races, strategizing how to resolve the current predicament. Initially, Ye Chen did not wish to interfere in this battle, allowing Xiao Huohua to face it alone as a form of training. After all, the future confrontation with the Soul Emperor would be far more brutal and challenging. If Xiao Huohua does not experience life-or-death battles, even with advanced weaponry at his disposal, he would ultimately remain outmatched against the Soul Emperor. At this moment, Xiao Huohua feels as if he has entered a dead end. His once sharp intellect has vanished, leaving him akin to a fool. He possesses a trump card yet remains uncertain how to employ it. Watching what should be a certain victory slip away infuriates Ye Chen, who wishes to slap Xiao Huohua twice. Initially believing Wang Teng to be foolish, he realizes that Xiao Huohua is even more so. Wang Teng may be foolish, but he knows to seek help when his life is at stake. Yet, Xiao Huohua, with his external assistance, remains oblivious to its potential. Now, Xiao Huohua, lost in thought, is at a loss for how to tackle the current situation. The disparity in strength is too great. No strategy can bridge the gap in power. He contemplates seeking Ye Chen's assistance, but the thought of the system exploiting this situation for its gain dissuades him. The potential cost could be the 1,000,000 points earned from defeating Xiao Buyu in exchange for assistance. In that case, he would not only gain nothing but also deplete his hard-earned points to a mere 8,000. The loss would be catastrophic. Thus, Xiao Huohua considers struggling a bit longer, hoping to stall the effectiveness of Xiao Buyu's secret technique through the passage of time, making it ineffective. However, the fallen star flame is simply too powerful, even in its incomplete form, far exceeding the strength of the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames. A moment could determine the outcome. Alas, better to lose than to lose one's life. With a sigh, Xiao Huohua prepares to speak, seeking Ye Chen's assistance. Host, could you perhaps take a look at the weapon shop's introduction? Have you forgotten the capabilities of? At this moment, Ye Chen discerns Xiao Huohua's thoughts. Rendered speechless. This fellow truly values wealth over life. However, one cannot entirely blame Xiao Huohua, as he has been burned by Ye Chen in the past, having repeatedly ended up empty-handed. This narrative is nearing its conclusion. Ye Chen begins to orchestrate his final plans, enabling Xiao Huohua to accumulate substantial points and swiftly elevate to the Do Emperor realm. He also aims to exchange for more advanced weaponry to combat the Soul Emperor after he becomes a Do Emperor. Thus, even if Xiao Huohua requests Ye Chen's help now, he will only symbolically charge a small fee in points. Huh? Weapon introduction? Xiao Huohua exclaims in astonishment, realizing there is indeed an introduction for the weapon shop. It is not merely a display of various advanced weaponry available for exchange with points. Recollections of this capabilities flood back to him. The 3,000 thunder flames, once at the bottom of the rankings, evolved through the absorption of other powers. Consequently, Xiao Huohua promptly opens the weapon shop and clicks on the introduction. Wow, this is incredible. Upon reading the details, Xiao Huohua is taken aback, excitement coursing through him, causing him to tremble. Why didn't you tell me this sooner, system? As he peruses the weapon shop's introduction, he nearly drools, grumbling at Ye Chen. Originally, this service was free, but due to the host's negligence in checking the weapon shop's introduction and passing the blame onto this system, 8,000 points will be deducted as compensation for this system's fragile psyche. A mechanical voice resonates in Xiao Huohua's mind, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. This is how it operates? The weapon shop already cost a significant amount of points to activate, and the means to turn the tide of the competition are embedded within the weapon shop's introduction. Thus, Xiao Huohua is using what rightfully belongs to him to resolve the current crisis and defeat Xiao Buyu, without needing to expend any points. Yet, this despicable system shamelessly swindles his remaining 8,000 points. Where is the justice in this? Is there no superior system that can intervene with this fraudulent one? Not only does it drain the host's blood, but it also consumes their flesh. Xiao Huohua is on the verge of tears, his expression more sorrowful than despair. Observing Xiao Huohua's myriad expressions, joy one moment, despair the next, Xiao Buyu cannot help but smirk. Xiao Huohua, considering you are my cousin, I offer you the chance to surrender. Hand over thee and assist me in leading the Xiao family to greatness, surpassing our ancestors. Xiao Huohua, incensed by Ye Chen's shameless actions, feels a surge of anger boiling within him upon hearing Xiao Buyu's taunts. Without further ado, he raises his weapons high in the air, responding defiantly to Xiao Buyu. The latter, witnessing this, sneers, "It seems you still do not comprehend the depth of the chasm that lies between us." With a sudden motion, Xiao Huohua brings his hands together, gripping the weapons tightly. With a resounding clang, the two weapons collide, igniting a blinding light that illuminates the dark red domain like a sun, casting brilliant rays throughout the barrier, enveloping it in a dazzling aura akin to celestial radiance. Upon witnessing the spectacle, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They beheld the dazzling radiance emanating from Xiao Huohua, leaving them to ponder whether this individual possessed the ability to alter the very fabric of reality. Despite Xiao Xiong and others exerting their fighting spirit to stabilize the barrier, it was evident to them that Xiao Buyu had the upper hand in their recent contest. The mere fact that Xiao Huohua had managed to engage Xiao Buyu in such a fierce battle even compelling Xiao Buyu to resort to forbidden techniques to restore his stamina and prevent Xiao Huohua from seizing any moment of respite, had already instilled a profound sense of awe within the Xiao clan. Save for Xiao Tuo, even Xiao Xiong found himself utterly captivated by Xiao Huohua's innate talent. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Xiong's thoughts began to shift, envisioning a future where Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu united to lead the Xiao clan to glory. Thus, when Xiao Zhan suggested he secure the barrier while he intervened in the conflict between the two youths, Xiao Xiong acquiesced without hesitation. Traditionally, he would have insisted on determining a definitive victor between Xiao Buyu and Xiao Huohua before allowing any cessation. However, at this moment, he could not bear to witness the two most gifted individuals of the Xiao clan suffer mutual destruction. The resplendent celestial light was overwhelmingly potent, its aura eclipsing even the half-formed falling star flame, causing the dusky crimson world to vanish and be replaced by a space pulsating with divine light. Among all present, Xiao Zhan felt this most acutely, as he stood within the barrier, his prowess as a seven-star Do Saint granting him a profound understanding of power. Could it be that Huohua possessed strength surpassing the falling star flame? Was it an exotic fire? Yet, he had never heard of any such fire capable of radiating such brilliance at that moment. The two fiery weapons in Xiao Huohua's grasp had vanished, replaced by a singular golden weapon, measuring 50 centimeters in length and 3 fingers wide at the muzzle. The weapon was adorned with ancient runes, housing unparalleled might, reminiscent of imperial scripts or seals from a bygone era. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Buyu trembled, his previous composure evaporating, replaced by a palpable sense of dread and anxiety. A surge of intense terror welled within him, even prompting thoughts of surrender. No, Xiao Buyu bellowed, as if possessed, I am invincible. I am undefeated. I am the first to ascend to the Do Emperor realm since the fall of the empire. I am the only one on this continent capable of cultivating exotic fire through its essence. How could I possibly lose? Why should I yield? I possess an indomitable belief, an unwavering confidence to crush all in my path. Huohua, no matter how formidable your current abilities may seem, you shall never be my match. In an instant, a horrifying aura erupted from within Xiao Buyu, the ferocious essence of exotic fire radiating like a primordial beast. He swung his arms, conjuring pink fighting spirit. As he thrust forward, a meteorite larger than before fell behind him, its contained power equally formidable. Until that moment, Xiao Huohua had been wholly absorbed in the euphoric rush of power from the fusion of his two weapons. Little did he anticipate that the upgraded weapon shop would not only enhance the lethality of a single weapon, but also allow for the amalgamation of two weapons of equal caliber into an even mightier one. Moreover, it could intertwine the skills and energies inscribed within both weapons, birthing an entirely new force. Xiao Huohua was so exhilarated he felt like slapping himself. Such a remarkable mechanism, if not for Ye Chen's hint, he might have remained oblivious. Had he known of the weapon shop's capabilities sooner, he would not have found himself in such dire straits, nor would he have lost the last 8,000 points to Ye Chen. At this juncture, as Xiao Buyu unleashed the half-formed falling star flame, Xiao Huohua snapped back to reality, grinning at the approaching exotic fire. Just a defective product, and yet it dares to be arrogant? Allow me to demonstrate the true terror of the perfected falling star flame. As Xiao Huohua pulled the trigger, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his very essence had been drained. 2 golden bullets shot forth, transforming into 3,000 thunder flames and frigid inferno, which materialized in the air. Subsequently, the 2 exotic fires intertwined, merging into one and hurtling forward with a deafening roar. In that moment, the entire space morphed from resplendent celestial light to a world of dark crimson, filled with searing heat and destruction, as if doomsday had suddenly descended. Behind Xiao Huohua, a colossal meteorite appeared, twice the size of the one conjured by Xiao Buyu, surrounded by a swarm of fireballs the size of fists, cascading like a meteor shower. Each fireball exuded a terrifying aura, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Witnessing this scene were not only Xiao Zhan within the barrier, but also Xiao Xiong and the other members of the Xiao clan outside, as well as those who had fled the plaza yet were unwilling to miss this spectacular duel. All were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The falling star flame was no stranger to the Xiao clan. All members were permitted to train and comprehend its essence within the exotic fire tomb. The image reflected behind Xiao Huohua was indeed that of the falling star flame within the tomb. This meant that the exotic fire Xiao Huohua was currently wielding was the perfected falling star flame. Impossible! It cannot be! Xiao Tuo shrieked, his hair disheveled and veins bulging grotesquely, resembling a madman. How could Xiao Huohua possess the perfected falling star flame? He has never come into contact with it. Where did it come from? Just then, even the usually composed Xiao Xiong could no longer contain his emotions, erupting in a frenzied roar. Xiao Huahua has fused the 3,000 thunder flames with the frigid inferno, achieving an ultimate transformation and evolution into the falling star flame. The phenomenon of exotic fires consuming and evolving one another is not a secret on the Duki continent. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would be aware of this. However, for a human to meld two exotic fires into a new one is unheard of, unseen. When one exotic fire seeks to devour another, the latter will undoubtedly resist fiercely to avoid annihilation. The force unleashed is terrifying, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable of Do Saints. Yet now, Xiao Huahua has accomplished the seemingly impossible, merging 3,000 thunder flames and frigid inferno into the falling star flame. Without suffering any backlash or destruction, this will be inscribed in the annals of Duki history. It is an event that will reverberate through the ages. Boom. At that moment, the immense meteorite, accompanied by a cascade of fireballs, descended with overwhelming force, obliterating the half-formed falling star flame summoned by Xiao Buyu. The resulting explosion was akin to that of a nuclear bomb, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. The Xiao Clan Plaza, already a deep pit, was rendered unrecognizable under the second wave of destruction. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the barrier's interior revealed jagged black fissures, flickering ominously, as if heralding the apocalypse. Xiao Huahua, half-lidded and utterly exhausted, sat at the bottom of the deep pit, gasping for breath. This pit was over 100 meters deep, and both he and the unconscious Xiao Buyu would surely be shattered upon falling. In that critical moment, Ye Chen summoned a tremendous force, cradling Xiao Huahua while also enveloping Xiao Buyu. In the original narrative, after their battle, Xiao Buyu and Xiao Huahua had no direct interaction, yet there existed a sense of both rivalry and camaraderie. Furthermore, in the later chapters of the book, they became indispensable characters, significantly aiding Xiao Huahua in his quest to become a Do Emperor. Xiao Buyu, aside from Xiao Huahua and the Soul Emperor, stands as one of the mightiest beings. Through sheer effort and innate talent, he has ascended to the realm of a half-step Do Emperor, validating the assertion that I, Sun Buyu, possess the demeanor of a Do Emperor. Thus, Xiao Buyu must not perish. Otherwise, the consciousness of this world would relentlessly suppress Ye Chen. All that has been meticulously laid out in I, Xiao Huahua, shall shatter this celestial firmament would be rendered futile. Moreover, there is a chance that he himself could face obliteration. After all, Ye Chen's current system level is exceedingly low. Had it not been for the absolute defensive capabilities granted by residing in the host, he would have struggled to propel the plot forward, or to have Lu Ye undertake certain tasks. However, as long as he does not contravene the progression of the story, even if the world's consciousness harbors fury, it would merely turn a blind eye. Ultimately, all of this serves the protagonist's interest. In truth, the clash between Xiao Huahua and the others deviated from the original narrative. Though fierce, it was never intended to escalate to such a degree that it shattered the entire Xiao family plaza. Had Xiao Huahua been hosted by another, the world's consciousness would have obliterated him long ago. Therefore, as long as the storyline remains largely unchanged, the world's consciousness would not take issue with Xiao Huahua. Yet, should the plot's trajectory be drastically altered, say, if such a pivotal character as Xiao Buyu were to perish here, the entire narrative would unravel. Naturally, the world's consciousness would not spare Ye Chen, even if Xiao Huahua were implicated, and would act without hesitation. After all, the story would be in disarray, tantamount to rendering the entire book obsolete. With the narrative so thoroughly compromised, what concern remains for the protagonist? Ye Chen sensed the world's malice towards him. Akin to a force capable of annihilating all existence, a single thought could bring about his destruction. This served as a dire warning. Why Ye Chen exchanged glances with those around him, swallowing hard. Damn it. Becoming part of a system also requires one to heed others' whims. I must hasten to elevate my level to completely disregard the world's consciousness. Only then can I extract vast amounts of fortune and enhance myself. Otherwise, much like this world, not only would time be wasted, but my very life would also hang in the balance. Why Ye Chen swallowed again, reflecting that he could no longer provoke the world's consciousness as he had done previously at the Cloud Sect. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating Xiao Buyu and earning 1 million points. Remaining points, 1,000,000. Observing the points displayed on the system interface, Xiao Huahua took a drag from his cigarette, his expression one of melancholy as he remarked, after deducting the points I've used. This million points only amounts to 427,200. It nearly cost me my life. What a poor bargain. Huohua, are you all right? At that moment, Xiao Zhan arrived at the deep pit, gazing at his grandson slumped against the rock wall. His complexion alarmingly pale. That I'm fine. Xiao Huohua squinted and shook his head. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Xiao Buyu lying in a pool of blood, his expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed forward to assess the situation. Should anything happen to Xiao Buyu, the Xiao family would undoubtedly face a tremendous upheaval. Moreover, Xiao Zhan was unwilling to witness any threat befall Xiao Buyu. After all, the cultivation of exotic fire is a remarkable and unprecedented feat. Were it not for Xiao Huohua's extraordinary prowess, along with half of the Soul Emperor's support, Xiao Buyu would indisputably be the foremost figure in the Duqi continent. Rest assured, he is unharmed, Xiao Huohua assured I. In the end, I restrained my strength. When I descended into this pit, I used the last of my power to protect him. He will merely require a few months of recuperation to fully heal. Xiao Zhan sighed with relief. At this juncture, Xiao Xiong, Xiao Tuo, and Mu Mu had all arrived at the deep pit. Upon witnessing Xiao Buyu sprawled in the blood, Xiao Tuo's eyes reddened, as if bleeding. Buyu. Immediately after, he turned to Xiao Huohua, whose visage was contorted with rage. Xiao Huohua. He erupted with fury, having lost his composure at the sight of Xiao Buyu in a pool of blood. Yet, more than that, it was the humiliation of seeing his once proud grandson defeated by Xiao Huohua that he found intolerable. The azure Duqi reverberated throughout the deep pit as Xiao Tuo's hand morphed into a claw, aiming a powerful strike at Xiao Huohua. How dare you, Mu Mu, witnessing this, also unleashed his Duqi, his semi-saint aura eclipsing Xiao Tuo's attack. Bam! At that moment, Xiao Xiong delivered a slap to Xiao Tuo's face. With a resounding crash akin to a cannonball, Xiao Tuo was sent flying, crashing against the rock wall and stirring up a cloud of dust, causing several stones to tumble down. Xiao Xiong's face turned ashen, veins bulging as he glared at Xiao Tuo, shouting, "How far do you intend to go with this nonsense?" Xiao Tuo, leaning against the rubble, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at his brother. He had never imagined that Xiao Xiong would strike him. Your excessive pampering of Buyu over the years has led him to become arrogant and possess an air of superiority, treating others with disdain and exhibiting hubris. Xiao Xiong admonished I. In the past, I refrained from lecturing you because I harbored similar thoughts. Today's battle has enlightened me, allowing me to see many things clearly. I have suddenly realized that the mindset you and Buyu possess is a result of my own actions. And I have wronged you both. Today, I awaken fully, fortunate that a catastrophe has not befallen us. I finally understand the meaning behind the words my father imparted to me before his demise. Since it was I who led you and Buyu astray, I shall guide you both back to the right path. Defeat does not spell disaster. It represents a comprehensive self-awareness for Buyu, as well as a form of fortune on his path of cultivation. With a sigh, Xiao Xiong then turned to Xiao Zhan, stating, "Cousin, I will take Buyu for healing first. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to you, the clan leader." The battle between Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu not only established him as the foremost genius of the Xiao family, a future cornerstone, but also inadvertently resolved Xiao Xiong's obsession with reclaiming the position of clan leader. In Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu, Xiao Xiong saw the reflection of his and Xiao Zhan's youth. History often presents uncanny parallels, with many events mirrored in Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu. The sole difference is that Xiao Huohua does not exhibit the same restraint or humility as Xiao Zhan. He remains assertive, shattering all doubts and dissent. This battle has united the Xiao family, long beset by internal strife, rendering their power even more formidable and establishing them as the primary force in future confrontations against the Soul Palace. Were it not for a disunited Xiao family, the entire continent would have been utterly decimated by the Soul Emperor. Xiao Zhan was taken aback to hear his cousin refer to him as clan leader for the first time. Noting the shift in attitude, he smiled and shook his head helplessly. Despite years of effort to guide his cousin out of his inner demons, he had not succeeded. Little did he know that his grandson would resolve Xiao Xiong's internal conflicts merely by arriving at the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan looked proudly at his grandson, feeling immense gratitude. With this, the hidden dangers within the Xiao family have been entirely eradicated. In the future, with the extraordinary talents of both Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu, the Xiao family shall surely regain its former glory, and it is merely a matter of time. Due to Xiao Xiong's transformation, Xiao Zhan has fully grasped control of the Xiao family. Consequently, he promptly announced that Mu Mu would lead the remaining disciples of the Cloud sect to temporarily take refuge at the Xiao family. Mu Mu understood that, although Xiao Zhan had taken full control of the Xiao family, time was of the essence. While many might have outwardly accepted it, inwardly, They remained unconvinced. To avoid placing Xiao Zhan in a difficult position, he declared that he and Ming Heron would assist Xiao Zhan and the elders in training the Xiao family as disciples. This action left no room for dissent within the Xiao family and brought about a wave of jubilation. The Cloud sect's rise to prominence among the two sects was undoubtedly due to its unique advantages. Furthermore, throughout the Duki continent, the training and instruction provided by the Cloud sect is second to none. Otherwise, many factions and families would not have entrusted their offspring to the Cloud sect in the past. The following day, Ding, please enter the exotic fire tomb before noon to obtain a Dozuandan, Do Emperor pill. Note: if the host fails to arrive by the designated time, all rewards for this task will be forfeited. As soon as Xiao Huahua had regained all his strength, Yichou's voice echoed in his mind. Truly, one cannot find a moment's peace. Stretching, Xiao Huahua had initially intended to admire the scenery of the Xiao family and procure some treasures from his grandfather for points. After a brief moment, Xiao Huahua arrived at Xiao Zhan's residence. At that time, Xiao Zhan was engaged in conversation with Xiao Zhang regarding various matters. Huahua, what brings you here? Upon seeing Xiao Huahua, Xiao Zhan immediately ceased his discussion with Xiao Zhang. Rising to ask, are your injuries healed? Yes, Grandpa. Xiao Huahua nodded in response. Huahua, this is your second uncle. Xiao Zhan gestured to Xiao Zhang. Second uncle, you're quite impressive, bringing great honor to us old men, Xiao Zhang remarked, giving a thumbs up to his elder brother's grandson. Especially during the battle with Xiao Buyu, the talent and strength displayed by Xiao Huahua had thoroughly impressed Xiao Zhang. He felt immense pride in his grandson. Huahua, it's a pleasure to meet you. Second uncle has prepared something for you, Xiao Zhang said, producing an ancient ring from his palm. This ring contains a wealth of cultivation elixirs and my insights on cultivation, which should prove helpful to you. Xiao Huahua was elated, pleasantly surprised by his second uncle's generosity. Thank you, second uncle, he exclaimed, gratefully accepting the ring. Huahua, what do you need from me? Xiao Zhan inquired. After putting away the ring, Xiao Huahua said, Grandfather, I have come to seek your guidance on entering the M. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. There is no rush. You have just finished a fierce battle, although your injuries have healed. Your condition is still not optimal. Since you have returned to the Xiao family and are our family's foremost talent, it is only natural that we invest our utmost efforts in you. My original plan was to train you personally for a period, solidifying your foundation and tempering your mind before attempting to tame the. Although Xiao Buyu was defeated by you, his talent is indeed comparable to yours. He can serve as a point of reference to conclude that you currently lack the capability to tame the fallen star flame. Moreover, possessing two types of undoubtedly complicates matters. Should anything unforeseen occur, not only might you fail to tame the fallen star flame, but the two flames within you could also be devoured, resulting in a greater loss. Xiao Zhan continued, even though you can merge the 3,000 thunder flames with the cold flames to evolve into the fallen star flame. Ultimately, your strength is insufficient to support it. You are a clever child, and I trust you understand this. Xiao Huahua understood Xiao Zhan's words well, especially since he bore two types of. Although they were imprinted on heat weapons, there was still a connection between the dot. He recalled vividly the moment he took out the 54 heat weapons at the Thunder Flame Tower of the Shangyun sect, feeling the intense reaction and fear emanating from the cold flames within. However, Xiao Huahua was not alarmed or concerned, for he knew that Yichou's intention in allowing him to enter was to personally extract the fallen star flame for him in the face of potent. All were but ants, Grandfather. I understand that it may be premature for me to seek the now, but time waits for no one, and I cannot afford even a moment's respite, Xiao Huahua declared. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow again. What do you mean by that, Huahua? Xiao Huahua licked his lips and said, because in this world, besides myself, there is another person who possesses several types of, and that person currently wields 5 types. What? 5 types of? Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zheng's expressions changed dramatically, their breaths quickening. Yes, they're truly such an extraordinary individual. Xiao Zhan's voice trembled, his eyes narrowing with fear. 5 types of. It is nothing short of fantastical. A shocking claim. Only ancient times saw possess such a miraculous ability. For one person to simultaneously possess 5 types of, it would mean they have already stepped into the legendary realm. If such a person truly exists, the chaotic continent would have been unified long ago. Huahua, are you serious? You are not jesting. I am certain that such a person exists, and you are acquainted with him. Xiao Huahua asserted. Who? The Lord of the Soul Palace, Hun Tian, Xiao Huahua replied. Suddenly, both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zheng fell silent. If such a person truly existed, it could only be Hun Tian. Hun Tian was the most gifted master of the Soul Palace. Achieving the rank of a 5-star by the age of 3 and by TE and BY 30, He had already reached the power of a 7-star. Now, 10 years later, many speculated about the terrifying extent of Hun Tian's current strength. Xiao Zhan had once speculated that, given Hun Tian's talent, he might have broken through his limits, reaching the 8-star realm. Undoubtedly, he was the continent's foremost expert. Today, to learn from Xiao Huahua that Hun Tian possessed 5 types of meant that Hun Tian had taken that final step. Was he on the verge of becoming an emperor? Huahua, how did you come to know this? Xiao Zhan inquired. It was revealed to me by the eye possessed through my consciousness. Xiao Huahua replied earnestly. He certainly would not disclose that it was Ye Chen who informed him. And Xiao Zhan had clearly indicated that he would only permit entry into the after Xiao Huahua reached the level. Why then? It would be too late. Given the capricious nature of the system, one could never be sure what other unforeseen circumstances might arise. Therefore, he had to use the as an excuse, which was the most persuasive argument, since there existed an inexplicable bond between. Hun Tian had already reached the peak level. Nearly stepping into the half-emperor realm, he was now seeking more to bolster his own power in a bid for the title. Xiao Huahua articulated. The downfall of the Shangyun sect was Hun Tian's attempt to acquire the 3,000 Thunder Flames to ascend to the half-emperor realm. However, since I obtained the 3,000 Thunder Flames, his plan failed. Yet, with Hun Tian's abilities and the power of the Soul Palace, he may have already found other, thus now possessing 6 types and stepping into the half-emperor realm. If Hun Tian acquires even more and successfully ascends to the level, the entire continent will cease to exist. Xiao Huahua conveyed his thoughts with clarity. Moreover, Hun Tian has undoubtedly long set his sights on the fallen star flame. He simply has not dared to seize it, as he has yet to reach the half-emperor realm. After all, both you and Xiao Xiong are 7-star, and with the Xiao family's unique secret techniques, you can possess the strength of 8 or even 9-star. If Hun Tian were to step into the half-emperor realm, our Xiao family would undoubtedly be his next target. Therefore, before that happens, I must obtain the fallen star flame and seek out other to enhance my own strength and thwart Hun Tian's ambitions. The Soul Palace has always acted with ruthless precision, akin to Ashura. Let alone Hun Tian becoming a. Even if he were to become a half-emperor, the entire continent would plunge into darkness, facing catastrophic calamity. Thus, no matter what, I must acquire the fallen star flame and strive to find other in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing Xiao Huahua's words, Ye Chen was immensely pleased. This child is indeed teachable. Not only does he speak of, but he also draws inferences from one instance to another. He straightforwardly informs Xiao Zhan that I wish to possess many and rapidly enhance my strength to contend with Hun Tian and prevent him from wreaking havoc on the. At this moment, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zhang had completely accepted Xiao Huahua's claims and understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, only Xiao Huahua could avert Hun Tian's grasp from the Xiao family. To prevent the Xiao family from facing ruin and from descending into darkness, Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly exert all efforts to seek. Given his current strength, as long as they did not rank among the top 5, he could easily suppress them. At that time, Ye Chen would inform Xiao Huahua of the locations of the, and Xiao Huahua could then convey the information to Xiao Zhan under the pretext of sensing danger from the. By then, wouldn't he several simply be seized by Xiao Zhan and brought back to the Xiao family for Xiao Huahua to absorb? Wouldn't that be akin to lying at home while money flows effortlessly into one's pockets? Indeed, it seems Xiao Huahua has already grasped the essence of this system. Ye Chen expressed his satisfaction. Initially, he had been considering how to enable Xiao Huahua to acquire more in a short period after obtaining the fallen star flame. He had even thought about sending Lu Ye, but currently, her strength was merely at the level, which would evidently yield slow results. Why Ye Chen dared not use the world's origin to directly elevate Lu Ye's power too? As it would require at least several million units of world origin. Currently, he possessed just over 300,000 units, clearly insufficient to elevate Lu Ye to the level. Yet, unexpectedly, such an occurrence unfolded. It was akin to a timely arrival of a nap, complete with a bed, a pillow, and a warm companion. What Xiao Huahua revealed was no trifling matter. Xiao Zhan promptly sought out Xiao Xiong and convened a meeting, relaying Xiao Huahua's words to him and Xiao Zheng without omission. During the meeting, all the senior members of the Xiao family wore grave expressions, the atmosphere thick and oppressive, as though an immense mountain had descended upon them, making it hard to breathe. Is this news reliable? Xiao Xiong was the first to speak. Most likely, Xiao Zhan replied. There exists an intricate web of connections between, and Huahua has already merged with the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames, allowing him to clearly sense the fear and emotions of the. Clearly, Hun Tian has used some special method to devour 5 types of, instilling fear in the others. Hence, he seeks Huahua's protection. Furthermore, The act of devouring 5 has never occurred to anyone else. But for Han Tian, it is indeed possible. Xiao Zhuang, after being chastised by Xiao Xiong following Xiao Buyu's defeat, had a sudden realization and calmed down considerably. He said, if that is the case, we are in deep trouble. According to the current situation, the only one who can stand against Han Tian is Xiao Huahua, who possesses multiple. However, even if he tames the fallen star flame, it will be difficult to contend with Han Tian, who has devoured 5. Moreover, I believe Han Tian already knows that Xiao Huahua possesses 2. He will undoubtedly target him next, and Xiao Buyu. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the entire was aware that Xiao Huahua possessed 2. The half-saint of the Soul Palace had been burnt to death by the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames. Moreover, Xiao Buyu had even used himself as a vessel to cultivate the fallen star flame. Although it was merely a half-finished product, it was still formidable enough to support Han Tian's ascension to the half-emperor realm. At that point, he would no longer fear the dual might of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong, directly pushing through to annihilate the Xiao family and seize the complete fallen star flame. So, what do you mean? Xiao Xiong inquired. Xiao Zhan replied, my intention is quite straightforward. While Han Tian has yet to ascend to that supreme realm or become a semi-emperor, we must endeavor to locate the strange fire as much as possible for both Huahua and Buyu. Huahua, naturally, will not speak. However, it can simultaneously contain multiple types of, but you can serve as a vessel, cultivating the seedlings of the fallen star flame. This sufficiently illustrates that Buyu is exceptionally gifted and is likely capable of bearing several types of. Thus, even if Huahua and Buyu have not yet reached that legendary realm or semi-emperor level, as long as they are at the Dosheng level, combined with the Xiao family's unique techniques, the two together can thwart Han Tian's ambitions. Xiao Zhan's words left Xiao Xiong and Xiao Tuo in astonishment, particularly Xiao Duodai. In fact, upon learning that Han Tian possessed 5 types of, everyone present had anticipated that Xiao Zhan would seek more for Huahua to absorb and enhance her strength. Currently, this was the only viable method, and only Huahua could rapidly elevate her cultivation to counter Han Tian. Yet, they had not expected that Xiao Zhan's plans also included Xiao Buyu. This warmed the hearts of Xiao Xiong and Xiao Tuo, even though they remained silent. Nevertheless, their future actions would express their sentiments. Yet, where could we search for? An elder remarked, the Songhai sect and the Zhang and Wang families will undoubtedly refuse to part with their. Even if we were to inform them of the current situation, they would still not comply. After all, we trust Huahua, but they would certainly not believe us. They might even think we are attempting to deceive them into relinquishing their. Moreover, each type of is born from the essence of heaven and earth, residing in perilous and elusive locations, making them difficult to find. Rest assured, Xiao Zheng stated, the whereabouts of the 3 types of thunder flames and cold flames have already been communicated to Huahua. We shall act separately, striving to bring back the in the shortest possible time. In that case, let us proceed. Xiao Tuo nodded. By the way, at this moment, Xiao Zhan called out to Xiao Tuo, this is the healing elixir that Huahua prepared for Buyu. Although I do not know where this lad acquired it, it will enable Buyu to awaken in a short time and alleviate the backlash from the secret arts. Xiao Tuo accepted the elixir. Her expression unchanged. This lad possesses such an elixir? Please convey my gratitude to him. Boom. At that moment, a violent force erupted from the, causing the entire hall to tremble. Xiao Zhan and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed towards the. After conveying his thoughts to Xiao Zhan, Huahua had entered during a meeting within the Xiao family. The moment he stepped into the 2 types of imprinted on the hot weapons began to stir restlessly, emanating a sense of terror while urging Huahua to leave the area swiftly. In truth, when Huahua had first arrived at the Xiao family, both types had repeatedly released their consciousness, urging him to depart. However, he had chosen to disregard them. Now, having fully entered the domain of the fallen star flame, the reaction from the imprinted on the hot weapons intensified. They persistently urged him to flee, exhibiting signs of pulsing as they attempted to pull Huahua away from this place. The entire space resembled a volcanic eruption, with firestones and magma spewing forth in a terrifying display, carrying an overwhelming aura of destruction. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky, akin to a meteor, adorned with intricate patterns. It descended, accompanied by several fist-sized fireballs, similarly covered in complex designs. Sensing the 2 types of on Huahua, they became exceedingly excited. At this moment, the fear emanating from the imprinted on the hot weapons grew even stronger. They became uncontrollable, taking control of the hot weapons, emerging from Huahua's body, and then actively pulled the trigger, unleashing their power to halt the descent of the fallen star flame. Subsequently, the two types of began to flee, wishing to escape the domain of the fallen star flame to avoid being devoured. What a panic! Although Hua felt the terrifying aura pressing down upon him, akin to the atmosphere itself, making it difficult for him to breathe and causing his body to heat up as if about to explode, he maintained his composure, grasping the two hot weapons firmly. System, will you not take action? Hua bellowed. Boom! In an instant, a great power surged within this domain, akin to waves crashing forward. Bang! The fallen star flame, which was about to fall, was trapped mid-air. Then, a dazzling celestial light illuminated the dark red world, transforming into chains thickly inscribed with runes, dragging the fallen star flame into the system's space. At this moment, the fallen star flame felt an overwhelming sense of dread, utilizing all its strength to attempt to destroy this black hole world. However, a dominant and unparalleled devouring force surged from all sides like an ocean. In an instant, the massive meteorite vanished at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the ranked fifth, the fallen star flame, was consumed by Ye Chen, who obtained 150 units of world essence. Subsequently, Ye Chen used the power extracted from the fallen star flame to create an entirely new, imprinting it onto the hot weapons, before tossing a zun dan to Hua. The latter immediately consumed it. Sitting down to digest the medicinal power, when Xiao Zhan and the others arrived at the scene was no longer as it had been before. The space remained dark red, yet there were no meteors accompanying the meteor shower. The aura of destruction and violence gradually dissipated. The now resembled the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. The crowd beheld Hua seated on the ground, radiating an aura that had transcended the 5-star Do Zone level, reaching the 8-star Do Zone level, and his cultivation continued to rise at a visible speed. 9-star Do Zone. In an instant, he stepped into the Do Zun realm. Everyone present was struck with astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Within just a day's time, Hua had ascended from the 5-star Do Zone to the Do Zun realm. It was utterly astonishing and terrifying. Although they understood that Hua's rapid progression was due to the presence of the fallen star flame, the fact that he had tamed the fallen star flame in less than half an hour was incomprehensible. Even if Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong collaborated simultaneously, they could not have accomplished such a feat in that time frame. Nor could Han Tian, who currently possessed 5 types of. This extraordinary ability likely belonged only to a Do D-level powerhouse from ancient times. In a brief moment, he had tamed the... Was this fellow a monster? Such a formidable fallen star flame, and he managed to subdue it in less than half an hour. Someone gasped, feeling a chill run down their spine. Perhaps this was significantly related to his ancestral bloodline. Xiao Xiong pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he said, "The fallen star flame is indeed a legacy left by our ancestors. Hua possesses ancestral blood, hence there exists a connection between him and the fallen star flame." Everyone suddenly understood that so, it was this way. Yet even so, it underscored how terrifying Hua's talent was. It is worth noting that their ancestor, Xiao Xian, took nearly 3 months to tame the fallen star flame while at the Dosheng level. In the same bloodline, Hua, merely a 5-star Do Zone, achieved this in less than half an hour. This indicated that, in some sense, his innate talent surpassed that of Xiao Xian by a significant margin. Upon realizing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Perhaps Hua truly had the potential to become the first Do Di after the era of the fallen emperors. "We shall take our leave and not disturb Hua," Xiao Zhan declared. "Let us proceed as planned. Cousin, you and I will head to the Ghost Valley and the Yulin, while Xiao Zheng and Xiao Tua will go to the Qingqiu Valley. We must bring back these 3 types of in the shortest time possible so that Hua and Bu may attempt to absorb them, enabling their rapid growth." Xiao Zhan continued, "Currently, our time is limited. Once Han Tian reaches the semi-emperor realm, the entire continent may cease to exist." "Understood." Xiao Xiong and the others nodded, then departed. Once the crowd had left, Hua, with his eyes tightly closed, finally opened them. They finally left. Hua exhaled. In truth, he had long since refined the elixir and absorbed its energy. The reason he feigned still being in meditation was to avoid being caught by Xiao Zhan and others questioning him. Naturally, he had heard their conversation. Stretching leisurely, Hua mused, "Grandfather and the others are directly searching for to bring back. This means I can take a break and enjoy the scenic beauty of the Xiao family. Then, I can delightfully exchange the 4 points. This little life is simply too comfortable." Hua chuckled foolishly, akin to a simpleton. Ye Chen nodded in agreement, pleased that the system had nurtured him well, allowing him to grasp the allure of benefiting without cost. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Hua lived exceedingly comfortably. indulging in hot pots and barbecues daily. Frolicking with the little lion, thoroughly enjoying himself on this day. As Huohua prepared to venture to a picturesque spot on the back mountain of the Xiao family for a barbecue with the little lion, Xiao Zhan and the others returned, bringing back 3 types of. Subsequently, Huohua and Buyu both entered the. Xiao Zhan entrusted Huohua with 2 types of, both of which were ranked within the top 10, including the 3rd-ranked Buddha Lotus Flame, which Xiao Zhan had barely managed to subdue at the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong acted in unison, unleashing their powers to form a barrier that enveloped the entire, thereby preventing Xiao Huohua and Xiao Buyu from releasing their formidable energy while absorbing the dades. The 2 materialized before Xiao Huohua. Ye Chen did not hesitate to intervene. He summoned his immense abilities to extract and transform these 2 into the essence of the world. In an instant, he acquired nearly 5 million units of world essence, which brought him immense satisfaction. His current total of world essence approached 800,000, nearing 9 million. Meanwhile, after consuming the pill given by Xiao Huohua, Xiao Buyu not only healed from his injuries but also experienced a significant boost in strength, reaching the realm of the 8-star Do Zone. Despite possessing a semi-finished product of the fallen star flame, he found himself utterly powerless against the before him. The overwhelming force drained the color from his face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He coughed up blood, his breath rapidly waning. Resembling a wilting flower, the before him loomed like a ravenous wolf, eager to consume Xiao Buyu. Outside the barrier, Xiao Xiong and his companions were initially petrified, witnessing Xiao Huohua absorb the 2 in the blink of an eye. Their expressions turned to shock and disbelief. Even Xiao Zhan and others began to question whether Xiao Huohua was truly human. They speculated if perhaps Xiao Huohua was the reincarnation of an ancient Do emperor, with the being his creation or something he had tamed, enabling him to subdue 2 in such a brief span of time. At this moment, Xiao Buyu faced imminent peril as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the. Observing this, Xiao Xiong felt a surge of anxiety and rushed forward to intervene. However, Xiao Huohua was quicker and reached Xiao Buyu first. Subsequently, Ye Chen stepped in, using his supreme power to refine the. In the blink of an eye, the was dissolved, and Ye Chen obtained 120 units of world essence, bringing his total to 10 million. At that moment, the system underwent an automatic upgrade. Leaving Ye Chen astonished, he never anticipated that the system could self-upgrade. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted before him, followed by a warm current enveloping his entire being, akin to being wrapped in a sturdy blanket during winter. When the dazzling light faded, Ye Chen found himself sprawled over his computer desk, with a faint pain in his heart. What has happened to me? He then focused on the message on the computer screen, which stated, "The new book has flopped. Prepare for the next one." Ye Chen was taken aback, a surge of defeat washing over him like a jolt of electricity. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions and began to prepare for the commencement of his next book.